ephemeral nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done. Future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead. Time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Take me away, show me the light. Take me to the other side. Can you hear those voices from the madness I foresee? I've made my choices, time to stand up for a dream. How do I ever change the things I've been through? What if everything's already written? What you do? I'll carry on with the truth. How do I ever change the things I've done wrong? Will this fade away? Forgive me and help me go on. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has won. Never give up, never compromise. Always keep on, always be your eyes. Till my sins are washed away. No matter how hard I try, I still come lost. But now chances are my
was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. They cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. Take over to the Fat Lady Sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, but forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow.
Wait.
My night back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。 阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有。刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil and leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once a paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？See you, Orphe.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
Scales. venom gland, and the vomeronasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
The goddess is real!
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom try to coerce, but now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no more before. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. They cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back. Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter. was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow.
Wait.
My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
荒古和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once a paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins!
A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey
Welcome to the 2022 Identity V COA V Global Finals. Let's take a look at the competition format. The Global Finals will comprise two phases. Group Stage, first phase, will commence from April the 16th, 2022 to April the 21st, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in best-of-3 round-robin matches. 16 teams will divide into 4 groups by drawing lots, and the top 3 in each group will advance to the playoffs, totaling 12 teams. Playoff phase, second phase, will commence from April the 30th, 2022 to May the 3rd, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in single elimination matches to determine the bracket for first round 12 to 8, quarterfinals, semifinals, third place match, and finals. The best performing teams from the group stage will receive a bye and advance to the quarterfinals. The second and third placing in each group from the group stage will compete in the first round of playoffs to enter the quarterfinals. Subsequently, the winners in the first round will compete with the top seeds from group stage. Playoff first round 12 to 8 and quarterfinals will be played in BO3 format, while the semifinals, third place match, and finals will be in BO5 format. 8 maps are available during the global finals: Arms Factory, Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moon River Park, Laos Memory, Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown. Top 16 teams from the Chinese mainland, Hong Kong and MO and Taiwan, Japan, NAEU, Republic of Korea, and Southeast Asia have assembled to compete for the championship title. Welcome to Identity 5, home of this 5 people.
今度こそ絶対に優勝します。
小妹不见了。
站住！别跑！别跑！
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Call of the Abyss 5 Group Stage, day number 2. You got the tandem of Eli and Potch Spice giving you the Identity 5 action. Eli, I was not present here yesterday, but tell me about your thoughts so far from day number 1.
Yeah, very exciting so far. We're off to a great start in this tournament. We actually had some very unexpected action with a Japanese team actually 2-0ing against one of the mainland China IVL competitors. So that was something that I don't think anybody saw coming, and that was always it's always nice to see some of these other regions really stepping up and capitalizing with their players and being able to beat some of these incredibly strong mainland China teams. We also saw some very good gameplay from Dow 5 as well. We also saw a very exciting first matchup between Wolves and the other team was Weibo. So that was also a very good action. Two of the best teams, Wolves Survivors. Always a pleasure to watch. Honestly, my favorite Survivor team to watch. They're just so incredible. And very impressive kite from 487 as well, which is very exciting. But yeah, such a close matchups to start off. Some unexpected wins and some excellent gameplay. And we're going to our match, second matches so far in day number 2. We have our pools that will continue. Again, keep in mind the winners from yesterday are just moving up one spot, but it is the top 3 teams from each division. We're going to look at the overall prize pool. Tosh, tell us a little bit about these prizes.
Yeah, aside from COA Glory, this is what they'll be playing for. And I like what you mentioned, everyone is stepping it up because each and every year, Call of the Abyss has been producing amazing results and amazing teams. And this is the brackets as of now. As you said, Wolves leading the pack as they always do. I think they might be the favorite. And SST, what an amazing run yesterday. Actually, getting one over ACT, which in my opinion was a team to look out for. But now it seems like, the Japan region is, staking their claim here. GG also at the top here, and Doe 5, no surprise there. Another powerhouse of a team. But as of today, we will be your casters for the first 2 matches, which is GR versus BL, then FPX.ZQ versus MS. Then the next half will be B4U versus AG and BZ versus MRC. I have to ask, in the second half, is there a match that you're looking forward to looking forward to seeing in that one?
Yeah, honestly, I'm personally, me being from NAU, I love to watch the NAU team meet. Really looking to B4U and AG. I know the B4U team practiced quite a bit for this matchup, but again, AG, very, very strong competitor. I know they've done some over in the test scrims as well. They had some very impressive matchups against some of the mainland China teams. So I think AG is actually a team I really want to watch play as well. I've seen some of their survivors, some of their hunter play as well. For those of you who watched the Japanese qualifiers, they had some very strong gameplay. And AG is a team I actually want to see. I think AG is one of those teams similar to SST that has a lot of potential to maybe even take down some of these mainland China teams. So I think that's something we definitely want to watch out for. I'm really excited to see both of those 2 teams play. I may not be commentating those, but I'll probably end up staying up to watch that anyways. It's just always fun to watch it live and see the results. But yeah, overall, we do have 2 very good teams, going first, 2 mainland China teams. We also are going to have the Korea team MS and then BL from Southeast Asia going against these mainland China teams. So I think definitely, looking into the overall, just looking on paper, statistically speaking, we are going to have the mainland China teams definitely favored in these matchups. But again, we saw SST 2-0ing a mainland China team, which I don't think anybody expected. So anything is on the table for today.
Yeah, and speaking of which, there's a bit of a history with our first match with GR being the Call of the Abyss 3-peat champions, but I think they want to be able to make a statement because they were knocked out early by a Japan team in Call of the Abyss 4, so they will be coming into this group stage with a little more, I would say, fire in them. And speaking of which, GR in front of us right now, they want to reclaim that former glory of Call of the Abyss 1 to 3. They've skipped Call of the Abyss 4. GG was the one that laid claim to that, but here they are, and they will be going up against a Southeast Asia team, BL. We had the pleasure of actually watching them qualify in the Identity 5 qualifiers for Southeast Asia. So this is a team you cannot look past in terms of competition. I'm sure GR will take this competition very seriously, especially as they go up against BL here.
Yeah, absolutely. The BL hunting side is actually another one I'm really looking forward to. One thing I really like to watch is how well can these non-mainland China hunters, you see them go very strong against their own regions, but how well can they play against these China-level survivors? Now, it looks like we are going to see the GR survivors coming out to sit in the chairs early on here, which means imagine this is going to be BL's Hunter versus the GR survivors first. Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case. We see BL on the Hunter side there. So I think we're probably going to see Carol. We can talk a little bit about each of these teams and what characters they like to often play. For those of you who watched the Call of Abyss 5 qualifiers for Southeast Asia, Carol brought out a lot of very common meta, kind of standard meta picks like the Breaking Wheel, Sculptor. Also, I think Bloody Queen and Bonbon were options for Carol. But very impressive kill rate. Getting a lot of 4-person eliminations, a lot of very high kills. So again, very excited to see how Carol can actually perform against this mainland China level.
Yeah, just to add a little bit to that, Carol being one of the stable hunters in Southeast Asia, now his hunting skill will be tested with one of the best survivors out there in GR. We see here Hart, a Gravekeeper and Mercenary, but he has played Mercenary overall 11 times in the qualifiers here, so trust that he will bring out that Mercenary. And speaking of their survivor picks, they're very diverse, but I will have to say that GR, they do love to have them those decoders. So I'm excited to see some mechanic, maybe some postman come in. But let's move on to the next one, which is Shadow.
We do have Shadow here on the mechanic, on the Priestess. So this is definitely going to be one of the main decoders and kiders. Again, we don't see a lot of, as this meta sort of progressed with the mechanic nerf, we haven't seen a lot of heavy decoding strategies. The main decoder has actually been Postman with the Postman decoding letter. That's kind of replaced Mechanic over time, because Mechanic is a character that's very good if you want to secure a draw, but it's very hard to actually win with Mechanic now because her Cypher Rush isn't as strong. But she still puts the survivors in a position where if the bot can do a Cypher Machine for free, they only need 4 Cyphers to complete the game. And that's exactly what you need to kind of play for draws. We also have GRAC here. Again, there's the Postman, like we discussed. The replacement decoder, simply because, Postman can support with the dog, they can kite as well, and they still have very nice Cypher Rush promotion with that 20% increased decoding letter.
And not to mention also, there's a bit of luck when it comes to finding the bot. I know there's that skill, but the Postman has been a little more stable, and I agree that when it comes to going for draws, yeah, they could play a little more safe, having that bot just run around, be more safe, decode, and they'll just go for that secured tie. And can I just say, I just love the face mask they have on. Is that an Identity 5 face mask? That looks beautiful. Now,
yeah, it looks like
it looks. Yeah,
I was gonna say we actually saw them. We actually saw them yesterday. It was pretty cool. They have all the matching smiley face masks. Is actually what it is, which is quite cool. And yeah, we're moving on to the next player. We do have Zizai here, Acrobat and Ford, probably the main harasser of the team. And playing with that forward, we see Zizai using that over in the IVL. For those of you who watched, definitely something to watch out for. And Acrobat, again, a very common character we've seen enter the meta and really kind of take over. Typically we'd only see Acrobat being utilized on the Moonlit River Park for that looping potential over near the platforms. But but here we just see Acrobat being used everywhere because of that, that vaulting. The fact that you can just vault a window for free by using a bomb instead, and there's no risk of a terror shock, and you can avoid abilities a lot easier. And it's also very useful for transition kiting because you can charge that bomb and create distance with it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of highlight plays, especially in the qualifiers. So I'm pretty sure that Zizai might go for that Acrobat. He'd also, these survivors are very well diverse as well. He also has a Seer and a Patient. But now we're looking at Carol here, as you mentioned, very well-rounded when it comes down to the meta. We do know he has that Breaking Wheel. He has a Bonbon. He has a very I would say Breaking Wheel. His Breaking Wheel Moonlit River Park in the qualifiers was one to behold because he did work with that. And in this meta now, if you can have a hunter that just can secure those ties, I think that's really good because survivors now have been really stepping up their game. And also the game has been, there's a lot more survivors that are very viable in this meta. So let's see how Carol will be doing up against the team of GR, which I would say one of the best teams out there.
Absolutely. And based off the fact that GR survivors are going first, there's a good chance that BL had map selection. A lot of the time we see teams pick faction. When they have faction as an option, they go with survivor first. That gives the hunter an idea how many survivors they need to eliminate and what type of hunter they need to play, whether they need to play a draw hunter like Bloody Queen or Bonbon, or if they need a 4-person elimination or something along those lines, then maybe they'll have to go something more aggressive. So based off of the survivors playing first here, I'd imagine BL as first map pick. Now the question is, what map did they opt to go with? We talked about the hunters a little bit for Carol. Also Dream, which is one I forgot to mention. Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel, 2 characters he loves to bring out. So maybe we'll see something like Arms Factory, of course, that would play in the PPX's Bonbon. But then if you want to change things up, maybe go Ever Sleeping Town, Moonlit River Park for the Breaking Wheel of Carol. That also plays into PPX's Breaking Wheel. So similar characters from both hunters here. Really doesn't give the map take a huge advantage. It's almost better to have faction as an option in this sort of instance.
Oh yeah, you definitely want that momentum and that comfort as well, because yeah, Carol will be the one to kind of set the pace for the rest of his team. And knowing that, yeah, if they go for like an arms factory for that Dream Witch, yeah, you are giving that ace on Bonbon's side for PPX. And you know what? PPX is a hunter that doesn't mind big maps. I mean, he does rock Bonbon in that Moonlit River Park, so it's really exciting to see what map will be going into, because we can tell from then on out what Carol will be locking in, because he does have a plethora of hunters. I mean, it's specifically in the Call of the Abyss qualifiers, Carol does have an Axe Boy too. We haven't seen his Axe Boy. Well, I haven't seen it in this high of a level, so I'm excited if he will bring that out, if it goes that full 3 or even that 4th, if ever he has to bring that out. But right now, yeah, you can't go wrong with that Breaking Wheel. Can't go wrong with maybe Sculptor, but it's really been tough lately, because we've been seeing a lot of teams understand how to just keep Sculptor at bay and not give her that presence, not give her those tier 2 statues. So it's going to be quite tough. I would have to say that GR, coming into this, their survivor team has been really doing more work than the hunter side. So this is actually what they really want.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have to see how well BL can step it up again going into mainland China teams. Typically in the past, of course, mainland China teams have been favored. We talked about this a little bit before, but SST was able to win yesterday. So, you know, maybe BL is able to pull something out here. Again, Carol has some very impressive statistics, right? In the qualifiers, Carol had one of the highest win rates of the qualifiers, highest, you know, kill rate out of the qualifiers for Southeast Asia. But then when you go against these other teams, it really kind of changes up. You have to be prepared to play against this really high level survivor. So again, we're just waiting for the picks and bans here. Should be there momentarily. We're still not quite sure on the map, but I would imagine, I mean, normally I like to try to predict these things, but it is very difficult when you have 2 different types of hunters. Usually you can say this person's playing Breaking Wheel first, 100%, so they're going to be going Chinatown or Ever Sleeping Town. And then you think about, oh, well, this person plays Dream Witch, they're 100% going Arms Factory. But in reality, Carol has so many options, very versatile. That's what makes this sort of player a very strong hunter. When you have an option to play 2 different types of hunters on different maps, whether that being a big map with Breaking Wheel or a small map with Dream Witch, it really makes it really makes you a powerhouse hunter and something you have to watch out for. So let's see again how GR is prepared to play against this. Again, you know, you play against these type of hunters quite often, competing in IVL, competing in these other tournaments. So of course they're very much prepared in reality, but it's still very threatening when you don't know what when you don't really know what they can go with in the first round. I mean, what I mean to say is, they know what they're going to be playing, and it is going to be Moonlit River Park. They know what they're going to be playing, but they don't know which type of hunter they want to actually bring out. So let's see what Carol opts to ban in this first, and it is going to be this year.
Yeah, it's this could like size up to go for that Breaking Wheel, since we have seen him use that in the past. Really depends also on how this pick will go, and Zizai not wasting any time going for that forward, and of course you got to have that Priestess, leaving the mechanic of I would say the Mercenary of Heart to ban, but we'll just have to find out, because Moonlit River Park, there's a lot of options still. I mean, the Acrobat could make his way out if ever that Mercenary gets banned. You have the Psychologist just to help out with the Wi-Fi or the really long-ranged heals. And also the Patient, who has been making his way to the meta and locking it in. We see the Acrobat was the one that was banned. Okay, so it is going to be the Patient that is secured, as well as Heart's Mercenary.
And, you know, now what does Carol play here? Seer ban? Usually, I mean, it used to be the common ban for Breaking Wheel,
right?
But because Seer was nerfed, a lot of Breaking Wheel players have given up on the Seer and started to ban forward instead. But Seer ban now, usually, the only hunter that, for the most part, bans Seer first are things like in Dream Witch, which I thought it would be Dream Witch, but it looks like it is going to be Breaking Wheel. So playing Breaking Wheel into this comp is a little bit risky, because you do have that forward for harassment, and that's going to be the big game changer here. How well can the survivors use that forward support? Now, forward against Breaking Wheel is very strong on smaller maps, because it's easy for the forward to go in and harass early game. But on a large map like Moonlit River Park, if Carol's able to catch somebody down early away from the forward Cypher machine, you could easily capitalize and go for quick kills as the game progresses. So the Acrobat ban as well makes a lot of sense. Acrobat, a very strong cutter on this map in particular. I think if it wasn't Moonlit River Park, he may have gone with a Mercenary ban instead, but I think the Acrobat ban here is really smart, considering that it's almost unchaseable in certain parts of this map, and that's one less character that you want to be able to chase as the match progresses.
And that could be a headache, especially if he's spotted on that map, or if he wants to harass and support the kite just to get him out of that burst form, or just lock him in so he can't go back to wheel form. So this is going to be quite tough. Let's see how BL's Carol will be able to handle the survivors of GR. Again, guys, I'm going to do a Grizzly thing here. Your voices be heard in chat. Let us know who you think will be taking this one. Will it be BL? Will it be GR? We're going to find out in just a bit.
And getting into the match here, we do have the working carousel spawn from the breaking, which means 2 survivors spawn over to the right side of the wheel, up behind tent, and also near the bridge as well. I'd expect the survivor on bridge to rotate away unless it is a rescuer, most likely the mercenary. And he's going straight towards tent. Wow, look at this spawn from the survivors. Forward and Merc, I believe, are the 2 that actually spawn. Oh, it's actually the patient. So forward find first for Carol is risky to actually chase. If he headed towards bridge, he could have potentially found that patient, but a quick spike right away here, and Zizai's going to be forced to use that football to leave the tent so he doesn't get trapped on the way out.
Yeah, he's just going to expend that ball. He knows already the risk it's going to take once he already has a second spike. Forces him to vault already in regular form. Zizai now not the priority target. AC now being chased away from his Cypher, and now switching targets is Carol, and AC, you know what, just has to be the one to be on kiting duty while the forward can go back to his Cypher and also remove that spike.
Beautiful control from Carol already. 2 quick spikes. A lot of the time it's very hard to get these, and a second one right away from Carol. No time wasted at all. Blink online in a couple seconds here. We're going to see that hook to transition as far away as possible. All he has to do is close the distance here. He's actually going to go ahead and loop around the carousel. This is a very good play. As soon as you get that hook back, you can't really blink through the carousel. So as soon as you get that hook back, you can use it to potentially transition. Goes for another hook and tries to make distance, goes straight through the carousel and can make it up the slide. And with the trap on cooldown, Carol cannot blink here. And he's going to go down the slide here. We'll probably see him go for that blink. There's the speed boost. Can he get the trap? Gets the trap as well. There's the blink and the down on the patient. This is actually a pretty good start for Carol. I don't believe forward's in the vicinity. So this is the downside to playing forward on Moot River Park. If you're not near that hunter in the early game, it's very difficult to harass.
Man, that was an excellent game plan on the side of the survivors. You did see that the roller coaster already moved to the second stop, but you have to admit that the blink usage was amazing, and also the spikes early on, forcing the early save from the forward. AC now does have 1 hook to utilize, already spiked here, is at the 2-story building, forces Carol to get out of wheel form, but no, the last effort already popped, and now he's just going to try to get away from this Cypher as far as possible and try to create that distance. Well, we still have 4 Cyphers remaining, but I'm pretty sure they're still all well on their way. Mercenary helping the forward heal up, and now I think the harassment will be coming in now.
And yeah, no, I think he couldn't harass because of the 2 spikes already on him. So they're actually forced to de-spike. No tinnitus from Carol. He knows he can freely chair here without the forward support. Forward potentially coming in for another rescue, but still 4 Cypher machines remaining. Carol's actually on track for a win if he's able to get this last survivor on the chair without the forward harassing. He's actually going to leave early here, even though the forward is in the vicinity. He's able to get the free rescue. Now, does he see where the patient goes? This is very important. He cannot let the patient out of his sights here. Patient going up the stairs here. Will he make this turn and go up after him? He is able. There's the full presence. Does he have the speed boost? There it is, and he's not able to get out in time for the presence, actually. So he's going to be forced to go back down and go after AC. This is the time GR needs to try to push these Cypher machines.
This could be the turning point. Carol was really in control of those, but if he loses the track of this acrobat, already spots Shadow here, but Shadow already did his job, popped that Cypher, and Carol now trying to find his next target, but unfortunately, he seems like he will. Shadow is the only one in the area. The acrobat is long gone. Can't see where he is in the map, but yeah, that acrobat is on the last here. Already at the second stop here. Is Carol going to go up and see if he's there? Still looking, breaking these pallets. And already the roller coaster ride is ready, and they just escape in the moment's time. But this is the breaking wheel. They can transition. It's totally fine. But 2 Cyphers still remain, Eli.
Yeah, the Cypher Rush is still going to be a little bit behind because, again, it is forward and Mercenary most likely decoding as Priest is trying to heal. Carol's giving up on chasing the patient here, which I don't know. I don't understand
He's
the
healed up, yeah.
yeah, he's healed up. He could have just kept going to that platform and gone for the patient, but instead he left. And now catches sight of the forward, doesn't know the patient's still up there. He really has to just go look up on that on top of that two-story, but he's just, yeah, he doesn't see him, so he's going to be chasing the forward instead. This is a really nice setup. He has to break the portal first, which he is going to do. Catches sight of the priestess, blink back online, which means he can maybe use blink to down the priestess here. But the problem is that the cipher machines are almost done. He still doesn't know where the patient is, and that's the character that's dead on chair. So GR somehow has turned this around and put themselves in a good position.
Yep, and look at that, forcing him to go out of wheel form, already using that holy key just for that stun. And now the Shadow hasn't sat on a rocket chair just yet, so this will buy so much time for the team. One cipher remains, it's almost at the 30% mark, so Carol has to make this blink happen, and he does. Secures the target, but we got two healthy rescuers, and patient is nowhere in sight. We do see that the patient is riding the roller coaster. Ford is already giving that tinnitus, still has some football to utilize, and now the cipher is moving.
Let's see if Carol actually saw the coaster move. There's a good chance he knows both rescuers are here and the patient's at 4-stop, but instead he's going to try to pressure this rescue, pressure the cipher. Instant save here from the forward as well. He's now going to go pressure down the mercenary. He knows he has a little bit of time to work with because it is the mercenary, a slow decoder, but mercenary with so many elbow pads. This is the downside to banning acrobat over the mercenary. And again, it comes back to the point of Carol not going for that 3rd-stop platform. Mercenary going to go ahead and elbow pad away to get out of here, dropping the trap on that on that cipher machine to try to slow things down. He's looking around the map, seeing if anyone's decoding. No blink available, and he's going to go back into wheel form, just trying to locate the next survivor he wants to chase here. Will he go for priestess? He does catch sight of the patient, actually, but I think the patient can actually avoid this this extended spikes. He's going to get on the carousel instead, and Carol doesn't know where he went as well. So beautiful plays from GR, just avoiding this breaking wheel, and just like that, Carol, who had a great start, is already in a difficult position again.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. Let's see how he's going to try to mitigate the situation, because now two ciphers are wiggling. The priestess and the mercenary go for the pop already, and we have the end game. This is going to be quite tough because he still wants to look for that target of that patient, but unfortunately the patient is already at the last stop and now realizes that he changed to wheel form, has to go away, but this is the most optimal target. Let's see if he can get this one. The coaster is already here, so he can ride all the way back. He's just waiting for him. Goes for it already, and now Carol has to make his way back on wheel form. So this is going to be quite tough. He can try to beat him, but it's still pretty tough. Zizai is already at the bridge area. Mercenary already opening up that gate. Ford still has a football to utilize. Has not seen the rocket chair just yet. He's going to try to make his way towards that dungeon, but gets eaten by the trap. So it seems like this might be a 3K. A 3-person out.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to get at least one survivor eliminated here. That full presence clipping the forward was so crucial. And we're going to see the last 3 survivors make it out the exit gate. I believe they should be able to do this here. But again, that long portal is also there, so you have to be careful Priestess doesn't go through and gets the save. And Carol, Priestess, it's not the Priestess, it was the mercenary that went back through. And he's going to try to go for this rescue. So they may try to push for a 4-survivor escape here. Let's see if Hart is going to go in for that. He can just kind of force a farm here. That's kind of the biggest thing. He's going to actually just get out instead. He knows he has blink, so he can just blink the forward and secure that 1 kill. Forward going to go ahead and vault into the breaking wheel. Does he have enough football to work with? Can he go for this blink and hit this? No, he's getting... the problem is he's giving the forward a little too much time. He has enough football to transition away and push for the portal. And can he make it in time? He may just go for the dungeon instead.
True. Yeah, he's just going to go for that. Cleans up the portal, but that football usage, amazing performance here on the side of GR. Just when he thought it was going to be a 1K at least, Forward goes for the football. The blink hit missed, and Zizai able to escape the dungeon just by a hair. Almost hit that forward away from that dungeon, but you got to give it up to GR. They stuck to their guns. They rolled with the punches. Even though the Hunter did have an amazing start, I think, the crucial point or the turning point, as you pointed out, Eli, was when he lost sight of that acrobat.
Yeah, and the biggest thing was when he left that 2-story and gave the forward a free rescue. As you mentioned, Potch losing sight of the rescue character this is the big thing. And, we talked about him having tinnitus is super important. When he went to pick up the patient in the upstairs 2-story, he didn't have tinnitus, so he could easily chair without the forward harassing there, but then he had tinnitus when he went back into wheel form to try to pressure down the ciphers. He didn't have to pressure ciphers there. His start was so fast. He had a quick kill. The cipher rush was a little bit behind for GR because they were constantly trying to support the first kite, but if he just stays on that chair, forces a farm with the full presence off of the rocket chair, he could have easily just secured a draw or maybe a win from there. But getting a little bit aggressive there, trying to push some of these other Cypher machines instead of camping out when that forward went for the save. Unfortunately cost BL there, and GR taking a 4-star escape. Again, the end game as well. I think you just kind of have to focus on camping out on that forward. Don't worry too much about pushing for the exit gate. At that time, the survivors already had more than enough time to get the gates open. And he did have blink when he was getting kited around the 2 windows behind the chair he was rescued from. If he's able to hit that blink before the forward can football away, then there's a chance he can still secure the one in that situation. And also the blink on the dungeon was that was a bit unlucky. I was actually very surprised that didn't even register, but it did work out for GR here in a 4-survivor escape, 5-0 for GR right out the gate.
Yeah, holy smokes, right when the football stopped, right when the forward was on that dungeon, the swing and a miss, unfortunate situation there. After some amazing blink hit, the first blink hit was just right on the money. But yeah, just one slip up. This is what's so scary about GR. Like once you lose track of just one of them, they're able to cover themselves so well. And this is what's scary. They're not contented with just a 3-person escape. They wanted to go for as much survivors out as possible. And here we have it, guys. The match statistics of how this match went down. All of them technically saw the breaking wheel, but it was really Zizai and AC, the forward and the patient, really buying so much time here. But you got to give it up to the team. They were really one cohesive unit to counter this. And this is Carol we're talking about. This is one of the maps and one of the hunters he's really known for in Southeast Asia. So he's really being tested by, I would say, one of the gold standards for Identity 5, which is the survivor team of GR.
Yeah, absolutely. GR able to looking at the last containment time, you saw 2 over 100 seconds there. I think the big turning point after again, because you have to look at how the match started. Carol's controls and traps were very good, and it wasn't even a lack of game sense. I mean, it was just like the survivors were able to what we call break the hunter's ankles, with the patient just losing the breaking wheel is all it took. Now there was one instance in the match I was a little confused on, where the patient took the coaster to the third stop, from second to third stop, and Carol actually just went away to break the portal instead of actually going to the platform. He could have easily just gone to the platform, killed the patient. If he takes the portal, just go back into wheel form and push the other side again, because you are a breaking wheel. So I'm really not sure what the game plan behind that was. But besides that, I mean, Carol had a great start. He was able to get the first kill within 60 seconds plus a spike on the forward. He was able to kill the survivors away from the forward, so there's no chance to harass. And that's exactly what I mean, you say as a breaking wheel player, if you don't ban the forward, which is what happened here. But in the end, GR able to really show what it takes to play as a team, play at a competitive level. You talk about how support and communication is so important, and that's exactly how it worked in their favor. Just taking that coaster at opportune times as well, communicating where that is and using that to their advantage.
Yeah, and I have to agree. That moment where he was able to really lose sight of that acrobat was just the start, the beginning of the momentum shift of GR. Because mechanically, like you saw, he was able to down the patient relatively early on, or at least one cipher just popped, and at least he was also kind of harassing where the mercenary was and where the forward was. So at least the only one that was touching ciphers was the priestess. And yeah, it's just GR has this amazing communication and teamwork and synergy to really make the hunter feel like it is a 1 versus 4. And I think there was that moment where Carol was kind of just trying to find or trying to see whatever was in front of him, and kind of lose sight of figuratively and literally the survivor that was in front of him, which was the acrobat, the patient. Excuse me for that. And it's really tough. So let's hope Carol can shake off the cobwebs, because we will see that round number 2, and hopefully we'll see a much more better and focused Carol coming into this, because I'm pretty sure GR is not going to give them any breaks, because they are a team on a mission here. They want to get that COA 5 trophy. And now we have to shift things over to the survivors of BL and the hunter of PPX, which I would say one of the scariest hunters in the roster.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at what hunter we're probably going to see used from PPX here, I think that, obviously the most logical choice would be Breaking Wheel. But again, we talked about how PPX loves the round 1 bonbon, even on large maps. I think it's very common from what, statistically speaking, PPX often will go Breaking Wheel on maps like Chinatown and Ever-Sleeping Town, and then he'll play bonbon in smaller maps. But Moonlit River Park is actually a map he enjoys for bonbon. He actually plays bonbon more than Breaking Wheel on this map, which is not as standard. Typically, you'd see the the breaking wheel get used here because there's very limited windows. It's very open. It's very easy for the breaking wheel to control. But yeah, instead, probably we're going to see Bonbon get used here because that is one of the maps he actually enjoys. And again, Bonbon isn't too bad. It's very open. It's very hard to break line of sight. Kiting Bonbon is important for breaking line of sight because, you know, you can't throw a bomb if there's a wall in the way, things like that. The map being open allows for transitioning, but it also allows for easy vision of the survivors to hit those bombs. So Bonbon here, probably the more logical choice, actually, because Bonbon's very good for getting a draw, and again, PPX doesn't have to four-man here. If Bonbon gets a kill, he can just use that really strong camp to prevent the survivors from rescuing and secure at least one kill, which is exactly what GR needs to at least win round of 4.
And that's the beautiful thing, right, with when it comes to like having a really strong survivor team that doesn't put too much pressure on the hunter. But knowing PPX, he really wants to go for gold here and go for as much survivors down as possible. But let's check things out on the side of BL. We have Mini Blue over here. Mini Blue having the mercenary and the batter. Yeah, he was highlighted as the batter of the of BL. He does have that forward as well, so I'm excited to see if he will be using any of these characters and if PPX will be ready for this diverse set of survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have MX as well on the actually, you know, it shows character for Thief, which is actually used in the qualifiers, which was quite interesting. It almost didn't work out in BL's favor, but they were able to secure a one survivor escape in an instance where they really needed that. But I don't think we're going to see Thief at this level, very unlikely. Yeah, most likely to be on that patient, like we discussed. We also have the next player for BL, Quan Lee, which is the forward main rescuer, forward and mercenary. We see Quan Lee use that forward quite a lot. So we'll probably see that be the character of choice, unless PBX opts to go with an immediate forward ban.
Yeah, so now moving on. I mean, we've interviewed some of these guys. They're really funny. Like, they have a real good team chemistry. I would say Mini Blue, MX, Rem. We haven't seen Rem just yet, but he's like the captain slash player slash manager slash meme lord of this team. So I'm excited to see how they're going to fare and how their synergy is going to work, because they will have to go fire on all cylinders here going up against PPX. Here we have him. You know, has that Bonbon, has that Sculptor, as you mentioned, also the Breaking Wheel, and in this map, highly likely that he will go on that Bonbon because he's very adamant in using Bonbon in this map. Usually, you made a case that, yeah, it's a great map for the Breaking Wheel, but if you're PPX and you are so good with this Bonbon, I don't think, you know that old saying goes, if it's not broke, why fix it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll also see what PPX opts to ban first here. I don't think we're going to see a Seer ban if he's playing Bonbon, especially with the Seer nerf. Seer was sometimes a ban for Bonbon just because you can use that owl for rescue. You can also, if you force a basic hit on the owl, it's actually very strong against Bonbon. But because of the Seer nerf and the chips, it just seems very unlikely. So for PPX here, first ban probably will be Forward or Priestess. I think off the top of my head, those will be the most likely options, just because, you know, Priestess support against Bonbon is very, very strong. And also just Priestess in Moonlight River Park can be very good, portaling across those bridges, portaling the elevator up to 2-story. And also, you know, Forward, there's always an argument of Forward not being very strong against Bonbon because of the bombs, but Forward is actually really strong against Bonbon. The reason why is that Forward is a character that can get a rescue off of a Bonbon, even though the Bonbon has very strong camp. You can do that stun on chair save. Now, some Bonbons will drop bombs around the chair, so they'll try to time it where they chair the survivor and the bombs blow up as they're chairing, so the Forward can't stun on chair. But a good Forward can also sometimes still hit that stun, wait for the bombs to blow up, and then hit it after they go down. So that's also an option. I think Forward or Priestess will be PPX's first ban again. It makes the most sense. Get rid of those support characters, so there's really no chance at the survivors, you know, getting that extra 5 points for themselves with the 4 survivor escape.
Yeah, it's gonna be very telling, and I'm pretty sure the way this is gonna play out, even the picks and bans, is gonna be quite different from how we saw round number 1. We know that PPX with that Bonbon, he wants to really control and not really have the weaknesses of Bonbon highlighted, which is, as you mentioned, yeah, Priestess, you know, allowing for that vast, control and also movement in the map. And he's gonna want to try to get survivors down as much as possible. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how this one will shake out. But I know PPX, does not have as much pressure as the other team, because his survivor team did so amazingly well that he could just go for one. He could just go for one person down, and that's fine. But knowing PPX, he's definitely not gonna settle for anything less than probably 4K. So I'm pretty sure he wants to go out for blood, because getting as much points as possible. Again, this is the group stage. It's very important because you do want that seeding. You do want to be able to also make a statement to everyone that you're here to win and be the champions of Call of the Abyss 5, especially in this stage where I would say the level of competition every year keeps rising and rising. So yeah, I'm super excited to see how this match is going to shake out, especially if BL can, you know what, ever since you mentioned yesterday with SST, anything could definitely happen. Any team can give any of these mainland China teams a run for their money.
If you're BL here, I think your main goal is probably just to minimize the damage. Again, going for a forced survivor escape in the first round is usually not something that's going to happen very often, especially going against, especially going against one of the best hunters in the world. I think that just minimize the damage, at least try to go for a draw. Make things 7-2 is probably the goal here. 7-2 for the first round isn't too bad. You can come back in the later rounds. Again, you know, for PPX, getting a draw is perfectly fine. He doesn't really care as long as you get one survivor eliminated for the most part. Of course, you want to tack on as many points as possible, but if you are BL here, you have to at least get a draw. You have to at least minimize the damage. If you allow too many survivors to be eliminated, you're too far behind, and it's very hard to actually come back. So,
let's try to dissect that.
Is,
if BL will try to go for that tie, let's say, let's play hypotheticals here. What kind of lineup would we see there? Will we see that mechanic that we talked about earlier, or how would the lineup differ if they're going to aim for that tie?
Yeah, if you are going to aim for the tie, Mechanic is the best option. Mechanic is the best draw survivor of the game currently. You know, again, a lot of people argue, oh, Mechanic's, you know, not very good, or Cypher isn't as good. We actually saw a match yesterday where the Mechanic, it was Wolves versus Weibo, in which the Mechanic of Weibo against Wolves Alex went down very quickly, and the survivors still popped all the Cypher machines in time by the time the last Tide turner ran out, just because that bot did one Cypher machine for free. So the Mechanic Cypher is still very important. Mechanic is the best draw character, especially against Breaking Wheel and Bon Bon, two characters that struggle against eliminating the bot. So I think that that could be an option if that's what they're going for. We are going to see Priestess ban, like we discussed, get rid of one of those support characters. You don't need to ban Seer if you are going Bon Bon. Priestess ban 95% indicates Bon Bon. You're probably not banning Priestess if you're going Breaking Wheel here. So, but yeah, if you're going for a draw, you're just going to go for that Mechanic and try to get a draw as best as they can. But maybe BL tries to get aggressive and get more survivors out, go less conservative, more aggressive strategies using better kiters they can potentially push for a win with.
Ooh, PPX denying the Mechanic here, respects that Mechanic, which, you know, we've been highlighting. Yeah, you cannot deny that Bon Bon doesn't traverse the map so well. And if you have a bot running around, yeah, he can't put so much pressure on the ciphers. So, yeah, very good ban on the side of PPX. Wants to really put BL on their heels here when it comes to the Cypher Rush. Leaving Mercenary open, sure, but this would give PPX enough time to hunt down these survivors, and we've seen how mechanically gifted PPX is, especially in mind gaming and forcing them to run into those bombs. So let's see how they'll be able to mitigate the situation, because we do have Mini Blue, you know, he does have that batter. We do have Rem. His Priestess was banned. Seer is already being used up. Does have a Prospector, but I don't think a Prospector in this situation would give so much dividends, probably in a round 3 or 4 or 5, but round 1, I don't know, maybe bring out that Acrobat if ever. But we do have that Patient Psychologist probably, but going for that Mercenary.
Yeah, so no Acrobat from the survivors here is very interesting. I would have actually expected to see that. Acrobat's a pretty good kiter against Bon Bon, especially on this map. Man, it's just so hard. You almost can't even chase an Acrobat sometimes, and it would have actually put the survivors in a good position to go with the Acrobat, making it, again, Acrobat's a hard chase with a Seer Owl, should be able to do a strong kite, and PPX is going with the Bon Bon like we talked about. But PPX loves to bring Teleport on Moonlit River Park as Bon Bon. So it's actually interesting. If you go Acrobat with a Seer Owl and no Blink, it makes it so the Acrobat can actually kite a long period of time. As long as Seer doesn't get found, 3 of those characters are almost unchaseable. So I actually think that would have been stronger for BL. Patient still is a strong kiter against Bon Bon, but not quite as strong as Acrobat on this map in particular. You also could have gone with something like Coordinator as the second rescuer, because, you know, again, PPX wants to bring Teleport, and if you have 2 harassers against a Bon Bon, that can be very strong, or sorry, 2 stunners against the Bon Bon, 2 good rescuers against a Bon Bon, that could force him onto Excitement, which means he doesn't have that option to Teleport on the Seer, which is, in this case, the weakest link on the team comp.
Yeah, you make a really good case there with bringing a Coordinator and really forcing PPX not to play to his comfort, because right now it seems like he will be going back to just bring Teleport, doing his usual business here in the Moonlit part. It seems like yes, the weakest link will be Rem. First chase would probably be him, but any of these could give him a headache. So I wonder how he's going to be dealing with that. But we've seen PPX work with his magic with like really tough kiters. and he's really able to just not allow the kiting to last more than 10 seconds. So BL really has their hands full here because, their backs are against the wall here in round number 1. Again, Eli mentioned it. A tie would be a moral victory in their standards here. Just try to mitigate and stop the bleeding from happening. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the second half of round number 1. Quan Lee, Mini Blue, Rem, MX on the side of BL, and GR's PPX on the Bonbon.
All right, here we go. We do have the first stop spawn from PPX. This is a very good spawn for the Hunter. The closest survivor does actually spawn over near the God Kiting area, which is key spawn, and there's not a lot of places where they can rotate to. Does PPX find a non-rescuer? That's going to be the key here. Oh, and it is the Patient. That is such a great spawn for PPX here. Already off to a very good start. He knows the Patient is back here. This is very unfortunate for BL. Dropping that 5-second bomb, they're going to be forced to transition behind 2-story, which, you can get distance with that hook, but it's not a great place to be. Especially without the Priestess to portal you into the 2-story area. Let's see what MX is able to do. First bomb chip already on the survivor here. Can he get 2? There's a second one. Gets the pallet stun as well, but trade, but not a lot of places again for the Patient to go. He's really just trapped back here. The Seer Owl is back. And PPX with that slow pallet breaking speed, we do see using another hook to create some distance, which is pretty strong, and we do still have the Seer Owl online for Rem here, so there's still a chance that MX can extend this kite a long period of time.
Yeah, like you mentioned, has also another hook, realizing he's got to go to that second story just to try to change levels here. Trying to go for that window, but PPX already dropping some bombs here. Can he get one more bomb hit and he will be falling down? Teleport is already online, and MX has to be very careful here. Bomb hits will be trying to down him before the regular hit. The Seer's Owl can be trying to be watching him, but look at that, the hook already. Can he make it in time? He's gonna have to wait for this bomb to cool down for him to be able to go for this roller coaster. Gets chased out. It's gonna be quite hard, but so far so good on the side of the survivors here because they're buying so much time. No ciphers have been popped just yet, and MX will be falling down. No owl will be used for now.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. What the survivors could have done there is given owl to the Patient. And so the owl can actually absorb the control bomb, and then you can take the roller coaster for free. Right. I think that would have probably been the best option for the survivors there. But yeah, unfortunately, they're not going for that. PPX able to get the first down. Still a strong first kite considering how bad the spawn was. That is arguably the worst spawn in the game for a lot of survivors. The only character that's really good with that spawn is, besides the rescuer, is Priestess, because you usually just portal in the 2-story. But with the Priestess ban, there isn't many options. PPX getting very aggressive, going deep for this camp here, but he knows he has wanted order on the Seer. He knows where the Seer is. He knows where the forward is. So as long as he can keep track of the Mercenary as well, there's still a good chance he can just camp this out. And it looks like the survivors probably aren't going for the rescue, forward pressuring. Just feeding Tinnitus, making sure he doesn't teleport away. But, again, BL minimizing the damage here if possible. Try to go for that draw. That's kind of the game plan, what we're seeing in this match so far.
Yeah, again, moral victory of how MX was able to kite and do well with that situation, but teleport is going to be utilized already, and Rem, being the closest one here, goes immediately to the tent area, and now will have to be the one to buy some time. 3 ciphers still remain. 2 have already been worked on, so Rem will have to be able to kite for as long as possible while we have the Mercenary and forward, 2 of the slowest decoders here, try to pop some of these ciphers. Note that there's still a lot of resources on this side of BL. You do have that Seer's Owl forward, still has that full football, while Mercenary will have 3 elbow pads. But this is what PPX wants, right? Divide and conquer. To be able to put up this this barrier between all these players for trying coordinating together. And now, like you said, this is the weakest link amongst all the survivors here. Once that Seer Owl is gone, he will have to farm another one just for him to get back online. But so far, so good on the side of Rem. Has to drop that to transition away. Eats a bomb hit, but it's still all good.
Yeah, and he does still have the Seer Owl available as well. Still avoiding all these bombs. We do see the control bomb from PPX able to hit, but still has this pallet to block off here. Now, I do have to say the BL survivors have gotten extremely unlucky this game. You got a really bad spawn with the patient, and then you get wanted order on the perfect chase target for PPX, which is the Seer. If you get wanted order on any of the rescuers, PPX doesn't really know where that last survivor is. Will he use an owl to potentially take the bomb hit? No, he's going to conserve it as long as possible. Rem doing an excellent job here, already off to a very strong kite. Again, Seer versus Bonbon isn't too strong kiting-wise. Will he use an owl to try to take the bomb hit? No, doesn't need it. He's going to keep running away here. He has to dodge this bomb, force a basic hit. He's able to dodge it. There's the owl, and PPX hits into it as well. Rem, incredible kiting this IVL Hunter, very strong here. He's going to have to try to dodge this bomb. Gets the bomb dodge as well. Dodges the control bomb and stays alive with a speed boost even longer. PPX having a very difficult time downing the Seer. This is exactly what BL needs here. Finally able to get the down, but 2 tide turners still available for both of these rescuers, and the last Cypher Machine already with progress.
And something to take note, Quan Lee going for the stun. The Seer out almost ready, went for the stun. This is going to be quite long, and now PPX will have to go back on the chase. Early rescue, but it's all good. Quan Lee still here for that support, but he goes for the teleport. Tries to guard this last Cypher. Mini Blue will be forced out of it. Uses the elbow pad to get away. Only 40% on that Cypher, but the Seer is all good. PPX now focusing his attention on Mini Blue here. Mercenary, not the best chase. Still has 2 elbow pads to utilize, and now being chased away from this Cypher is huge. Rem already rotating towards God Kite to probably go for that Cypher rush. You saw in the lower left side of the screen, he almost had that owl. So I'm really interested to see if PPX will try to look for a new target or go set his sights still on that Seer, while Quan Lee is the one in the vicinity right now.
Yeah, what we're going to see happen here essentially is the forward's going to draw the Hunter, and another missed bomb there. PPX having trouble hitting these on a lot of these survivors. There's one on the forward. Going to use this football to transition away. We're going to see the forward draw the Hunter away from this last Cypher Machine, and we're going to see the Seer start another one. So even if PPX wants to give up on this chase on the forward and commit to a different target, he really can't do it because he has 2 Cypher Machines split up here. He sees the Seer working on that one, but no teleport because it is on cooldown. And you also have the, as we mentioned, the Mercenary doing that behind 10 Cyphers. Even if he opts to teleport, he can't really do anything with it. And we are going to see another bomb dodge here from Quan Lee. A little bit of football left. Is he going to save for the end game? No, he's going to go ahead and use it. Does take that bomb hit and will go down. But the Seer Cypher Machine almost completed here. And the Mercenary, of course, will probably be the one going for the rescue. But he's getting shared near God Kiting, which is a little bit risky because the Mercenary is the one that has to save. And he has to come all the way across the map to get that rescue. In which case, he can pressure down the Seer Cypher
Machine. Can you just point out the excellent map awareness? Like you said, he already knew that the Seer was in this area trying to prime that Cypher. Mercenary transitioning. So PPX just buying him so much time, and now Seer has one more hit left in him. He's gonna have to eat this hit. PPX breaks the pallet and now goes for the survivor, the third survivor, I would say, that he wanted to go for initially, because Patient was already out of the game. This is the second time on the chair, and he already used up that tide turner. So Mini Blue in the area here, forward, probably transitioning, going back to the tent area. Mini Blue will be the one to go for this rescue, while PPX has teleport online. So what is the play here?
And the biggest problem is Mercenary has no elbow pad, and he's already chipped. So this is like a basic character going in for a rescue here. What can he do to potentially, get this save? Does he go straight for it? I think he just kind of have to go straight for that rescue there. Goes for the swing. Can he wait out the bomb? Waits it out. Does get the rescue off just in the nick of time. Now the question is, can the forward prime that Cypher Machine? Mercenary needs to stay up as long as possible. He doesn't get picked up. They're actually gonna try to push this one instead, which,
oh my gosh, okay. I thought they were gonna go for the one in the tent, but it seems like they're gonna go for one here. But now all the bodies are dropping on the floor. Eli, Quan Lee is in the area. Rem is down. Rem is on the last chair now, so this is gonna be quite tough. Dropping these bombs just to make sure that Quan Lee's not gonna go for the stun. No more football to utilize, but PPX isn't gonna take any any risk. But now we see that the forward's gonna try to push for it, dropping some bombs here. He's gonna hit it. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a 4K.
Yeah, that's going to be it. There's the surrender for survivor elimination for PPX. And the survivors, I think they had a draw. I don't really understand the concept behind. I think basically what they're worried about is PPX teleports on forward with no football, and then Mercenary can't make the save on the forward because he's across the map with no elbow pads. But at that point, if you teleport, you can just pop the last Cypher at God Kite and push for the exit gate. So I'm not really sure what the idea was. I think the best bet is just to try to have forward go for the behind 10 Cypher Mercenary, who made an incredible rescue. It didn't seem likely, but he was able to pull it off. I think that should have been the game plan for BL here, but they really tried to push that God Kiting Cypher. And, the other part of it was forward dying a little bit too close to the God Kiting Cypher. If forward dies, sort of behind 10, even if it's on Mercenary Cypher, the survivors still draw the game. Because what happens is Mercenary is able to go for the rescue when the Seer primes the God Kiting Cypher. the reason why it worked out in PPX's favor is because the Mercenary is the one that has to save. It can't be the Seer. So Mercenary can't prime the Cypher and have the Seer go, because the Seer just eats 2 bombs and he can't make the rescue because he's at half health, whereas Mercenary can take up to 4. So that was kind of the downside. Forward needed to die closer to Mercenary and away from the Seer if they wanted to get a draw there, and it just didn't quite work out for BL. But PPX able to get a 4 survivor elimination in a spot where it looked like it was going to be an easy draw for BL. And just like that, GR on top 10-0 in this first round.
Wow. Yeah, it was still a very competitive game, I would have to say. Like, it was a really good kiting, early kite on the patient side. And like you said, yeah, just that, well, that decision making, knowing that he had that teleport, tried to push for the god kiting Cypher. Yeah, proved to be like more risk than reward because of how well PPX has control over it. And yeah, they really tried pushing for it, because I mean, if they were able to get that Cypher pop, it's still another like series of scenarios you have to consider, because he's definitely gonna have more control. Like, yes, everyone is gonna get healed up, but yeah, most of the pallets were already destroyed in that map, so they still have to open up the exit gate. But here we see the match statistics. A lot of people saw the Bonbon here almost pushing for the Mini Blue, almost hitting that 60 mark. If not, everyone really saw past 60 seconds when kiting this Bonbon of PPX. But really, ultimately, the tail of the tape here was PPX, his dominance in Moonlit River Park with a Hunter that struggles with mobility. So kudos to PPX. He still shows why he's one of the best here in Identity 5.
And especially considering that the Survivors had a bad start in terms of spawns. They had it unlucky in terms of the wanted order. I mean, that was everything was in PPX's favor. There was nothing in BL's favor that entire match. You have the one of the best chase targets besides Seer, which is Patient there, spawn in one of the worst kiting area. Well, God kiting is a good kiting area, but one of the worst spawns compared to where the Hunter spawns, because there's nowhere for you to really rotate. And then, they were able to last it for a long period of time. And then the Seer, which is the next best target getting wanted order. I mean, that's just everything wrong for BL, and they still were able to almost secure a draw there. So, that Rem with a very beautiful kite. I mean, he dodged like 70% of those bombs. So that's exactly what you needed to see there if you wanted to at least get a draw. Again, a little bit missed up from the forward, costing PPX, costing them the draw there, dying too close to God Kite. But overall, BL played well going against a very strong mainland China Hunter. But again, PPX, 4-person elimination and 10-0 for GR right out the gate.
Yeah, if you're just joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, the numbers don't tell the entire story. You got to watch the match, because BL really put up a great fight. You have to admit that they really dodged those bombs. It wasn't just 2 bombs down and they were already down with a regular hit. These guys really look. You could see that they're also mechanically gifted. Again, it was just a series of unfortunate events with the spawn, the wanted order, like Eli highlighted. So I'm excited to see how round number 2 or where it's going to take us, because BL showed a lot of promise, and I'm excited to see how they're going to bounce back from this. But GR still remains the one on top here in round number 1. And yeah, we did say coming into this, they are one of the, not just the China mainland teams, like it's GR in particular, because of how well they've been doing so far. Yes, they have been kind of going down in the pack in terms of like Wolves and Do5, always in the grand finals of IVL, but GR has been one of those teams that have been very stable with their performance, and I think now they might reach the height of their power. But before anything else, ladies and gentlemen, we'll throw it to some highlights. So hope you guys enjoyed this, and we'll be taking a short break.
切锋，你跟着，我是最后一台机，你这样可以装救。这个木马要死，他是传送的，他可能有其他种，我不知道。没办法了。我鸟好了，我鸟刚好了。
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers. Day number 2, Potch Spice and Eli in the middle of a match between GR and BL. And if you're joining us just now, GR showing their dominance in a very close, I would say, match. Don't look at I mean, it's 10-0, but you got to watch back, look at the replays, because BL is putting up a really good fight. Eli, give us your initial thoughts and maybe summarize it real quick for the ones that are just joining us now with what we witnessed so far.
Yeah, so far we've seen, two very nice matches from specifically on the GR side, but going into the first round, we saw Carol with the breaking wheel have a quick start against the getting a quick down against the patient within 60 seconds, utilizing that blink. But then overall, as you saw as the match progressed, getting the patient was never really able to rebound kite up until the point of where Carol got a little bit aggressive and left the chair, allowing the forward to free rescue, and the patient was able to hide away from the breaking wheel for the rest of the match, and that's really shifted the momentum into GR's favor. And a close blink at the end, allowing GR to get the dungeon escape, getting a 4 survivor escape right out the gate. And then in the second half, we did see PPX have a very, very strong spawn. And spawning near the first stop, which means that the key spawn was over near God Kite, and there's nowhere besides the Priestess or Rescuer. No survivor can actually rotate from there because you're kind of trapped in behind those pallets back in the God Kiting area. The patient was able to kite for a significant amount of time, but on top of that, the survivors opted not to rescue. It might have actually been beneficial for them to go for a save because it gets wanted order off of the Seer, which actually was the next chase target for PPX. He teleported on the Seer. Rem able to dodge at least 70% of the bombs, if I'm not mistaken, lasting over 100 seconds against a Bon with the strength of PPX.
Saving the owl for that regular hit, that was really brave of him to just hold on to that owl to the very end, because a lot of these players that go up against PPX knows that he's very on point with the bombs. So that's something you gotta highlight with Rem, just his confidence in his kiting ability. And like you said, yeah, 70% of the bombs were dodged. So continue.
Yeah, and yeah, as you mentioned, saving the owl, a lot of Seers would go for the owl to try to absorb a bomb hit, but Rem able to avoid most of them, forcing a basic. That was the big thing. That was the big turning point because that kite was able to extend. He even dodged the control bomb. PPX went for an immediately using the control bomb right after the owl hit, and he was still able to dodge that. And from there, the survivors were able to put themselves in a draw position. But the biggest downside for BL was that the forward kited towards a little bit too close to the Seer's last Cypher machine, and the main person that had to rescue was Mercenary. But Mercenary was across the map, and that's really the downside of Moonlit River Park. It's so big that if you die across the map from the main rescuer, there's sometimes a chance you don't even get the save. Or if you die too close to one of the Cypher machines, in this instance, dying near the Seer, they weren't able to pop the last Cypher. And while they did split up the Cyphers to a point where they had 2 Cypher machines almost completed, they tried to rush one of them that was close to PPX, and he was able to prevent them from popping it.
And not to mention, PPX just so comfy in this map. And it's he really zones in on a target, and he's just so confident with that. And if it's not going too well, he always has that teleport, which he always utilized. Well, he utilized it just once, but you really felt the pressure with, again, that wanted order just being on that Seer. It's just a series of unfortunate events for the side of BL, but series of fortunate events on the side of PPX. And you just have to play with the cards you've been dealt. And so far they're fighting, and I think the best case scenario for them to do is shake off the first round and try to approach this new round number 2 as a fresh start. Don't look at the numbers, just try to play your game as much as possible and try to push for that round number 3, one round at a time. Eli, what are your thoughts? What do you think what do you think BL is thinking right now? What strategies do you think that they should employ coming into this next one?
Yeah, again, it doesn't really matter. The points aren't too relevant if you're able to win on rounds. So being down 10-0, there's really no chance for them to actually win. The only time the points are factored in if the rounds end in draws, for example, maybe BL wins the next round and the last round's a draw, then they would go based off of the points. So I think what really has to happen is BL, they can't really come back on points because they're down 10-0. It's really too much of a difficult task to overcome. So the goal here for BL is to win the next 2 rounds. And to do that, you're going to have Carol come out and get a lot of kills, which is not actually too difficult for Carol because they have a lot of winning hunters. With Sculptor is a good winning hunter. They have Breaking Wheel and Dream, which you can't ban all of them. So Carol's always going to have an option to go for a high amount of kills, but it is also important, the map selection. And Moonlit River Park was most likely the map pick for BL because you wanted to give Carol a good map. you wanted to force PPX to maybe play Bonbon on an open map, which is easier to draw against, but it didn't work out for them. 10-0 for GR. So now going into GR's map selection, Carol's going to have to be ready to play on any map that they choose. If you're GR here, you're probably going with something like Arms Factory and then banning the Dream Witch, and then you can't really play Breaking on Arms Factory. So Carol's going to be forced onto something like Sculptor, which is still strong, but it's not as strong as Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel, and it's harder to get higher kills. Sculptor's become more of a draw hunter in comparison to these other two.
Yeah, I think you noted also like the walls aren't really that beneficial when it comes to Sculptor being there, but we will have to mention that Carol was highlighted to have a Bonbon, so this could be a Bonbon mirror match, but I'm sure knowing that the side of BL, they do not want to face that Bonbon of PPX. PPX, known for also a Sculptor, also has that Breaking Wheel, but yeah, if his second hunter that he uses is that Bonbon. If it's not the Bonbon that's going to be used, it's definitely going to be that Sculptor. If not, Geisha also has a Dream Witch and a Breaking Wheel. But I agree, it might go down to Arms Factory just so that they can go for comfort. And yeah, it's going to be quite tough. They really just have to win in terms of rounds. They don't have to win emphatically. They just have to win like maybe conservatively. They don't have to go for too flashy of plays and go for like really high scores here, because if you're going to try to do that, you could end up risking more than you will gain as reward, and it could be punishing in return and end their match here early for the side of BL. But GR, let's talk about them. They're like, this is I would say this is familiar territory for them when they're on the win streak. How do you think they should maintain this? Do you think they should change things up in terms of strategy still, or keep it going?
Yeah, I mean, I think the strategy in round one, again, was, go Carol Breaking Wheel, maybe try to get a high amount of kills, and PPX goes Bonbon, get a draw, and you can win based off of that. It's just like now that you're down a lot of points, it doesn't quite work as well anymore. If you're Carol, you're going to have to go for it's just really tough, because again, like PPX, if with GR having most likely the map selection here, you don't really have a choice to force PPX onto Hunter that he doesn't necessarily like. I mean, you can go like Arms Factory, and then if they go Arms Factory, you can ban Bonbon, and maybe PPX obviously doesn't want to play Breaking Wheel. Maybe he'll go Sculptor, maybe he'll go Dream Witch, but Dream Witch, again, still very strong on Arms Factory if GR opts to go with that. And for Carol, if they go Arms Factory and ban Dream Witch, what does he play? I mean, again, you mentioned Bonbon, but Bonbon's a kind of a draw hunter, and you have to go for a high amount of kills if you're Carol. The Survivor team, I mean, they played well against PPX in the first round, but the biggest strength of GR is PPX's incredible hunting, right? So you have to realize as the BL team that it's not going to be very likely that you're able to get a lot of wins against PPX. You're going to have to rely on Carol doing very well in the BL Survivors, kind of securing draws, and Carol's maybe going for more of a winning strategy. But, if you're going Bonbon, then it's less likely to happen because of the draw potential and less win potential from that type of hunter.
Yeah, I agree. Lots of things to consider on the side of BL. GR, they've seen this type of situation before, so I think that they should just kind of just keep on coasting on by. They don't have to be too flashy with whatever they do. Can go for like just ties here and there. But now it seems like PPX will still be doing the hunting, and PPX will be doing the hunting while BL will still be doing the surviving. I think this is good. At least they're all warmed up with how they're going to be playing things out. I'm excited to see what the map is going to be.
Get knocked out the first round.
And we got an interview.
Yeah, maybe play a lot better than fewer mistakes than last time. For me, it's gonna be MRC maybe. 小弟，我还是爱你的。I still love 小弟 the most.
And that was Ram. Message to Xiaodi, one of the players here. So, yeah. I love how Call of the Abyss actually brings out more personalities and players too, because in competitive Identity 5 always hear the characters, but it's also good to see the players piloting these characters.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, let's look into this next round. Looks like we do have GR on the Hunter chair there. That is PPX going for round number 2. So BL on the Survivor side, again, indicating more towards BL being faction selection here, choosing to go Survivor, and PPX on the Hunter side. Now, if you are BL here, what kind of strategy do you go with? I think still going for kind of a draw here and maybe giving Carol an option to try to push for a win is strong. I mean, again, you're going against PPX, who's incredibly strong, one of the best hunters. Again, a team that relies heavily on PPX, having great performances. So I think that maybe that's why we talked about the mechanic ban a little bit. Mechanic being a character that PPX opted to ban here because he didn't want to get a draw. He wanted to go for heavy kills early on. So I think if you're the survivors for BL, maybe going to mechanic, maybe trying to push for a draw, and then just having Carol kind of pop off and have a good performance might be the best option. I actually think that in this instance, it benefits BL to play Hunter first, because then you know how many kills. Typically, you want to see how many survivors can escape, and then you could go based off that type of Hunter, based off of the amount of escapes. But here, I think it's actually better for them to go Hunter first, just because if maybe Carol can actually get a win, then oh, we can just take mechanic and just push for a draw and win round number 2.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because Carol can dictate that pace, and at least it'll give more freedom for the survivors to kind of choose what kind of strategy to go for. And we do know that Carol, does play those meta hunters, and the survivors of BL are quite diverse. You saw that. I mean, the thief was just highlighted, but I doubt that they're going to bring out that thief. But they do have they have really cool comps. I would have to say, I think I don't know if it was last year's tournament or IVC, or it was the recently concluded Call of the Abyss qualifiers. Yeah, they rock all rescue comps. They go for some decoy. They go with Explorer. So I think having Carol go first would be more beneficial, but they will have to roll the punches here. It will be the survivors of BL to try and dictate the pace and try to alleviate some of the pressure that Carol all of them are facing right now as they go up against PPX. And hopefully we get to see the map selection soon, so we could start kind of dissecting how this match would play out, because having the map would definitely be very telling. Red Church, one of my favorite maps here, definitely an even-sided map. Can open up a lot of possibilities for PPX, but you definitely have to respect ban his Bonbon.
Yeah, Red Church actually also works in the same sort of game plan of Arms Factory, in which you go Red Church, you ban Carol's Dream Witch, and you force Carol to play maybe Breaking Wheel on a bad Breaking Wheel map. Red Church is not strong for wheel. You have the 2 Church windows, which are pretty much impossible for them to deal with. We are going to forward and Seer ban, and they are going to ban the Dream Witch from PPX, so they're actually taking Bonbon again.
Okay.
And then maybe Poch just goes back to the strategy we're talking about. Give your team an opportunity to get a draw. Give PPX a tie Hunter. Play something like mechanic. Maybe go for a Cypher Rush strategy. Maybe even Postman as well, and just go for a draw and allow Carol to potentially come back and win round number 2 from them.
Yeah, if all goes well, right? That's definitely the best case scenario that BL can go for. For sure, they want to go for the 4 survivor out. But I think in this scenario, if we're going to try to be realistic, that's probably the best case they can go for. We see Quan Lee locking in that Priestess. And, Acrobat, first pick. Okay. Not opting to go for the Mercenary, going for the Acrobat in this map. I mean, there are some good jump spots here and good harassment, but not as prominent as the Moonlit River Park. But we'll see how they've been training for this, because MX, a really well-known harasser. I think it's actually Rem that might be on that Priestess, because he is known for that. But we'll just have to see who the other 2 are going to be. And of course, PPX will ban that Mercenary, so he can go for that. He has that Sculptor, but you know what? His Bonbon is still pretty good in this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And waiting on the last 2 survivors here, I mean, Batter is still on the table. It's still an option to harass. It's not bad against Bonbon. It's not bad against Sculptor necessarily, but considering that PPX probably isn't playing Breaking Wheel here in Red Church, it may be better to go with something a little bit different, because Batter is really there for the Breaking Wheel. We are going to see Patient get locked in, we are going to see Batter. So they're really trying to pull this out here. Still no mechanic. Probably just going for. Yeah, going aggressive. I think BL maybe trying to pull out a win here and maybe just say Carol go out and get a draw. And this can also work simply because this map is difficult for Carol, right? You have the Red Church, which is not good for Breaking Wheel. They're going to ban the Dream, which most likely force him to play a Hunter that's not very strong on this map. And maybe if the survivors can go for a win, then Carol can get a draw. It could be they have a little bit of a reversal strategy just based off of the map selection. And PPX is going with Bloody Queen, which is maybe not bad for BL if they can get a tie. But we'll have to see. Bloody Queen being a very good draw hunter. I think PPX already knows they're up by so many points, and they have a lot of confidence in the survivor team to get a draw. If PPX can also get a draw on his side.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep his Bonbon and just kind of trying to go a little conservative here, because you know what, Bloody Queen now has been so stable as tie, or even we do see some 4K Bloody Queens. So him bring out this Blood Queen could definitely spell disaster for BL. But like you said, the comp that they have now is definitely very aggressive. And also take note that we did say that this survivor team, they're very diverse with their lineups, and this is a quite diverse lineup. They didn't go for the mechanic. They have no rescuers. All these survivors have a lot of staying power and a lot of, kiting ability, especially up against a Bloody Queen and Red Church. So it really depends on how PPX will be, who will he be targeting first, and how well BL will be coordinating coming into this next one. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, this is going to be the round number 2, first half between BL and GR. BL put in a really tight spot, 10-0 in the first round. We will be heading on over to Red Church to see how this match will happen.
And here we go. We do see the graveyard spawn from PPX means key spawn over at Wedding. Will he go Wedding first? It looks like he is going to go there. A lot of these survivors are chaseable for Bloody Queen since there's no real main rescuer, but he's actually going to rotate towards Church. Typically, we see them try to find the survivor in Wedding, but he's going to go into Church here. There is no Cypher machine here, so a curious route from PPX trying to find where MX is hiding. Can he see him back here? And he does catch sight of MX's trail. He's going to use the ball, but he gets hit into the rock, and MX giving a early hit here. He will go down to 1 mirror image, and this is already a very strong start for PPX.
Yeah, sorry, I laughed there. Oh my god, and also with the mirror hit, tried to rotate, but yeah, unfortunately, when PPX turned the corner, I just got scared for the Queen because, you know what, the batter already ready to swing with a surprise jump scare there, but it was MX that did fall down. You know that meme, call an ambulance, but not for me. PPX with his downed first survivor. This is an excellent start for the side of PPX, but this is going to be quite tough of a rescue to pull off because, I don't know how the play here will be. Already popping that Aquamir. Quan Lee will be the one in the area, already changing it up. Oh, lands right in front of her. So now Quan Lee will have to eat this hit early on, but can get that save. PPX already expended the mirror, and now MX back on the swing here. Can he get the hit? PPX still on the hunt here.
We do see the swing there, trying to break that wall. Does he go for the hit and gets the hit on the batter before he's able to use that ball as well? So batter's going to go down. This is the second time this batter is going to go take a hit without a mirror image. Typically, you want to try to force a mirror image hit or a blink, but now he's unable to do so. Just like that, that puts PPX in such a strong position. Typically, how it goes with Bloody Queen is if you can force yourself to go down with every mirror or every blink and not take any regular basic hits without an ability, you're usually able to just secure a draw because Bloody Queen can't kill survivors quick enough. But when you get put into a situation where you give a free hit's given up without a mirror or a blink, then the Bloody Queen sometimes will have enough time to actually push for a win. In this case, this might be working in PPX's favor.
Acrobat is on the ready, but you know what? The mirror hit just negates that ball hit. The Acrobat is in the area, but this is already the last share. So PPX downed his first survivor, but you got to look at the Cypher progress. Eli, 2 Cyphers remaining, and now we see PPX already at full presence, has not expended the blink, and this is where the pressure really hits for the survivors. Rem ducking down here at reception. Tinnitus is already being propped. Mini Blue is going to be chased out of that Cypher. Let's see if PPX will bite on this, but no, spots Rem already injured, uses the Aquamirror for safety here and gets the hit on that Priestess, has his second survivor down, and now PPX already transitioning here just to pick up that Priestess and try to put more pressure on these survivors to, instead of go for Cyphers, go for rescues.
Yeah, 2 Cypher machines remaining, but they are just now started, and you know, the 2 Cypher machines remaining are pretty much only there because you have kind of a fast decoding comp. Batter being the only slow decoder wasn't even able to decode, so the rest of the survivors decode at a pretty much normal pace. But yeah, with the trade still up for PPX and Patient injured, the only one that can rescue is Acrobat. It's just going to be so hard. We're going to see him try to go for that pallet stun. PPX walking to the pallet, not getting phased by that. Immediate mirror image, most likely on this Priestess. Oh, does go for the portal, but it's a short one, unfortunately. And PPX still probably doesn't have to blink. He can probably just stick to a mirror image here. Trying to wait this out as long as possible. Is going to go for that mirror. Able to juke that first hit. Can he get the second one? And gets the hit before the portal goes through, which means that PPX able to share the Priestess for the second time here, and no one able to rescue because everyone is injured. And you see the downside of not taking that mercenary for the BL survivors.
Yeah, and it's tough. Like, these two ciphers might be a stalemate here for the side of the survivors. Now they gotta heal up. They gotta try to find out what they can do to try to push for that dungeon. It's gonna be quite tough. Already at the back part of this map are Quan Lee and Mini Blue. I think they're trying to find a spot where they could just heal up. PPX just camping it out, just making sure that he at least secure this tie. But like you mentioned, all these hits, regular hits, mirror hits, he hasn't used his trait of blink just yet. So it's quite impressive with how he's able to just control these survivors. While we see PPX already moving on to his next target. Tinnitus is about to pop up, and I think it's already there. And we see that they are healing up. So it's going to be quite tough for the side of the survivors here. BL, how can they try to mitigate this situation?
Yeah, and even if this, Carol's able to get we're going to see the blink there from PBX here just to get that first hit on the Acrobat. Even if, BL's able to get a forced survivor elimination with Carol's Hunter, it doesn't really matter. They're down. Oh, he does actually miss this mirror, so maybe Acrobat can kite this out, but he is kind of trapped in a corner here. Does he have the ball available? Unable to get the ball off. As I was saying, even if, since this is probably a 4-person elimination for PPX, even if Carol gets 4 survivors down as well, it's still a tie for the round, which means BL has to go 10-0 in the last round. So I really, PPX getting a 4-person elimination for the most part seals the deal for GR, but again, we'll have to see what they're able to do in the last round. That's assuming Carol's even able to get all 4 survivors down for GR.
Yeah, forces the mirror here just to check if Quan Lee is hiding. But now we see he's already rotated over there to the red carpet or wedding. Acrobat already stood up, so PPX knows that it's his time to down this Acrobat once and for all, since he already used up that self-heal. PPX knows that the Acrobat already vaulted this window and now has to, just go the long route. Mini Blue here still holding on to that fireball. So let's see how they're going to try to mitigate the situation and try to just divide the attention of PPX. But these mirrors are just so on point to find him. Acrobat is already down. Patient is the one that is just left. So once he goes for the Patient, it's going to be GG's on here. And PPX still keeping that streak of 4K. Couldn't happen. How will Quan Lee respond here? Already at the graveyard area, it's going to be quite tough for BL to try to bounce back and even try to go for a dungeon escape because, yeah, PPX settles for nothing less.
Yeah, we do see him going for, looking around for the Patient. I mean, Patient is a character that can kite Bloody Queen well with the duo hooks. It's actually a little bit unfortunate that the survivors didn't have the Patient get found first, because Patient in this team comp is the best kiter for going against the BQ, because, you can use those hooks when they go for that mirror. You can kite out hooks, kite out mirrors very easily with that transitioning ability. So, yeah, finding the batter first is not great. Batter is usually the character you want to find later in the game if you're the survivors, because you want to be able to have the batter be able to harass. If the batter goes down first, they can't harass. So again, PPX having very good spawn points, and that's really impacting both of these first 2 matches and working straight into PPX's favor. So again, it's just a matter of time here. Quan Lee's going to try to stay alive as long as possible, but with 2 Cypher machines remaining, there's really no chance for him to kite this out if PPX is able to find him. He knows that he's checked most of the map here, so the Patient's probably in the vicinity. He does have Tinnitus, so he knows that as long as he checks out here long enough, he will be able to find him.
Yep, the mirror hit. Wow, just like that. Game of hide and seek, but PPX is taking no prisoners here. 4K, still keeping that streak alive of just dominance, absolute dominance on the side of PPX. 3-time COA champ here. So, yeah, BL tried their best, but going up against PPX alone is so hard because PPX is just so mechanically gifted. But as you said, the spawn points, the finds have been really in favor of him, and he's been utilizing that so well. He's not, once he seizes the momentum, it's really no letting go. The first game, it was quite competitive, especially the amazing kite there, but getting the batter found out first, getting a regular hit, like you mentioned, that's really in favor of the Bloody Queen, popping that Aqua Mirror, downing the batter right away. Yeah, that was the start for PPX's dominance in this matchup.
Absolutely, and you see PPX able to get 4 survivors eliminated in both times, but actually is using draw hunters. These aren't even hunters that have a lot of win potential. These are hunters that you usually bring out when you want to just secure a draw and put your team in a good position. But able to get 4 eliminations both rounds with both of those hunters is just very impressive for PPX. And in the first round, BL had a very impressive match against the Bonbon, very close and down to the wire. This second one, again, we talk about how when you're able to get a hit as a Bloody Queen without having to use a mirror or a blink, that's when it gives you enough time to actually push for wins as a BQ player. Because typically, Bloody Queen, even if you hit every mirror and you hit every blink, you might still just draw the game because of how long that mirror cooldown really is. 15 seconds is just it's just so hard for a hunter sometimes, and how fast the Cypher Rush can impact the match. But when you're able to get those free hits, 2 free hits on the batter really was the difference maker. And you see overall MX only 28 seconds on that first kite. It really goes to show PPX in, capitalizing on that first free hit and then hitting that mirror image right away on the batter.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate on the side of BL. They really tried to mitigate the situation, but even tried the rescue attempts. Like PPX actually didn't overextend or anything. He was playing it quite conservatively with how well he was doing. He wasn't swinging unnecessarily. His mirrors were really on point, so it just shows the veteran experience. And I think this is definitely a learning experience for BL survivors with how they can try to come back stronger here, since this is their first match in the group stage. So we just have to see how Carol will be doing. But you know what, we have to call a spade here, Eli. Just not just the number of points, but also the momentum. It's going to be quite tough for them to be able to try and, draw this game, because for Carol to push for a game number 3, he will have to get a 4 elimination and nothing less than that for them to be able to see game number 3.
Yeah, and again, it's probably not an option for BL to really come back here again. As you mentioned, Podge, 4-person elimination against a really strong mainland China team survivor side, in addition to a 10-0 in the last round. It's just extremely unlikely, probably not going to be the case. So I think the goal here for BL is to probably start focusing on future matches. Again, we have a group stage tournament. This is not, single elimination. You have to win every round to make it to the finals. You just have to be in the top 3 out of the 4 teams in your division. And again, going against the first team, GR, one of the best teams in this tournament, one of the best teams in their division, it's really not too big of an issue that they lose to GR, because again, GR is expected to maybe be the team that wins their division, regardless of how this match plays out anyways. So I think the goal here for BL, as you mentioned, Potch, is learn from the mistakes and try to use that to their advantage as they play against these other 2 teams. And again, Carol can use this to kind of get a judge of what type of survivors, what type of strategies he's going to see from these future teams. Because again, they are going to have to go against another mainland China team later in this group stage.
Yeah, if you're BL or if you're participating in this group stage, you want the hardest match out of the way, just so you don't have to worry about it down the line. Even though it's a little delayed gratification for you to get the wins, at least you got one of the kings, or one of the king of kings when it comes to Identity 5 out of the way already, so you can just focus on the rest. And I would say, it's always a learning experience, especially in Call of the Abyss, where all these regions face off against each other. I'm pretty sure they learn a thing or two, and it's a growing experience, especially if you go up against these mainland China teams, because they have been the standard that we have been basing a competitive Identity 5 from. So nothing but learnings from the side of BL. Let's see how Carol will be able to perform under this pressure, because as we see on stage right now, it was the survivors of the side of GR. And so far, they're just like PPX. They settle for nothing less than 4 survivors out. I'm pretty sure they want to also make a statement here in the group stage and show that they still got it, and they got to put everyone on notice that you have to put respect on GR's name.
And typically in this sort of situation, you usually give up the hunter that you were able to beat in the first round. In this case, that was Breaking Wheel. You usually don't have to ban it if you know you can play against it. But in reality, Carol was on a winning pace. He had a strong start. He had a winning pace with the Breaking Wheel. I think the biggest turning point was just he simply lost the patient. If you don't lose patient there, Carol can actually win from that spot. So it was really just a series of unfortunate events for Carol in reality. Yeah, so maybe you still ban Breaking Wheel, but I think just because the map is Red Church and not strong for Wheel, I think there's a good chance that BL will have Breaking Wheel as an option. I think if you're GR survivor, you're probably banning Dream Witch and giving up the Breaking Wheel. Again, Church is so strong for going against the wheel as a survivor side. The church windows, very hard to deal with. The shack window, you also have the very strong window near graveyard, what we call the god window near god palette. And you also have the top broken as well is actually strong. Typically that seems like it'd be very bad, but you can simply, you literally have
Make
an
windows,
option
yeah.
and to make windows, yeah. And what is the main weakness for breaking wheel? It's those windows.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite tough, and it really shows. I would say GR put some respect on BL's name, especially picking Red Church, because I don't know if they're gonna ban the breaking wheel or this map insta bans it itself, but I think they have them figured out with their map selection already, and Carol has to be thinking about plan B or plan C when it comes to facing these survivors, because yes, quite the impressive performance, really able to down the patient early on. Yeah, it just was just one situation that it didn't go in his favor compared to his survivor counterpart, where it was really PPX making all these plays, and it really seemed like PPX had them figured out. Here, Carol was kind of sticking toe-to-toe with them and really being able to down some of these survivors. Heck, he even shared the forward at one point where it looked like it was going to be 1K, but with the match we just saw prior, it was very one-sided, unfortunately, but on the side of PPX, which, I mean, he is one of the best hunters out there. So coming into this match, I'm sure Carol will put up a really good fight, and I'm excited to see the levels he'll bring to this game, especially if you go up against one of the best teams out there. I'm sure that, yeah, he's gonna have to grow into the next level here coming into this match.
Again, yeah, and if you are BL, just using this to understand the level of gameplay you're gonna have to go against as this group stage progresses. In this situation, you know, you're already down 15-0. There's really no chance to come back. In reality, of course, it is a possibility, but the chances of that happening statistically are very low. We're going to see Carol go ahead and ban Seer and Ford. I think, again, Carol is just going to be trying to use this because, again, as a as a Southeast Asia team, you don't have a lot of opportunities to play against mainland China level gameplay. So this is your best chance, especially the group stage. I think is a great opportunity for these teams to really come back and be able to learn from their early matches and come back and win in a later stage. So I think that we're going to see Carol use that here just to try to gain more knowledge of what he has to be prepared for, because typically, you know, when you get a quick down as breaking wheel, like in the first game against the patient, you're usually able to, you're on a winning pace, you're in a position where you can easily just win the game from there. But, you know, you also learn that, oh, they're going to use tricks to try to lose the survivors. They're going to utilize that roller coaster, which is exactly what happened. So again, Carol's going to see what the survivors opt to do on Red Church. We're going to see patient as the next ban from Carol, which could be a few things. And again, it is the Dream Witch ban, so breaking wheel is an option. But I think if you're Carol, if you want to try to go for a 4-person elimination, again, breaking wheel on this map is so weak.
Yeah.
You may just go for Sculptor instead.
Sculptor, yeah. He is known for that Sculptor, so I'm excited to see if he will be bringing that out. Because, yes, on paper, Sculptor is great, but, I mean, against GR, they could really work magic. And now, this is actually one point I want to bring up. Yeah, in the later rounds, they don't shy away from this coordinator, and all of them can play it because it's just a one-tap coordinator. Postman also, they don't want to give up their decoding. They want to put that pressure on the hunter. So pretty strong lineup here, especially considering this is Church and you got that Priestess out and about and loose. It definitely helps support. You got the Postman to help with the decoding, with rescuing, with just movement speed. And you got two rescuers. I think this is a very strong lineup on the side of GR, so Carol really has to consider his options here. Whoa, okay. I actually was I was thinking that it was going to be a Sculptor, but he is going to bring out the Bonbon here. So this is a big statement that Carol is making because, you know what, I'm pretty sure that GR plays scrims with PPX. So the Survivor teams know how to face Bonbon, but let's see how they face Carol's Bonbon.
Yeah, and Bonbon into this comp, it's not very strong. I mean, Bonbon, of course, is a very good hunter for this map, but this comp is really strong against Bonbon. You have Postman, which can, again, Bonbon struggles against Cypher Rush. You have Postman that can promote the Cypher Rush with the decoding letter. You also have the Dog, which slows down the Bonbon and makes it so you can easily transition away from the Bonbon. It's harder for them to hit those bombs. Coordinator, a very effective rescuer against Bonbon. You know, we talk about characters that can struggle against Bonbon in terms of rescuing because of how strong the camp is, but Coordinator is a character that can simply use that flare gun and get the save off for free. You also have Priestess, just a very good kiter in general, and Mercenary, who's unchaseable. So this, yeah, I mean, this comp is so hard for Bonbon to go against, but I think Carol's really just using this, as we mentioned, Posh, as a way to potentially be prepared to go against higher level gameplay and play against these kind of survivors in the later stages of this group stage.
Yeah, So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 2, second half, GR versus BL. Carol has to go all out here and try to prove how they match up against the gold standard of Identity 5, I would have to say, with GR. So Carol here will have to try and do his best in the red church.
And here we go. We do see the top of graveyard spawn from Carol, which means the survivor does spawn over near top, broken to near back gate, and he's actually going to go ahead and go towards the top broken area first, trying to find the survivor rotating. It is actually the coordinator and the priestess. He's going to use this time to break the pallet as well. And let's see what he can do. It looks like he is, I think that's either teleport or excitement based off the cooldown time. That's too short to be blink. So we're going to see him go ahead and go for a chain bomb. Beautiful dodge from the priestess, able to avoid that there. And again, we see why this comp is already difficult for Bonbon. Priest is just using this time to loop around church with these portals. And he does catch sight of the coordinator. And it's actually excitement, which he can use to actually get a free hit on a coordinator if that does come into play.
True. I like the thought here, Carol, not wasting any time at church with that priestess early on. Gets the pallet stun. They trade, but still in favor of Ziza here to just break line of sight. But now we see that Carol is trying to zone in. We do note that there is a survivor. Oh, just already, like you said, he's going to trade a hit for a hit here. But no, a little too shy there. Excitement has already been popped, but so far Ziza is still unharmed here. He will have to eat a regular hit. Transitions away already at the church. They know the protocol here. He knows that there's a cipher that is being primed at the back gate, but now Carol will have to chase after this coordinator. Comes inside the portal and now has to go back inside the church to try and down this coordinator. At least this coordinator doesn't have a flare gun anymore, but it's going to be quite tough because no blink, there's nothing left to help him except his bombs, which he hasn't reached that 1/4 presence just yet.
And here comes the postman as well. Using that dog gives the coordinator even more distance. He's actually going to change targets to the postman. You actually see the downside of Carol not bringing confined space. That allows the coordinator to get back into church as well. Sometimes you see confined space from Bonbon on this map because you don't want to get church looped, but instead it's just not Carol's option here. And 2 cipher machines already down. That Shack cipher with progress. Able to avoid all of these bombs so far for the postman, and just kind of looping around this window. Does not have the dog back just yet. Carol's gonna be able to get a hit, but again, forcing basic hits instead of chip hits are extremely important for Carol. And will he change targets again? He's gonna control bomb on the cipher. Does snipe the priestess, so that does help him out a little bit. But in reality, it may not matter too much just because how far these cipher machines have been pushed.
Hart being chased out of the hospital here. Carol realizing there's a long portal there. And yeah, all these survivors are doing excellent rotations. There's some injured survivors, but they're putting some distance in between them. Coordinator is going to spot it out, moving and transitioning over to the graveyard area. One more good bomb hit will be propping her down, and now eats that hit. Now we have Carol's first survivor down, and we see that Carol will be opting to share her over where they are priming ciphers over at the back area of this map. And we see that, yeah, these survivors are already making the rotations. This is still a tough battle on the side of Carol's side.
Yeah, we're going to see him. They did die near a cipher machine, which is not bad for Carol here. He's still on pace to draw, but they're actually going to get an early save. Priestess distracting there and allowing them to get the save on the coordinator. Does he see the coordinator? He sees the mercenary. He's kind of taking a gamble. Does he know which server to go for? And he does find the coordinator, which is the important thing here. And we'll see what the coordinator can do in this area. Still has the God palette to work with. Does get that chip and does miss the swing, unfortunately, but he does have that control bomb online. If he can hit this before, he's going to break the portal first. So Priest is buying a little bit of extra time here for Z-Side to make it into Graveyard. Yeah, just with that one free rescue here, the survivors on now a winning pace here and potentially can get a 3 survivor escape.
Yeah, you see the momentum kind of shift here, and it sees they already pop it. Wow, they're that confident in how well Ziza is going to be kiting here. Already full health. This is quite tough because Carol still has well, it still has holding on to this excitement, and the coordinator doesn't have any flare guns to work with, just utilizing the structure around her. So this is a tough situation, but a vault here could change things. No, avoids the avoids a regular hit there. Now drops these bombs. Mercenary here in the area, trying to just harass as much as possible. But the regular hit is going to drop down this coordinator, and now Carol will be sharing this coordinator once again. But it seems like, yeah, they seem to be locked and loaded here. Lower left side of the screen sees the postman as well as the priestess. Mercenary in this area might just hang around a bit. Will they try to go for this 4-man out?
Yeah, we did see the mercenary was actually bringing the elbow pads to the coordinator. He was trying to item swap and give the elbow pads to the coordinator. You see mercenary with only 2. When you use an item swap, it removes one of them. So he actually lost one elbow pad to try to give it to the coordinator. He picked up a syringe out of the chest in the process, but Carol actually was able to get the elimination before the elbow pad was able to pick up. But we see GR Glory winning here with a 3 survivor escape, 8-1 in the second round. So overall, 18-1, a very impressive win for GR, and they will be advancing to 1-0 in this first group stage round.
Yeah, thank you for calling that out. Yeah, because I was wondering there, and they did want that plan, but you got to give it up to GR also for, you know, kind of cutting their losses. They don't have to really go for the 4-man out, and it was quite close. They had a game plan there, and Carol, yeah, I just feel like coming out with this, he really wanted to make a statement with that bonbon, but you saw how well that team was able to counter the priestess with the portals, the postman with the dog, as well as the cipher rushing. It's so hard to chase the coordinator too with the flare gun. Did try to counter it with the excitement, but missed that regular hit. Still bought a little bit of time before the regular hit did land, and a mercenary is always a nightmare to chase.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, again, for BL, they're not out of it just yet. Again, in group stage setting, we talked about this a little bit. So the game plan here is most likely the teams that will be in the top 3, you're going to need at least 1 win. So it's most likely going to look into a situation where we have, you know, maybe one team at 3-0 and then another team at 0-3, and then you'll have the 2 in the middle, maybe one going 1-2. It really just depends on how this is going to play out. But I think the goal for BL is you have to win one of the next 2 rounds. You do have another mainland China team incoming, so you have to be prepared for that. And I think you can use this. Again, you don't get to see a lot of these teams, you know, from other servers like Southeast Asia compete against the China teams as much. So using this to sort of gain knowledge is very important. As for GR, they are going to 1-0 here. They will be taking currently first seed in their division from that win. We'll see how the rest of it plays out, of course. But already off to a great start for them, going up 1-0, and BL dropping to 0-1 so far for this stage.
So let me just add some context to their stage. They're currently at the Group C, which is SZ Scars from Japan, and GG is also on their stage. So in their group, which GG, we all know they are the COA V champions. So I think, yeah, they still have a rough road ahead of them, but at least they got one out of the way in GR. Again, use that as a learning experience. Let's keep cheering on for the BL fans out there. Keep cheering them on, and for the GR fans, for the BL fans, keep cheering them on. For the GR fans, you know what, you guys, the GR did amazingly. I'm sure you guys showing them support. I see a lot of love in the chat for FPX and also the survivors of GR, and they're still on that road to reclaim that COA glory that they always tasted year after year. So yeah, this is just a showing. I think this is just a teaser of what they can offer when it comes to for Call of the Abyss. And here we have the match stats. Quite impressive on the side of the survivors here. We did see Zizai again, after spending the flare gun early on, still was able to kite and utilizing the real estate to his advantage, and also the pallets, the windows, beautifully dodging all these bombs left and right, really giving a headache for Carol to down this coordinator.
Yeah, the postman as well. We talked about this being a good kiter and a good decoder with the decoding letter, but also can support with the postman dog. That actually kept the coordinator long enough, alive long enough to get back into Turk's window. Carol not bringing confined space did not allow him to block off the window, and coordinator could keep kiting. So that was kind of the big game changer as well. I think postman keeping the coordinator alive a little bit longer allowed for the survivors to get that escape. So excellent job for GR here, moving on to 1-0. And let's talk a little bit about how this group stage for these teams that played out. So we had GG and Scars play yesterday, I believe, in which GG won. So GG is up 1-0, GR is up 1-0, and then Scars are 0-1, and BL is 0-1. So it's really going to come down to, I think it's mostly, statistically speaking, that the mainland China teams will probably be the ones that will be in the first 2 spots. I think it's going to come down to really who wins between BL and Scars. Because again, they're both 0-1, and again, winning one round, which GR and GG already did, should put them at least in third place. So I don't think GR and GG really need to worry about getting knocked out at this point. It's going to be BL and Scars. How can they get at least one win and push themselves into that third place spot?
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you for the quick math there. Yeah, it's gonna be quite tough. Yeah, I still can't wait to see GR go up against Scars and kind of have the switch and have GG face BL and Scars face GR. So that's gonna be quite interesting to watch because again, yeah, learning experience for both regions as well when it comes to facing the Chinese mainland team. Yeah, I can't wait also to see GR versus GG because that's a match that everyone I think is always game to be watching. So. We still got to wait for that best deduction. I have a feeling, I don't know, any predictions on who you think the best deduction would go to? Because PPX has been quite impressive. I think, actually, yeah, it might be PPX because he's been quite flawless with his performance as of now.
Yeah, definitely. If you include both factions, PPX will have the best deduction. I would imagine probably close to 12,000 in both matches in terms of points. So in terms of deduction points, I think that if you look at the Survivor side, I'm not really sure. I think most likely, probably the coordinator from that kite in that last round, and then I don't really know. In the first round, it was kind of back and forth. Patient didn't really do too long of a kite for GR. It was that he lost the hunter, and you don't really gain points for losing the hunter. So I don't know. In terms of best deduction, probably will go to PPX if you include both factions, which we'll see momentarily. But yeah, again. I just want to again recap a little bit about how the matches played out for PPX. Again, we talk about the hunter's character that's going to get the best deduction, probably PPX. He was able to secure 4 personal eliminations with draw hunters. If you can keep that pace, you know, as a hunter, you don't have to play these more riskier hunters like Sculptor, which are good for getting a lot of high kills, but are also less likely to secure draws because their chase is less consistent, their camp is less consistent, but they do have more cypher pressure and more win potential. So I think that's going to be the biggest factor for PPX. Can he keep this same energy, this same consistency using these draw hunters to get wins as these later rounds progress into the rest of the half of this group stage?
Yeah, we'll just have to find out, right? Excellent pace when they went against BL, but I think another true test is when they have to face against GG because they're technically on that same tier of IVL levels that they play each and every weekend when they face in the group stage before that playoff. So really excited to see how he's going to bring that in. And yeah, you know, bringing in those high hunters or those unconventional hunters that you don't normally see and playing them like 4K hunters is quite impressive. So at least you do have meta in the bag for them to go back to. And also on the Survivor side of GR, we did see some variety. We saw like an excellent team coordination as well as I would say that they're well diverse with whatever cards they've been dealt, whatever bans that they have. And in GR, it's really, I know we hail PPX as one of the best hunters out there, but the season really has been very Survivor-sided, and the Survivor side of Team GR has been doing really well. If we go back to their record in the qualifiers, it's really 7-3, which is quite impressive. Now let's check out the player. Hang on, there we go. Best deduction. Surprise, surprise, PPX with that Bon. I don't know. I think a tip for everyone, if you're going up against PPX, which I hope none of you guys were watching, like, holy smokes if you do, always ban his Bon, because you have to put respect on that Bon's name.
And we do see 11,000 overall deduction, just a little bit short of the perfect 12. And yeah, overall, you know, you see a perfect 4 survivor elimination in both rounds. So PPX, obviously, with the MVP for this round. Now we're going to look at a short player interview, which we will translate to the best of our ability. Probably PPX and one of the survivors as well. And yeah, we'll see what they have to say about this first round.
Hello， 欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人曼妮。首先，恭喜我们的 GR 战队获得了本场比赛胜利。现在在我身边的是来自 GR 的皮皮蟹和傻豆，给大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 GR 战队的 Shadow。
Okay, so they're just introducing themselves right now. Again, PPX, always the charmer here, always the shy one, but yeah, and his fellow teammate as well.
海外战队大家都发挥的也非常好，想问一下你们有没有提前针对 BL 战队做一些哪一些针对性的训练和决策呢？
就看了一下他们的那些比赛，然后针对他
So-
们的比赛就做了一下 BP 吧，这种。
做了一下 BP。今天第一局其实也看到，因为当时我们还在想说你们第一
So
局
we're
的时候
hearing
会不会
confirmation
说
that they asked
针对
about the
对面的一
practice
个
that they
结
have
果
with
破
BL
了，
and
你
how
在
they
地
did
图
their
上进
homework.
行一些
They saw some
反旋，
practice
但是你
matches
们
again.
当
If
时
you
非
guys
常
want to see
猛，直
BL,
接
they
选
did
出了
qualify.
这
So
两盒。
yeah, they pretty much did their homework. Eli, I think they watched us talk about BL, so they did. We're giving away the homework here for them.
Definitely.
我们也不怕，就刚就行。
就是平时自己训练也很多，也是对自己的一个相信，对队友的一个相信嘛。今天确实第一局看到你们的发挥也是非常亮眼，而且在最后的时候，你们的那一波交流和配合很好。因为前期的节奏我们看到布伦他前期节奏其实挺好的，是在中后期的时候你们抓住了这样一个机会，包括最后走那个大洞啊，然后跳那个地窖，你们的准备工作做的都非常好。能不能给我们分享一下？
Yeah, so basically, basically what they're talking about here is they're asking how well they were prepared for the breaking wheel and Bonbon, because that seems to be the most common hunter from BL Carroll, and it looks like the survivors. That's one of the things they were definitely worried about going in this matchup, but they were well versed in the Bonbon and breaking wheel matchup in their practices, and that's what they were really prepared for going against the BL
合
hunter.
到了一起，然后拿到了这样一个4跑，也是非常不错嘛。那皮皮线，你今天第一场上来之后也是拿出了你的邦邦，挂飞了一个人之后，中间其实是被对面的先知牵制了很久。你今天怎么评价对方的发挥呢？
对面这个朵雷很厉害啊，
很厉害哦。
对。
我觉得对方应该也会很开心，因为毕竟皮皮线也是一个老牌的邦邦玩家了。但在后期你那一波就是打时间差打的真的很棒哎，因为最后可能
So now they're basically talking about their game plan and how they really prepared for this team, and the first round, like really getting 4 survivors out. Yeah, this just shows great promise with GR that they really respect any player that's in front of them and they're ready for
其
anything.
实还是很稳的，也是说你当时在比赛场上的时候，当时思路也是比较清晰的，而且是拿捏住了对方给到的一个小小的失误，最后是拿到这样一个大优势。那就是皮皮线也是一个老牌的邦邦玩家，要不要向我们的观众朋友们安利一下你最喜欢的一个邦邦的皮肤呢？
那就是我用的那个铁皮人啊，就是4个狼皮还能帮助你丢雷、辅助瞄准啊，很厉害。
Yeah, so this time they're asking about essentially favorite skin for PPX.
安利安利。
And they're basically just asking about which skins he likes to use in terms of, you know, probably for Bonbon, I assume, which we do see. We have seen PPX use the Tin Man one quite often.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's kind of been his most common one. You know, that he's used so far. I think we also saw him use the new one, the Panda skin as well, with the the bamboo shoot as well. Yeah, so I think that's probably some of the ones he's likes to
能不
use.
能给我们分享一下？
就开局在找人嘛，然后找着就逮住了一个空地的击球手，拿了一个屏蔽岛就起飞啊。
大家都说没有人比皮皮线更懂击球手了。今天也是拿到了这样一个红夫人的完美剧本，你觉得这个剧本对你来说，算不算一个非常完美的剧本呢？今天？
那肯定。
Yeah, so now they're just highlighting his amazing find of the batter in the map, or just in general, like how he's able to find the survivors. So again, PPX just so good at the early game, able to control everything and still keep us cool if things don't go his way.
认真打，好好打呗啊，
就是认真对待，
很小的啊。
虽然说咱们最后一把的就是比分的压力很小，但是我们在心态上还是要认真对待对面，是吗？
对，
确实今天你们也真的是发挥出了非常不错的成绩，可以看出你们在这段时间经历了非常好的一个训练。那皮皮线也是连续5次进入了我们。
Yeah, basically here they're asking about how much stress and I guess anxiety it is going in at a high level like this. And basically, GR said they were well prepared here going into this matchup against BL. Not too stressful for them, and they were able to play well and not have too much stress throughout the match.
也一直这样坚持住是吗？其实也是你在这一路走来，大家也是看到你在这一路发光发亮，也是成为了很多边的光芒，也是非常。
Now she's asking about the differences, like in competition, because we all know that this is a different type of format. And yeah, GR being one of the veteran teams out there could definitely, yeah, kind of give their take on the differences now. So now they're ending the interview. Again, GR, you know, just one of the veteran teams out. So let's just check out the highlights here.
摸好一个
追
吧。
蓝莓，追蓝莓。我先开刀。哦，墓地可以跳。
跳。
打中。
要一被人，太上吗？木烧，大力中场，你要接大中场，不需要，我关键不需要，直接来补中场就行。直接给他们3、2。给，我来了，直接来，8秒能开，8秒。呼唤你给我，我这。5、4、3，我这1。
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeral nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
And if you guys have just saw that trailer now, holy smokes, I got goosebumps. The Professor! Eli, we were talking about this. I didn't get your take on this character just yet.
Yeah, I don't really, obviously we don't know too much about it just yet. I haven't looked into it too much, but I do imagine this is going to be, we talked about this a little bit yesterday with Weeping Clown and Clown, which was, one of the characters that we saw that's a hunter and a survivor. We saw the abilities be very similar, right? Weeping Clown has a rocket dash ability, as the same as the Clown Hunter does. So I think that there's a good chance that Professor has similar abilities. Who knows? Maybe they'll be able to jump or something like that. But
I have a theory, because you see that piping thing he has. Maybe he also powers his other survivors to like have a mad leap or something. I don't know. He could definitely. I think he could be a support if ever. And I get where you're coming from with Sad Clowns. So I'm excited for this. I like how they're definitely pushing the boundaries when it comes to the survivors. I'm excited to see some demo and how this is going to be integrated into especially competitive Identity 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really hoping this character has some very strong abilities and, as you mentioned, can be a competitive character. So far with the first two, Novelist and Weeping Clown, they haven't been the strongest characters we've seen so far and haven't really been used in a lot of competitive gameplay. They're just not quite up to meta standards, but who knows? Maybe with this Professor, we'll see that become an option. Again, excellent promotional video as well. It's very, it does a very good job of drawing the viewer into wanting to play a character like this. Personally, for me, I love to. I don't really buy into too much of the backstories, but this one in particular, I really enjoy watching, and I definitely think that this is something I'm going to check out this character in the future.
Yeah, you just have to stay posted with Identity 5, and you guys have to stay tuned because we will be taking a short break, but when we return, it's going to be game number 2. We're going to see FPX.ZQ versus MS. I'm so excited for that, so we'll see you in just a bit with that game.
안녕하세요. 저는 섹시 MS팀의 리더 MS 세금이라고 합니다. 저는 팀에서 주로 용병 포지션을 맡고 있으며 MS팀은 머니 스윕이라는 돈을 휩쓸다 라는 말 그대로 상금 목적으로 이루어진 팀입니다.
ここで球根が入った。入っていない。いや、読み合いが強すぎる。これもかわす。ここで呪いを使って4人逃げ。
뭔가까지 들켰는데.
와, 풀도제의 또 한 대 가격. 자, 지금 이 타이밍이 쓰러지면 진짜 게임이 끊어지는데. 뭔가.
이렇게 하면서 이거 근데
자, 이런 식으로 의사가 아무것도.
저희 팀은 암소 섹시 선수, 통통 선수, 미우 선수, 시카 선수, 퍼퍼 선수로 이루어져 있으며 흔히 랭킹전에서 쓰이는 조합만이 아닌 색다른 조합과 선수들의 어그로 실력과 센스로 게임을 이끌어 나가는 편입니다. 두 번째로 한국 대표가 된 만큼 열심히 하겠다는 마음가짐으로 저번보다 좋은 모습 보여드리는 MS가 되도록 노력하겠습니다. 많이 응원해주세요.
还行，他现在这款的话，悲观是 CD 嘛？
是的。
好，这边手里悲观刚刚好，直接捏倒，
直接倒地。
好快，那这个情况基本上是冲着一个死抓去了，
真的不下吧？等不下吧？问题又来了，
哇，这个小短球还折一刀，
好短呀，完了！
跟卡梦玩了3局。
是的，
跟卡梦
这个博弈也太稳了吧！
新闻马上就要开始了，我们的目标是冠军，请大家跟我们加油。
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeronasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our second match of today. We do have the ZQ players already being shown here. Looks like the ZQ Survivor side most likely will be going up first. And this is going to be, we saw a very exciting matchup in the first round. BL versus GR. GR coming out on top. And we do have now ZQ, one of the mainland China teams, going at it here. This is going to be a very exciting matchup. Poch, what do you think about this? It looks like, again, we see the ZQ Survivors going first, which means that they most likely had an option to pick a faction.
This is what I'm really scared of. FPX.ZQ have been on my radar since COA 4, since the rendition of IVL. People have been saying FPX.ZQ was the new rendition of GR coming into COA 4, and they were the ones slated to win this. That's COA 4, but it was GG that was able to win it in the grand final. So FPX.ZQ, I've been a fan of them since they first came out, and honestly, this is a real tough showing because their survivors have been one of the best out there in IVL. Now, where I could see MS really being able to capitalize is probably with their survivors because they have a wide range and I would say fan-friendly style that people love watching. But when it comes to FPX.ZQ survivors, really well-rounded. They love themselves some forward on AK. We do see Long with that Seer, Iron with that Mercenary. All of them, technically, they all have Seers. All of them have MK on that Priestess. Long, all of them all have Mercenaries as well. One thing I do note here when watching them in the qualifying stage is that they don't put too much priority on mechanics. So how would you break that one down, Eli?
Yeah, the only player we typically see on mechanic is, I believe, Iron. So again, going mechanic, again, it's not a character. It's kind of fallen out of favor because of that nerf. Again, a very good draw character. We want to try to be going for wins as much as possible in the early rounds. Now looking on the other side, MS, the team from South Korea, we are going to have we have two different hunters from MS. One of them actually playing round 1 Ann, which is actually something we don't really see. It is Papuya, who I believe is the Ann and Naiad player for MS. So we did actually see during the test scrims, Papuya was actually able to get a draw against the Wolves Survivor team, which is very impressive. Wolves being one of the best Survivor teams in the world. So I'm very excited to see if this player can actually come out with. And South Korea, let's talk about this a little bit earlier with you, Poch, but South Korea is usually known for playing hunters that aren't as common in the early rounds. For example, we've seen some Wu Cheng in their qualifiers. I believe we've seen some Feaster, and then also in this case, the Ann. So I think that's definitely an option. Probably going to see the round 1 Ann. Again, Ann, a very good draw hunter, not very good for wins, but I think that's probably the game plan here for MS.
Yeah, I honestly think that coming into this, like we say, you can't out-meta the meta creators, which is a Chinese mainland team. So I think they got to introduce a little bit of craziness into this game. They got to show them how they play their Identity 5. Even though it's not conventional hunters or survivors, if they can get the job done, why not? You did note that in their test scrims, the Papua was able to get at least a tie against Wolves, the winners of IVL. So coming into this, I'm pretty sure FPX.ZQ cannot rest on their laurels. We did see them kind of, I would say, kind of settle for like a tie, which kind of turned against them when they faced up against MRC in the qualifiers for this. So I'm really interested to know how they're going to be able to adjust towards this, because I think as the later rounds go, I think MS might be able to take them into unfamiliar territory, because FPX.ZQ have been really good on the meta survivors, the meta hunters. So if they drag them into a little unfamiliar territory, I think they might be able to take a win out of them. But might be speaking a little too soon. We did just have a match between GR and BL, and GR still proving to be one of the strongest teams out there. So really anything can happen with this when these two teams clash.
Yeah, now something I actually wanted to point out, this may seem a little off topic and a little less analytical, but I think it's actually very important to note. If you looked at the MS Hunter, he was actually, I believe, using an iPad instead of a phone, which is something that we don't really see often. We see every IVL team uses a smaller handheld device for a phone. And this may seem, again, a little off topic, but I think it's actually important to note because the controls are different in terms of the screen is bigger, which means you can see easier, but the controls on the screen are going to be more spread out. So personally, for me, I actually use an iPad mini when I play. So I have a larger screen, but the controls aren't too far away. I find that to have a good balance. But we see some of these other regions actually utilizing a larger handheld device with the iPad, which is it's important because the controls are different. Your play style may be a little bit different as well. It's very interesting. But looking at the match here, we are going to have Chinatown. This is most likely. I actually think this could be ZQ's map pick because Chinatown for Ann is not too good. It's very spread out, and Ann is usually better on smaller maps where you can control Cypher machines easier. And this also allows ZQ's Afu to use that breaking wheel if that they want to go with that option. We are going to see Seer ban immediately, which is a common ban for Ann. Forward and Priest is locked in. The Hunter not too worried about Forward because it is an Ann. They can stun quite easily. Mercenary ban as well, getting rid of that Rescuer, which is something that you definitely want to see if you are going with the Ann.
Yeah, and we always see his Afu's breaking wheel. It's always he gets 4K, and I would say Afu really takes control of the first round because his breaking wheel would have to be his strongest, while the rest very stable. I would have to say going for those ties, not even going for losses. So that's the most you can ask for, especially with a strong survivor team on your side. Oh, we do see a pretty meta team, and this is what I'm excited for. FPX.ZQ on this Acrobat. They have been loving this Acrobat pick. A lot of highlight Acrobat plays on the side of MK on that Acrobat. And now we see that we are going to see an Ann in Chinatown. How do you like these odds, Eli? Because we did mention she can struggle in big maps like this.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see we don't have an entomologist. I think the survivors know that Ann's going to be coming out. Entomologists can actually be very good against Ann in terms of kiting out the cats, because you can, when they use the cats on the entomologist, if you go into an area where you can block with the bees, the Ann has to walk through the bees. If they try to jump through it, the bees will just stop the jump completely. And they'll get stuck in the bees. So entomologist is actually a strong kiter against an Ann. So a little surprised not to see that here. Also no Gravekeeper, which is typically a counter. But instead, we're just going to have the standard team comp, Patient, Acrobat, Priestess, and Forward against MS and here, round 1, Chinatown, FPX.ZQ versus MS. I'm Eli O, joined by Potch Spice, bringing you commentary for this first match.
So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. And Ann in Chinatown. Let's see how MS Papua will be going for it. Already at the center of this map. It's going to be quite hard for him to transition. We do know the Forward and Priestess can be such a nuance in this big map. It seems like AK is in the immediate vicinity, but all these survivors can be very slippery going up if it's going to be your first survivor you're going to try to down.
And we do see the Ann leaving that hotel area, trying to find a survivor in this area. It is MK, the Priestess, trying to actually mind game here. What they're going, okay, what the Ann's trying to do here is they're acting like they're going away from the Cypher machine, then heading back and trying to bait the survivor to go to it. And it actually does work here. And he does land the cat surprisingly onto the Patient. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter. The Patient can still make it to this upstairs 2-story, but it closes the distance. That's the important thing here. Patient's hooks is on cooldown, which means they can't use it to transition. And now the Ann can potentially catch up here and get a cat. Now, you do have to watch out for these hooks. They can use this to transition very far away. He's going to go for that backwards hook and jumps right off the platform and goes back into the hotel here. Blink now online, but already good progress on these Cypher machines. But another cat registered here. Papuya is very accurate with this.
Yeah, so far so good on this side of the cats, but still lands the falling hit here, able to reset it. AK has to be very careful because he's still on lockdown. Cooldown time for the hooks is now okay. But we see that the cat once again gets dodge. AK using that hook to jump back into the hotel, but the blink is going to be popped. The Priestess's portal is going to be here, tries to jump, but still able to move away. The stun will happen, breaks the line of sight, but Papua still wants to close the distance down with this Patient. So it's going to be quite the foot race here as Papua is waiting for that cat cooldown. It is ready, so let's see if he's going to be able to utilize it.
Going for another cat here, but AK should have enough distance. Another portal has been set up, which means he is going to be able to kite out this next cat as well. He can use the jump to close the distance, but right through the portal yet again. And every cat that gets kited out here is more time for the Cypher progress to be decoded. It's similar to Bloody Queen. If you miss those mirrors, you're going to give up too much time for the the survivors to pop Cypher machines. AK using the exact same loop here, going right back into two-story. Will we see another portal get utilized? I don't think so, but he is going to use this time to transition back to the upstairs area. And you really see the downside, and the portal is now there again. So if AK can loop around and make it back to the portal as well, this should be an even longer kite, possibly enough to pop even more Cypher machines.
Wow, and AK, not much, resources left, but we see that Papua trying to just change targets here, and we see that AK already made, not changing targets, actually just not even minding that portal and going through it, but we see that the long portal connected here, so he's going to be able to down this Patient, but still 3 Cyphers remain, and Patient is still not left on that rocket chair. Cleans up a little bit, tries to find another survivor that's in this area, uses that jump. Oh, we're not even at full presence here, so this is excellent control on the survivor side.
Yeah, and you really see why Ann has kind of just fallen out. It used to be kind of a meta hunter we would see sometimes come in to go for draws, but you see the support against Ann is so strong and so hard to deal with. Even an up-down blink build, very good for securing draws. The support is just too strong from the survivors, and we're going to see the Patient has been healed up all the way. He is able to continue after him here. Going to go ahead and go for this vault and pick up a cat on him, but without the jump available, AK can probably kite out this cat as well, and this just falls even more favor. But he does get the stun, and he actually can get a first hit here back onto the Patient, but already 2 Cypher machines remaining, one of them 50% of the way done, and no other trait available besides Blink because it is an up-down build. This is looking very good for FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, AK also just utilizing what's given to him here, the pallets, and now utilizing the portals as well. So it is a tag team. You are not just facing one survivor. You are facing 2 survivors here with MK and AK. And we see that back to the hotel, back to the starting point where we first started this kiting session. And we see that, no, sorry, my bad, the other side. And now we see that Papua is going to try to lock in this target here. But MK was still with the support here, still with the body blocks. 2 Cyphers still remaining. It's going to be quite tough waiting behind this pallet here, just playing some mind games. We see that the blink hit connects, but unfortunately not on the Patient. Priestess able to tank that hit, and Patient running away and trying to make his mad dash away. Priestess now is the one being chased.
Yeah, he should be able to get the down on the Priestess. Oh, but is not able to get it because of that speed boost. Now, an interesting choice here for the Hunter to actually use Blink. I think it's probably safer to save your Blink so there's no chance of you getting kited to the end game dungeon, because you need to get at least one survivor eliminated. Cypher Machine is prime. He's going to go ahead and hit that. They're going to go ahead and pop. And now with the portal available, there's a good chance MK can maybe even make the dungeon because of how much distance he has. And again, Blink would have been so much better to have in this end game. We're going to see him utilize both of these portals here. Full presence is online, which means he does have 2 jumps. He can use another one to close the distance. And without a portal here, he is going to go down. So Papuya is able to secure at least 1 kill, but it is already at least 3 survivors out for FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, and it seems like they can try to go for more, but we see that MK just trying to, create as much distance to the rocket chair and the survivors as much as possible. But I think this might be a 3-person escape. They want to just go for I think the more conservative route, because that was an amazing, containment time from both the Patient and the Priestess. And like you said, that's just why meta is meta. You have to acknowledge the strengths and weaknesses of the Hunters, and it was very glaring with how Anne was really hard up to catch the survivor then on, because she's a single hit Hunter. You have to aim your cats really well. If you have Blink, sure, but you're going up against the Priestess and a Patient with 3 hooks. So, and at a really strong part of the map with that hotel. So MS really tried to do their best given the situation they had, but it ultimately went down to FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we do see the importance of first round map pick. We talked about in the last round, it's not too relevant when you have Hunters that play similar characters, because you're going to be wanting to play both those characters on both of the maps. So, for example, last round, Bon Bon and Breaking Wheel both work for GR, but in this instance, Chinatown is so much better for FPX.ZQ than it is for MS, to a point where it gives them such a huge advantage. Breaking Wheel for Afu can easily just come out in this second half of this first round, and Chinatown being a very good map for the wheel. And then you have the MS Hunter using Anne, which is good on smaller maps like Arms Factory, Red Church, but it's just so incredibly weak on Chinatown with the Priestess support, with the looping of the 2-story areas. And, map pick really working out for ZQ here. Again, we'll have to see how this plays out. Of course, MS is going to have it in the second round, but I think if MS wins that first round coin flip, they can easily go something like Arms Factory or Red Church, which is good for Ann, and then so much weaker for
Breaking Wheel. Oh yeah, I think that's the game plan now if they're able to go back to the drawing board here. Now we see the match stats. Look at the containment time here. Triple digits on the side of AK. Very impressive. And also able to kite and utilize the Priestess's portals. Used up the grappling hooks. And mind you, AK was actually slated to be one of the best forwards in last year's IVL. Now shifting on over to the Patient and allowing, I think that was Iron or I forgot who is either Iron.
AK.
Yeah. As the forward. So again, very well-rounded team. We didn't even see the other two survivors. We did see like them kind of popping off at the end there with them at the exit gate, but still we didn't even see the Acrobat come online. So that's just two of the survivors. So Papua is really gonna have his hands full in the next round. Hopefully he'll shake off the cobwebs and kind of refresh himself and kind of get back in the zone as his team steps up to bat here as they go up against Afu, which Afu really not a stranger to these high pressure situations. Let's talk about how well he's been performing. He has been very stable as of late as a hunter in IVL and also in the qualifiers.
Yeah, Afu is probably the most consistent hunter out of the IVL hunters. He's the best for securing draws. He secures draws more than pretty much any other hunter in the IVL for mainland China. So I think here this is very good for ZQ. Again, if the survivors on ZQ can get FPX.ZQ can get a 3 survivor escape or better, all you have to do as Afu is just go for that draw. So, on the side of MS here, you can, of course, push for a win, try to tie up this round number 1. But again, we talked about this in the last round, minimizing the damage, I think, is the key here. So if the survivors are able to at least get a draw against Afu, which is kind of the bare minimum, I think, in this instance for them, just because, again, you don't want to get too far behind, and Afu is known to be a drawing hunter. I think that's going to be the goal for MS. At least make the first round 5-3 and try to battle back in rounds 2 and 3.
Yeah, because that's when you kind of bring them to that unfamiliar territory. Because if we look at Afu, he actually performs his strongest in round number 1. So if he's able to get a tie, that should be fine. Now let's look at the survivor side on MS. Seon, one of the survivors, the known mercenary main of this group, made a lot of waves in the IVS. They weren't in the same group as Do 5, and I believe SST. So, CC from Japan. So really excited to see how they've been performing, how the survivor team has been kind of coordinating with each other, because Korea is an up-and-coming region. So I can't wait to see. And this is another player. I don't know. I want you to introduce this player, Eli.
Yeah, we do have I'm So Sexy, which is not a very common name, but they actually also play not very common characters.
Yes.
Enchantress and Female Dancer. And this is a little bit we talked about with Korea is one of the very few regions that likes to go off the meta away from what's considered to be standard. And Female Dancer, Enchantress, 2 characters that, again, aren't very utilized that much in competitive gameplay. We also have CH here on Postman and Priestess. Again, 2 common two standard support characters that can definitely come out. Escape probability of 83% is very high. That really goes to show how strong MS has played in their own qualifiers.
And not to mention, Sika has a forward as well, can play Psychologist, brought out an Acrobat, and also a Postman. So really diverse pick. I would really like to label this like really fan-friendly style with how hype their matches can be. And note that in their IVT, they have not lost a game. Like the survivors and hunters have been so consistent in the region, so they're the best in the Korea region. And now they're going to test their merit up against FPX.ZQ, which I would say is one of the bar setters here in Identity 5 and competitive Identity 5 that we'll be going up against as we herald as one of the most stable hunters out there with Afu. Again, this is their best chance for them to draw this tie or at least try to mitigate the points. Because Afu, again, is strongest in this map with that breaking wheel. So this is a real test for the survivors because there's no doubt he will be picking breaking wheel.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other hunter Afu would prefer to go with here, especially because, again, this map is one of the best maps for breaking wheel. This is typically the map that a lot of these teams go to when they want to use the round 1 wheel. So let's see what Afu opts to ban here. I think, again, since he's going for a draw, you don't have to go aggressive and ban something like Seer and give up forward. I think the best thing here is just ban forward. Forward is a character that's utilized to win against breaking wheel. The forward support is hard for wheel to deal with because it's just like Will is very fragile and struggles against that sort of harassment. So if you ban the forward, it's easier for the survivors to get a draw because of the faster decoding, but it's less likely for them to actually be able to win because there's no one to support that first kite.
And note that if they did their homework, they know that Seika has both a seer and a forward. Seiyun also has that forward, a seer just in case. I don't know if the chances of them banning that Enchantress and Dancers from I'm So Sexy, but this is the wild card. This is what Afu has to prepare for, because they could be preparing for something completely different. How do you study for a test that you don't even know the answers to? You're gonna have to find out. You're gonna have to go with the flow here, especially if MS can really just kind of really take Afu to unfamiliar waters here with how they play this out. So I'm pretty sure they've studied Afu, they've understood how his breaking wheel works, and now they're gonna put it to the test as they go up against him. So we're just gonna wait on what the picks and bans are gonna be. Well, I'm excited to see some Dancer. I think Dancer is gonna be a sure lock.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. And actually, Dancer isn't a bad character for going against Wheel because, again, we talk about breaking Wheel. In the Wheel form, you're immune to stun effects, but you're actually not immune to slow down effects. So, for example, the Postman Dog will actually slow you down. If you walk through the Acrobat's slow bomb and then try to go into Wheel form, you're going to be slowed down until the bomb wears off, even in the Wheel form. You actually will get slowed down from female Dancer's slow boxes while in Wheel form as well. And Dancer can also use the fast box. So Dancer is good against breaking Wheel because you can use the slow box, slow down the Wheel form in the fast box to speed yourself up. And you can actually sometimes even outspeed the Wheel when juking and running around pallets in tight areas. So we may actually see Dancer from I'm So Sexy again. Dancer, a good character going against a breaking Wheel in certain areas of certain maps. And I think that's a pretty good option for them because, again, your Afu's most likely here playing breaking Wheel. There's not really many other options. Greenwich, Sculptor are okay for this map, but again, he really just needs to go out with what he's comfortable with and get that draw minimum for FPX.ZQ here. Breaking Wheel would make the most sense based off of the Chinatown map selection.
Yeah, actually, thank you for that info, because we don't see that much interactions with breaking wheels and dancers, but we're about to find out if that would happen. And I can't wait to see how Afu will deal with those music boxes and slowdowns, especially in a big map like this. They're gonna be very careful with the box placement. Really want to put it in really good areas to support kiting and also help support decoding to really push for it. So I'm sure if we can take a page out of GR's book when it comes to study and prep, I'm pretty sure FPX.ZQ have done their homework with MS. Fortunate for them is that they only have IVT to look at, so I don't think it's going to be hard for them to really watch so much scrims, but I mean, IVT was the one that put MS here on this stage. They also have the IVS from last year where they faced up against other regional teams, so yeah, unfamiliarity will be the strongest point of the team of MS. And look at that, we have another a pad user, I would say, in MS. So it seems like yeah, I would really like to see how well they would perform.
Yeah, absolutely. We are just waiting for the picks and bans here. Again, and we'll see what what the survivors opt to go with. Typically, if you're going with a forward ban first as Afu, which is most likely the case, you'll see the survivors go for things like Mercenary and Seer or Priestess and Seer. But again, you have to consider the second two lock-ins for the survivors. We talked about Enchantress, Female Dancer, two characters we don't really see, but it is something that comes out of the South Korea team. So here we go, Chinatown for Afu here, first ban. Again, I expect to be forward, but could potentially be Seer. Those two make the most obvious. There we go. So it is the forward from Afu. That makes the most sense. Again, the best character to ban as a breaking wheel if you want to get a draw and not have any chance of surrendering a win. We already see Priestess locked in, and probably Seer is the second. Yeah, so Priestess and Seer. Mercenary should be the next ban from Afu. It could also go something like Acrobat, but it's less likely, and maybe we will see a bit of an off-meta pick from MS survivors.
Yeah, I don't think Afu has to deviate away from the strategy or the game plan here. Again, he just has to play how he usually plays. When we see that, I think Seiyun going for the Gravekeeper, one of your favorite characters, Eli, and now we see Entomologist, so no Enchantress or Dancer. So I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for talking up a storm here, but it seems like this is a pretty strong pick. I mean, we know that Gravekeeper, just go in that burrow form, just avoid all the spikes from Pollen. So yeah, Afu might have his hands full with these survivors.
Yeah, this is pretty anti-breaking wheel. So, you know, your Priestess on this map is just, and there's the breaking wheel as we expected, but Priestess is very anti-breaking wheel on maps like Chinatown, because even if you get 2 spikes, you may argue, you know, there's always the argument, oh, breaking wheel can go straight through portals, but what's going to happen is Priestess is going to kite without using portals for the most part until they take those spikes and then use the portals to transition away because of how strong and how far those portals can really be on this map. Seer very good against breaking wheel, can absorb a hit even though you have 2 spikes, can also farm owls easily while they're in wheel form. Entomologist is anti-breaking wheel because of how fast you are on the bees. It makes it so much easier to juke the wheel form while on the bees, and that's going to be the big thing here. That's going to be the big difference maker. How well can this entomologist stay alive when kiting against the breaking wheel? Is also very strong in the hotel area because the bees can easily block off the walkways going upstairs, and you can't kite for a long period of time. Gravekeeper, of course, very good because you can use that shovel burrow form to avoid getting those spikes on you as well. So we're going to see how well Afu can go against this somewhat anti-breaking wheel team comp from MS. Getting in the match here, we have FPX.ZQ Hunting versus MS Survivors. I'm ELAO, joined here with Potch Spice for the second half of our first round. And here we go. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry. We do have immediate pause. So they're just. Okay.
We knew that. Yeah, that's why we got to stop right away. We're like, oh, we knew it. Definitely. Yeah, we knew it was gonna happen.
Easy predictions. So so we're gonna just have a quick little pause. Make sure every technology is up to date. Everything's working properly. But so far, based off of that first spawn, it was over at what we call the God window area. It's a very strong window that can be used against a lot of hunters to transition away. This is a it depends, of course, where each survivor spawns. If you have the Gravekeeper spawning towards the middle area, that can be very strong for the survivors, because again, Gravekeeper can use that shovel, that burrow form to avoid the spikes. But it depends again who Afu finds first and in which type of area. We'll have to see where he goes and which direction he takes. This spawn is pretty neutral for both sides, from what I have to say.
Ideally, let's say Afu could take a pick on the survivors. Based on the lineup, what do you think would be the best survivor in this map to go for first?
Yeah, definitely Seer, because, you know, of course, Seer is always usually the most fragile character in a lot of team comps. He's mostly there for that owl support. Now, the downside to chasing Seer, as we mentioned, is that the Seer can easily farm owls off the wheel form because... Right. You know, you're not really, you're just juking around, you're just running around areas, so you're honestly looking at the hunter most of the time. So that can be the only downside. But again, Priest is very hard to chase on this map. Gravekeeper almost unchaseable for wheel. And then Entomologists with those bees are just very hard to actually get the spikes on. So I think if you do find the Seer, that's the best option. But with the Seer seeing where the hunter spawns and which direction they're going, the survivors can rotate and hide accordingly. So it could be difficult for Afu to find an ideal chase target.
Yeah, again, right, a lot of pros and cons when it comes to that Seer. I think Afu, though, very stable when it comes to downing early on survivors. So yeah, maybe he'll try to go for that Seer, but I don't think Afu is a hunter to shy away from just changing targets if one would be more frustrating. So it would really show how well the Seer would juke, or how well, like, maybe the Priestess would give some portal support or anything like that. We'll just have to see, because I think I had a picture in my head that MS will still stick to their meta, but the fact that, you know what, they kind of had brought this anti-breaking wheel comp means that, you know what, like, this is the big stage here. We can qualify for the global finals of Call of the Abyss. I think they really did their homework for against Afu, which is a great sign. So I'm excited to see what MS will offer, because we said it again and we'll say it. We said it before, we'll say it again. You know, Korea has been an up-and-coming region. And MS, very consistent, you know, in IVS, made a huge splash, and now here, they could definitely make a huge name for themselves if they can really take the team of FPX.ZQ to their limits. So I'm excited to see how they will fare up against Afu's Breaking Wheel, because this is a true test of how well they are coordinated, because Afu's hunted with the best of the best here when it comes to competitive Identity 5. So only time will tell. Again, just a little technical pause, but this will give people in the back, some people watching, some time, to stretch out, get some water, and support your favorite teams in chat, because I know Money Sweep has a lot of supporters watching right now.
Yeah, now we do have, again, MS, another sort of non-meta strategy MS went with that I wanted to point out is a lot of teams would take Mercenary early on and just kind of say, we're going to have Mercenary want to rescue it against Breaking Wheel, but MS going with Gravekeeper instead. And of course, Gravekeeper is strong against Wheel because you can go in that shovel form and you can't get chipped. But the downside is Gravekeeper only has 2 shovels to work with, so you kind of have to be more conservative with that. If you use a shovel early on, you're only going to have 1 item to rescue it later, and then maybe the Wheel later in the match baits your next shovel out. And the problem with doing with conserving the shovel and not letting it get baited out is that if the Wheel form if the Breaking Wheel gets out of Wheel form and tries to chase you while you have a spike if you're in shovel, they can just snap you out of the shovel. So you kind of have to use the shovel. So it really puts a dilemma on the survivors. So we saw Gravekeeper be a good character for Breaking Wheel when Breaking Wheel first came out, but Mercenary has taken over. So I guess MS really just going back to those to that older strategy here, and we'll see how it can pay off for them in this match.
Yeah, and just going back to the pick and ban order, right? So he banned forward, they locked in the Priestess and Seer, so and prompting the Mercenary to be banned. So I think, having Gravekeeper, I mean, there's a lot more reward for the Mercenary, but I think they had to stick with whatever they got. I guess they're a lot more comfy, like securing that Seer and that Priestess, especially in a map like this. And I think when, was it Sika? Seer. Yeah, maybe Sika or Seiyun on that Seer would definitely be good, because we did see how well they perform in high pressure situations in IVT. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how that's gonna pan out. But yeah, you did mention a good point. What if we've seen that time and time again where hunters bait out the shovel and then they won't even chase. That's just a wasted item on the survivor side. So let's hope for the Money Sweep fans out there that won't be the case, and we'll see some amazing saves from Seiyun.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Gravekeeper is a good rescuer when not found first against Breaking Wheel, because again, we talked about the shovels being baited out, but if they're not baited out, then Gravekeeper is such a strong rescuer, because you can easily just go for the shovel. You go into the shovel form, the Breaking Wheel can't roll over, can't spike you, and then you can get the save off. Whereas Mercenary is better if found in the early game, because you can't really get your elbow pads baited out, right? But you can have your shovel, but you can get caught. Even with elbow pads, you can still get caught with those spikes in the early game with the wheel form, whereas with the shovel, you can't if you're going for that rescue. So it's really kind of a trade-off. For the most part, wheel is better when finding the Gravekeeper first, because you can bait out the shovel. But I don't know. We'll have to see where Afu opts to chase overall. Again, we're still just waiting on this this next match to play out here. So.
Since we talked about the best survivor to Kai, let's talk about the worst. What do you think would the worst target be? Because you did mention Priestess can be very pesky, especially if Breaking Wheel doesn't have full presence. Gets 2 spikes, all right, but then once he gets out of wheel form, it's going to be so hard to chase, especially if Priestess is a strong map. So a strong part in the map. So who do you think? Do you agree? Would it be Priestess, or would it be another survivor would be the worst chase for Afu?
Yeah, the worst chase for Afu, it really depends on how well the Entomologist player is versed in the Breaking Wheel matchup. Of course, Entomologist can be really good against Wheel. I think it's harder. It depends on how well the Priestess support is as well. I think it's harder for Afu to chase an Entomologist with good Priestess support than it is for him to just chase a Priestess regularly. Because we saw in the first round, the Priestess support on this map was very strong against the Ant. So it's going to be the same instance here for the Breaking Wheel. How well can you support with the Priestess portals? And then on top of that, Entomologist being a good kiter against Wheel. I think Entomologist with Priestess support is the hardest chase target for Afu here.
Oof. Yeah, when you build that picture, it's definitely going to be such a headache if ever that happens. And I don't know if Afu will even allow that to happen, because that could be a nightmare to chase. So might try to opt for going for that Seer, or maybe just solo chase that Priestess if ever that Priestess is felt. But we saw the well-coordinated team of AK and MK in FPX.ZQ. So might take a page out of their book with how well they bought time for them to Cypher Rush and whatnot. So again, it's a different hunter altogether, because Afu does have the privilege of changing targets because he's so good with the wheel form and he's so good at the being able to zip around the map, and his steering control is just insane. Unlike Papua, it's really hard for you to just change targets right off the bat, especially if you're Anne and you've invested so much time and this acrobat's about to fall down, but yet there's another portal that was placed there. So you really felt the struggle that Papua was going through. So yeah, lots of possibilities here.
Yeah, definitely. We actually don't see MS taking Acrobat, and maybe this could be something, and we talked about the less sort of meta from South Korea, and maybe Acrobat's a character they don't find to be viable. And maybe because when we were looking at the player statistics, we actually didn't see Acrobat being one of the main characters for, I believe, any of the MS survivors. So maybe that's something they just don't like to use, something they don't prefer. And that's why we don't see it. I mean, Acrobat's fine at kiting Breaking Wheel. Acrobat's good at kiting most hunters, especially on this map like Chinatown. You can use those balls to block off certain kiting routes that the hunter has to walk through and absorb that effect. So, maybe that's something that MS isn't really looking for. Again, the comp is pretty anti-Breaking Wheel, but it's not so anti that it's too difficult for Afu. I think if there's a forward there instead of the Gravekeeper, then that's when things become very difficult. But Gravekeeper isn't too much of an issue to deal with, again, baiting out the shovels. And Afu just needs a draw here to win round number one. And you don't have to get too aggressive. And of course, if you're able to put yourself in a winning position, then obviously you want to capitalize and add those points. But MS here should at least be trying to go for a draw and just close the gap and minimize the damage.
So I did bring up some facts about MS and how they perform so far in the IVT, which they face other Korean players. You know what? I'm interested to see if CH will bring out that Toy Merchant, because we did see a little bit of Toy Merchant in the qualifiers, but they've been very religious with this Toy Merchant. And also, when it comes to that Acrobat, they only brought it out once, and I think it panned out pretty well, but I don't know. I do agree with you that maybe they're not too comfortable with the Acrobat just yet. They opt for the Dancer or the Enchantress as the Stunner. But yeah, I think that when it comes to this match in particular with Afu, I think they're straying away from their normalcy with how they approach it. And I've just, as I'm saying that, I'm starting to realize also maybe they haven't been in Chinatown yet, because I think the matches that I've seen, we haven't seen Chinatown in the IVT. So I think this is something that they really prepared for. And FPX.ZQ, they faced crazy hunters in the China qualifiers. I think they faced an Undead at one point. And to note, FPX.ZQ was the last team to qualify in the Chinese qualifiers. So they faced, I would say, the gauntlet of hell, because they played the most games. I think they were the most stressed out of all the teams. And now that they're here, this is their first match up here in the group stage. I think it might be at the expense of MS here, because I'm sure they're raring to go, and I'm sure that everyone is excited to see this match happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, still just waiting on the a little bit of technical difficulties here, making sure everything is up to par in terms of connection and technology and all that. But yeah, I mean, we can talk a little bit about how these later rounds will progress as well. We talked a lot about this first round, but I think as these rounds progress, and Chinatown is probably the map pick for FPX.ZQ, I think that it's probably for MS. It's interesting. You know, we talk about MS. They have two hunters available to them. They have the Papuya on the Ann, and they have another hunter that actually loves to play Axboy, as you mentioned earlier, Poch. And I think that's going to be an option for them in this second round. Now, is it something that's worth banning, right? Axboy is actually considered to be a meta hunter. It's used a little bit in IVL. It's been used in a lot of regions. NAU in particular as well is very common for that. And it just, I think it's definitely something that these teams have to watch out for. It's more meta than Ann, right? It's more used more than Ann. It's a hunter that's maybe less consistent for getting draws all the time, but it's a hunter that can apply pressure throughout the map and actually get wins as well. It's one of the very few hunters that actually has win potential that isn't considered to be like S tier. So I think that definitely that's an option as well for them. But looking into the map selection as well, you probably want to put Afu on a bad map for himself. So maybe they go with something like we talked about this as well. Arms Factory, Red Church, two maps that are difficult for the breaking wheel. So maybe you go Red Church, maybe you go Arms Factory. You ban something like Afu's Dream Witch or maybe Afu's Sculptor, and maybe he'll have to play something something that he doesn't less comfortable with. But the biggest issue with that again is Afu has a very deep hunter pool. He can go as far as using Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. He has so many options that it's going to be very hard to kind of counter pick in terms of map against Afu.
I like they brought up Axe Boy because surprise, surprise, Afu has an Axe Boy. He one of his Axe Boy was actually highlighted in Call of the Abyss 4. So I'm pretty sure we haven't seen it as of late because of Breaking Wheel, and he's been so good on that Breaking Wheel. But if you ban his Breaking Wheel and put it in a map like you said, Arms Factory or Red Church, we could have a Hunter mirror match we could see. So, and I like that you highlighted the second Hunter, which is Yu. Why Yu? He does have an Axe Boy, also a Bloody Queen, which is a little more meta. And if you think about it, he used the Axe Boy twice in IVT and the Bloody Queen once. Axe Boy didn't perform as well because the Bloody Queen got a 4K. Now, if we look at the Hunter statistics, they have no losses, but we can see that the Hunters do have 2 wins and 4 ties. So it's safe to say that these Hunters are stable, but that's in the Korean region. We still have to take into account this is the China region. They're going to be facing FPX.ZQ, and Afu's stability, the tie, might turn into a 4K. So the adjustments are definitely going to have to happen on the fly between Money Sweep and FPX.ZQ because, two styles are definitely going to clash here. We did see how they tried to force the meta, not the non-meta pick of Anne in this huge map. It didn't pay off. And we did also assume that FPX.ZQ might bring an anti-Anne pick, but it's anti-Anne. Wow, I just... I'm hungry for some pretzels now. An anti-disciple pick, but it didn't. I mean, they just stuck to their guns. This seems like a pick that they always use, which is the acrobat, the priestess, the forward, as well as the patient. And yeah, it proved to be really well. I think the meta is there for a reason. And now we see that MS, they definitely changed things up. They didn't go with their regular toy merchant, enchantress, or dancer. They went with an anti-breaking wheel pick, which makes me very confident with how well they're going to be playing this map against Afu. Again, the moral victory is just to get that tie, and heck, maybe push for at least 3 survivors out. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. And actually not using toy merchants, it's, believe it or not, actually kind of surprising because toy merchant actually is a strong character against breaking wheel. Because the reason why a lot of teams will sometimes bring toy merchant for a wheel is that you can basically what happens is a lot of toy merchants will kind of run around juking the spikes as long as possible with the catapult set up, and as the breaking wheel gets out of the wheel form, they'll just simply jump on the catapult and fly away. You can also jump on the catapult and fly away while they're in wheel form, and they have to wait for them to come down, but it's not as strong simply because the hunter can easily just catch up, right, with the wheel form, and as soon as you hit the ground, you're just going to take an immediate spike. But typically what happens is they'll drop a catapult near where they're trying to avoid spikes. Once they get those spikes on them, they jump on the catapult and they fly into a strong kiting area, and the wheel has to sometimes even go back into wheel form to catch up to them again, which means that that's a lot of time expended, and that's something that is difficult for a breaking wheel player to deal with. But again, as we mentioned, they're going with a little bit more standard. Entomologist is actually a character that I find to be very strong with support, very strong with kiting, and it's a character we haven't seen used too much so far, but it is definitely a strong option for MS, and I think we'll probably see some more entomologists as this tournament progresses.
I'm excited to see more entomologists. I'm excited for this match to continue, and I'm excited for each and every one of you to also cheer in the chat who you want for. Again, thank you so much for still sticking with us. Again, just a little technical difficulties. We just have to power through it. But yeah, big shout outs to you guys that are still powering through it in the chat and supporting your favorite teams. Again, it's MS versus FPX.ZQ. Day number 2, game number 2 between these two teams. Again, it's still game number 1, first half. Again, Eli and Potch Spice here, just kind of analyzing what's been going on. We're just like you. We're super excited to see this amazing match play out before us. But yeah, I just want to spread some love in the chat for you guys because, yeah, you guys have been waiting. So I'm sure you'll be rewarded with an amazing gameplay for either Afu or the survivor of Money Sweep. You did mention entomologist, right? Looking forward to more of that. Is there any other characters you think kind of might come into the fray as the group stages come in? Not necessarily meta, because I'm excited. I don't know if it's going to come out, but I want to see some Wildling come back.
Yeah, Wildling, it's still not a bad character against some hunters because, you know, Wildling is unchaseable for the most part once you have that boar. I think we could potentially see, and this is a character that's specific to one team, that's SST, which is Prospector. SST is known to actually bring out Prospector and use that at a very strong level. But they didn't use it at all against ACT yesterday. So maybe it's not something they're going to want to venture into. Maybe it is, who knows? But yeah, Entomologist is a character we've seen. I think we're probably going to see more Batter as this tournament progresses. Batter is a very strong character right now. So we've seen more Coordinator than usual, which is interesting. But so far, for the most part, a lot of just standard. And I think MS is going to be the one team that really goes to the off-meta character selections. And you know, so far in their qualifiers, at least it's worked for them, and we'll see how it works again against FPX.ZQ and AFU. But yeah, overall, I think Prospector from SST is an option. Entomologist is one that we're going to see for sure. I think, in my opinion, and Batter should be another one that will come out as this tournament moves on.
Yeah, I haven't caught up so much in the Japan qualifiers as much, but I know that Japan loves, Prospectors, some Perfumers as well. So I'm excited to see that. Yeah, looking forward to seeing some Batter, especially a lot of highlight videos for them getting those stuns. Yeah, still a lot to look forward to. And I agree with you when you say that Money Sweep is the one to really give us a little bit of the fan favorites that we haven't seen so much of. In this match, though, we do see a little bit of the meta peering out to their game plan. So I think they definitely have a lot cut out for them. Who knows? Maybe in match number 2, they're going to just go all comfort pick and they'll be able to kind of just give everyone an amazing match. But we'll just have to wait and see, because I think, yeah, they're still fixing some technical stuff on the back end. Again, we want to have the best possible conditions when it comes to this game, and also with these teams, because again, there's a lot of weight that comes to this qualifiers match in the group stage, because only 2 teams will be advancing. And let me just pull out the group of MS. Actually, they're in Group D, which GH is in. Oh, no. Yeah, GH, Do5, MS, and FPX.ZQ. So this is pretty stacked. They got Do5 and, Do5 in one team. That's definitely a team that you have to be careful of facing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are two of the best mainland China teams currently, statistically wise, going into this tournament. Of course, with the exception of Wolves, are Do5 and FPX.ZQ.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. I know that they're the caster predictions, right? Do you have like a 4 teams that locked in you think that could make it to the grand? Who are your top 4 teams you think you can make it to the grand finals? Let's go with China teams first. Oh, actually, I'm going to pause that question because we're going to head right to the match.
All right, we do have Afu going around towards the tables area. Immediately caught sight of Sika here. This is the Entomologist, so this is the character we saw, and he's actually going to loop the Cypher. This is the strategy you can use against the Breaking Wheel, but we're going to see Afu speed up here, trying to mind game here, gets that first spike, and actually caught in a bit of a bad area. We should expect the Owl right here. No Owl gets utilized, and a beautiful trap from Afu. And just like that, the back into wheel form for Afu most likely, has that extended spike available with the Insolence. The Seer can use the Owl to absorb a spike, which we may see actually happen here. But Sika doing a very good job looping around here. Still does not take a hit here, and the extended spikes from Afu have now worn off. So Blink is available for him here. Oh, wow, that actually registers on him. And he's going to be able to create some distance with these bees, trying to make it to the upstairs 2-story. And Afu losing trail of the Entomologist for a second just because of those bees. And they're actually going to, again, make it upstairs. And Afu doesn't know where the Entomologist is. And he's actually going to have to change targets. Unbelievable. That's a very impressive job from Sika.
This is huge, but Afu with a Hunter Sense going to check upstairs and sees there's a blood trail. And now back to the original target, sees that there's bees. And Afu, playing a little bit of time, still has the extended spikes here, has 2 spikes already. So just this Entomologist, like you mentioned, this is a tough chase for Afu. The bees are definitely going to slow him down, trying to go down the steps area. But as you said, Blink is available. He's going to have traps set up now since there's no roof in this area. Sika trying to make it to the structure here. Goes for the snap instead so he can get that pickup. And now Afu has his first survivor down, while Cyphers are still progressing. 4 still remain.
Yeah, but that one little instance where the Entomologist was able to avoid Afu seeing him, that really goes to show the power of Entomologist, because Entomologist does not leave a trail when on the bees. And now we see the power of Gravekeeper against Wheel when the Gravekeeper shovel was not baited out in the early game. Afu has no way to spike this Gravekeeper until they get out of that shovel form, and it's actually going to work out perfectly for Seiyun here. And you know, here we go. Here comes the rescue. Again, no spikes at all, which means less presence for Afu. Gravekeeper waiting this out as long as possible. They need to go quickly, though. They're running out of time for this. Afu trying to go for a Terror Shock. It's right at the halfway mark, but Gravekeeper gets the save, and there's the power of the Gravekeeper. 50% increased rescue speed. He's going to try to go for a trap, but traps don't actually work. And there's the portal setup, Potch, just like we talked about.
Yeah, Entomologist with Priestess support now sees the Gravekeeper, trying to find the Entomologist here. Afu having a hard time. This just shows that MS really did their homework and they know what strategy to come in with. And now they're doing an excellent job. Again, so close as Afu getting that spike into this Entomologist, but so far still hanging out in this window is Sika, buying so much time. 2 ciphers still remain, and now we see that Seiyun is the one in the immediate vicinity. Afu seems to be wanting to spike Seiyun, gets 1 spike in. And now we see that Sika still hanging out in this area, still has the bees, and Sika just moving around. This is going to be quite tough for Afu trying to chase up. Gets 1 spike in, no burst just yet. Goes for the vault, not utilizing the blink just yet. 1 cipher still remain. Tries to drop a trap at Seiyun. Oh my god, gets the owl. And now full presence, 1 cipher still remain. He's going to have to walk through the bees. Hits the bees, and now we see that Afu back in wheel form.
Yeah, MS can actually win. They're on winning.
They could.
Yeah, Entomologist still has another chair to work with, and the long portal.
Wow.
Have to get out of wheel form and hit the Entomologist down, but the Priestess goes through with them, which means the Priestess can actually and Afu. Oh, the image. Afu tried to left. But the image left before he could get it, and now they can simply just despike, push this last cipher machine. It's already 70% of the way done. Priestess can simply just go for a rescue, and the survivors are on track to win the game because Afu has no trait swap. He only has blink for this endgame, and that's the only thing that's going to work for him. And the portal is there as well, which means that Afu's going to be forced to break it first before he can even kill the Entomologist. The last cipher machine is primed. They may just go ahead and go for the pop here after the snap.
Okay, now drops a trap. Afu has to be very careful. He has to count these shots wisely. Goes for the pop right away, but just goes for the blink. And now Entomologist will have her second round on that rocket char, while the Priestess hanging out in the second story. Will she try to go for the save or just give that tinnitus to keep Afu at bay? It seems like Afu is content with just guarding this area, but CH has to be very careful. Like you said, Eli, they are primed to go for that 3-man escape, but CH now gaining the attention of Afu here. It's going to be quite dangerous for CH to traverse. The dungeon is nowhere near this area. We do see that the Gravekeeper is being healed up, and now Afu changes to wheel form. He brought the detention. He already accounted for endgame, and it seems like CH will be the next target.
Yeah, no, MS had a winning position, but a premature pop here may cost him. Oh, and the portal gets canceled, and that should be it. He is able to avoid that, but I think he can get this hit. Yeah, there's the hit and the down, and that's just going to be a draw. MS, again, had a winning position, but the premature pop unfortunately cost them the victory here. I think the best case scenario for MS here is just allow the Priestess to go for a save. Entomologist still has another chair time, so you can you can allow this survivor to go down. Priestess goes for a rescue, and then you can pop the cipher machine after that. And if Afu doesn't have detention, there's a good chance that the survivors just win, because what happens is the Priestess can go for a rescue, but with that detention, it makes it so the Priestess cannot save. Even it doesn't matter how many spikes they have, they just can't go for the rescue at all. So I think there. Actually, the other thing that was very unlucky for MS is Priestess got wanted order. Priestess could have easily just used the long portal to make it to the exit gate, but Afu knows they're not going to allow them to do that because, they can see where the Priestess is and they have wanted order on them.
Yeah, it was, again, a little bit of a serious, unfortunate event, but yeah, it was, I have to give it up to MS. They played that really well. They knew how to handle Afu's breaking wheel. They knew the spots to be at. They knew how to support. And yeah, moral victory. It was really gearing up towards that 3-man escape. But yeah, just I think the pop of that cipher was a little too early. They could have been in a better position, because you have to give it up to the Entomologist, because Entomologist was buying so much time. If ever he just kited a little bit more, I don't know if they were waiting for that snap. It was a little premature. Yeah, it was really going well. Again, a moral victory there, but it just proves that Afu, again, being very stable, not losing a round, but still going for that tie. If we compute the scores, it's still a game. It's still a game number 1 going to FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, and again, you see the upside to playing this team comp. It's very anti-breaking wheel. Finding the entomologist first is just like, it's so difficult with the priestess support. We literally talked about this before the match. Watch, we predicted this. We talked about how if you find entomologist first and there's good priestess support, it's such a hard chase, and that's exactly what happened in this match. It worked perfectly for MS all the way up to the end, and then just a little misstep at the end with that Cypher pop. MS, all they had to do was either wait it out until entomologist could get to a better area, or they could just, have the priestess go for a rescue, because entomologist had another chair time. There's no need to pop the Cypher machine there, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. But look at that, Seiko, the 167 seconds, entomologist being a good kiter against breaking wheel, and you see why from this match.
Yeah. Again, they really went toe-to-toe with Afu's best hunter, and, the tie is still pretty good. And we're looking at what could've, should've, would've, but what we have in front of us is a tie. And if we compute the scores, it's still not much of a point difference. If we compare it to that first match, I think MS still has a fighting chance and that fighting spirit. I think they come into this a little more energized and not demoralized, because that was a tie. I think that's definitely a confidence booster on their side, that they can push for that game 3 and try to win 2 rounds. FPX.ZQ though, I think the strongest suit is their survivors. We're going to be treated to the hunter of either Papua or you in this next match. Let's see if they're going to try to go to the meta and try to bring out a meta hunter, or will they stick to their guns and bring out Anne, or as you mentioned also, the Axe Boy, or maybe even that Bloody Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I don't know. We'll see again the map pick as well. MS did kind of the bare minimum. They closed the gap, right? They made they minimized the damage. Only a 2-point deficit here against a mainland China team. FPX.ZQ, which is one of the best teams, is very good for MS. It's not, again, they were on a bad map, a really bad map. This is probably the worst map they could have had in round number 1, and they still managed to only lose by 2 points for the round number 1. And they almost tied. Just a little bit of a messed up with the Cypher pop, but they still managed to minimize the damage. They're by all means still in this. And now with MS map selection coming up, I think this actually makes the match pretty even with FPX.ZQ being in the lead. So again, we don't know what hunter to expect. You have a few different options. You have the Axe Boy, Bloody Queen. You have the Anna as well, which probably get banned. But we are going to look at a couple highlights here from this last match, and we'll be back in a moment.
没技能了，开门战没技能了，闪现交了你们，我要死了，我要死了，我出去，我走不了，我啥都没会走，可以照你看看。这行。버려. 나 잡으러.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Call of the Abyss 5 Group Stage, and we have an amazing match between MS and FPX.ZQ. It is, FPX.ZQ is in the lead, but we just witnessed an amazing match, an amazing showing of the survivors of MS, which could make this a really close game. Eli, we talked about how well they did at the start, but it was just that one misstep that kind of turned the tides into a tie, which again is a moral victory, but yeah, they were knocking on the door of a 3-person out. So how do you think MS is going to perform in this next match?
Yeah, I mean, after this sort of start, again, we talked about how bad this map is for them. One of the best breaking wheel maps in the game for Afu, who's very consistent at securing draws. but he actually almost lost. And that was kind of the big, the Survivors were almost able to win. And that was kind of the big, I mean, MS already making a good showing here. Going into this matchup, statistically speaking and on paper, it's FPX.ZQ should be heavily advantaged, right, against the South Korea team. But this first round was so close to a point where MS almost secured a draw for round number 1 on a terrible map for them. So I think actually going into this next round where they have the map selection, they can actually possibly win this next round based off of how well they played. You know, the Hunter, having a really bad map, was still able to get 1 kill, which isn't too bad. And the Survivors played beautifully. I mean, the Entomologist gameplay was so on point. You know, utilizing the fact that Entomologist does not leave a trail when on the bees. That was kind of the important game changer. Afu losing the Entomologist just long enough. And then also missing the snap on the portal. Afu got a little bit too aggressive breaking the portal first before killing the image, and that gave the image enough time to disappear and the Survivors to last the game even longer and get that Scepter Machine primed.
Yeah, a lot of, well, I would say a lot of scrambly situations from both, well, from Afu's side, but able to turn it around in the end. Again, it's just, it takes that one, right? It's usually that one that has that domino chain effect. I think Afu, again, him getting that two-person down and killed, best case scenario for him. And, you know, he did bring that detention because he did account for that late game, because usually, some hunters, they don't bring that end game because they don't even account for it because they know how well they're going to be doing. But Afu, I think, yeah, has that respect, even though that this is their advantage. He does play a little bit conservatively with that. And, you know, his statistics show that he's one of the most stable and has the most ties when it comes to hunting. So I think in the next game, I agree that it will be, maybe, I would say MS Survivors will be heavily favored, but I'm a little concerned also if we flip the script here and let's talk about MS's hunters, because they're definitely, I don't know if they're going to pick meta hunters, and we do herald FPX.ZQ Survivors as one of the best Survivor teams out there. So what are your thoughts on MS's Hunter going up against FPX.ZQ Survivors now?
Yeah, that's the biggest concern that I have as well for MS, is that, you know, you're playing, I mean, obviously these non-meta character selections for Hunter, it works maybe in the South Korea region. When you play against these teams that are just, you know, prepared for everything and have and really utilize the meta Survivors, it's just, it doesn't really work as well, right? You're playing against, I mean, maybe MS has their own meta, right? And we've seen that with Female Dancer, with Enchantress, with Toy Merchant, but, and these non-meta hunters can actually work against some of those characters. But when you come into a global setting and you play against these teams that have use very similar what we call meta for the majority of the servers, it just doesn't work as well anymore. You saw in the first round, Anne is a good hunter against certain characters. Anne is actually good against Enchantress and good against Dancer, and you see why that makes sense, because Anne, you know, is very anti-tight kite, and Dancer's good for tight kiting, and Enchantress stuns can't cancel by an Anne, and so it'll work against these non-meta Survivors. Once you play against the meta and the support that these mainland China teams have, it's just not as effective anymore. So I think that's going to be the biggest concern for MS here, is these characters that are non-meta hunters, will it work for them as these rounds progress? The Survivors have shown in this first round that they're prepared for a lot of what Afu has. So I don't think the Survivors are the biggest worry here. I think it's how well can these hunters go against these FPX.ZQ Survivors, as you mentioned, Podge.
Yeah, and if you think about it, FPX.ZQ's Survivors are the real point bringers, are the real game changers when it comes to their wins in Identity 5. Usually it's Afu that just, I would say Afu is like the defender, while the FPX.ZQ are the Survivors are more of the attackers that really steal those points and get those points for the team. So it's going to be a little scary, because now FPX.ZQ Survivors are going to see Afu getting that tie. They're going to know, like, our teammate needs us. Let's go aggressive with this one. Let's try to push for 4K. Let's really try to solidify a win here, because I would have to say that, they definitely got 3-1, but I think they just wanted to play conservatively. Now, if we have FPX.ZQ wanting to get four-man escape, I think they would definitely try and get that. But right now, we do see that we have Ever Sleeping Town as our new map, and it is still Afu that will be hunting. So MS's Survivors, we're going to see them back on stage.
Yeah,
virtual stage.
Yeah. FPX.ZQ hunting here against the Survivors, and Ever Sleeping Town is this map. I don't really know what this indicates for MS, and it's like Ever Sleeping Town is strong for Axe Boy, but it's not really strong. It's not really strong for Anne. Too many transition areas. It's not really strong for Bloody Queen. So I don't know what, and maybe MS is trying to pull out another hunter we don't know about as well. Maybe because I mean, you know, if you're FPX.ZQ, you can simply just ban the Axe Boy and force them to play Bloody Queen on, you know, or Anne on a bad map. We are going to have a quick interview here. We'll be back in a
찍게
second.
되는 것처럼 그것만큼 많은 긴장과 떨림이 있지만 그만큼 기대되며 잘하고 싶다는 마음이 있습니다.
And there we have Seyun, one of the main rescuers. We did see her on that Gravekeeper. Yeah, her mercenary was banned. So back to your point. I'm trying to figure out the logic with Ever Sleeping Town and how that'll give them advantage, because again, they might pull out something different here. Maybe Papua or you have a different hunter under their belt, because all we've seen with Anne, Axe Boy, and Bloody Queen. And for them to be able to perform at their best, Ever Sleeping Town might not be the best for these hunters that they have as of now.
Right, and I think Ever Sleeping Town benefits Afu too, because you know, they're gonna ban Breaking Wheel most likely. I don't think you want to give Afu Ever Sleeping Wheel round 2 with 2 bans first,
right?
Because you know, Ever Sleeping Wheel is just so strong. There's so few windows that the Breaking Wheel can really get phased by, and there is an option for Afu to go Sculptor or Dream Witch. Both hunters are very effective on this map. Sculptor very strong on Ever Sleeping Town because of all the narrow alleyways, which you can use to block survivors with those statues. And then also Dream Witch is just very strong, you know, with the map pressure, with trapping survivors in alleyways as well. Now Dream Witch can struggle a little bit in first round as a on Ever Sleeping Town, because you play a lot of anti-Dream Witch characters like Priestess, Psychologist, things like that. But now Afu can simply ban those. So what does Afu go for here if Breaking the Wheel is banned? I think he'll probably go Sculptor, because it's more of a, it's good for Blink Sculptor is good for securing draws, whereas Dream Witch is more for getting high kills. Afu doesn't really need to go for high kills here. His team is leading. So I think the goal here for FPX.ZQ is, if they can tie the last few rounds here, they will just, you know, win on points ultimately.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a Sculptor, because he does have a Dream Witch, he does have a Bloody Queen. We did see a Geisha come out, but it wasn't his most optimal hunter. So again, if he wants to secure that tie and really kind of rely on the survivors to really hone in on the non-meta picks of the hunter and really survive on the points of his survivor team, I think that's a good strategy, because Sculptor, as you mentioned, Sculptor Blink, secure that, make sure you gain as much as possible, as much as possible when it comes to the just getting a tie. So I'm excited to see how Afu will try and secure that, because if he's going to play a little too conservatively, he could get punished heavily by MS, especially with how well coordinated they are. If they take out a little more of their survivors, though, I'm pretty sure they're going to ban Priestess here. If ever it's going to be a Sculptor, I don't think, they might allow the Seer to come through, but maybe ban the Mercenaries before. Don't know if they want to bring back the Entomologist, but you could definitely see how Afu would definitely go by the book when it comes to the picks and bans here, and he's going to lock in that that Sculptor. But I really think that he can also swerve them. If they bring an anti-Sculptor pick, he can go for Bloody Queen, or he could go for another hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, go back to the point of Entomologist. Entomologist works well against Sculptor. It works well as supporting against Sculptor as well. Less against Dream Witch, because with Dream Witch, you know, you can just simply patrol her and they can struggle. But it can work against Dream Witch in that you can use it to not get trapped. If you're able to, you know, zoom away with those bees, block up an alleyway, you can avoid getting trapped. But Patroller is pretty strong against Entomologist, very hard to deal with. So maybe the survivors opt to go with that. I think if you're MS here, a good play is to ban Breaking Wheel and go with something like the Psychologist, because Psychologist is strong against Dream Witch. Also can be strong against Sculptor if you force basic hits and avoid chips. We are going to see Breaking Wheel. We are going to see the Forward and Seer ban, and it is actually a Dream Witch ban. So they're going to give Afu round 2 wheel and Ever Sleeping, which
that's
I don't know, Podge, that's very scary. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with this, but we're going to see maybe they're prepared for it again. Probably going to go anti-Breaking Wheel as much as possible. We're going to see Mercenary locked in and Priestess, 2 characters that are good against that wheel.
Yeah, but in this map, like you said, you know, in Chinatown, you feel that pressure from that Priestess, but here, you know what, they just zoom right through it. It's fine. They can come right back. Not as big as Chinatown, but and bans that entomologist. So yeah, I think he's raring up for another breaking wheel. This is gonna be tough because I hope they're ready for this, because Afu in a heartbeat would definitely secure that breaking wheel. And what's scary with these hunters is that, you know what, they are warmed up now. They're good mechanically, so they will be performing even better. Now we see the comfort picks come out. We see that the acrobat is already locked in, as well as the dancer of I'm So Sexy.
Absolutely, yeah. Female dancer, you know, a character. We're gonna see breaking wheel from Afu as we predicted. Female dancer. I'm really genuinely curious to see how dancer can really work against breaking wheel. Again, we see it come up. In theory, can be strong because it slows down the wheel from the slow boxes, the fast boxes speed up the dancer when trying to jump the wheel. But we never really see it used in a competitive scenario. And I think here this might be the first instance of this happening. Of course, Afu can chase one of these other characters. You know, Acrobat is fine. Priestess is difficult because of the portals on this map. But I think this is the same situation, Posh, in which Dancer can kite wheel effectively, just like Entomologist. So Dancer's able to last a while without taking any spikes, and then also get additional support from the Priestess. And maybe we can have a similar result with Entomologist in the first round.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I think we have to see a more clear-headed Afu when it comes to really downing these survivors, but we're just gonna have to find out. Ever Sleeping Town is the next map we're gonna be playing in, ladies and gentlemen, between FPX.ZQ and MS. Potch Spice here along with Eli O giving you the commentary action. Let's head into it.
All right, and here we go. We do have the Graveyard Gate spawn from Afu, which means the key spawn is over near Dancing Geisha, but instead he's actually going to go ahead and rotate. He is going to go through Dancing Geisha, going through that alleyway, actually going straight towards Corner House, which is Seeker the Acrobat. So no first kite for the female dancer, unfortunately, and we're going to see him try to juke this wheel from as much as possible. Already avoiding a few, does take that first spike though, but does have Corner House to work with. And we also have CH the Priestess in the vicinity to help support, but Acrobat getting caught in a bit of a tough area, goes for the bomb, and it's the slow. Maybe takes the trap as well, and I don't know if he'll be able to kite out this hit, and he is going to absorb that first one already.
What a trade there. Slow for slow, but still Afu gets that hit and now has the first ability, extended spikes, drops down for the hit. Sika, he has to be very careful, but CH in the area here where the Priestess is going to get spotted out, and we see that, yeah, the power of Corner House here. Afu still in wheel form here while Sika tries to buy enough time, kind of disrupting the progress of that Priestess, but still, yeah, just there to provide that support. Sika now making his way to trying to go for that portal, and diving right through, but he knows, oh my god, goes back in, jukes back and forth, just cleans things up, now goes back into this wheel form, still disrupting the Cypher progress of this Priestess, while cleaning up the portals, and we see that the Priestess support, this could be one of the banes of Afu going in this matchup, and now we see that Sika has that second spike. One more would do it. Already vaults out, blinks out, and unfortunate for Afu there, just snaps right away. Sika is down.
Yeah, and we do see a bit of a different build from Afu, left to right here. So this is more of a 4-kill build, more of a heavy kill build rather than going for a draw with detention. And we're going to see Afu go back into wheel form here, trying to pressure down this Priestess. Now, the only downside of the Priestess early support, nice elbow pad from the Mercenary to get into the save. The only downside of the Priestess supporting that early is that now it's kind of like Priestess Cypher Rush is a little bit far behind. Afu's going to go ahead and get that hit on the Mercenary, giving the rescue to the Acrobat. Acrobat has a Flame Bomb available, able to avoid this trap, but as you go for the Flame Bomb, does get it off, and this forces Afu back into wheel form. So this buys a little bit of extra time for MS. This is what they need to see if they want to at least get a draw for this round against Afu's breaking wheel.
Uh-oh, now we see that, yeah, changing up the timing here, where we see that Afu just going left and right. Sika now has to be very careful, just goes for that snap. We know that the dungeon is here. cleans up the portals. Now that the Acrobat, even though that was an early rescue, he will be chaired again. Drops a peeper just to make sure he has a little more vicinity as he chairs this Acrobat in the middle part of this map. So no more spikes on the Priestess side. Mercenary cannot go for a rescue, but we have a female dancer, and now the Priestess coming in for that rescue. You see that CH will have to probably eat another spike here. Gets the rescue done, drops a trap, but it was the Priestess. Gets the hit, and now we see that Priestess will be falling down. Sika already making his way to the center part of this map.
Yeah, getting the double down on the Priestess isn't quite too strong, just because Priestess can actually heal super fast. We're going to see him zoom around here, get that second spike on the Acrobat. Acrobat's going to try to change the elevation so he can use the snap, but he is able to still get that there. Acrobat will go down and be sent back to the manor. Priestess on the ground as well. Afu actually in a winning position now, but again, you have to keep in mind Priestess heals very fast, should be up shortly. Mercenary Cypher about to pop as well. And he'll probably go for Mercenary. If you're Afu, you want to just down this Mercenary with a snap, get a spike here. Mercenary actually going to use an elbow pad. Oh, and went past the stairs, which Afu didn't actually expect. And he goes for the full presence and misses it. Mercenary avoids the full presence, so now he can't even get snapped. Mercenary can just rock height here. Afu missing the trap as well. And so now Seiyun doing an excellent job, gets the pallet down. What a mind game from this Mercenary, staying alive as long as possible. Goes for the vault. Does he elbow pad away? No, does not get it off in time, and an elbow pad will be wasted there, unfortunately, for Seiyun. Afu back into wheel form most likely after dropping a couple of peepers to slow down the Cypher Rush.
Yeah, that would be amazing if Seiyun was able to get that elbow pad off and just move on away. But yeah, unfortunate there. Again, a lot of scrambly situation on Afu's side. Now spots CH, the Priestess that was already down, but like you said, gets healed up pretty quickly. We do see that Afu has a sight set on this Priestess because he knows that the Mercenary is going to take some time for that self-heal. 54% left on the Mercenary. CH now dropping these pallets, has to walk through that trap, but Afu now back in that wheel form, wants to spike this Priestess down. Extended spikes, has 2 already. 1 normal hit would register as a down. CH realizing needs to move areas here. Drops the pallet. Oh my god, goes for the snap. 1 more hit would do it. Tried to go for the portal, but here we go. Hits her on the other side in that short portal, and now Afu has his second down. Cleans up a little bit, goes right through it. Drops a peeper down. Oh, wants to go up for a bleed out strategy.
Yeah, no, it's actually interesting. Afu used the snap. Oh, here come the music boxes. Afu used the snap to cancel the portal, I think is what he was going for. That's why he snapped so early. And now we're going to see Afu try to catch up to the stand. Look at how fast that dancer is, though, Podge. Very hard. She's going to get out of the range of the full presence, which means she won't go down to 1 hit here. What a play from the dancer. You see why dancer can actually be strong against breaking wheel. Now is going to utilize the slow box, trying to make Afu walk through it. Can they get around the trap? And gets around the trap, forcing Afu back into wheel form yet again. And MS playing this so well. Can they pop the Cypher Machine in time? I think they can. Even with this peeper, there you go. And they get the... Oh, but they throw it on the wrong side. And that's going to cost them a down. But the Cypher Machine is primed.
Wow, yeah, that was the second to the last Cypher. And now we see that MS can go for at least a tie here. But now we see that Afu just focusing his attention on I'm So Sexy here. Just 1 more regular hit, has a spike on him, and now just the excellent awareness here. No music boxes to go for here. Still on peepers is Afu, while we know that the survivors are trying to open up this exit gate. He knows where the dungeon is at as well. I'm So Sexy here, getting cut off from the dungeon side. So now goes back into wheel form. This is the time for him to try to make that mad dash, but Afu's gonna try to not allow that. Already trying to cut him off. Priestess also in this area, goes through, and now we see that the music box is also placed here. CH getting canceled out, and now we see that he will set his sights on this Priestess, has 3 spikes, can go for that snap, drops the trap, and hits the Priestess down. Oh, wow. Okay, now let's see what Afu will be doing now.
He's going back into wheel form, trying to catch the dancer. This is a little bit risky. I actually don't know if, yeah, he's not going to be able to catch them here. He has to go back for Priestess. Priestess should not be able to get up in time. Probably just surrendering. Yeah, there is the draw there. Very close with that Priestess support. If dancer's able to make that, maybe there's a chance they can get out. But if Afu stays in wheel form, he can easily just break the portal like he did in that instance. So MS still able to get the draw. I actually thought I didn't realize how far the Cypher Progress was along there, and I didn't realize that the dancer throwing the pallet on the wrong side was actually intentional, because when they pop the Cypher Machine, she can vault it for a speed boost, and you get a double speed boost. Yeah, you get the knee-jerk reflex speed boost in addition to broken window, in addition to borrowed time, and that makes it so she just gains so much distance, forcing Afu back into wheel from the big upside for MS was that even though the Acrobat went down quickly, they forced Afu to go back into wheel form multiple times. And whether that was missing the full presence multiple times with the priestess and also the female dancer getting out of that range with the speed box. And then also the mercenary kited for a long period of time because he missed the full presence. He actually missed 3 full presence spikes because MS was able to dodge them so cleanly. And that was the difference maker there, allowing them to turn a losing position into a draw.
Yeah, that was, and you did bring up the build of Afu, going for a more aggressive and more 4K build. But him getting that tie, still living up to that stability that he is known for. I think MS now, tried to push for that 3-person out. I really like how they're able to come back from that Acrobat being downed. And you saw that Priestess support. I think, coming into this, a lot of the teams are going to look at MS and they really have to ban that Priestess, ban the support characters that they have, because coming up against Afu here, they're really showing that they can hang with hunters from the Chinese mainland region. Now, I might be getting a little ahead of myself, but this was the scenario we were talking about. We're on this tie. Now all the pressure is on the hunters of MS, Eli. We have, before we talk about that, just checking out the match highlights here. Again, a lot of this almost at that 60% mark. Seiyun almost reaching 60 seconds here. But Zika, even though he was the first one that was eliminated out of the game, he did kite for 124 seconds. CH as well, providing so much support and even providing a rescue, even tanking some hits here and there. So you can see how well-rounded they are. And honestly, I'm So Sexy is one of the most slipperiest survivors I've seen. And you just think that you have him in the corner, but again, being a dancer, we saw the highlight of his Enchantress in the IVT in Korea, how he was just so hard to kill and hard to down. So Afu really had his hands full getting that tie. So back to my original question here. Going back to the hunters of MS. In this map, do you think that they're going to go for their regular Anns, Bloody Queens, and Axe Boys?
Yeah, I mean, again, MS is probably looking to... I don't know. It's tough. Again, MS is not... This is not a very far deficit. They're only down 2 points. They're very, very close right now. So I think if you're MS, you have 2 options. You can play a hunter that has win potential, try to go for a 3-person elimination and win this round. Or you can just play a draw hunter like something like Bloody Queen, or Anne, and then go for a draw there, and then just put yourself in a position where you just have to win the last round by 2 points or more, which it's not too difficult. They're only down 2 points. And the way the Survivor team has been playing, I think that's definitely on the table for them. So we'll have to see what hunter they opt to go with. Again, we don't really... MS is known for being, South Korea region known for being a lot of non-meta hunter picks, so... I think if they switch to their, I think Axeboy and Bloody Queen is for you. So, if they switch there and this all, FPX.ZQ has to do is ban Axeboy. Bloody Queen's not very strong on this map, but it is a draw hunter, so maybe it works for MS. I really don't know what MS's game plan here is. We'll have to see. It'll be a surprise for me.
That's actually what's really scary, because if you think about it, if they did their homework in IVT, all right, let's ban the Axeboy or the Bloody Queen. What if they have a pocket breaking wheel or sculptor that they didn't even know about, right? And yes, it is their pocket, but you still have to respect why it's the meta. So that's how I think that they can kind of throw a curveball. Like, the mix-up is that there's no mix-up. I am going to go for the meta hunters. And another interesting question or concern that I have is, who will FPX.ZQ survivors be banning? Because they can respect that the meta, or they can respect the homework that they've done coming into this match, because it's quite unconventional with the hunters that Papua or you have. We will find out who will be the one hunting, because usually it's Papua that takes the first round hunt with Anne, and then you comes in with either the Axe Boy or that Bloody Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talked about the concern for MS was the hunting. Playing these non-meta characters, and I mean, again, the survivors are still doing their job. They're getting the minimum, which is draws against Afu, because again, Afu is known to be a very heavy draw player, and it looks like we're gonna have Yu is subbing in here. So as we mentioned, Bloody Queen, Axeboy, the 2 most common hunters from this player. But again, maybe they'll pull something out that's a little bit different. Ever Sleeping Town map selection indicates that they have a third hunter we don't know about. And the reason why is that Ever Sleeping Town is good for Axeboy, but if FPX.ZQ did their homework and they know what they're going against, they're just simply going to ban Axeboy and force Bloody Queen onto a bad map, Ever Sleeping Town being bad for Bloody Queen. So this really indicates that MS has another hunter option available that they don't know about, and they're trying to surprise FPX.ZQ and surprise us as well.
Yeah, because they can't go rest on their laurels. Like, I'm gonna pick this map in the second, and I'm sure that they didn't do their homework, and they're not gonna ban my Axeboy, because I have a feeling that they would bring in the question of the other hunter. Now, we can only speculate from here on out, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any speculations on who you will be hunting with, or if you have any insight, do let us know as well, because again, Korea is another emerging region that we can't get enough of with how fan-friendly their style is and how exciting their games are, especially with their commentary. Like, it's so animated. I love it. And coming into this though, yeah, aside from the meta, is there any other hunter that jumps out to you that you think you has that can do well in this map?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Poch, I think it probably is Breaking Wheel, just because, again,
I knew it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about this map. It's beneficial for Afu. I mean, you gave Afu the next best Breaking Wheel map, and then just gave him Breaking Wheel, which I didn't expect that at all. That was the most. I think that's probably the most thing that's caught me off guard so far in this tournament. So, so I think that there has to be something that Yu has we don't know about, unless he likes Ever Sleeping Bloody Queen, which I don't really know who likes that. Besides, it's very rare to see that. I think it just has to be there's another hunter we don't know about, and you know, maybe they're just banking on the fact that the survivors will play it super safe and like ban Breaking Wheel, ban Dream, which ban something like Sculptor, and then just give him Axeboy. Or again, maybe there's something we don't know about that could come out if they do go for an Axeboy ban.
I do hope that they do ban the Axeboy, just so we can see what other hunter Yu has. Because again, if they respect the meta, we're just gonna speculate if he has meta hunters. But if they do ban that Axeboy, we're gonna see some levels to Yu's game, since yeah, he only brought out the Axeboy in the end. But yeah, to your point, yeah, I don't know people Bloody Queen mains that like Ever Sleeping Town were like, yeah, let's pick Ever Sleeping Town. It's quite tough, and your mirrors have to count so much because the cooldown time is so long, and you gotta walk all the way if ever you don't get it right. So you have to be very on point with how well you put that out there. Even though the BQ, I forgot what map you played BQ in God of 4K. Definitely not Ever Sleeping Town. I've definitely noted that down. I think it was like a small map, like either church or hospital, but we're just gonna have to find out with how well you will adapt here, because a lot of pressure's on their side. Even though this is a close game, if FPX.ZQ gets at least three survivors out, which is the trajectory they're looking at, they immediately advance. I mean, they immediately get 1 point in the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see. Again, just waiting on these final character selections and bans. But I don't know. I just want to analyze the situation in which if Yu does have something like Breaking Wheel that we didn't expect, and they do ban the Axeboy, how does this match play out? What does Yu go for with bans? I imagine Ford and Seer will be the first two, and the Stars probably go Merc Priestess. We're going to see a similar lineup. Probably no Dancer again, but we'll see similar lineup in which we're going to have Merc Priestess, and then we're probably going to have something like maybe Acrobat, Mechanic as the next ban, are most likely options here. And if they do go with something more standard, like a Breaking Wheel ban, Dream Witch, Sculptor ban, and they give the Axeboy, then what do you go with as Yu, right? So you have an option. You do have to ban your first two survivors first. So I think it's going to be Ford and Seer regardless. Maybe Priestess. If he's
yeah,
assuming,
could be a contention.
Yeah, maybe Priestess, if he's assuming that they're not going to ban the Axeboy. Now, actually, it's kind of interesting because a lot of the other thing I wanted to mention as well is a lot of Axeboys actually ban Mercenary as well, which is very curious. A lot of hunters don't ban Mercenary anymore, but Axeboy players, I've noticed in a lot of regions, still do that. So maybe that's a likely ban. I'm actually really excited to see what Yu pulls out here. It's really, anything's on the table. We usually like to try to break these things, and I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah, there's no clue, right? I think based on like what he'd pick on the on-start, we can try to predict, but yeah, I don't know if Yu is going to show his hand right away, because I'm sure FPX.ZQ is going to start to understand his thinking with if he bans the Mercenary first, or if he doesn't ban the Priestess, maybe they might think like, hey, maybe this guy has a Breaking Wheel, because he won't mind it as much, because yeah, Axeboy could suffers more instead of the Breaking Wheel when it comes to that Priestess. And also on the side of FPX.ZQ, their survivor pool is so deep. We didn't even see their psychologist yet, and psychologists can thrive in this map, especially for rebound rescues. They do have an entomologist, if ever. You do know MK is also versatile, and not just mercenary, but that priestess psychologist. So, no brainer. I think just ban that forward, and it's really up to, it's up to you, not you, Eli, but you, the player, to ban either the mercenary, seer, or priestess. I think anything else, I think it could tell. Like if you ban the seer or priestess or mercenary, it could tell. It could give like FPX.ZQ a tell on what kind of hunter he'll be using. Using.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll probably be able to tell based off of that, but again, still anything's up in the air, and that's one of the. I'm actually very glad that we're able to hear commentate this South Korea team, because again, we talk about them. We don't really know too much about it. Probably the region we know the least about in terms of what, because it's always changing. They're always playing different things. They're playing Dancer, they're playing Axe Boy, they're playing Round 1 and I don't remember the last time I've seen a Round 1 and. So, I mean, it's always unique from them. It's always different. There's nothing there's no way to really prepare for what they're going to bring out. So, yeah, again, still just waiting on the last bit of setup here. Again, looking about how these points are going to play out here, if you're the MS Hunter, your goal probably is to, again, minimum get a draw, make it so you don't have to, get to the last round, make it so your team only needs 2 points to come back here. If they're able to get more than that, which again, against FPX.ZQ, a very good survivor team, it's very unlikely to see that happen here. But so far, with the way MS Survivors have been playing, I think that the Hunter here can go for a draw, and then MS Survivors could potentially even 3-man off in the last round based off how well they've been playing. I think they have the potential to do that. They could have done it in the first round, and in the second round they were close with that escape. Yeah, they were very close as well. So I think the game plan here is MS Hunter goes for a draw, and then the MS Survivors get a 3-man escape in the last round, and the Hunter gets another draw, and they're able to tie up the rounds in the long.
Then we get a round number 4. That would be the scenario if ever. Yeah, I could see how that could be the war of attrition that they're gonna go for, because yeah, I think Afu's best shot at winning a round was definitely the first. And if it's gonna push for that round number 3, they're definitely gonna try to ban out that breaking wheel, or maybe let it rock again. I don't know if they're that confident, but with how they played, they really did their homework. But I'm pretty sure that it's gonna be FPX.ZQ with the advantage of picking that map. So it's still very up in the air. We can't look that far ahead into the future until we see this match play out. And like you said, round 1 and very rare. Even last year, round 1 Anne wasn't even a thing. It was round 2, round 3. Because remember when Anne became the Thai Queen instead of Bloody Queen? That's how far back it went, and not even round 1. So yeah, they're really they're really coming up with their own meta here. Didn't work out so well. Now we get to see if they're gonna try and lean towards that strategy or game plan that they're known for and love for, or will they try to stick to the meta? There's a reason why we call it the meta, and there's a reason why they're so effective. We just have to wait and see, because I honestly think that I believe that he has something up his sleeve when it comes to this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we're gonna find out what it is, and still just waiting for the next match. I just want to also talk a little bit about the third round as well. If we do get to that third round, I think that's also going to be it adds like more of an interesting scenario, because again, we don't know what Hunter is going to come out. Probably is going to play again. It seems that Papuya, the first round Hunter, was kind of just a round 1 play and then just simply go with you for the later rounds. I think it's kind of their game plan, and typically you see that with a round 1 Dream Witch player, maybe like a 1-trick Dream Witch player, then you have a round 2-3 Hunter, or a 1-trick Breaking Wheel, or a 1-trick Sculptor, or something like that. Round 1, 1-trick round 1 and, which it's worked for them so far in this matchup so far. It hasn't really worked again, because you see Anne just being really bad on Chinatown, but going into the third round, that means you has to bring out a third Hunter, which means we're going to see probably a pick we're not going to be expected for again. in that last round. And I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll see it come out here as well. Again, we talked about Ever Sleeping Town. It didn't really make sense for MS to pick it here. It gave off a good map, and you ban Axeboy. We're gonna play Bloody Queen. You can't really play Bloody Queen on this map. It's just so weak of a hunter. So there has to be something from you that we just don't know about.
Round 2, Evil Reptilian. I'm calling it. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. We will see that Professor video later on, ladies and gentlemen. So while waiting on this, again, just want to give a quick shout out to everyone in the chat. Again, keeping things positive and keeping things, I don't know, like I see a lot of support for MS. I see a lot of support for FPX.ZQ as well. And yeah, some people also singing in chat, so that's awesome. We're just waiting again. We want the best possible conditions. But what I can promise everyone is that this match will definitely live up to the hype because of how long we waited on the previous match, but it turned out to be a barn burner of a match. So we just got to wait just a little bit longer because we want to respect these players in terms of getting the best possible conditions in this competitive scenario, because only 2 teams will be moving on. And you got to love this group stage. Even though it's a group stage, they still have like a number of days to make up for it. It's hard to slip up just once because you'd be put in a weird zone because you're still like every match really does count, unlike if it's like a round robin league format where, all right, we'll make up for it next week. Like, no, you got to hit the ground running because we want to find the best of the best here in the Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about how this group stage will play out for these 2 teams. So we have FPX.ZQ, we have MS, and I believe the rest of it is GH and Do5, right? If I'm not mistaken, for this for this group. So yeah, so far, Do5 on top 1-0 with GH being down 0-1. Yeah, I think honestly, when I first looked at how this group stage would play out, I actually thought GH would be coming out in 3rd, MS would be coming in 4th, because again, South Korea hasn't really made too much of an impact, whereas GH has proven to be one of the best teams out of Southeast Asia for many, for actually a past few COAs now. So I think that, yeah, I think GH, well, again, I saw them coming out on top over MS. I think that MS has a good shot against them as well. I think it's going to be very close, because I think we have South Korea, this MS team, not a team that we expected to do very well and is already outperforming any expectations anybody had with these non-meta picks. And then we also have GH, the best team out of Southeast Asia. And then we also have MS giving FPX.ZQ a run for their money. So I think that this is not, this group stage is not set in stone at all. I think that GH MS could easily come out even 2nd place over one of these China teams with the way they've been playing so far.
Yeah, let's actually talk about some of the group stages here, because you did mention, if you do like a power rankings per group, you did honestly, I did have also GH coming out like in that 3rd place spot, but I think MS has definitely made me a believer in them with how they're not that one-sided or one-trick pony like with their strategy. And this would prove it. This would definitely validate if they would be, because I want to see the levels that the hunter has in this matchup. So if we talk about, like, let's say the other like groups, like let's say like group A or B or C, do you have like a certain like prediction, or who do you think like would rank them in terms of like power, in terms of how strong they are in their current group? Let's start with, maybe, do you have the group in front of you right now?
I'm pulling it up right now. Give me one moment to get this up. But
no worries.
Here we go. Okay, we got it up right now. So yeah, so for Group A, which is we had Wolves and Weibo compete yesterday. You also have AG and B4U. We can go over this one a little bit. Wolves, in my opinion, should come out on top 100%. I don't really. Currently, I don't think there's any team that's really prepared to beat them, at least in this first group stage. I think once we get to the top 12, teams will start gearing up more for that matchup. But for now, I think Wolves should come out on top fairly easily here, already up 1-0. Weibo, again, being a mainland China team, should be very strong. They have a very strong hunter in YMM. So I think that, YMM can definitely pull Weibo to a 2nd or 3rd place spot. Now, AG and B4U is interesting. AG is a very strong team in Japan. We haven't seen too much of them until now, but they did put up some impressive gameplay in the qualifiers for the Japanese qualifiers. In fact, they won the qualifiers quite easily. There wasn't really many teams that could match their skill level. So I think that AG is a very strong team coming out of Japan. Now, are they at the level of SST? We don't really know. We didn't get to see those two teams compete because SST already had pre-qualified. So that's a little bit on the table. Wolves and Weibo, I think, probably will be securing the first and second spots. But AG and B4U, again, interesting. I think on paper, AG, of course, coming out of Japan region should be favored. But I think B4U definitely has a strong matchup here. Again, B4U's Hunter Sprinter known to be, one of the best hunters out of NAAU and has put up some impressive numbers even in the COA Global setting. So I think that maybe B4U, depending on how well the B4U Hunter can play and how well the survivors can go against AG. Again, it's tough, but I think that either way they come out on top. We are now finally getting to our picks and bans here. Let's see what you opts to go with. First ban, Seer and Priestess.
This is scary because leaving the forward open for anyone to use. AK could use that forward as well as Iron or Long definitely likes that Seer, but is banned. So excited to see. Yeah, definitely have to lock in that forward. Bans the Dream Witch. So they might have done their homework. The Dream Witch could have been the character that we were trying to speculate. Now this leaves you open for the Axe Boy to utilize, and wow, going for the Psychologist. So they want for some staying power here. So technically, since they don't have the privilege of having the Holy Keys, they will at least have the Wi-Fi heals of this Psychologist.
Yeah, absolutely. Patient Ban is the second one, which I would have expected to see something more like Mercenary or Entomologist if we're going to see an Axe Boy. Patient Ban indicates more towards Bloody Queen, but then Priestess Ban indicates a little bit more towards Axe Boy. So I don't really know. Priestess also works. Anything's up on the table, and maybe there's another hunter that we don't know about as well. We're going to see, it looks like Mechanic is locked in as well for ZQ. ZQ, again, just wanting to secure a draw, taking that Mechanic because Mechanic is a good draw survivor. If they can draw this round, then they can simply, maybe get a draw in the last round as well and just secure the win that way. But getting a draw here, we're going to see Mad Eyes?
Mad Eyes here in Ever Sleeping Town. I was memeing around with the evil reptilian, but we're gonna see a Mad Eyes here. Huh.
Wow. Yeah, that's not what I expected at all. Priestess and Seer Ban now make a lot more sense. Priestess is very strong against Mad Eyes because you can
Seer as well. Oh my god,
you can
Patient as well.
Wow. So now, yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
I'm not sure if FPX.ZQ is ready for this or if they're expecting this because they were gearing towards a tie, but a Mad Eyes, especially a very skilled one, you could be one of the most skilled Mad Eyes that we don't know about that's coming out of the woodwork here because the Cypher control, just the way he's going to diminish the resources here. You saw that look he gave before he locked in that Mad Eyes, right? I think he's like, I got this, guys. Wow, Mad Eyes here at the group stage of Call of the Abyss. Yeah, he's gonna bet it all here, and I don't know. I don't know if FPX.ZQ might be ready for this. I'm certainly not. And just when we thought that, yeah, giving Afu the benefit of using Breaking Wheel in this map, we thought that was the biggest shocker of this group stage. I think this might be a #1 contender.
Yeah. To be honest, it's hard to analyze Mad Eyes and how this comp will work.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, forward's really good against Mad Eyes because you can stun on Chair Rescue, which is very good because Mad Eyes camp is so strong. Acrobat can be good as well in terms of Kite. I'm going to be honest with you, Poch, I really don't know how this is going to play out, but we have our second half of round runner 2, MS versus FPX.ZQ Mad Eyes up against the FPX.ZQ survivors on Ever Sleeping Town. And that's trying to stay in this with a minimum draw is required to force a round 3. My name is Elio, joined here with Poch Spice, and we'll have our match up here shortly.
I'll be honest with you, man. I was not expecting a Mad Eyes here. Already on the controls here is you. Just trying to find the survivors here, and I'm pretty sure FPX.ZQ might be a little startled with, oh my god, gates are coming, or the walls were closing. Let's see if they're gonna be ready for this, because yeah, I'm gonna have to refresh myself in Mad Eyes and how crazy his control could be.
Yeah, already has a chip. I think that was on the mechanic. Oh, the doll went down. He double chipped the bot, so doll already down once here, which gives a little bit of presence. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like insolence for you as well. Yeah, so insolence, Mad Eyes. This is very interesting. Trying to reach those full presence walls as quickly as possible. We're gonna see AK vault that to get into graveyard here, blocking off the right end. This is what he's doing. He's blocking out every exit route for AK, and he's probably going to go ahead and go chase him after that. Does he have blink now is the question. Long here as well. Is he going to go ahead and commit to this mechanic? It looks like he is. And blink is now online. Now, I don't really know. We don't see the build, unfortunately, but it is insolence. We know that for sure. And he's going to go back on the console again, trying to pressure these ciphers and block off kiting rounds.
Yeah, see, this is what's tough, right? Yeah, his walk speed's so slow, and he's gonna have chasing on foot is so hard. So he's gonna have to catch these survivors off foot, create the opportunities to cut them off. But now we see that Long is just chilling out. He knows that he will probably eat that hit, but no, tries to drop the doll, but it was unfortunate there. Now we see he's gonna drop the doll again, eats that hit, and now is trapped here, forcing him to break it. And tries to move along, but then now we see that the mechanic has gone down. So this could be that's an early down of that mechanic.
Yeah, what a trap from you. Long lasted as long as possible there, but now we see the Ford coming in for the rescue. You doesn't care. He can just put up 2 fences over here, block off this, or just 1 long one as well, and he's trapped the Ford in completely. Ford has to use his football to get out of here so he doesn't get trapped in completely, and he's not even able to stun on Cher. You with a quick down with that complete trap here. I mean, you saw Long absorbed 3 hits. He took 2 basic hits and the bot hit. It didn't matter. The fence stayed up long enough. You pressuring this completely here. Does get a chip on Psychologist as well. Look at the speed of those fences here, Poch, already. No bot in play as well. Ford's going to try to rescue, but Yu's just going to keep dropping these fences over and over. He's going to prevent him from even coming in for any sort of rescue at all. And look at that. He even trapped himself in so the Ford can't stun him. That is very high-level gameplay from you.
Man, the control on you. All right, we see that AK is going to go for this stun. That was a long stun. We weren't able to see it because it was on the control, but now this rebound kite has the last. The blink hit missed, and now we see that MK, oh, the last effort already popped, tried to go for that hit, but unfortunately the mechanic will be falling down. Will have to drop in that corner, but now we see that MK will be hanging around in this area, has less than half of a football left, but you know, so patient. He's not wavering at all. Still wants to keep putting up these fences because he knows this is the bread and butter of this Mad Eyes. He has to put up fences. If not, he is exposed for stuns. He's exposed for these rescues. And now we see that he is putting up a fence here just so that it'll be tougher for MK to go for this stun. But now he's going to try and go for this chair. MK, oh, just making it a little longer, has to eat that hit. But can the mechanic struggle free? I don't know if it's in time. He's going to get that chair. 2 ciphers still remain. And this mechanic will be heading back to the manor.
Yeah, and just like that, Ford almost out of football as well. Acrobat starting the last cipher machine, and Psychologist trying to push this one, but did take a chip hit early on. He's going to use these fences to block off this cipher, and this is a good start for you. He's not faltering at all here. He will not have detention, of course, because it is a Mad Eyes, so he needs to try to secure these kills before the survivors are able to push for that end game. And he's just using these fences. Ford 1 chip hit away. If he's able to down the Ford at all, he can get another kill and another survivor on Cher. 1 cyber machine 25%, another one at 60, but with this pressure so far from you, he knows where they are. He's going to go pressure them here, not allow them to get that heal off at all. And look at that, the survivors are going to have to split up. Only a little bit of football left for the Ford. And he's going to go back on the console. A little bit of energy left here. And he's actually going to use it to pressure the 2-story cipher and just continually keep these survivors off of the cipher machines. And this is exactly what you need to see. He can actually win from this position, Poch, if he keeps up this pressure.
Yeah, calculated and controlled aggression is the name of game for you. Cannot let these survivors work together and try to go for those heals. We see that the Acrobat is just waiting on the fence to just be done, and now he's going to go back to that cipher. We do see that the Psychologist is about to pop this one. 1 cipher does remain, and now you still looking for that next target, and we see that it is going to be here at the 2nd-story building here. AK, again, trapped up here as the Acrobat. At least he has an escape route. It seems like I don't know if he'll be going up again. He's going to check again with his console, but we see that he will try and go up, but the Acrobat is nowhere there. So at least they're the survivors now are going for some heals. So they know the win condition here is that they need to keep the resources intact. They cannot be divided when it comes to this. They need to be able to split the attention of Yu just so he won't be putting up fences where he needs to, which he's doing now, and also just try to mitigate the damage that he's going to cause.
Yeah, we see him trying to look for where the survivors are healing. Psychologist could actually heal the forward with the whistle here, but it looks like he's not going to go for that. Just constantly pressuring this. No trade swap, so it is confined space and insolence with Blink, which means that, obviously he needs to actually go to these ciphers. We're going to see the survivors use this console to try to waste energy, but he is on AK, forcing him off of that. He's going to probably try to waste a ball here. Will he go for the Blink to get a hit as well? Oh, he walked straight through the pallet as well to get that hit.
Wow.
Excellent prediction there from you. And he may just go for a trap here, or he may continue to pressure the Cypher. Again, Cypher now 50. He needs to be careful that he doesn't allow them to pop it.
Yeah, just the I would say the bravery, the guts just walking through. MK has to be very careful. One more, and then it'll be half hit. So one more fence damage. And now we see that Iron is in the immediate vicinity here. So just moves on away. Yu just making sure he's playing the mind games with everyone. Still has some energy to utilize for him to be putting up these fences, but we do see that they are trying to destroy some of this. MK still hanging around the area that he's going for. AK, probably the most prime target, but still has a flame ball to utilize. So we see, again, it's a tug of war between the attention of Yu. He is right in the middle of Cypher's moving, so he has to be very careful not to commit too hard on one, because one will definitely move higher. 57% on one and 39% on the other.
And Punch, he's trapped the Acrobat. The Acrobat cannot escape this. There's one fence on him to continue. The Cypher machine is almost primed, though, so you have to get this kill before it's primed if you are Yu, and then share him. But I think AK can possibly escape this. Is he able to? He's going to go ahead and he's going to vault this fence to get in here. He's going to vault another one to get in here as well. And he's going to down the Acrobat. Cypher machine should be primed, though. Are they able to pop? They do get the pop off. Blink is still online, though. All he has to do is blink this Acrobat, and he should be able to be on track for at least a draw.
Yeah, that was intense. Yeah, they played that all right. The forward was there for that help, for that support. But now we see that, yeah, he has to be very conservative with these fences. AK, still a very slippery target, has some juggling balls to utilize to get that, well, extra boost. And this is the win condition for them. If they're able to get 3-person out, they'll be able to win. AK hanging around the area here. The Psychologist about to open up the gate. He's going to have to be very careful. AK trying to make a mad dash towards that gate. It's getting cut off. Will he be trapped again? It seems like he's...
Yeah, and he does have the blink available. They're trying to get him out. They're actually going to have one of the survivors vault the fence to open up the path for him. But again, still blink online. Now 2 survivors injured, which means that's an extra target for Yu to potentially down. We're going to see him probably try to blink, and he blinks on the Acrobat. That's going to secure the down. He's going to force these 2 survivors out, and that will get Yu his draw here, which means that we are going to see a round number 3, and MS got the minimum done. They got the job done. Yu with an incredible Mad Eyes. I actually thought he was on track to win. He almost got it, but a little bit short of the win. Still the draw here, and MS going into round number 3. This is exactly what they need to see, at least, minimizing the damage. They're still only 2 points off here. That's an easy comeback in round number 3 for MS here.
Eli, we just saw Mad Eyes. We just saw Mad Eyes play and tie against FPX.ZQ. I think they were also shocked to see a Mad Eyes as well. And yeah, it was incredible how he played the control. All right, he was very conservative at the start with his traps and his placements, and yeah, downing the mechanic early on really prevented the Cypher rush from happening, and it was pretty much a stalemate when the mechanic was gone. But he played that pretty well. Again, I think this is what you said before game number 2 started, that this is a condition that they can go for and still kind of give the responsibility of gaining points to the survivors. And I would say the X factor still has to go to the hunters of MS here, because we know Afu's bread and butter hunters. We know what the survivors are capable of, but MS still posed that threat. And in this game, especially in Call of the Abyss for group stage, ignorance is definitely not bliss. If you don't know who you're up against, you could have a really rough night ahead of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Mad Eyes pick is definitely very surprising. I mean, I think we both thought we were going to probably see Axeboy, and obviously
or Breaking Wheel, right?
Yeah, or something like that, and it just didn't even come out at all. We look at the overall final data here. The first kite from the mechanic, only 44 seconds, long known to be a very good kiting player, and you didn't give him any chance. He trapped him in immediately, and he was able to hit him 3 times without even having to use blink within a matter of like 10 seconds because of that fence trap. And yeah, Long wasn't prepared for it. I don't think FPX.ZQ was at all. And the surprise pick from you working out. I think if they know that this is a Mad Eyes player, Poch, do you think they would have gone for a Mad Eyes man instead of the Dream Witch, considering that maybe Mad Eyes isn't quite as strong as Dream Witch, but if used properly, it can be very powerful.
I think you're onto something there, because FPX.ZQ, they faced Dream Witches. They faced Dongshui DX's Dream Witch countless times, so I'm pretty sure they're more comfy with that match. This is what I was telling everyone. I think bring them to unfamiliar territory. When was the last time we saw a competitive Mad Eyes match? It's definitely a sight to behold and definitely something to highlight. And I would say, even though this is a stalemate, this is a 2-2, that was definitely a victory, or a mental victory on the side of MS. And now, game number 3, they're gonna be worried about that Mad Eyes, especially in the map that they're gonna bring out. What if it's a map that could be viable for Mad Eyes? Do you think that they're gonna respect ban it, or do you think they're confident enough to face it again? Because this brings so much questions for FPX.ZQ to answer coming into game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're gonna ban Mad Eyes for sure. If Yu is hunting here, I think I don't know if they knew Dream Witch was an option for you, or they were just banning it because it makes the most sense based off of the map selection, and it's something that they're worried that you could bring out. Because based off of our data, we pretty much only have you down as Bloody Queen and Axe Boy, and that was it. We had nothing else going into this. And some of that is from, it's actually interesting. I know during the test server scrims, you used Bloody Queen, right, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that maybe that was just like a throw off, just to throw off some of these teams. Just not bringing up the Mad Eyes, not having it as an option. Because again, if you know it's a Mad Eyes, you can play anti-Mad Eyes. I mean, there are fun characters that actually counter Mad Eyes. Doctor actually counters Mad Eyes. You can heal off those chip fences. Enchantress, believe it or not, counters Mad Eyes because you can stun them off the... You can literally stand next to the Mad Eyes while they're on the console and just stun them over and over, and they can't use their fences. Even something like Bat or Prospector, same idea, stun them off of the console. They're non-meta characters that literally counter Mad Eyes, but the fact that the ZQ played such a meta team comp makes me think they weren't exactly prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't prepared in our data. Like, we were trying to even speculate who the non-meta hunter would be, and a Mad Eyes coming into this was definitely a treat for everyone to watch. But I think the surprise factor could be gone already if they're gonna allow the Mad Eyes to come again. But yeah, I understand that they would want to ban that Mad Eyes just so they can get back to how they play, or what kind of composition they're comfortable with. So really interested to see how that's going to happen. We're going to take a short break, but do check out this highlights from the match.
趁，这个地方直接打死了吗？直接把我封死了。我这个地方，接了，转就晕了，转了，闪现了，帮我踩一下。我让他难挂吧，不好中。一号，二楼不好修的，上不了。别闪现，拉球走。
I can start. Okay. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a round 3. So if you guys saw that last match, we had the MS Mad Eyes, which is a character I would never thought I'd see competitive again, especially, and actually something that's interesting, Poch, is Mad Eyes received a really big nerf. I I can't remember how long ago it was, where essentially it was, you could take down the consoles a lot quicker. And after that, everyone who played Mad Eyes just quit Mad Eyes because the nerf was so harsh that you couldn't even really win games anymore with him. But you coming out and getting a draw, almost winning against FPX.ZQ, one of the best Survivor teams in China, is just very impressive. And now we're going to see a round number 3, which means that you has a third hunter we don't know about that could potentially come out, considering that Mad Eyes and Dream will probably get banned.
Yeah, and considering maybe we might even see the return of Papua, because I don't know, like Anne, and then he could have a pocket hunter. And when you were saying that, yeah, I don't know, this might actually prompt more people to play Mad Eyes. Who knows? You definitely being one of the ambassadors of Mad Eyes, showing that you can, really make a team like FPX.ZQ sweat and also kind of work for the victory here, even though they get a tie. Yeah, Mad Eye's not really known for that. And I remember that nerf. Yeah, I have some friends also that kind of gave up on Mad Eyes because it was just too hard to even try and gain a victory with Mad Eyes, because it was really tough. Like, especially a well-coordinated or a voice comm team going up against a Mad Eyes is really tough. And especially if you know that a Mad Eyes is going to come out, you can, like you said, just build against it, or like, again, choose a map that's anti-Mad Eyes. So really excited to see it, because MS always a treat to watch. Especially with their hunter and survivor pool of characters. So I can't wait. And wow, I have to ask. Okay, so yesterday there was a crazy match with SST and ACT, right? Is this crazier? Like, do you think like if a team like MS is able to get one over FPX.ZQ, would that stun more people than what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I think it definitely would, because Japan has always been the region that's been very close to China. That's always been like right behind them. And once in a while, a Japanese team will come up and beat one of these mainland China teams, and it's not unexpected. I think the biggest shock was that SST won by such a large margin. I mean, they got a 2-0 and they won by. The first round they won by so much, and the second round was a little bit closer, but they still it wasn't. ACT didn't come too close to even beating them. SST just was dominant the entire time. I think that was the biggest surprise, how much SST actually won by. Because usually when a Japanese team is able to defeat one of these China teams, it's a very close matchup, and Japan barely squeaks out a win. But SST won by a large margin. Now,
decisively.
Yeah, and for MS here, South Korea has never really been a team that's had a chance against any of these really good global teams. But this is the first time that South Korea has come out and actually put up a very good show against a mainland China team, taking him to a third round down only 2 points. It's not even like we're going to a third round with FPX.ZQ up by so many points. It is a 2-point deficit. So anything is still on the table here. In terms of how shocking it is, for me, I'm very surprised. I did not see this coming. I think this is great that South Korea is able to come out here and make a name for themselves, and really they saw what SST did yesterday, and they're saying we can do the same thing. We can come out and potentially beat one of these mainland China teams.
Yeah, and it just shows that you really have to tune into Call of Duty each and every year, because the regions have been stepping up. I do agree. Yeah, Japan has always been the region that's kind of trailing behind China, and it's not unheard of if a Japan team beats a China team. Heck, last year a Japan team sent I think was it GD, or I forgot the team name. Nonino was in it. They sent GR home in the first bracket of the COA 4. So
AL.
They're AL. So to have Korea be the next one, that's definitely going to put a lot of spotlight on Korea. And considering only Korea had that IVT, so it's kind of insane how this region kind of under the radar. And we've seen it in esports as well, like underrepresented regions coming into a big stage like Call of the Abyss, and showing everyone what their meta is, what they've been working on, and it just pushes the game forward. So it's really exciting, really exciting times if you're a Money Sweep fan, if you're a Korea fan, if you're a fan of the game in general, because we herald China as like the best region to look out for. But now we're seeing Money Sweep really kind of taking it to, or really pushing FPX.ZQ to their limits. And FPX.ZQ, again, no team to like look past. But this is the unfamiliar territory which they kind of struggle in, because as the games go on, they tend to kind of trail behind in terms of points, because their strongest showing is really the first rounds.
Absolutely, and something else I wanted to highlight is, if Yu's surprise character is Mad Eyes, what's his next surprise character, right? Because again, we don't know, right? Going into this last round, so Yeah, it's always nice to try to think about what map we're going to see. So I think if ZQ, FPX.ZQ has map selection, I think that it makes, it makes the most sense because again, you have to look at Afu's Hunter Bull. He has Breaking Wheel, he has Sculptor, he has Dream Witch, he has Bloody Queen, and I believe he also can play Geisha as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I think that a good map for Afu going into this last round is something like Moonlit River Park could be strong because it's good for Wheel if they don't ban it, which they probably will, but they gave it to him round number 2, so who knows? MS
Crazy,
again
right?
pulling up.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
MS pulling out a strategy I would never expect. I would never expect to see. I mean, the mainland China teams ban Afu's Wheel round number 2, and MS said we'll take the wheel, and they got the draw that they needed to push for round 3. So I really don't know. And then if MS has map pick, I have no idea what they want. I'm gonna be honest with you, Poch, because we don't know what hunter they're gonna play. So
I like that you pointed that out because if you compare, mainland China teams respect Afu's Wheel, banning it right away, but MS was like, bring it on. We got this. And I was nervous at first, and especially when the Acrobat was down early on, I was like, this isn't looking too good. But they were able to bounce back, and they can hang with Afu's Wheel. I wouldn't be surprised also. At this point, honestly, whatever MS does, if they pick Thief, if they pick Leo's Memory, I'm not going to question it because they seem to be putting the work in and really pushing the game to, I think, different levels and different heights. So we can only speculate and kind of wish. I don't know if they're going to take requests or character requests or anything like that, but coming into it, maybe we might see Moonlit River Park. If again, FPX.ZQ wants to take it back to the pace that they want and go back with meta. But honestly, maybe if MS is really going to lean into making them really uncomfortable, maybe pick Leo's Memory, maybe pick Lakeside, maybe pick a map that we rarely see in competitive Identity 5 play.
Yeah, absolutely. Ever Slipping Town, obviously, a more meta map because it's very good for Sculptor, Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel. But it's also good for Mad Eye, so it's kind of funny, right? Because we think of, you just mentioned non-meta maps like Leo's Memory and Lakeside, not very common. It's probably the least common maps in competitive. Those are probably the 2 least common. And you think about Ever Sleeping Town, you're like, okay, well, if this team's going to go non-meta, well, they're probably going to maybe they'll pick a non-meta map. Now, Ever Sleeping Town is a meta map, but they picked it for a non-meta reason, which is also kind of interesting. It's also kind of interesting because, well, maybe like, oh, Ever Sleeping Town is meta. It's really not in this instance because it was for Mad Eyes.
And if we think about it, we actually kind of got swerved because we thought they were going to go Breaking Wheel. Because, we picked a meta map for a meta hunter, which was the Breaking Wheel. But surprise, surprise, we don't have a wheel. We got a Mad Eyes coming out. And we saw how well he performed, even though like people were kind of hiding out in the second story, trying to corner themselves out. Yeah, he really had a lot of good control there. So, let me actually try to see if we can get confirmation at least on the map.
Definitely the map is going to be really important. And we can probably, we can try to guess what hunter it is based off of what the map is. But, Ever Sleeping Town, again, we immediately think Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel, or Sculptor. And we got the Mad Eyes, so who knows? Maybe it'll be Lakeside Village and we'll see a Wu Chang because a Wu Chang map. I don't know. So anything's on the table for MS. I'm very excited to see what it is.
Yeah, or like let's say like Moonlit River Park, and then they allow Afu's Wheel to come through, and then maybe they have a Geisha, or they have some other hunter that we don't see that much. I mean, we do see some Geisha here and there, but if you allow Breaking Wheel to come through, MS. Wow, I just have to state that they're really unconventional. Like, going for Mad Eyes, I would say Mad Eyes is very mechanically demanding too as a hunter. They go for that instead of, let's say, they do have they do have an Axe Boy, but they really don't shy away from mechanically. I would say he's mechanically hard, but the reward for it is because Pollen, it's very rewarding to master him, right? To master Mad Eyes, the reward isn't that much as a Pollen because you can get a lot done. Here, Mad Eyes a tie, that's a victory already with how they were able to handle FPX.ZQ. So they really they have their own style, and I love that they're sticking with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's actually kind of interesting as well. If you think about how in-game, if you guys notice, the characters are rated by a certain level of difficulty, right? You have the 1 through 3. for that little bar, and Mad Eyes is rated as a 3, whereas Breaking Wheel is also, I believe, rated as a 3. And it's interesting because Breaking Wheel is a hard character to learn, but it doesn't take as long to learn as Mad Eyes. Mad Eyes, while they both may be what's considered a level 3 in difficulty, Mad Eyes is significantly harder to play, significantly harder. I mean, if the scale went larger, Mad Eyes would be like 5+, right?
Yeah.
And Mad Eyes is by far the hardest character in the game to play. Harder than Dream Witch, harder than Breaking Wheel. And that's one of the reasons why you don't see it is partially because of how hard he is to play. It's almost like the comparison I like to give with Mad Eyes is playing Mad Eyes is like mastering Mad Eyes is like becoming a chess grandmaster. It's really hard to do. That's the way I like to look at it, because anyone can just play chess, right? But actually becoming a grandmaster, becoming super well versed in that game, it's the same sort of thing. Becoming super well versed in Mad Eyes. Once you get that down, it's just that's the difficulty level of Mad Eyes, is being able to have that much knowledge of the game and that much knowledge of that character.
Yeah, I kind of agree with like the hours you have to put in, the knowledge, especially the matchups and the bad matchups you got to deal with as well. And for you to be to master that character and be consistent with that character, yeah, it's definitely a feat on its own with how well. And I would say, yes, mechanically demanding. You might say, yeah, Dream Witch, though, you have to keep switching around. But it's very rewarding to play Dream Witch. With Mad Eyes, it's like you really have to work for your survivors. Like you have to do. I saw a friend do a Mad Eyes, like, well, he had a hand cam, right? He was doing so much with his hands, like and he was playing on a phone. So it's like, wow, for you to have that control, to know map awareness, to kind of also put yourselves in the survivor's shoe and kind of predict where they'll be going. Yeah, that's definitely, you got to be a madman to play this character. And we saw that he's down for that challenge. And who knows, he might bring it out again if they so choose. If FPX.ZQ would take a page out of their book and like kind of have an anti-Mad Eyes comp. Who knows? At this point, all bets are off with me. It's hard to predict this match, especially money sweep, but I'm glad I'm calling this match with you, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just, I mean, if I could commentate any match, this I think is, I mean, of course, I would love to be able to commentate, for example, B4U, the NAU team where I'm from, or one of my favorite, China team, which is Wolves, which I was able to do yesterday, luckily, but I did not actually expect this to come out of MS, and I love to see this sort of gameplay that we're not expecting. So the fact that we're actually able to commentate this match is, again, very, very exciting. So I mean, Poch, I love to try to analyze things and talk about this, but I think this MS, this is the hardest thing I've had to analyze so far with commentating. Like I literally, I mean, I think for both of us, we have no idea what's coming. I think Mad Eyes as well. Like, I'm the kind of person that really loves to study Identity 5, try to understand everything about it. But even I don't understand Mad Eyes, so it's so difficult. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and ZQ doesn't bang Mad Eyes and we just see it again. I would love to see that, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
I would love, again, I'm gonna say what I said before round number 2 start. I hope that they ban the Mad Eyes of You as well as the Axe Boy, just so we see another character come out. Because I'd love to see the levels, how far they can go. But it seems like it's going to be Afu that will be back on stage here while the survivors of MS will be ready. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, I know I have a lot of friends that want to analyze stuff. And how would you analyze them allowing Afu to bring that breaking wheel? Were they just ready for it? Because it's just, that was such a big, I don't know, the big brain move, or like, man, that was the cojones on them. Just the sheer guts for them to do that. Insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you can tell, they're well versed in the breaking wheel matchup. I mean, and they did it through characters we don't expect. Female Dancer was so key in that matchup, able to avoid full presence with those music boxes, able to kite with those music boxes. It's not something you ever expect to see, but using non-meta strategies to counter one of the best breaking wheel players in the world and giving it to them, even in round number 2, which again, mainland China teams don't even do. So, yeah, it's again, I think, and as you mentioned, Poch, we're hoping to see a third hunter from you that we don't expect. I actually think that we're gonna see a third hunter because it's gonna be they're gonna ban Dream Witch again, and they're gonna ban Mad Eyes most likely. I think that makes the most sense here. Now we could see Axeboy like we talked about, or maybe Axeboy was just it's a bait. not something
True.
that anything's possible. Maybe they'll ban Axeplay, maybe they'll ban Mad Eyes, and we'll see a Dream Witch or another non-Meta Hunter. Anything's on the table here, but again, we do have Afu's Hunter versus the MS Survivors. Still don't know the map again. The map selection could be very important, depending on what Yu has in his pocket here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it would be very telling. I mean, if we see a conventional match, most likely FPX.ZQ selected it. If it's something something like we mentioned, like a Leo's Memory or like a Lakeside, I would have to assume that it was the team of MS that chose that map, because it seems like they're so unconventional that any analysts here, I wonder how the China teams are kind of analyzing MS, because I'm pretty sure they're highlighting their unorthodox strategy and kind of this is crazy what they just pulled off in round number 2. And I don't know, maybe they'll continue that streak coming into round number 3, and that's what we live for, right? The game's so amazing that we love like studying and analyzing it, but it's just these moments. I think we'll come back to this match in the future and just quote that moment. Oh, remember Money Shot? They were able to bring out the Mad Eyes when Mad Eyes wasn't even viable in this meta, and they were able to make it rock up against FPX.ZQ. Yeah, just the control that he had was just something to highlight. Again, we keep highlighting it over and over again because you can't overstate enough how Team MS was able to kind of shock everyone here watching.
Yeah, and again, MS is competing. They are competing with one of the best teams in the world, and that's what's really, really important for the South Korea region as well. I just want to highlight that, as well. If you can compete and stay toe-to-toe with these teams, you will get that recognition. And right now, just from watching this, I'm already extremely impressed with South Korea. They've already passed, again, any expectations we had. South Korea, again, known to be one of the regions that usually doesn't perform as well in Call of. Again, it's usually Japan, it's usually China, and then sometimes Southeast Asia will have a good showing as well. But South Korea, this is their first really big showing in performance, and already off to a great start. South Korea definitely moving up the ranks here on a lot of people's radars. So again, just waiting to get to our picks and bans and map selection as well. The MS Survivors deciding what they're going to go with. I really want to see what they're going to be able to pull out here as well. We have Enchantress, we have Toy Merchant, we have Dancer. I think if you're the Survivors, you're probably going to ban Breaking Wheel finally here, but who knows? Maybe they'll just take it again. We'll have to see. I assume Breaking Wheel. It seems like they don't want to have to go into a Dream Witch matchup, so I think Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel will be logical bans here if that is what they're going for. Maybe the map's Arms Factory and they're comfortable with going into Breaking Wheel on a weekly wheel map.
That's true. Maybe, and also just canceling out probably the other hunters, maybe Sculptor and I would say the Dream Witch of Afu. But still, I think MS definitely has a shot to maybe even win this. Who knows? They definitely, I think FPX.ZQ, they're really, if I put an analogy, they're good at being the hammer, but they kind of struggle being the nail. So coming back from adversity could be something that could be one of the keys to victory for Team MS. And they've proven that. They've started that momentum already or that trajectory in round number 2. If they can just seal the deal here, maybe just solidifying a win for both Hunter and Survivors, I think, yeah, we could see the first Korean team to really bring it to the China mainland team. So it seems like we're just waiting again on the picks and bans. Hopefully it'll come up soon, because I honestly cannot wait for at least the map selection. It's at Red Church.
Right, it is Red Church. Afu hunting first here. Let's see what Afu opts to ban here. Again, we don't really know we don't know what MS is going to ban. They may not even ban Breaking Wheel, actually. Posh Red Church, not a great wheel map. We talked about this earlier. It looks like Forward Seer and Priestess, and they are banning Wheel this time around. They're going to go Dream Witch and the Breaking Wheel ban. Let's see what the Survivors opt to lock in here. This does open up some options for Afu to go with something like Geisha or Buddy. Even Sculptor's not bad here on Red Church, so that's definitely an option. And they actually lock in Female Dancer, which I don't think I've ever seen ever in any tournament. So that's a surprise. I don't think
first
Afu
pick.
Banned,
wow.
Yeah, I don't think Afu would have banned Dancer, but maybe he would have after that last run. I guess anything's possible. That's the thing with MS is top process.
Yeah, this kind of opens up a lot for Afu to ban. Like, can ban Acrobat. I mean, if they're going to try to lean in towards the meta that they have, it bans the Acrobat. And this opens up forward. This opens up a lot, but this is MS we're talking about. We know I'm So Sexy uses that dancer, but Entomologist here as well in Red Church does supposed to be a big threat, and also the Psychologist. So I think they're just kind of being well-rounded here with whatever Afu can throw at them. I think he might opt for that Sculptor just to play it safe. Again, he has been tying consistently. If he's able to at least go over the survivors and get 3 survivors out, that could, start the momentum for FPX.ZQ to take this one.
Yeah, he's gonna go Bloody Queen. I was about to say, Geisha doesn't make sense at all into this
Not
comp.
Geisha.
Geisha, in 3 hits on Psychologist is too difficult. Dancer type hits Geisha really hard. So does Entomologist. So Geisha wouldn't make sense here. Sculptor would be okay. But Bloody Queen actually isn't bad because Bloody Queen can chase Entomologist freely because the bees are very ineffective unless you're able to juke very well with the bees. The Dancer can be effective against Bloody Queen if you use that troll ability to get out of range of the mirror. However, the biggest problem is that, Dancer's a good tight cutting character and Bloody Queen anti-Taike with those mirror images. So I think the game plan here for Afu and FPX.ZQ is that Afu's going to go after the Bloody Queen, secure a draw here on Red Church, and the survivors would only need to draw from the side of FPX.ZQ against the MF.
Yeah. I was again, I kind of forgot that Afu does have a Bloody Queen, just like a lot of the China hunters here. But the wait is finally over, ladies and gentlemen. We're finally going to see round number 3, first half between FPX.ZQ and MS. Botch Spice here along with Eli O giving you commentary action as we head into round number 3 of the first half.
And here we go. We have the graveyard spawn from Afu. This is strong for a Bloody Queen player because the key spawn over at Wedding. Which survivor is it? If it's the mercenary, it could be good for the survivors. If it's not, it could be very good for Afu. And it looks like it is not. It's actually the dancer. And Afu mirror hit onto the female dancer there. And that is a beautiful start for Afu. And again, that goes to show why the spawn is so important. That graveyard spawn is so crucial when that survivor spawns in the Wedding area.
And now we see that he's going to try to go for a regular hit. Drops the music box here. Going to allow him for some time here. Afu just making sure he's going to find the most optimal target, which is the already hit dancer. The cooldown of that mirror. Yeah, doesn't have to deal with the boxes. Tries to go for that hit. Swipes again, but she pirouettes out of the way. Can Afu land this hit? Transitions away. Has to move towards the mirror image while I'm So Sexy able to try and drop down this pallet. Already utilized that music box and still doing a great job here. Still avoiding some hits here. Afu really needs to land this hit before anything else, but the Entomologist already here with the support.
Yeah, and you see exactly why female dancer can actually work against Bloody Queen, because that ability, as you mentioned, Potts, there's another one. Can they use Pirouette? No, the speed boost from the box again, and another spin, hitting them away. They should go down to a blink here from Afu, but Broken Window speed boost tries to predict. It's back into the hunter. They're trying to predict the blink, and it was so strong for the dancer, but unfortunate misstep. You want to try to get that trade out if possible.
Oh no!
So the hunter doesn't have it in the late game, and they are going to get into the basement. So the start was strong for the survivors, able to kite out 2 mirror images from Afu here, but unfortunately, they are going to go down with the full blink, which means that trade is still available for Afu as this game progresses.
But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So let's see how MS will bounce back from this, because those some good signs there. We do see that the Psychologist is going to get spotted out here. Trying to force a sandwich situation here. Will he get that hit just to nullify the whistle? And we see that Seiyun already utilizing the elbow pad just so that she can make that rescue happen. While we see I'm So Sexy just trying to get out of this basement. Will eat that regular hit while Mercenary just hanging out down there. Just forcing Afu to pick if he was trying to go for it. But we see I'm So Sexy grabbing the music box just so he can have a little bit of, well, kiting potential once the rebound rescue does happen, since Mercenary is still unscathed from that rescue.
And we do see that music box, as you mentioned, still back into the inventory here. Afu not opting to break it earlier. And we're going to see him get shared near the bottom broken area. Wanted order onto the Psychologist. So not Zika, which is good, because that is obviously your rescuer. You're trying to use that mirror image to snipe down Seiyun the Mercenary, but Afu a little bit short here. And so far, these survivors have been able to avoid a large amount of these mirrors from Afu, which is very surprising, to say the least. We're going to see the Entomologist come in for the rescue, trying to break this wall and get that hit, but unable to do it. Entomologist wasting as much time as possible. Beautiful job from Sika is going to finally, and gets the rescue off actually altogether and takes the body block hit as well. Dancer going to go ahead and utilize that speed boost, has to drop that music box and use that pirouette because Afu has that mirror image back online and is ready. Can he get the hit and gets it before they can use that spin?
Man, again, what a scramble situation there. But we see that, I'm So Sexy buying enough time. 2 ciphers still remain, but we have to look at the cipher progress. One is almost about to pop. The other one is still yet to start, while Afu has his first survivor down. So this is where it could pile up. They have to defend, Afu has to defend 1 cipher that is about to pop. And looking at the resources, Mercenary used an elbow pad. Oh, they go for a heal here for the, at least the Entomologist, at least. And we still have the Psychologist that is about to cool down with her ability here. So it's still up in the air. 1 cipher remains. So it's still anyone's game when it comes to the win condition here.
I'm going to say the mirror image on the Psychologist from Afu is going to get that first hit. They're going to use that speed boost to transition away here. Last cipher machine has been started, though, 25% of the way done. The goal for the survivors, again, they need to at least get a draw here, so possibly the Hunter can get a 3-person elimination. But I think draw is the best interest for Afu here, because, again, the FPX.ZQ survivors have played so strong thus far against the MS Hunting. We're going to see Afu come in here, possibly try to going for a mirror onto the Mercenary, and misses that first one. Well, Mercenary elbow pad, no, he's going to switch places. Goes for the elbow pad as well, but he should still give up a hit here. Another elbow pad to escape it. He did, unfortunately. Seiyun did have to use 2 there, which is not ideal, but it still works out here. And we're going to see Afu go ahead and break that pallet. Both cipher machines with a lot of progress here, almost primed. Let's see how MS can potentially push for this end game.
Afu's still holding on to that blink. I thought he was going to blink hit that, or at least try to hit the Mercenary, but still full health Mercenary is going to be a nightmare to chase. We see that he is shifting his attention towards Sika, gets hit, and now we know that Afu might shift his attention. He might go for that switch. We see Seiyun still pushing for that cipher. Again, the attention is divided from corners of these map, and we see that the mirror cooldown is really buying so much time for these survivors, and now they go for that pop once again. Afu has the tension. Can he at least get this tie here? Seiyun seems to be the one he's going after, and now drops a hit on Seiyun. The delayed damage will take effect. Will Afu just focus on this or try to down more survivors? Let's find out.
Yeah, Seiyun had an elbow pad but didn't use it. He could have actually used that elbow pad to potentially avoid getting hit by that mirror. We do see him teleport to the exit gate here. Does he catch sight of a survivor? It is the Psychologist, I believe. And Afu's going to go ahead and target this down. He's going to go ahead and try to break this wall, but one of the walls has been broken. Can't break a second one. And Psychologist is trying to hide near the dungeon. Afu does know that they are here. There's the mirror image. Not much Psychologist can do to avoid this. There's the mirror angle change as well. And Psychologist will go down to this detention, but no teleport available. If Entomologist can open this back gate and the Mercenary can self-heal and push the exit gate, MS can still secure a draw from this situation.
Yeah, let's see, because the mirror cooldown's still at around 9 seconds. And we know that the Mercenary does take some time. Entomologist about to open up that exit gate. He's going to walk. 3, 2, 1, and now the mirror is ready. He's going to try to pop that mirror to chase them out. And we see that he might just switch and try to go for another down on the Mercenary. The Mercenary has that elbow pad that they wasted, and now it's going to be a tie.
Yeah, they are able to get that extra survivor out. And I think the big turning point of that end game was Sam did save the elbow pad to get out the gate, but I think it's better to just use it on that detention mirror to just avoid that hit altogether. So I was very curious why they opted to save that. It could have been they were in a bit of a difficult situation to try to elbow pad out of the shack area, but ultimately MS did getting the bare minimum to stay in this. They got a draw. Now there's a lot of pressure on you here, right? If you is the hunter, you have to get a 3 survivor elimination against FPX.ZQ. Now, something to keep in mind is this is a smaller map. It's easier to win on smaller maps because it's easier to pressure Cypher Machine than pressure exit gates in the end game. So Red Church benefits, it does benefit MS hunting here if they do need to get that extra kill and go for a win, which they do need in this instance.
Yeah, they do. I mean, you got to give it up to MS Survivors. Let's just give them that because Afu's, well, the worst he could do is ties. And they have been going for consistent ties. And this is Afu that usually he's really good at getting 4Ks, especially from people that aren't in the mainland China region. And it just shows that the Survivors, the communication is there. There was a bit of a situation there where the dancer did get terror shocked, that it started to seem a little Afu-sided and one-sided in terms of the hunter, but so far they really stuck to their guns and they showed that they got levels to this. I'm sure the dancer was kind of an off-meta pick, but it still works. Like, you can't deny the results here. Going after Afu's best hunter in Pollen, the Breaking Wheel, and tied twice, and now with the Bloody Queen still getting that tie. Not the best, but I would have to say MS has gained a lot of fans in this matchup because they're showing that they're here to stay and they're here to play. Now the question is, as you brought up, Eli, yeah, who would you or Papua be playing? Because the pressure is definitely on them, and we know FPX.ZQ Survivors definitely shine. So let's talk about these match stats, though.
Yeah, so we do have the overall containment time. First Kiter was the dancer. They were able to avoid 2 mirror images overall, which was actually really good. You saw the first one, they used the speed boost from the pallet, juked that first swing, and then used the spin to get away. And then they're able to avoid a second one as well. And usually when 2 mirrors are missed, if Bloody Queen misses their blink as well, then the Survivors are on track for a win. However, because Bloody Queen is such a good draw hunter, you can afford to miss a mirror or 2 as long as you're able to get the blink, which in this case, they did end up trying to predict it. If they got that blink prediction off, I actually think Survivors will probably win that match. But they did unfortunately vault back into the hunter, take a hit without using the blink. Good patience from Afu not to immediately instant blink. And was able to get a draw again. Afu, that was kind of the goal for Afu, just secure a draw here. And all the FPX.ZQ Survivors need to do is get 2 out the exit gate. But Red Church is probably the best Mad Eyes map. So I think that Mad Eyes should be banned here 100%. And also, yeah, I mean, do they go for the Dream Witch ban or do they ban the Axe Boy and we're going to see a third potential hunter from you?
I would have to say Axe Boy is also pretty good in this map, so I guess they got to pick the lesser of evils. Unless they really respect that Dream Witch of you, which, again, we have no data on, which is kind of scary. And I kind of want to see the Dream Witch now if it put the respect of FPX.ZQ to ban him. To ban the Dream Witch, that's definitely something exciting to see. So I cannot wait to see what the decisions that are going to be made. Hey, maybe Papua has someone besides Ann, wait, no, not necessarily, because I thought if Papua comes in, he could use the Ann, but I'm sure they're going to respect ban that Ann since they got 2 bans in the hunter for the hunter. So it's really still all up in the air when it comes to this, but we will be shifting over to the stage to see the Survivors of FPX.ZQ and find out who the hunter will be.
Yep, absolutely. And I think based off of what we've seen from MS so far, it seems to be, it looks like I believe that's still you hunting.
You.
Yeah, we've seen Papuya again, hunt for round 1 and then you come in for the round 2 and 3, which in this case is going to be probably, for this situation. So again, you mentioned Axe Boy being strong on the Red Church map, but I think after that last round, you saw Ever Sleeping Town. Ever Sleeping Town and Red Church are probably the 2 best maps for Mad Eyes.
Right.
So if you're giving, if you saw how well you played that first round on Ever Sleeping Town and you're going to Red Church, which is sometimes arguably even better for Mad Eyes, I think you just have to ban it. There's no reason to even give Mad Eyes here. It's a hunter that has 4K potential and you need a draw here. So give up, remove the winning hunters for you here and just go with give them the draw hunters. So Axe Boy, also has win potential, but can also, it's more of a draw hunter than Mad Eyes. So I think in reality, if they're still scared of Dream Witch, they can go ahead and ban Dream Witch and Mad Eyes. But if the Axe Boy is still on the table, and that's something they are worried about because Axe Boy does have win potential, then Axe Boy and Mad Eyes will be the two bans here.
Yeah, I think it boils down to what they're comfortable with. I get what you're saying when it comes to the fear of having to face a Mad Eyes in this map, because that wasn't even in our reality coming into this match before round number 2. But now FPX.ZQ has to really respect that Mad Eyes. They did get a tie. They don't want to. If they get a tie, they will be moving on. But I'm pretty sure they want to do a lot better than that. And the pressure really is on you, because if you get at least 3 survivors out, we're gonna push for round number 4. If they get a 4K, then they win. But I think that's really tough to say out loud, because this is FPX.ZQ we're talking about. But win condition, or at least the one that he wants to gain, is at least push for that round number 4 to still continue this game, for them to stay at the leaderboards here in the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And, something I was also thinking about is maybe they don't ban Mad Eyes and they just hard counter comp Mad Eyes. Because, again, Mad Eyes, the reason why Mad Eyes isn't strong in tournaments necessarily is if a Survivor team knows that a Mad Eyes is coming, you can just hard counter comp the Mad Eyes. You mentioned some of the characters. Doctor is a character that you can just hard counter comp a Mad Eyes. You have characters like Batter, Forward, any sort of stunners, whether that's even Enchantress or the Prospector. They all counter, but it's most likely we're not going to see those characters to counter, just because, that's not something that mainland China typically plays. But you can simply just play a Doctor, and that counters Mad Eyes pretty hard. So I think in reality, they'll probably ban Mad Eyes just because of how strong Use Mad Eyes was. But now that they know it's coming, maybe they'll just give it to him and just play a hard counter comp and try to remove the Axe Boy and the Dream Witch instead.
Yeah, that could be definitely something that they would opt for, especially like to kind of demoralize or maybe even bring out another Hunter in you. But we shall head into the picks and bans. Seer being the first one. Definitely want to get rid of that Priestess, especially in a map like this, and take away AK and Iron's Forward. And now here it comes. Who will FPX.ZQ be banning? Oh, they're opting for the Dream Witch and the Mad Eyes Respect, like you said, Eli.
The Mad Eyes is gone and the Dream Witch, which means we're going to see a third Hunter from you, whether that's Axe Boy or something else. You also has Bloody Queen as an option, but Bloody Queen isn't, again, you has to win this round. He has to 3-kill or 4-kill. He cannot afford a draw, and Bloody Queen's just too much of a draw hunter for that. We're going to see the most standard lock-ins from the Survivors being Mercenary and Acrobat. Now, what is his second ban going to be here? Based off of this ban, maybe we can tell what they're going for. You would definitely think about it. If he wants to go Axe Boy, it might be... Okay, it's going to be Patient, so that indicates a little bit more of a Bloody Queen than an Axe Boy. I would have expected Psychologist or even Entomologist if they're going with the Axe Boy. I expect probably going to go with something like Psychologist, just because Psychologist is a very well-versed character at countering a lot of these hunters. So maybe
yeah. So this is the first time we've seen FPX.ZQ bring out the Embalmer, but last time we saw them bring out the Embalmer, it didn't really work out well. So this is actually MK's pick. But again, when they did bring out the Embalmer, it was in Ever Sleeping Town. This is Red Church. So trying to go for something a little off. Well, again, this indicates that they really wanted to secure that draw or just secure something from happening. And you will be bringing out the Bloody Queen, not the Axe Boy here. So this could be a little tough on you's side here.
Yeah, Bloody Queen, talking about have to get a win not harder than that. Now, there are some winning Bloody Queen strategies, like Abnormal Bloody Queen. You start with Abnormal. You just rely on the fact that you're going to hit all of your mirrors and you won't need Blink in the long run, and you just kind of try to push for a heavy kill with the Abnormal. But I don't know, Bloody Queen, it's tough. I think the best situation for you to get a 3-person elimination is you get 3 survivors in the end game, you eliminate 1, they pop the last cipher, you get an instant mirror kill, and then you teleport to the gate and kill somebody else, and you can still 3K from that position. So I think that's probably the game plan for you. But again, Bloody Queen, a very heavy die hunter. It's good against Embalmer, because if you try to use that coffin, you can instantly just mirror after the Embalmer. But Psychologist can be difficult because it can take up to 3 hits. And if you're going with the Abnormal strategy to go for a high amount of kills, it's not too good against Psychologist, because you usually want to just mirror twice and blink the Psychologist for the kill.
Yeah. it's gonna be quite the tough sell. We just did see a tie game from a Bloody Queen, but this might be the potential last game, ladies and gentlemen. So again, make your voice be heard in chat. Will it be FPX.ZQ or MS? Game number 3, round second half. Posh Spice and Eli giving you the commentary action here in Call of the Abyss Group Stage.
And here we go. We do have you spawning over near the top broken area right outside of Wedding, which is actually a good spawn for the survivors in this instance, unless he's able to find someone early on. Acrobat is near the bottom broken area, trying to find where the Acrobat is hiding out. He's actually all the way in the bottom breakables. Does he find AK running around here? If he's able to pick him up early, he puts him in a pretty good spot. And I think he's caught on the trail of AK. So let's see what Yu's able to do here. Acrobat already has that bomb up and ready in case he goes for that mirror image.
Yeah, you already popping up a mirror here at Shed, but we see the AK just providing that distance. You might have to already go for the teleport here and just switch positions. AK still hanging around here outside of Church, which is definitely good on the side of the survivors. Again, the mirror image just shy there, forcing you to vault this window and still buying enough time for his team to just keep decoding these ciphers early in this game. AK still making his rotations at the broken side of this map while getting that bomb ready.
We are going to see that blink. Yeah, there is that blink onto the Acrobat. So not losing any time here. As long as he can hit this next mirror image, he's still on a winning pace here. Loses sight of the Acrobat for a brief second. And we're going to see the mirror from... Oh, another mirror slightly off from you here. Can he time this right? Get this on the Acrobat. There's the bomb. And he's going to be probably have to switch places yet again here. Goes for the switch as well. This is gonna be a mind game at the pallet. This is gonna be very important for you. He has to get this. Goes for the switch and gets the down, which means he loses no time from mirrors. So it looked like it was bad for you missing 2 mirrors in a row, but he actually gets the hit anyways on the second one and still gets the blink hit, and that's actually gonna keep you in the game. He had to get that hit there. If AK forced out another mirror, there's really no chance for you to get anything more than a draw, and that hit there was really important to keep him in the match.
Yeah, that mind game again. Something to point out with you. It's like he is so brave to walk through pallets or just go for those swings and really predict these things. I guess that he's just got that hunter instinct. Now MK being forced outside of his cipher, trying to get some swings in here, but MK doing a great job. But no, gets the hit on the embalmer. Mercenary already here, slams the pallet down just for that stun while he goes for the rescue. And now we see that the Acrobat is ready here for another kite, rebound kite, hopefully on this side of FPX.ZQ.
Yeah, we're going to see him have that mirror image back online momentarily. Has a red ball available. He's going to try to use it to kite this out, but I think you should still be able to get the hit. Yeah, there's the hit. 2 Cypher machines remaining. With Embalmer injured, that's not too bad because Embalmer's probably not rescuing. It probably will be the Psychologist. So, Embalmer taking the hit there's not too bad. He's still going to be able to decode. The best chance for you to come back in this is to try to snipe the Embalmer with a mirror, but they're actually just going to use the whistle to heal him up anyway. So, ZQ playing this very, very safe. Again, they only need a draw. We're going to see mirror image onto the Mercenary elbow pad right past to avoid that hit there. And we do have the, I think that's MK the Embalmer actually coming in for the rescue.
Okay, makes me think that, yeah, someone's brought something. And then we see that the Mercenary also, they're trying to play a tug of war here, really counting down the seconds before this rocket chair is going to be ready. Long eating that hit, no tide turner here. So AK is going to have a rebound kite like crazy because 2 Cyphers still remain. They've been touched already. So now we see that AK does have a ball to utilize. Mercenary eats the hit, so prolongs the kite of AK.
Yeah, walk straight through that pallet as well. This is something that a lot of these survivors aren't expecting, is these hunters walk straight through pallets, and a lot of the mainland China survivors actually swing at pallets. So maybe MS showing us something we're not expecting. Can the Acrobat time this bomb properly? He goes for that bomb there, still has that image on the Acrobat, but misses the swing by just an inch, but he gets the blink hit as well. Can he switch places and share before the Cypher Machine is primed? They're going to go for that force heal and get the pickup. The Psychologist actually stopped healing. They could have completed that, finished on that that force heal, and maybe secured an extra, you know, long enough for the Cypher Machine to be primed, but they're just going to go ahead and pop. Now, the downside for you here is there's no trait. So, while you may have near image available to try to down this this Psychologist here, he does not have teleport to go for the exit, so I don't think it's going to be possible for you to get that 3-person elimination here.
Oof, it's a tough spot for you to be at because, again, they just need 2 survivors out of the gate here. They already won round number 1. If they tie this, FPX.ZQ will be getting a point here. So Iron now being very careful and just hugging this window here and just trying to mind game you to being able to find an opening, finds the dungeon, and it seems like it's going to be a 3-person escape. FPX.ZQ gets a point over MS here in the group stage.
Yeah, and that is going to be the victory. FPX.ZQ managing to come out on top, but that was so close again, down to the wire there. And you know, actually, I think the MS Hunter, you could have easily secured a draw there if he just camps on top of the dungeon, waits for the mirror, and then mirrors the Psychologist. But again, it didn't matter at that point. He needed to get a 3-person elimination. So again, Potch, that goes back to the fact of I was, you know, wondering why we didn't see Axeboy. I think Axeboy there was a little bit stronger in that situation because Axeboy has more win potential than Bloody Queen. And I think, you know, Bloody Queen is fine. If the Hunter only needed a draw, obviously that would have worked. You could have easily drawn that position if he camps dungeon and waits for mirror. But yeah, he tried his best with the Bloody Queen. Unfortunately, Blink Bloody Queen, it's so hard to get more than a draw against good survivors. Excellent job from the Acrobat to avoid a few of those mirrors, but you did not give up on getting those hits. He still was able to get the blink hit immediately after, and then a perfect mind game at the pallet to secure the down. So while he may have missed 2 mirrors, he had a free blink hit on the Acrobat, and then just a basic hit with the mind game, and that was enough for him to put himself in a draw position. But ultimately, it didn't matter. ZQ needed those 2 survivors out, which they were able to secure.
Yeah, you gotta love Yu's guts and also the tenacity to still stick with his guns. I know that we were looking for the Axeboy, but you know, we still got some more MS matches to look forward to. I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are taking notice and they will be respect banning that Mad Eyes, and I wonder how the other teams will be adjusting to that. Yes, I agree that the Axeboy could have brought in a little more tools to the table, could have played a little more aggressively. As you mentioned, yeah, the Bloody Queen really has to play around the mirror hits and also the traits. But unfortunately fortunately for FPX.ZQ, they did pretty well there. They got I would say above and beyond because they got at least the 3-person out, which was in their book of victory. So GG's goes out to FPX.ZQ. Can't wait to see them again. They really are one of the teams to look out for. But I really think the moral victory here, or the people's victory here, was MS. And how well they performed, because they had nothing to lose and all to gain coming into this match and gained so much knowledge facing FPX.ZQ.
Looking at the final match data from here, we do have the Acrobat 97 seconds on that kite time. Not enough to kite until the Cypher Machine was primed. Although Psychologists again could have forced that heal at the end there, but they opted to just play it safe, secure the draw that they needed, which they definitely did get here. Yeah, we saw you actually, it's interesting, you actually had some slightly off mirrors when they were chasing people, but then they hit that really crazy snipe on the Embalmer from across the map, which was very surprising. So so you, again, it's usually the other way around, right? It's, you usually see the short range mirrors are the ones that are easier to hit, and the long range ones are harder, but you just kind of the other way around.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's just, again, MS having even types of gameplay, types of skills that are not what we expect. So honestly, I'm really excited to see how MS will continue to play here. They have 2 difficult matches ahead of them. Looking into this this group stage as well, they do have GH in their bracket as well. I think that's going to be the big decider. Again, GH versus MS. Who can win that matchup? I think the winner of that matchup should be able to secure themselves into that top 3. And then it's just kind of, it just really comes down to that one. I think both of those teams should be, have a good match ahead of them. Again, GH, probably the best team out of Southeast Asia currently, and then MS, just a very good team from South Korea.
Yeah, I think those 2 regions as well, both emerging. I mean, Southeast Asia definitely has been seen Call of the Abyss stages here and there. Korea kind of, well, as you mentioned, not really known for taking it to mainland China teams, and here they are able to stake their claim just like this. I think sky's the limit for them. Shoutouts to MS. They did amazingly, and I think they gained a lot of fans. But FPX.ZQ, still one of the best here, always the bar setter, and I think we have more to see from them. And I think this is also a wake-up call for them, because it was really close. If you would be like managing FPX.ZQ, be like, dang, these teams have definitely been stepping up. We should as well, and I'm sure that they're going to be doing just that come their next matches in this group. Because I honestly think like you can make a case for any group here that it's pretty stacked. So you gotta love how it was random, but yet it was I would say well spread out, because all of the groups have a certain hierarchy, but anyone can win anything in the group. So it's really important for you guys to support your favorite teams, and also stay tuned each and every day in the group stages to see if your favorite team does move forward come the COA playoffs.
Absolutely. So FPX.ZQ going up 1-0. MS dropping to 0-1, but again, neither of them are quite out of this just yet. We will have our next two matches shortly, but we are going to go ahead and talk about the best deduction, and also we're going to have our player interview as well. So, Poch, what do you think out of this? I assume for FPX.ZQ, what player will have the best deduction here? It's really tough, obviously, because Afu got consistent draws, but drawing usually isn't enough for best deduction. And then also the hunters from MS side were able to secure draws for the most part. So who do you think? I mean, who do you think will have it here?
I think AK might get this one, because he's been a very consistent kiter, even though he unfortunately does get first chase, but I think that's what he's for now. Before, he was relegated to being the stunner, one of the best stunners in 2021 IIVL. But I think, yeah, he's done a lot of work, and I think he's faced a gauntlet of hunters here and there. Like he faced an Anne, Mad Eyes, and now Bloody Queen. I think he might be one. And it's really hard also if you look at the survivors, right? Because they definitely work as a team. You could make a case for his round number one patient, but you also have to give it up to MK for those priestess portals. His acrobat in the last game was really good as well, but you also have to give it up for the mercenary saves, as well as him tanking those hits. So yeah, it's a team effort, but I have to give it up to AK. How about you?
Yeah, I think I actually have to agree with that. I mean, usually in these situations where the survivors don't do anything too monumental, it's like it usually will end up going for the hunter. But again, the survivors of MS played so well against Afu, there wasn't many opportunities for Afu to pick up too many extra deduction points as well. So I think that, yeah, ultimately I think it definitely would go to AK. AK is probably the MVP as well of this matchup. Just, the first kite's so strong. Again, you have to account for the priestess support as well from against the Anne was really important. But AK ultimately with the acrobat kite and the kite as the patient in the Chinatown match was very important for FPX.ZQ's victory here.
Yeah, so again, AK is honestly been one of my favorite players that I look out for. He's again not the flashiest when it comes to certain moves, but honestly very stable. I think he gels well with Iron, Long, as well as MK, and they just make a really great tandem. So really excited to see who's going to get that best deduction or the MVP here, especially in the survivor sided team. But God, like Mad Eyes, dude. We saw Mad Eyes. We saw Afu play Breaking Wheel twice. MS allowed that. They did their homework. They're like, all right, yeah, pick Breaking Wheel again, your best hunter, and we'll face you there. So it's that's a lot to take in, because I really feel like also when it comes to like best deductions or MVPs, I think maybe it should be both sides as well, because there are some, even though the MS didn't move on, they made quite the impression. Aside from you have to give it up to I'm So Sexy, the dancer, just buying so much time and making that survivor work. Like I really feel like come the other group stage, the group days or their matches, someone has to ban that dancer from I'm So Sexy.
Yeah, and looking at the rest of this group D here, we did have Do5 beating GH yesterday. So they'll be advancing to 1-0, FPX.ZQ advancing to 1-0, MS onto 0-1. So currently we have the two mainland China teams in first and second place, with MS and GH in third and fourth. So again, with these two teams going off on with a 1-0 already, there's a good chance that they both will be able to secure at least top three. So again, it's going to come down to MS and GH. Both these teams 0-1. Can they, who's going to be the third place seed that's going to move in here? I think, again, MS and GH matchup will be the decider there. And looking at how that one's going to go out here, again, I really thought GH would easily come out on top over the South Korea team. But with the way MS played against FPX.ZQ, almost able to defeat them, I think MS might now be slightly advantaged going into that matchup.
Yeah, I know GH, when we've seen GH, they're really heavily into that meta. So I think the edge that MS had was really the unfamiliarity, because with GH, they're able to change things up. Not really change things up, but stick to that meta. But speaking of the survivors of mainland China team, here we have FPX.ZQ Best Deduction. Again, we highlighted it. We called out how amazing his acrobat was. Also his patient. So here he is. Man, yeah, great performance so far, especially how well he was able to work with the team.
Yeah, 118 seconds of containment time on average throughout these matches. Really was the difference maker here, able to kite for a long period of time. We are going to get into an interview with two of the FPX.ZQ players.
首先，恭喜我们的 FPX 朱雀获得了本场比赛胜利。现在在我身边的是来自朱雀的卡梦和麦克，给大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是朱雀战队的 Maker。
AK and MK, the priestess patient tandem.
强心脏的一场嘛。
Here we have the interview.
就今天先给自己和队友打个分吧。
就是。
So they're rating themselves on the performance. I think they're giving themselves a grade.
还是比较谦虚嘛。那卡总呢
？6分吧，因为挺溜的玩的。
So just like true champions, they said they got a lot to improve on.
这个6是那个6的那个6。
6 out of 10. That's a C, C+.
之后我相信你们也是晚上会进行一个复盘，
What would you give it, Eli?
更好的状态面对后面的比赛。
Yeah, 6 out of 10.
I think 也是一路非常的不容易。那今天的获胜会不会给你们的心态和心情上面带来一个士气的提升啊？
有。
今天的获胜。 更有动力去打下面的比赛。
就是说，哇，就是让你自己的心情也变好了。当然，这个肯定也不是一场胜利带来，也是因为你们平时实力的积累在这里嘛。第一场的时候，在唐人街的时候，面对
Yeah, so basically they were. The question is, this was a tough matchup. How are they feeling about going? Able to get the victory here? And they said they're still feeling okay, even though a very close matchup, especially against the South Korea team.
打出这样一个漂亮的联动的呢？
这个就是平时训练量的一个积累啊，那个点配合打的比较多，然后就是比较轻车熟路的感觉。
哇，说的好轻松！你们当时真的在那个点牵制了好久，感觉断了监管者一波非常大的节奏。也就是说，你们平时的一个训练量非常够，然后到了比赛场上也可以很好的运用出来。那就是卡总的病患，经常大家说。
Okay, so now they're highlighting the breaking wheel performance. I believe they're talking about Afu, how the performance has gone. And how everything is, yeah, they said I mean, it's all about practice, and they're still going to keep practicing.
多练吧，多实践，只能这样子，熟能生巧。
今天感觉就第一场你们的那些操作总结下来，就一个词就是熟能生巧，也就是说平时在下面要努力的练，用汗水。
And now their message to the other teams is definitely to practice more, and yeah, always improve.
对方也是一个绝活的老头。 也就是非常强的嘛。那在第二场的时候，可能说机械师是其中很脆弱的一个点。你们开局的时候有没有说给他说些什么，或者说给他支招，让怎么样去那个一下子有没有什么小计策？
当时选出机械师打老头，就只能让机械师好自为之了吧。打了4个人的游戏。 然后这倒得快的话，就是3个人的游戏。
OK， 就是好自为之，你先飞，我
So yeah, again, she's asking about tips for map number 2 that they can give to other teams.
很好，确实就是只能说有些时候就总有人要做出一点点小小的牺牲的。好，那今天就是我们发现一个非常奇怪的一个现象，就是咱们今天麦克怎么打了前锋呢？
So now they're definitely talking about how. Well, just recalling the match and how it went down in map number 2, how the survivors were waiting at the exit door, Mad Eyes, you know, that was craziness that ensued.
也听闻说卡总是在练魔术师，说是要上 S1魔术师，有这回事吗？这
有练魔术师呢，但是上 S1可能没有。练魔术师就是给深渊期做准备。
哦，哇，你们两个这个。 就懂了，今天小丑是我自己，你这个 到时候深渊期咱们再见，好吧，好吧，好，这个我不再打听了，不再打听了。那就是今天3把打下来，觉得说哪一把会让你们的就是心跳非常的快，就是像在过山车上面。
FPX.ZQ again. The solution to anything is just practice more. So it really just shows I think their drive and their responsibility as professional players to keep practicing.
就是有点小慌。
有点小慌，就今天不仅是咱们看的观众，还有你们的粉丝，包括你们自己，可能心里也
which led to some exciting
很认真
matches,
对待
but
今天这
still,
场比
yeah,
赛。
practice,
那今天面
practice,
对到我们
practice.
的 MS， 你们有没有非常欣赏的选手呢？在他们中？
性感哥。
哇，那卡总呢？
我也是那个 I'm so sexy 选手。
哇，得到了咱们就是朱雀战队2位选手的认可，确实他今天打的也是非常不错，非常亮眼嘛。那也是再次来到我们的深渊的舞台，有没有什么话想要送给粉丝呢？
There we go, and I'm pretty sure you heard AK say, "I'm so sexy." She asked which player is one of the highlights, and yeah, AK giving props to "I'm so sexy." So real recognize real, guys.
相信你们也会打得非常认真，之后也会越挫越勇。好的，那也是感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜我们的 FPX 朱雀获得了本场比赛胜利。接下来即将进行的是我们的第3场比赛。
Last message they gave out was to all the players, do your best, practice. And we'll see you at the next round. So there you have it, guys. AK and MK of Team FPX.ZQ. And now throwing it to some highlights here, ladies and gentlemen. This has been me and Eli giving you the commentary action. We will be taking a short break, but more Identity 5 action when we return.
扛！哎，平地心里多少？我木的。扛，继续扛！2，要走吗？走吧。回叫。
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeronasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Hi, I'm Chin.
I am Gats.
Hi, I'm Leg.
Hey guys, I'm Roland.
Hey everyone, I'm Pablo.
Hi, I'm Spencer.
Hi everyone, my name's Schmitty and I'm captain of B4U.
Taking that controller ahead of time, and all Walmart has to do here is wait for that perfume to expire and you can hit that perfume.
The rescue, is he go for a chair shot? No, he's not. Prospector, beautiful hit from Sprinter through the Prospector. That's gonna get the down, goes to the mirror image as well.
More distance between himself and the Bloody Queen, but Sprinter being able to utilize the mill yet again, could get the chance to actually go to the dungeon, but that's a long distance. He could utilize the slow vault.
We all just wanted to say thank you for all the support and love you guys have given us through our journey. We can't wait to see you guys supporting us in the Call of Bix Global Finals. Can't wait to see you there.
AG 戦隊のロイドです。アゲハはアマチュアのチームですが、プロに引きを取らない強いチームです。
この板で読み合いができればよかったんですけれども、はい、一撃
劣らずに
タックル強気
さあ見つけていくことができるか。
ハッチに向かってこれサバイバー3人逃げ、十分に準備が整っている。ゲートから出てハッチ逃げ。これはグレイスの強さが 100% 生かされそうだ。落下鬼没
間に合うか
からの通常攻撃、実験のダメージも含めてダウンを取り切りました。その地下の強さですよ。バッツマンも来ている。ここで回収されてしまうとダメージになるでしょう。
さあここはバッツマンも1ダメージ。
そして通常攻撃2連続の救助狩り。
今回アゲハは COA 初出場となりますが、どのチームよりもいい成績を残して絶対優勝してみせます。応援よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Con of the Abyss 5 tournament. And we already saw a bunch of fantastic matches. We saw BL going against GR coming out as winner in this matchup. And we also saw MS versus FPX.ZQ. And these matches were already very, very interesting. We saw very, very interesting survivors as well as hunter gameplays, and I'm really looking forward to the next matches. The next two matchups that we will spectate is B4U versus AG as well as BC versus MRC. So absolutely fantastic lineup that is awaiting us. I am here with Nello. How are you doing today? I'm very, very excited to see these matches. What are you looking forward to?
Oh, thank you for introducing me, Grizzly. Always a pleasure to be commentating with you. Yeah, I'm very excited, just as excited as you, because we've seen so many matches that are so outstanding today. But of course, between B4U, I'm also very, very, how would you put it, hyped up, especially because B4U is representing NAEU. They are going up against AG from Japan, so we're definitely going to see some mix-ups coming in, and I'm really interested to see what B4U is going to bring up into the table, because we've seen so many non-meta picks coming out from MS. Okay, especially with the mad eyes, it just blew my mind away in the previous one. So I'm keen. I'm keen to see what B4U is gonna be up and what AG is also going to be bringing up to the stage for today.
That is for sure. And you just mentioned it. We saw Mad Eyes already, and that was very, very interesting. Not gonna lie. We also saw a first round Disciple, a first round N. But if we look back at the history of MS, if we look at the qualifiers for MS, we saw that MS, they always come in with a first round N. This is like, if you would make a bet with me, I would always bet on N when it comes to first round and MS. because that is just what they have shown us in the qualifiers. What we have seen more often was they changed out the Hunter and were coming in a second round X-Boy. So seeing Mad Eyes today was very, very exciting already. And I'm really looking forward to see more, off-meta Hunters in this tournament. And as you already said, upcoming we have B4U and AG. And I'm really curious to see what these two teams will do. And just want to highlight this, B4U as our North American European team that is representing our server has an average, when it comes to the Hunter side, an average of 4 survivor eliminations. So that means that Sprinter and Ching, the two Hunters of B4U, were always getting the 4 survivor elimination, the 5-point games for their team. And that is very, very impressive. I'm really looking forward to if they can maintain this average of 4 survivor eliminations in the upcoming matches. And I'm also curious to see how they will switch out the Hunters, because we have seen Sprinter performing most of the tournament when it came to the qualifiers. Will we see more of Xing? And of course, as you already mentioned, AG from Japan. Very, very exciting. Call of the Abyss Japan qualifier winners. They were qualifying through the Japan qualifiers. And they have a really, really strong Hunter as well. And the survivors, they have been mainly very solid too, getting ties, at least victories, and very, very little losses. So very curious to see how the survivor team of AG will do against B4U. Now we are getting to the player introduction. Here we can see number 5, absolutely fantastic player. Number 5 was coming through with forward mercenary entomologist. We have Roido. Roido was coming through with the mercenary embalmer, psychologist, and patient. I really love to see the variety of characters that these players can bring to the table, and I'm really, really excited to see maybe a little bit more of meta characters like the female dancer that we have already seen today.
Yeah, for sure. Like, if ever something that's if something has to be said today, it's that non-metas have been a shock, and more often than not, like especially when MS they picked a non-meta character going up against the Chinese teams, they got surprising results, and it just shows that sometimes non-metas can be a meta. We don't just follow the meta, and they are not a follower. They are the creators of their own meta, and it's been showing a certain level of success. Right now, I'm just looking at B4U right now. Sprinter, he looks very focused. He's just glancing over at the camera. I think it's gonna be a tremendous amount of pressure coming into the big stage, because it is the best of the best. It's once in a year. It's the annual event where the best of the respective regions, they are coming in, showing what they have. So if I'm in B4U's shoes right now, Sprinter doing the hunting against the Japanese powerhouse AG, I definitely have to pull out something that has never been seen before. I definitely need to do something if I'm in Sprinter's shoes.
It's definitely going to be very, very interesting matchup. And as we can see, we have the Seer ban that is allowing the mercenary and the forward. We often see a forward ban, but since the Seer was banned, we have the forward in the lineup. And did I see that right? We are immediately going with a barmaid. And was that a doctor? Am I?
It's actually a Seer ban, and then they're choosing the Merc and the forward. So those are the two.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. I was just because we are still waiting for the second ban right here, which is now
it's a psychologist.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice. I mean, in Arms Factory, they're choosing this as the first one, so probably trying to get rid of meta hunters like Breaking Wheel. I mean, Breaking Wheel isn't exactly that good in this map. But look at this, Roido going for the doctor and the barmaid. What?
And if we look on stage, we have different characters. We have the acrobat and the embalmer, so we are not completely sure what exactly will happen to the survivor side. I would be very surprised and very excited, not gonna lie, to see a doctor and the barmaid, but I'm a little bit skeptical about the illustration right here. Might rather see the embalmer and the acrobat. And yeah, looking at the bands, Breaking Wheel might not, I mean, on Arms Factory might not necessarily the best character to bring out. And if we look at Sprinter's performance when it comes to Hunters. We have seen him bring out a breaking wheel, but we also know that he is just such a strong Dream Witch, and that is exactly what we are seeing here. Round 1 Dream Witch, it's gonna be very, very strong. We have seen this in the tournament and in the qualifiers and in general with his Sprinter, that he just has this round 1 Dream Witch that he brings out. So we might see a round 2 Dream Witch ban, you know, the respect ban, and that might open up a bigger map, which would be better for the breaking wheel. So maybe this is all a setup to have more options in the later rounds. But for now, again, we see the barmaid and the doctor being locked in.
Yeah,
if this is
I think
for
they
real,
know.
I'm extremely excited.
It is. I think it's real because somehow banning the psychologist like a Wi-Fi heal, that makes sense because he's bringing out the Dream Witch. So Doctor and Barmaid, I think they're aiming for self-sustain. They want to prolong the game. They want to sustain. But you know what? The lineups are locked in. So excited for this. AG Survivors versus D4U Hunter. Game 1, first half. Let's go. The commentaries being brought to you by Gaming Grizzly and me, myself, Nello Mello. Let's go.
Doctor, bring me the news. All right, we're gonna get into the match right now. We have the Dream Witch on the search for the first survivor, and I think can actually see the first blood ray right here of Yat, which is, in this case, the Doctor. Very, very excited for this match. We have the first leech right here, and we can see that Sprinter is trying to continue to chase down the Doctor with the main body leech. Blocks that window. Will that be enough to get the hit? Ooh! That is going to be a terror shock. That is putting Sprinter in such a good position. As I already mentioned, Sprinter has an average of 4K, a 4 survival elimination per match. And here we can see exactly how he is patient, how he swings at the Doctor, and that might actually be on purpose. Swinging away, giving the Doctor the chance to ward that window, and that giving him the chance to terror shock that, and that is really, really putting pressure on the survivors. We already have 2 leeches on the floor right here, again with the main body leech. That makes 3. We have the mercenary coming in for the rescue, pulled it off with Tide, and we have the stun, but the last effort kicks in right away.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. Like, Sprinter, either he's like a god, like, because he knows, like what you said, he's anticipating baiting the miss swing, getting that terror shock, and now all of a sudden the early rescue is happening. Only 1 cipher has been done. Tide Turner, Doctor is already down for the second time. Even Machinery has gotten that hit, and Barmaid has the leech onto him. So who exactly can come and rescue? Only the forward left. But look, number 5 is trying to release the leech from Barmaid before going for the rescue, but already things are looking so great for Sprinter because this is amazing. 4 ciphers remaining, and second chair, the Doctor, which is supposed to counter Dream Witch, is now on the chair for the last time. Oh,
that is extremely strong. We can see, and that was not stunning the leech. This is giving him the chance to hit the Ford again, and now maybe, not going for the double down. Ford is leaving the area, but the blink is coming through. The last effort kicks in, and that means the first survivor, the Doctor, as soon as she hits the chair, will be sent back to the manor, which is extremely good for Sprinter, because if we look at the Cypher Machine progress, with that pressure that he puts on the survivors right here of AG, it's going to be extremely difficult for AG to recover from this. They are going to set up for a tie right now. They are trying their best to get at least the tie, but against Sprinter's Dream Witch, it is just so difficult to escape.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you see that the picks are kind of affecting them, like Doctor and Barmaid. I understand if you have 1 Doctor, but having a Barmaid as well, focusing too much on self-sustain might not be a good choice sometimes. Priestess isn't even banned. I think Priestess would have been a better choice in this choice, like providing support, because right now you can see Doctor has already gone back to the mana. 4 ciphers remaining, 1 is about to be done. The third one is at 69%, and already Mercenary at half health. Sprinter is already gunning towards the forward. Forward only has, what, 10% balls left? And if he's down, there's no Tide Turner to rescue anymore.
That is going to be... Oh, look at that. Oh, that will actually be a hit on the Ford. The leech is disappearing, but Sprinter's main body is right there to put another leech down that will follow the Ford. And he's trying to just trap the Ford right in this area with the leeches. That is going to be very, very good for Sprinter. If we look at the Cypher Machine progress, that has been a little bit better now. If we look closely, we can see almost 3 Cypher machines are done. One is at 70, but at the same time, these Cypher machines are a little bit split up. You have the Dream Witch right here, who is extremely strong late game and who can definitely protect Cypher machines late game. So they are trying to split up the Cyphers right now to buy more time and to bring down these Cypher machines, but at the same time, Ford is down. That is going to be really, really good for Sprinter yet again, because even with the Cypher machine progress being quite advanced at this point, it's still gonna be difficult to go against all these leeches that are on the field, and there comes the hit on the barmaid.
Yeah, I mean, this is just amazing. Sprinter is on fire today. Like, not missing his blink hits, not missing any opportunity to get the leash on into different survivors. Look, like Barmaid is gonna get a leash up again. It's gonna bring trouble to Barmaid. Basically, the only one who can rescue now is Dacho, and he's at half health. He's at half health, but he's still, the saving grace is he still has 3 pads, so maybe he can zip past. But there's a leash guarding, so I think at this point, Grizz, I think AG might have to leave the forward and, you know, just try and get a draw, because I don't think they can make it in time. If they go for this rescue and get the double down, it's not even gonna be like 1. And the change controller, the second change. Wow.
Really changed the patroller, was spotting out the mercenary right here, was preventing that rescue from happening. If you look at the Cyphers, again, I always want you guys to look closely at the Cyphers, because that is always making this match so more intense, because right now it looks really good for Sprints, but at the same time, these 2 Cypher machines are almost primed. The thing is, Mercenary will go down, and now Sprinter can really focus on the Barmaid, can really focus on that last survivor that could potentially decode the Cypher machine, but Sprinter is actually going to the Mercenary, putting a leech right there, just in case Mercenary gets up, because you want to go for the back and forth right now. It's going to be a hunt for the Barmaid until Sprinter brings down the Barmaid, and then he switches back the focus to the Mercenary, because he wants to get that 4 survivor elimination. You don't want to chair the Mercenary right now, because if you chair the Mercenary, you give the Barmaid the chance to potentially escape through the dungeon, and again, that would give AG 1 point and B4U only 3. So therefore, Sprinter obviously wants to get the 4 survival elimination, giving AG no chance to accumulate any points in this first half right here. And we can see Mercenary is up right now. And if the Mercenary goes down, Sprinter can completely concentrate on the Barmaid and really make this a 5-point game, a 4 survivor elimination. As I already mentioned, Sprinter, such a strong hunter. In the qualifiers, he had an average of 4 survivors eliminated, and I was looking forward to see him. I was hoping that he could maintain that 4K average, because it's just absolutely fantastic to watch him play these characters.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting bitten by the patroller. Now the doggo is biting Dacho as he's moving. The last bite there, he's gonna get that hit. Wow, amazing. The leash has been removed, but Roydo trying to rush that Cypher is almost primed. Will he be able to prime it in time? Because if he primes it, the Mercenary will still be able to move, and oh no,
there's still 1 Cypher machine remaining.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for this game up. And you know what? There's still 1 more Cypher, 71%. This looks like a potential 4K Grizzly, and Sprinter, he's just so confident. Like, you see people changing from Patroller to Blink, Patroller to Abnormal, but here he is, Blink to Patroller and 4K. First game, first half, amazing display of dominance right there by B4U.
Absolutely fantastic, as you said it. B4U was really coming through and living up, Sprinter living up to his 4K average eliminations and getting that first really good match in. Now it is on B4U's survivor side to get at least 1 survivor out of the game, because if they can get at least 1 survivor out of the game, that means that they will win that round number 1. And at the same time, if we look at AG's hunter side, AG will be hunting in the second half of round number 1. They need to just mirror that result right here. They need to mirror the 4 survivor elimination if they at least want to get the tie. So that is putting B4U in a really good spot right here for the very first match. And I'm really curious to see how this plays out, because as I already mentioned, if we look at the hunter of AG, the Japanese team, that can be still a very tough challenge for B4U's survivor team right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tough. But you know what? Sprinter has has given that such a big lead, and even in the game one, they know what his game plan was. They know he's going for the Dream Witch, and that's why they tried to pick Doctor or maybe the barmaid to counter. But right now, wow, that 4K gonna make such a big difference. Now it's AG that's in backed up into the corner now in the second half, because now they have to perform. If they want to tie this first game, they need to get a 4 escape. They need to get a 4K against B4U Survivor. Yeah, so B4U Survivor, they're chill. They're chilling right now. They just need one escape at the very least. And this is how good it's looking right now. I'm not saying that it's over. It's just the first game, mind you, but it puts B4U at a more comfortable pace.
And here you can see the rundown of the last match that just happened, and you can also see how the decoding was prevented from B4U very, very early in the match, just because they were able to bring down that Doctor so early with that terror shock. And even after the rescue and the tide turner kicking in for 20 seconds, there was always the last effort coming in, because Sprinter was able to hit that, to land that hit on the Doctor right after the rescue. And that was putting AG just in a situation where they had to stop decoding for a little while, get into the rescuing action and just make the rescue happen, try to help the Doctor on the field again. But with that already kind of slowed down decoding, that was putting AG just into a tough situation. And you said that, you know, B4U Survivor side is a little bit more relaxed right now. That is for sure, but I am very, very sure there's still a lot of pressure on all of these players. I am excited to see what the Hunter pick will be for AG, because we have seen AG coming in as Breaking We Sculptor as well as Dream Witch, and we also know that Pipisha plays Naigat, which can also be a very, very strong Hunter. If we look at the map Arms Factory, I would almost say that the Dream Witch, maybe we see a mirror match, right? Like maybe Pipisha will come out with, Sprinter, you showed us your Dream Witch, now I'm gonna show you my Dream Witch. That would be very, very interesting to see. And I'm also curious to see what B4U will do on the Survivor side, because right now, that was already a fantastic match for me. We saw the barmaid, we saw the Doctor, characters we usually don't see too often in these tournament situations. So very, very excited. And I want to ask you a question about, you know, characters that are a little bit off meta that we don't necessarily see too many times in the tournament. Do you have one character on the Survivor side that you just want to see, that is probably not coming to the teams, but that you just want to see in the tournament?
Especially in this map? You mean in this map in particular?
Oh, I mean in general.
Let's
just say today. Let's say today.
Okay, today I would definitely like to see a Cowboy. We've seen Cowboy on the first day itself, so I'm definitely seeing. Since there's already a Cowboy player making it work, a tree escape. So why not? Just hoping to see more of these Cowboy players coming out to the play, you know, and just making surprises here and there, lasso hooks, just distracting the hunters, buying more time, and just generally creating havoc so that the survivors on the balloon will be able to struggle out. Yeah, but you know what? Excellent. What about you though, Grizzly? What about you? What do you think? What would you like to see? Like a non-meta coming more into the tournament?
You just mentioned Cowboy, and we have B4U right here. B4U has Cats in his team in their team as well, and Cats known for his fort, but also from the very beginning was known as a Cowboy player. We haven't seen him bring out the Cowboy yet in the qualifiers, but we also don't know if Cats will play in the matchup today, because he is kind of the, you know, backup survivor that will come to the table in the later rounds. Right now we can see the introduction of all of the survivors, which was, we started with Schmitty, we saw Roland Problems, and now here we have Mylek.
Yeah, just chilling.
Yeah, very, very excited to see Mylek's Priestess as well. Priestess, Mylek is very, very strong. I'm not sure if we will see Priestess on Arms Factory, because Priestess is not necessarily having the best use of her portals on this map. But just, you know, coming back to the question about survivors that I would want to see. The thing is, you know, why not make it a little bit more extraordinary? Why not say Gardener? Why not go for a survivor that you would probably not see Gardner. I just think Gardner would be absolutely hilarious. We haven't really seen a Gardner in any of the Call of the Abyss, to be honest.
True.
But I just think that would be a little bit of a surprise, not only for us to see, but also for the Hunter. And maybe, you know, sometimes Gardeners, I have seen that really good Gardeners can really perform outstanding rescues or, you know, helping the team to just struggle free by dismantling the chairs right in front of the Hunter.
Exactly.
I would say it's very situational and not always the best pick, but just because of that, I would love to see it.
You know what, Grizzly? I really like your Gardener pick. Maybe if there's an adjustment, for example, maybe Gardener, she can break any chairs she wants, but she can only do it once, and the Hunter couldn't fix the chair back. Maybe that would have been a better use for Gardener. What do you think about that? Like, the Gardener can break one chair, and the Hunter couldn't put down and fix the chair. Maybe that would create a lot of trouble for the Hunter to search for a second chair. Like, maybe that would make her more viable.
That is actually a very, very interesting idea that you're putting out there, because having one chair destroyed
you can just
forever,
break it straight away.
that would definitely help the survivors a lot. I don't know if that would almost make her too strong, because with her bubble, she can take a hit. So therefore, if a survivor is brought to the chair, and that chair is dismantled right in front of the Hunter's eyes, that will definitely, like, it will guarantee that survivor will struggle free. And I mean, honestly, I'm all down. I'm all for it. I'm all in. Because the thing is, struggling free is almost like an illusion. It never really happened. Like, come on. I want to see it in the chat. When was the last time that you guys actually struggled free? Like, this is not, like, struggling free is just a myth. It's a legend. It never really happens, right? Like, but yeah, with a Gardener change like that, I would be down for that. I would play Gardener more, because that would be really, really good. But let's get back into the match. We are in the second half of game 1, and we already saw before you coming in with a 5-point game. PP Shah is now in the position where he has to mirror that result. He banned the Seer, second ban was Mercenary. That is allowing the forward on the field. We see that we also have a mechanic to just accelerate the decoding speed right here, because potentially we might see a Dream Witch which can slow down that decoding speed a lot, especially late game.
I think the stage has been set. B4U has already 5 points in the bag. PP Cha, like what you said, he is going to be mirroring the Dream Witch pick, and I'm pretty sure B4U is ready with the lineups. It's a more conventional meta lineup with the chase in the form of Acrobat, Patient, definitely able to create distance against a Dream Witch Lich, follower, even the forward. So really, the one asset that they should try and hide should be My Legs in the form of mechanic. Those should be hidden, but I think they're really setting up this game for a tie. B4U is really trying to go for a tie with this kind of composition, especially with the mechanic pick. And if they play this right, calm, collected, avoid unnecessary moves like, for example, the Terra Shocks. I think just get a normal hit, just rescue accordingly. I think it would definitely play into B4U's hand. But on the other hand, if AG wants to get this 4 elimination, the best pick possible, definitely getting rid of the mechanic, getting rid of the decoders, or even just, you know, disabling, make them waste all their resources. So that's the game plan for AG.
That is for sure. You want to go for that Minds, I am saying, the mechanic, because the mechanic just brings so much decoding power to the field if the mechanic is able to utilize that doll and, you know, just decode the Cypher machines, basically bringing a 5th survivor on the floor. And I'm very, very sure that PP Shah will definitely try to find that mechanic first and try to bring down that survivor first. The thing is, Dream Witch, PP Shah's Dream Witch, Arms Factory, first round, very, very scary. Even though that B4U knows they need a tie or maybe only one survivor escape, PP Shah is not to be underestimated. Here we jump right into the match. PP Shah is already looking out for the survivors, finds problems. Will he go and he will definitely put down that leech, but will he continue the chase? Or will he just say, all right, we're going to leave him there, we're going to have the leech on him. That will slow down his decoding a little bit, and now we're going to concentrate on the mechanic. But it seems like he is giving the mechanic a little bit of chance to just get in location and get ready to decode.
Yeah, he's just getting ready for the patrol. And he cancelled one of the hooks. Problem is in problem now because the patrol just used up one of his hooks. He's unable to do it. But the saving grace is he's near the arms factory, so Problem can definitely use the factory to his advantage because it is one of the strongest kiting area in the factory. But PP with the hose is gonna really get patroller. He needs to use it soon. Oh no, Grizzly, and that's gonna be a hit right there.
The patroller's really slowing down Problems right here, not giving him any chance to move around, not giving him any chance to get out of this position, to get out of this area. And yes, with the arms sector being one of the strongest areas, you just have these leeches all over the place. You have these patrollers coming in, and here we have the first survivor now on the chair. If you look at the decoding progress, you can see with the doll, 4 Cypher machines already have been started. We have a lot of decoding going on. We can see that the first survivor, which is Roland, as Acrobat it was, right? Acrobat coming in for the rescue and taking that patroller yet again.
Wow, but it's okay because at least he's very, very near, so he could at least secure the kill right there. Unfortunately, the last effort is going to be triggered. Tide Turner has been activated. The last effort has been triggered. Roland just trying his best not to get a double down as well. Patient, I believe, is just going to go to the very end of the corner, just trying to make Pipicha's life a little bit harder and easier for his teammates. But on the bright side, though, even though there's 5 ciphers remaining, Pipicha is still... this is the Patient's second chair, so Pipicha is... The advantage is slightly in favor of Pipicha right now.
That is for sure. That is for sure. But at the same time, it's a great start right here. Kind of on both sides. It really depends on how they will play this out. There's still everything on the table. We have the Ford right there. Ford is coming in for the rescue because if the Patient gets off the chair, you need to protect the Patient. You need to maybe potentially stun the Hunter again with the leech, or maybe if Problems gets on the balloons, the Ford can potentially... Wow, this time the hook actually enabled him to get away. He is having last effort activated. The Schmitty, the Ford is leaving the area, but we can see that Pipicha wants to go for the double down, wants to go for the chase, and wants to slow down that decoding progress right here. We can see what is the leech on the Ford, and now the concentration, the focus goes back on the Patient, which will be the first survivor that will get sent back to the manor as soon as he hits the chair.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. One cipher has been done 3 minutes and 16 seconds in. Problem has already been sent back to the manor. 1 cipher has been done. 1 cipher is at 80%, and the remaining ciphers are just like half. So, I don't think the ciphers being crossed though. Oh my god, using up all the balls. Grizzly.
Yeah, Schmitty was utilizing all of his skill right there, using the entire football and really just trying to buy more time. Could use that football later on to, you know, stun the Hunter maybe, but just now buying more time for the team might be the right thing because they need to focus on the Cypher machines. Here you can see Pipicha just putting leeches on the map. Just putting leeches on the map, forcing the survivors to either de-leech or to, you know, rotate out of this area because it will be guarded. We see the leech standing right in front of that chair, right in front of that Cypher machine, and this is why Dreamwitch is still one of the strongest hunters in the game after such a long time. With all these leeches, you can multitask extremely well. You can have a leech sitting right in front of the last Cypher machine that is primed. You can have sitting one of the leeches right in front of the rocket chairs where you have a survivor sitting on. You can balloon and chase other survivors. All of that at the same time, as long as you know how to multitask with the Dreamwitch. And here we see it. Forward on the rocket chair, 1 leech in front of the Cypher machine, and Milek, who is the mechanic, needs to de-leech right now. Is trying to get away from his own leech and is getting chased right now by Pipicha.
Yeah, I mean, basically the game plan now is already set up for them. 2 ciphers are almost done, but the thing is only Acrobat's the one decoding. Even the mechanic cannot get down here. If the mechanic gets hit here, she will no longer be able to save the Ford at all, but it looks like she's going to get that first hit. So the rescue is not going to happen anymore. I don't know, because my legs is at half health now, and there's another leech follower at right where Smitty is at. So Smitty is not gonna be able to be saved. Mechanic right now, my legs have to pull off that save. I have to pull off that survival long enough because Acrobat is basically the only one to prime that cipher. He's going for that save though, but Mechanic with the debuff going on, I don't think it's gonna be very Optimus, will he get the save? Oh, he gets it!
Body blocking right here. This is giving the team
Wow.
enough time to just, continue that kite. We have Milek who needs to decode on the Cypher machines. Obviously, you can see the Cypher machine is being guarded by the leech. And Blink was not hitting. It was not hitting.
Yeah. Empty blink. Oh my god! But it's okay because PP Shah he still has a leash there in the middle. He knows that that's the last cipher. I don't think they have much of a choice. They need to get a new cipher done. If they force the middle cipher, well, PP Shah is already in the middle. Oh, this is so intense, Grizzly. They're trying to force the cipher right here. Will they make it though?
They definitely need to either force that one cipher. It is at 75%, which could be a difficult task with 3 survivors remaining. As soon as one is going down, it's gonna be a little bit of a difficult situation. Or they need to start focusing on another cipher machine. We can see that there is one at 19%. Here goes leg down. My leg is down, and we can see PP Shah just now concentrating. So now the question is PP Shah distracted enough for the rest of the team to potentially heal up, deleach themselves, and get that last cipher machine primed? Or is PP Shah not distracted enough, being able to multitask and, prevent the rest from the survivors to finish that cipher machine? Milek really trying to get... got up and got deleached. That is still buying time for the team. It is all buying time for the team because now the leech that was on Milek disappeared, and if you want to pick up Milek, you would have to bring in another leech, which is now used to chase down the other 2 survivors.
Yeah, I mean, now PP Shah knows that Milek has already utilized the self-heal. So basically, Mechanic will be on the floor the whole time. The only thing that they can do now is try to get to each other and heal each other up. Because you have to play the long game. It's 1 cipher remaining. You have to play the long game. You have to get each other healed. Yeah, they have to heal each other up. Forward is at the last chair. Acrobat still has, he's yet to be chaired, and Mechanic is only at his first chair. If they force the cipher here and Schmidi, if the forward gets hit here, basically it's over. No one will be able to prime that cipher, even if Roland manages to get that rescue. But Roland is going to try and prime the cipher in the middle. They're just trying to rush. I think they're planning to sacrifice my legs.
You're right. Yes, they're probably sacrificing my leg there. They started to decode both. They started to decode the 2 other survivors that were remaining, cipher machines that were remaining. But now that the attention is away from the middle cipher, we can see that cipher is being primed. Will Schmidt be able? The cipher pop will come in. The rescue will happen. This is such a good situation for the survivor side of Before You, because again, they only need 1 survivor through the exit gate, or maybe potentially through the dungeon. As long as 1 survivor can escape, they will secure round number 1, because we saw that Sprinter was getting the 5-point game in the first half. So now it's all on the surviving side, Roland as well as Schmidi and Milek to get that 1 survivor through the gate. And look at that, Schmidi halfway opened that gate already.
Oh my god, I think Schmidi will be the only one to escape.
That's what they need.
Yeah, that's what they need. That's what they need. They can chill because that was the victory condition. But Schmidi, where is he going?
Schmidi is going back to Milek. Schmidi is going to heal up Milek. He is at 90%, so he will be up. And they are trying to get. I mean, even if one of the survivors is taking a hit, the other one will most likely have enough time to get to that gate. But if they can't pull up that tie right, they can't open the gate.
Look at him jumping up and down.
Is coming in with the tie right here against PP Shah's Dream Witch in round number 1, and that is securing so many points for them, because right now currently it is 7-2 after this first round of Before You versus AG. What an absolutely fantastic start right here. Princer maintaining his average of 4 survivor eliminations, and then the surviving side of Before You managing to get that tie going.
Yeah.
Wow. And
goosebumps.
You said it. Yeah, you said it. They were like, that was my thought too. Okay, that's fine. They know they only need 1 survivor out. They're gonna sacrifice Milek. Even if Milek is only down, they're not gonna risk it. But they analyzed the situation. They were communicating. They said, okay, listen, Dreamage is right here on the other side of the map, on the other gate. You have enough time to rescue Milek, to pick him up. He's probably here at 90 already. So just, Schmidi, go pick up Milek, get out of this game, get through the gate, and give us the tie.
Yeah, don't sacrifice your legs, please. Just pick up my legs and go out. And my heart was racing too because obviously it was such a high risk. Because Pipicha could have just easily go through across the map, but recognizing that, I think the decision making there was really good. They realized that, okay, even if the host is there, the leech wouldn't make it in time, the spawn follower wouldn't make it in time, so their risk paid off, and they got the 2 points which they need, 7-2, instead of just 6-3, 5-3. Yeah, instead of 5-3, now it's 7-2, so a very big point advantage right now for B4U. And so just like that, game number 1 advantage in B4U, they can feel comfortable going to game 2. But AG really needs to pick up now because there's going to be 1 hunter ban. There's going to be 3 survivors ban. So this is where they really need to pick up after that.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting jumping into round number 2. I think we could almost expect to see a bigger map pick because now we have Arms Factory out of the way. We might probably see potentially Breaking Wheel since we might have, I think, on B4U side a Dreamwitch ban. Here you can see the match, and we can also see how B4U was able to just stay alive after the first survivor, which was Problems. The patient was getting the attention of the Dreamwitch. We saw that they were really able to keep each other alive, and the decoding progress was also going very well, just because we saw the mechanic not being the main target, at least not in the very beginning, not being the main target, and that was basically putting a 5th survivor, the mechanic stall, on the field. And with the mechanic stall on the field, it was giving the chance of fast decoding to B4U, and that is exactly what they did. They had to scramble around a little bit late game. They were playing the long game. That's what we definitely saw, because that is just how Dreamwitch works. Dreamwitch is always forcing a very, very long late game because she can just sit, what we saw, she can sit with 1 leech on the Cypher machine and then still sit on another, rocket chair, for example, with a leech, and then still has leeches all over the map and can go down for, and chase down more survivors. So therefore, very, very great gameplay right here from B4U, analyzing the situation, splitting up, trying to get the attention away from that middle cipher, because that's also what you expect, right? As Dreamwitch, you push the survivors away from that last cipher that they were decoding. So now you expect they are starting to decode a different cipher, and maybe you leave that middle one open. And that is exactly what happened. And that was giving B4U the chance to decode that last cipher. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic first round right here in the matchup of B4U versus AG.
Yeah, definitely exciting. But I think I'm just looking at the YouTube chat right now. I think the viewers are also very excited. They're very hyped. And you know what, guys? I see a lot of love emojis right there. Thank you for keeping the chat so positive. I really love it. Like, Grace, you have to, if you're on YouTube chat, they're really showing their support. More love to everyone, guys.
That's just what I want to see. Love for both of the teams, because they are putting themselves out here and they are performing extremely well. Just because AG was not winning round number 1, that doesn't mean that they can't come back and turn all of this around in round number 2 and 3 and potentially 4, depending on how the following matches will go. And here we have the highlights of the past few matches.
Mine's bigger. I'll work on mine.
Yeah. He's like,
Go, separate, go. Someone gotta go middle. I'm pulling it. That's my lead. Move it. You're right. Oh my god.
Force,
Yeah, force the...
There we go. Okay, we were just, while we were off screen, we were just talking about this match because it is just absolutely outstanding. And I need to text Sprinter because that first hit on the Doctor, if you remember first match, we saw the Terror Shock. I was just saying to Nello that I might think that Sprinter might have actually missed that first swing on purpose on the Doctor, giving the Doctor the false hope of, hey, all right, he missed that swing. He now needs to figure out where I am. Maybe I take that time toward the window. Maybe that was Sprinter's plan all along. Missing that hit, immediately like turning away from the Doctor, missing that hit, and now having the chance of, okay, if she now waltz, I'm getting the Terror Shock, and that's giving me such a huge advantage. And it did. So I need to reach out to Sprinter and ask if that was on purpose, because if that was on purpose, that is just such a fantastic
Grace is gonna tell you. Grace is gonna tell you, yes, that was on purpose. A 500 IQ move, bro. He's gonna say something like that, I can imagine. But purposeful or not, whether it was on purpose or not, no doubt they definitely pull out their inner strength. Like they displayed the game of their life. They played the game of their life, like showing to everyone right here on the main stage. NAEU is here to play. NAEU is here to play. They're not going anywhere. They are representing. So, guys, just a really big shout out to B4U as well. But of course, also a very big shout out to AG because Pipicha, under those circumstances, he was still very calm. It's just that under so much pressure, it is bound to affect his gameplay. He's bound to get the pressure. He felt the jitters. But in game number 2, all like what I say always, I don't know if you agree with this, reset, get over a bad breakup, just reset, forget about game number 1, go into game number 2 with a clean slate and that's where AG needs to do. That's what AG needs to do now.
I'm sure that is exactly what they will do. I am very, very sure that they will go into this next round knowing that, everything is still on the table. They can still turn it around. They can still win this round number 2, potentially win round number 3 as well, and go just into the next round winning against B4U. So that's definitely still something that can happen because we have seen AG in previous matches. They won the Japanese qualifiers for the Call of the Abyss 5. So they are definitely, one of the top 16 teams are.
Yeah.
Like, those are the top 16 teams. Everything that we are seeing here today is just absolutely outstanding. And you can never really predict in which direction it will go, right? Right now, it goes into B4U's direction. You can really see, like, okay, they are doing a fantastic job. First of all, Sprinter maintaining his average of 4 eliminations per match and just doing that again. But at the same time, it is about to happen. It's bound to happen that Sprinter will have to leave one survivor behind, right? Like, how can you maintain a 4 survivor elimination in all of your matches that you have played during the Call of the Abyss 5? I'm very, very sure that he will have a huge challenge maintaining that average, and I'm curious to see if that challenge will already be provided by AG in the next round. We can, just talking about the characters and the bans, because now we are jumping into round number 2. We will have 1 ban on the Hunter side. We can expect Sprinter's Dream Witch being banned, no matter which map. If it's Ever Sleeping Town or if it's, Chinatown, which is a great map for the Breaking Wheel. I'm telling you right now, they will still ban the Dream Witch. They will not ban Breaking Wheel. I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely need to ban the Dream Wish, like what you said, especially after pulling off a 4K elimination right there, which is still phenomenal. My hair is still standing. Like, main stage, AG by no means is weak. AG is actually a very strong team from Japan as well. Pipicha, they actually, just for the record, guys, just for you, all of you at home, during the qualifiers, the Survivors team actually got 10 wins out of 14 games that they played. Survivor team, they got 10 wins out of the 14 games that they played. And even the Hunter, they managing a 7 win out of the 12 games. And you know why it's only 12 games? Because the Survivors team carried and there was no longer a need for the Hunter to play. So it just shows like AG is also very, very strong. So I'm just really interested and hyped to see what they are going to be bringing in game number 2. And as for the side of B4U, if I was B4U, I wouldn't be celebrating yet. I will definitely feel happy because my logic is, don't let it get into your head. You still need to fight. You still need to fight in game number 2. Don't give chance at all. That is what B4U should be planning in their head right now.
I cannot imagine what is going on in the head of these players right now. Because yeah, you're very right. Like obviously you don't want to celebrate too early. Everything can still change. But at the same time, you already won that first round with a 7-point game right here, giving AG only 2 points. So that is, in case it's, you know, turning into ties later on, they have the advantage of the points already. And is it releasing pressure from the team? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Just because you got that first victory, everything can change, everything can happen in round number 2, and therefore they need to focus, they need to stay calm, they need to really direct all the energy that they have into the game right now, into the upcoming matches, to stay on track with the winning, with getting the points. And on the other side, AG, they know they need to stay on track as well. Focus and maybe change the narrative of the matchup between Before You and AG by securing more points in round number 2.
But look at them though, Griff. Did you see them just smiling away? Right now I'm thinking, is the doctor barmaid not part of their main composition? Because right now they're still smiling. It feels relaxed. It almost feels like, yeah, you know what? We're fine. We're coming back, and now we're gonna surprise you in game 2. I don't know why I can't shake off this feeling. Like they're still full of confidence, and we'll definitely have to see. Yeah, we definitely have to see how they're gonna pull off this. But right now we are going into game number 2, first half. We'll have to see who will be the hunter first. Definitely, regardless of the maps, if Before You hunts first, the AG definitely needs to take out the Dream Witch. Definitely needs to take out the Dream Witch, regardless of the map. Arms Factory, Ever Sleeping, Red Church. Simply because of the 4K that he just pulled off. Yeah.
No question. No matter the map, you want to ban that Dream Witch because we talked about this. Sprinter, a very, very high efficient hunter player, and what needs to happen right now on AG's side, if they are on the surviving team right now or in round number 2, doesn't matter. They need to go against Sprinter, and they need to have that mindset of, all right, we need to get at least one survivor out. Let's see what the hunter on our side can do, but what we have to do at least is to get that one survivor out, maybe 2, maybe more, because Sprinter is just such a dangerous hunter player, such a well-known, at least for our region, Northern American, European region. We all know Sprinter. Everyone knows Sprinter, and everyone has the highest of respect for Sprinter on the hunter team because he is just so dangerous. If AG on the survivor side could now, let's just say, pull off a tie, that would definitely give them the chance to come back right here on the hunting side, because we know that PP Shah, we all know PP Shah too, extremely strong hunter. He can definitely pull off at least 3 survivor elimination as well. So there's everything still on the table. But what I think needs to happen, I think the survivor side of AG needs to be a challenge for Sprinter in this upcoming match.
Yeah, they need to put up the fight of their lives if they want to survive and make it to BO3. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a real. It's just not gonna look so good for AG right here. But AG definitely has what it takes to pull it off. But you know what? We're going into the ban pick phase here. Ever Sleeping Town. Oh, but before that, hey, Eli's in the chat. Hi, Eli. You should go and get some sleep. But thank you so much for the commentating just now, Eli.
Eli is still up and running right here.
Yeah, supporting the chat right now, supporting the stream as well. Hello, Chi. Hello, Kayla. Hello, Sarah. You know what, guys? Thank you for keeping the chat positive. More love towards the game, less hate, and make the world a better place. Let's get on to it. Look, the respect ban for Prinzer's Dream Witch.
Yeah, that was, again, there was no question. There was no doubt that Dream Witch is out of the game. Now we are having Ever Sleeping Town. Sprinter on the hunter side. Sprinter also known for his breaking wheel. We know that he plays a lot of different characters. We have Soul Weaver, for example, on the table. We have Bloody Queen. We might see a Sculptor coming in as well, but at the end of the day, this map is a very, very strong map for the breaking wheel, and Sprinter knows how to play the breaking wheel as well. So I might expect to see. Oh wait, we are having a wait. We have a priestess ban.
Yeah.
So
and
maybe
Painter. Why?
Maybe it's not going to be the breaking wheel. I am curious to see what is going to happen right now.
Bloody Queen? Does Sprinzer play a Bloody Queen?
No,
Oh,
it
but
is.
he is.
It is.
A
It
breaking
is the
wheel.
breaking wheel. Okay, so
Yeah.
I want to say that Priestess can have a good chance against the breaking wheel as well. We saw that before, where yes, the breaking wheel in wheel form can go through portals without any issues, without any problems. But the thing is, if you are kiting as Priestess and you are able to, for example, take 2 spikes, and that is usually when the breaking wheel gets out of wheel form, and it's like, all right, we have 2 spikes in, now I'm gonna hit the normal hit, and that survivor will go down immediately. As soon as these 2 spikes are inset and the breaking wheel changes out of his wheel form, the Priestess can start to put down these portals and can just buy a lot of time for the team in case the Priestess is the first chase. So now, having that Priestess band doesn't look so bad anymore. But it opens up the chance for the surviving team to get that forward on the field. Very curious to see yet again if Sprinter can maintain his 4 survival elimination average.
Yeah, I'm very interested too. I'm very interested too. The lineups of AG right now, it looks like a very standard composition. AG survivors versus Sprinzers Breaking Wheel. Game number 2, first half, brought to you by Gaming Grizzly and me, myself, Nello Mello. Let's go!
Let's go indeed. And I'm also very, very excited to see the survivor side. We have the Enchantress on the the Entomologist on the team. So that is always something I'm also looking forward to, because Entomologist has been coming to the competition more and more lately, and I really enjoy seeing what the Entomologist can provide with these beasts. Not only help for herself, not only the ability to kite longer, to buy more time for herself, but also to push around the hunter in case the survivor teammate needs the help, or in case the survivor is on the balloons, pushing away that hunter from the chair, maybe potentially buying enough time to get the struggling going. But let's jump right into it. We have the Sprinter already spotting out the first survivor right here. Didn't necessarily see that survivor. It was the mercenary, maybe just deciding not to go for the mercenary and trying to find someone else. Great job from the survivors right here, really communicating. We have the beast that we were talking about. Sprinter knows, okay, if the beasts are here, the Entomologist is right here. What I want to find right now is the patient. Oh, there we have the...
He's gonna find the forward first.
Tram coming in.
Yeah, the tram. Oh my god. Please not get run down by the tram. But finding the forward first isn't necessarily bad. While making him waste his resources, like using up the balls, and now look, the forward is gonna use up the ball and run so far away. But it opens up possibility. Just missing by a little bit though. The slow, but right now he's gonna go back into wheel form. He doesn't want to waste time at the graveyard against a forward. Gonna go back here, but he's gonna discover Dacho instead. And he doesn't want Dacho. He's just so persistent.
He looks for the patient. He looks for the patient.
Needs to.
He definitely does look for the patient. I want to highlight that forward doing a fantastic job, avoiding every single spike right here, not taking any spikes. Look at the Cypher Machine progress. Again, Sprinter is known for the 4 survivor eliminations, but right now AG has set themselves up so extremely well that they already have Cypher Machines over 50% and almost 4 Cypher Machines at that, and not a single survivor. Not a single survivor was taking a single hit so far. AG really knew what they had to do. Look at that. Look at these beasts. They really knew what they had to do. They need to get points against Sprinter, and this is probably so far
not the best
looking
start.
really promising.
Yeah, not the best start for Sprinter. AG, on the other hand, doing so well. Yet is doing the kiting. I think they were ready for Yet to do the kiting. He's gonna get the second spike onto Entomologist, but Entomologist can just resummon the slow, and that's why Sprinter doesn't really want to commit to Entomologist, but he has no choice because it's 3 ciphers remaining now. And Grizzly, you notice that each time the patient was almost being found, he hit himself so well, and that's why
And
like
generous,
Sprinter is
all
gonna
the
pinch out.
survivors.
Yeah. I mean, oh my god. Oh, he's gonna get trapped. Beautiful pinch right there, and he's gonna get it. Yet is gonna get it with the 9-12 build as well, as you can see. And first share.
The hiding on the survivor side was allowing them to get 3 Cypher Machines popped right here. The first survivor. This is such a strong setup for the survivor side to maybe not only get a tie, to maybe get 3 survivors or even 4 survivors out of this game, because now you have the chance to go in for a rescue as Mercenary right here. We can see it, go in for a rescue, and on top of that, you still have the Patient and the Forward on the map being able to concentrate on these last 2 Cypher machines. We can see one Cypher machine is almost popping and the other one is already at 40%. So that is definitely going to be a tough situation for Sprinter right now. We have the last effort kicking in, Blink is coming through. Sprinter knows he can't waste any more time on that entomologist, was already spending quite some time getting kited around by her. So now the focus is on that Ford right here. And no, actually transitioning away because he knows one Cypher machine remaining. I need to stop that decoding.
Yeah, I mean, that's the danger of bringing 912. He brought Insolence and Confined Space, but that's the thing, even if he gets him down, he's unable to change his trait. He does not have Trump card to change to Abnormal. He doesn't have Peepers at his disposal. And look, Entomologist has been healed up. Entomologist is already up, and he's already running away. And
they are starting to split up the decoding.
Yeah, Sprinter is just forced into a pinch right now, and AG is just doing so well. Just splitting the attention of Sprinter and just forcing him to run away left and right. I don't know, Grace. This looks like a potential tree escape. At least it looks like a tree escape. I'm not sure about this though.
Look at that, Ford is coming in for the rescue. They still decode both Cypher machines. They still pressure Sprinter right here by decoding Cypher machines. But there is still time. There is still time. We can see that the Patient is down. Do you want to leave the Patient down on the floor though? Are you sure that that last Cypher machine is not primed yet? Sprinter knows he needs to put that survivor on the chair, because if the last Cypher machine is primed, it's gonna be very difficult. And look at
oh my god.
That buys enough time to prime that last Cypher. That is buying enough time to prime that last Cypher. Now they are preparing for the late game right here. Sprinter needs to get at least one survivor out of the game, preventing the surviving side to get 5 points against him.
Yeah, definitely not. Like, they already have the last my god, they really need to get that 1k. Sprinter really needs to get that 1k. He cannot afford to let the 5 points let up, because then again the pressure will be back onto B4U survivors. And yeah, he's trying his best now. Oh, he's trying to do so many things now. He's trying to get rid of the people at the gate, but Iyad has already opened. Has he opened the gate, Grizzly? I didn't really see. But
I can tell right now it's going for the Entomologist, which is not necessarily the worst find since she was already on the chair once as well. But still, it's gonna be difficult if he can land that trap right there. That might be the down. Look at that, Mercenary is coming in to open that gate. They want to get them out of here. They want to get the survivors through the gate, and Sprinter not even necessarily trying to go for the Mercenary, knows that if he can bring down a survivor, he might be able to put that survivor on the chair. But now we also have the Ford. They are setting up for the 4 survivor escape. They want to get them out of here. Ford is in the area to potentially everyone.
Yeah, trying to cover
They are trying to get the points.
Oh my god, he still has a blink though, that's the thing, and he has fast breaking pallets after all. But right now, he cannot afford to let all of them go down. Oh my god, it's like defending the queen, I don't know. 3 people coming with
broken right here.
They're forcing him to hit, and now he's gonna run out. Is he gonna run out? And he's gonna, oh my god, that's full health.
He opened the gate, there is no chance for him to land down another hit to bring down a survivor. What a match, what an ending right here. It was a little bit risky. We saw there was no detention on the breaking wheel, and therefore the survivors who were all up and running, who could all potentially body block, as you said, were protecting the president.
Oh my god.
To secure the 4 survivor escape. And as we said, HE's survivor side needs to step up their game. They need to come back from that first, very, very destroying game of Sprinter's Dream Witch, and that is exactly what they did. They just, they just flipped the script. They flipped everything around, because now we have B4U's survivor side on the a little bit on a very, very challenging situation.
Yeah, very challenging. Like,
let's just say they want to tie this, right? So they get into the 3rd round in a little bit of a higher spirit, because they still won the 1st round. You have to go against HE's Hunter and not let a single survivor die. Not let a single survivor on the chair, which is just think about that.
So
that
hard.
just sounds insane.
It is, it is. But let's just go back to where the action was happening. That was the true power of AG, I believe. Like, look at the teamwork, managing to heal the entomologist to full. Brilliant! Forward taking the hit, running towards the gate already. If you decide to chase the forward, entomologist gets healed to full. And just tremendous teamwork right there by AG. I'm starting to believe that that was actually AG's real potential right there, going out with the 4 escape. But you know what? It is a very destructive point for Sprinzer, because he wasted so much time, like what you said just now, Grizzly. He the hiding, the rotation basically just took 3 ciphers out of Sprinzer even before he checked the first one. So I think
that's the thing. That's the very, very important thing to highlight. Here you can see the cipher machines and how they have been popped and how not a single survivor was eliminated, because they were able to hide, and they were able to basically hide the patient completely away. The patient that he wanted to go for first was completely hidden away. He was forced to go for the forward early in the game, then tried to get the entomologist. Both of these survivors were definitely taking time to get chased. Ford at one point was just left behind because Ford was doing a fantastic job avoiding all the spikes that were coming at him, and therefore entomologist, who was also providing a huge kite. I think what we saw was 159 seconds, and that is just on the entomologist.
100.
You mentioned it. 3 cipher machines literally popped before the first survivor was on the chair, and that is just a fantastic setup for the survivor side to get at least a 3 survivor escape, and that was exactly what they were initially like going for. Alright, we have this setup, 3 cipher machines decoded, let's get at least a 3 survivor escape. But then they realized, okay, this can be even better. If we are now getting together as a team and we are being extremely well coordinated, we can get everyone out of the game, everyone out of the exit gate, and secure 5 points for our side on the surviving team against Sprinter. Again, for us on the North American European server, this is one of the best hunter players that we know. And the thing is, with his with the way he was showing his skills in the qualifiers, there was no doubt that he would just eliminate all of AG's survivors yet again, like he did in round number 1. So having AG pulling off a 4 survivor escape is even more spectacular in my opinion. Very, very spectacular. Great job from AG. They definitely showed that they have the potential to go up against B4U. The question now for round number 2, second half, is first of all, will B4U be able to get a 4 survivor escape as well, mirror that result, and therefore secure the tie? Or, you know, the other question is, what will happen? Will they get a tie? Because if they get a tie with 2 survivors escaping, then we will have an overall tie. Then the third round will be basically the deciding round of who will win this matchup between B4U and AG. Or will, you know, B4U still build a little bit of a, you know, get more points by having at least 3 survivors escaping, or will AG now coming back, taking even more points from B4U by eliminating yet again all survivors?
Yeah, I mean, it's already 5-0 on the part of AG. B4U definitely needs to go on the defensive right now. I think if they want to go for at least a tie, just to draw up the whole thing, I think that's the most realistic thing we can look here. Like a tie against AG's PP-Cha is the best case scenario and the most ideal, realistic thing that they can hope for. That'll definitely put them back into square one. But, well, at least they're not losing at that point. So right now, B4U definitely needs to focus on at least getting that draw. And they have to draft a strategy. They have to draft a lineup that allows them to get a draw, because otherwise, if PP-Cha manages to get a 3K, that's basically a win in favor of AG. Not only that, if it comes to a round 3 draw, in terms of points differential, AG will ultimately win. That's the situation right now.
That is the situation. So let's just point-wise, let's look at what we what these teams are thinking. B4U right now, they obviously want to get the 4 survivor escape, right? So they can tie this round and they are still in the lead because they won round number 1. But if they are not managing to get that 4 survivor escape, they definitely want to at least get a 2-man out to force the tie for the second half, round number 2, because that would at least tie round number 1 and round number 2. Point-wise, yes, we have, before you winning round number 1, we have AG winning round number 2, but point-wise, they're completely evening match, and that would mean that round number 3 would be the match that will decide who will win against, who will be the winner of this matchup. The thing is, if they are then completely tying round number 3, we will also be able to witness a round number 4, which is always exciting because round number 4 means more bans, means more off-meta character, more characters that we might not necessarily expect to see in the tournament in these early stages, at least in the group stage. So that is absolutely fantastic for, for us as viewers. This is an absolutely fantastic matchup right here, I'm not gonna lie. And we see that now we have, before you on the surviving side, we have the first few bans, which is the forward, such a strong character. We haven't really seen a forward ban yet in the lineup between Before You and AG. So now we have the forward and the seer being banned, giving Problems the chance to play the priestess on the Ever Sleeping Throne.
Yeah, but this ban is definitely setting up Pipicha for a breaking wheel. I mean, he's very comfortable playing Sculptor in this map, which is why B4U has done their research, banned his his Sculptor, and right now it seems like they're going for the same. They're going for a rather similar lineup, a draw lineup, I would say, with the Mechanic, because Mechanic again is setting the team up for a draw, and then with the Acrobat going for the kiting prowess. Actually, Acrobat is really strong, and the only weakness is just the opening gate debuff. And like what you mentioned, Grizz, Priestess allowing the connection in between structures, just providing support overall with the Mercenary. They've picked their best lineup. All that's left is for them to keep calm and try and go for at least a draw. And even better, a 3-man escape. But for Pipicha, try and find the Mechanic first. That's his winning condition. He has to find either the Priestess or the Mechanic first, because those two, if left untouched, they're gonna just decode the cipher all the way. Yep.
That is true. And talking about the Priestess again, if we look at the strategy that we saw on AG's surviving side, we saw the forward being the first target of Sprinter, right? And we saw what they did. Forward was basically circling around, avoiding the spikes to be attached to him. And as soon as Sprinter was getting out of his wheel form, that was the very moment the forward was utilizing his skill. And this is exactly how the Priestess would work against the breaking wheel. You want to avoid the spikes, and even if you take the spikes, as soon as the breaking wheel gets out of the wheel form, you use your portals, you use your skills, because then if the breaking wheel goes through the portals, he will take that stun, he will have a little bit of a harder time going and following you through these portals. That is something that you always have to keep in mind, because again, Priestess against the breaking wheel is not necessarily the biggest threat, but it can be if we are talking about before use Priestess right here, problem on the Priestess. I'm very excited to see how this match ends up. You already mentioned it. They need at least to get the tie, potentially the 3 survivor, hopefully maybe even the 4 survivor escape. But against AG's Pipicha's breaking wheel? Is that even
possible?
Imaginable? Exactly, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But also, I would have never imagined that AG would just pull off a 4 survivor escape against Princess breaking wheel.
Yeah, but the key point here is definitely the Priestess. If the Priestess should be the supporter, should be the kiter if needed. Shouldn't get down earlier, otherwise it's definitely gonna deal a blow. But you know what? Game number 2, second half, points now are at 7-7. It's a tie currently. Let's go. Commentaries by Gaming Grizzly and me, Nello Mello. Let's go, Grizz.
And we can see Problems is already the first survivor that Pipicha is going for and finding right here. That means it's a really good setup because, again, Priestess, portals, you need to wait until he gets out of his wheel form. And the question is, will Problems be able to dodge the spikes as well as the forward of AG was able to,
Oh,
and
nice,
it really
nice.
seems like he's
Nice, he's
really
doing it.
making PP Shah circle right here.
Wow. Okay, problem. He's definitely doing a redemption from his patient kite now because his priestess kite now is amazing. He's still trying to get it, but he's, oh my god! Even with the burst dash, PP Cha is still not getting one spike onto problem, and wow, this is buying so much time. PP Cha is still relentless though, still not letting go of problem, and problem is doing a great job.
No problem, definitely one of the better finds right here for PP Shah. And the thing is, you can really see, okay, now he's in a position where he was like, all right, I need to get out of here. Now the priestess can utilize these portals that we were talking about.
Oh my god!
Right here. That is the Terror Shock. Very, very unexpected ending of this absolutely fantastic start for Problems right here. Problems was doing such a great job. He was really, we saw PP Shah and I was looking at him and he was trying to predict where Problems would go, but Problems was so unpredictable. But now with that Terror Shock, PP Shah is in a really, really good position. We can look at the Cypher machines. They are being decoded, but it's just different from what we have seen before, where the first survivor went on the chair when 3 Cypher machines were already decoded. Problems in taking that hit, that last effort kicked in again, buying 20 seconds for the rest of the team to decode more, and is trying to get into this position where it takes the longest for PP Shah to bring him to a chair and far away, as you said, from the rest of the team, so they can just focus on decoding.
Yeah, by no means was problem. It's just a slight mistake. He thought that the portal actually went through the pallet, and when the pallet, when PP Shah went through the pallet, he was expecting to pallet him and therefore getting the Terror Shock. But oh my god! What?
Priestess.
The hit?
That was a Priestess. There was such a focus right here of PP Cha on that Priestess, because he knows that Priestess, one more time on the chair, that's my first survival elimination, and that is giving me the upper hand for the rest of the match. We can see Cypher machine progress is happening though, because we have the mechanic on the field. Again, another basically 5th survivor that can decode. And that is what we can also see in the progress of the Cypher machine.
Yeah, I mean, problem just left, flew back to the manor with 3 portal keys left. I think he was definitely expecting Roland to at least try and body block there. But PP just not gonna find anyone. Oh my god, amazing. That's why we say, if you can hide, just hide. Don't kite. If you can hide, just hide, because that's what they're doing now. Mechanic's gonna finish the Cypher in the graveyard. The middle Cypher is about to be done by the robot as soon as PP Cha leaves this place. And it's basically 2 Cyphers left. Not too bad for B4U. PP Cha still cannot be relaxed yet, because right now the Cypher is about to be completed. 2 of them at 70%. Great, 70 and 60.
And that's what we were talking about. They now definitely need to focus to get at least a tie. Let's say a 3 survivor escape. That would be great too, but at least a tie right here to at least tie round number 1 and round number 2 for them. So that is what they are going for. And as you mentioned, Cypher machine progress is going well. They are trying to get these Cypher machines done. Roland is getting the attention again, is now having 2 spikes attached, which will bring him down immediately, since he already had a little bit of damage from the previous spike. There goes the mercenary. No delayed effect, no longer kiting. The rest of the survivors healing up, getting these spikes detached, and now trying to just focus on decoding. Again, the tie is what they want to go for. Schmitty is decoding that Cypher machine that is at the graveyard and potentially then going for the rescue.
Yeah, I mean, Acrobat is the only one who could be able to manage the rescue. Mechanic has to work with that debuff, trying to finish the Cypher in the middle. PP Chan knows that he's not going to go, so the only problem he has to avoid the pinch. If he gets hit by the pinch, it's going to be over. And he's going to walk right into the pinch at the pallet. My goodness. And right now, the only hope left is my legs. He needs to manage this rescue against Roland, otherwise it's going to be GG. Well played. 4K for PP Cha, and he's gonna manage the rescue soon. Okay, right now PP Cha, all he needs to do is just down Roland right here, and if Roland is down, it's over.
That is a fantastic match right here for the Breaking Wheel. PP Cha is putting so much pressure, late game pressure on the survivors. As you said, the mechanic had to decode, but wasn't getting the chance to decode, was trying to open up another Cypher. Mercenary is going down with that swing, and even though these last 2 Cypher machines are basically almost primed the entire late game. They are just not getting the chance to finish them.
Yeah. Just one cipher remaining at 73%. Basically, Mechanic is the only one who is at full health. Acrobat is at half health, and looks like My Legs is going to be the one. Okay, I think this is not too bad. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, very unfortunate, the clip.
Yeah, that could have been such a good kite from Milek, because if Milek was able to buy more time, we can see that Pipishan already changed to Peepers. He couldn't just blink through the wall, and he was in a great area, right? The graveyard right there with that window is such a fantastic area, especially going against the Breaking Wheel, who is basically forced out. Wait, did he just hide? Did he just?
Yeah, his hiding spot. That was where Sprinzer couldn't find as well. Exactly this spot, like he couldn't find. But right now, Schmidi, he's oh my god, he left his spot, and now he's gonna be spotted. 2 spikes, 1 burst, and that's it. Mechanic has already used up the self-heal, but Pipicha, he's not going to leave everything to chance because he knows the dungeon is in the middle. He's going to drop a peeper there. He knows exactly where he left his legs. My legs. And he's rushing straight away for the graveyard. My legs definitely need to buy some time so that Acrobat can get up and potentially try and prime the Cypher in the middle. Very, very tall order here, Grizzly.
That is for sure. It's going to be a back and forth right here. Pipisha wants to get all the points that he can get. And that would really put AG into a really good spot. Still, there's everything on the table, because even if they get the 5 points for this match, if B4U wins round number 3, that's gonna be what they need to get to win against AG. But if it's going to be a tie in round number 3, point-wise, it just looks extremely strong for AG right now. AG, Pipisha, going back to Schmidi, as I said, it's just going to be a back and forth, and with the Breaking Wheel, that is absolutely no problem. Even if the last Cypher machine is almost primed, it's going to be very difficult for the surviving team to pull that off. He has now seen the tracks on the floor right here, and he will bring down, or at least concentrate on Schmidi right away. He's getting the second spike, and now all he needs to do is he needs to snap his fingers, bring down Schmidi right here, and there goes the down, there goes the Acrobat, and that means we have another 5-point game for AG, which puts them at 10 points for round number 2, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so the total overall points now is 12-7, with B4U winning 1 game, and of course AG just amazing winning the second game, clean sweep. So, but you know what? 1 win each. It's not over for either one of these teams. AG, 1 win. B4U, 1 win. If you ignore the points, if you ignore the points, they can go for the round wins. Next round, deciding.
That's the first thing. Yeah, that is the first thing that we look at. The points, they are definitely important if we are looking at the tie situation after round number 3 when it comes to the rounds. But if B4U wins rounds number 3, they have won against AG, and the other way around, obviously, if AG wins this round. Because currently round number 1 goes to B4U, round number 2 goes to AG, and whoever takes round number 3
is gonna be
when it comes to the round win will win. If we see a draw right now, if it is a draw, though, we look at the points. And AG was just setting themselves up for that draw. They were setting themselves up with points. So that is something that you always have to keep in mind. Now going in round number 3, AG has a little bit of a more relaxed approach, because AG knows all we have to do is we have to tie. Now, just taking a quick look at the match that we just saw, that we just witnessed, we can see that the first survivor was eliminated before the 3 Cypher machines have been popped, and after that, it was just an extremely difficult task for B4U to get back to decoding, because Breaking Wheel was rotating across the entire map, was putting pressure on the survivors, and this could have looked so differently. I want to highlight that. The problems, the Priestess was doing an absolutely outstanding kite, was avoiding these spikes at all costs, wasn't taking a single spike, but PP Shaw was making a short statement right here, coming through with the Blink Terror Shock on that one pallet. That was really, I would say that was the first big game-changing moment that
Yeah,
happened in that
for
match
sure.
that was definitely setting AG up right here for that 5-point game.
Yeah. Not to mention, Problem still has another portal key to use. Like, I think it all just comes down to being calm and collected, making the right decisions, because he definitely could have just, at the moment he puts down the pallet, he could definitely just use the portal, go to the other corner, and that's another pallet there waiting for him. He can just clone it and thereby forcing PP-Cha to go back into wheel form. So definitely just a little bit of slip there. But nonetheless, he still did very good. He actually bought the time for 3 ciphers to be done.
Oh, and that Terror Shock though, he was like, what was still touching the pallet? Was it like a
Yeah.
little bit of the elbow that was still
Yeah,
touching
it wasn't
the
a
pallet?
stun. I think he thought it was a stun, right?
Yeah, maybe. It was absolutely fantastic. It was great for AG right here, really setting that game up to be a victory for himself. But still, what I wanted to say is that was a great kite, and if it wasn't for that Terror Shock, AG would probably chase Problems until now. So that
Yeah.
means that in round number 3, everything can still change. Everything can still go back into before you's favor, and everything can still stay in AG's favor. If you're looking at round 3, AG has a little bit of a more relaxed mindset right now because they only have to avoid the loss. They can take the victory to win this. They can take the tie for round number 3 to win this. On the other side, before you, they need to get the victory. And there we have the highlight moments of round number 1 and round number 2.
いやでも俺死んじゃうな。いいよ。
これ持つな。
はい決まります。
ナイス。
Alright. Down corner has a pop.
This is a phenomenon. He's slow. I don't know.
He's not rolling.
He's not rolling. He's not gonna be rolling.
Rolling.
Hey, back from Guangzhou. Here we are. It's Gaming Grizzly, the one and only. And me, Nello Mello, we have just experienced such a heated battle just now, especially in game number 2 at AG, pulling off a 10-0 over B4U. But let's not forget, let's not take anything away from B4U because they did an amazing kite right there, especially with Problems and even like we were talking about, the priestess should have using more of her portal keys instead of trying to vault that dangerously high risk pallets. But other than that, it was still phenomenal. What are your thoughts on that, Grizzly?
It was phenomenal, that is for sure. I mean, if we look at the performance on both sides, you can really say that B4U was doing a fantastic job. And that one moment it was definitely game-changing. It was definitely game-changing, and it is something that we have to keep in mind, that these small things can definitely change an entire game and can change the entire outcome of the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely AG has pulled up though. Like, despite Problems actually giving problem to PP-Cha in that chase, I'm saying that AG has definitely stepped up. They have stepped up out of their games in game 1, just becoming a monster in game 2. So I'm not expecting them to slow down at any point in game number 3 because they're already warmed up. They're clearly very, very coordinated, very a lot of teamwork, a lot of practice. I don't really see a lot of mistakes. except for phenomenal teamwork from their survivor side, AG, just fantastic. And even Pipicha, even dealing with the pesky kiting from the priestess, managing to just keep his calm, even despite having the 3 ciphers done, still managing a 4K at the very last cipher. So that was still very, very impressive. I'm looking forward to the last one. Yeah, BO's race.
That was for sure very impressive. But at the end of the day, that is exactly what we said after round number 1, right? Round number 1 was really going in before you's favor, just seeing Sprinter eliminating all survivors without any problems. And then, you know, surviving side getting that beautiful tie where we saw that Milek was on the floor, but Schmidty, instead of leaving, was going for the rescue, was picking Milek's up so they could get the 2 survivor escapes. So that was going in favor of Before You, and we mentioned it at this very moment that everything is still on the table. If anyone can turn it around, it is AG. If anyone can provide at least the same points, if not even better, it is AG. But then on the other side, if anyone can prevent this from happening, it is Before You. So this is what is, I think, so beautiful about the game. You never know exactly what is going to happen, and there are just situations where you are speechless, where you just look at the game and you're like, all right, that might change the entire outcome of this game. This just changed the entire tempo of what is going to happen for the rest of this round. And this is exactly what we saw. The tempo was changed by AG in their favor. They are now basically point-wise, they're in the lead. We have 1 round win for both teams, so everything, again, is still possible for Before You as well as AG.
Yeah.
But if we look at the, you know, situation entirely, AG only needs to pull off a tie in round number 3.
Yeah, that's exactly the one thing that Before You should not expect. That is to get a tie. Basically, the winning conditions are Before You needs to get a win in order to win the whole thing. And there is a replacement, so Dio is going to be up and replacing number 5 for Team AG. So bringing in a substitute there. But back to the question just now, winning conditions, Before You needs to pull off a win. In terms of points, 5-3, the minimum in order for them to win. And of course, for the case of AG, in order for them to win, they just need a tie, like what you said, just a draw. And that's it. It's gonna go to points calculation, and AG is gonna win. Or if they just have a point advantage, like 5-3 in favor of AG, AG is gonna take it back home as well. So that's the thing. No takers, all or nothing.
Exactly, all or nothing right here. And yeah, this is what we're looking forward to. We already saw the map. I couldn't. What was the map? What is the first map that we? Or not the first map, but the map that we are playing in round number 3. Was it Moonriver Park or was that the band?
I am not really. I didn't really.
We are seeing the teams right here. They are getting ready for this round number 3, and we already mentioned it before what they have to pull off. And we are currently in round number 3, where we can expect more bands. We're gonna have 2 Hunter bands. We're gonna have 4 Survivor bands, and this is opening up the chance for us to spectate more characters that are off the meta, that are potentially not coming to the tournament too often. And you already mentioned that earlier. We might see, or not we might see, but you would absolutely love to see a cowboy when it comes to the Survivor side. I would absolutely love to see a gardener, just because it's so unlikely. A gardener would be beautiful to see. But let's also talk about the Hunter picks right now, because we can expect, if it is a bigger map, I'm sorry, I didn't really see what map we are playing on, but if it's a bigger map, we can expect the Dream Witch as well as the Breaking Wheel band, just because both teams were bringing out these 2
Red
characters.
It's
a church, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we are not going to see a Breaking Wheel band, because Breaking Wheel is definitely not the best Hunter for this map. But what we can see is Forward, Seer, and Mercenary band. I want to throw this in real quick. I want to ask you what you think Sprinter will do on this map before he picks the character.
Well, I mean, he's banned the Forward, he's banned the Mercenary. Getting rid of 2 rescuers means that he's probably gonna go for something like a Bloody Queen if he plays 1, or even a
band.
Yeah, and the bands, and look, oh no, but the Dream Wish and the Bloody Queen has been banned. So Prinzer, I think he has no choice. He might have to resort to going for a sculptor. But
Soul Weaver?
yeah, a
Soul
soul
Weaver?
weaver, a sculptor, or maybe even a disciple if he feels if he feels up to it. But you know what? The last band, the patient, so no mobility, no all support, and no harasser in the form of forward. Really interested to see what he's gonna pick, especially against this lineup. Looks very scary. Dio, the priestess connecting the portals, and the entomologist. You've seen how annoying it is. It bought so much time against Princer in game number 2, and now there's a batter. My God, there's a batter and an acrobat. That's a heavy
Sculptor.
lineup. Yeah.
All right,
There we have
Sculptor.
it.
I was thinking about either Sculptor or Soul Weaver. He is very, very good with both characters, and Red Church definitely gives a lot of potential for both characters. A lot of walls, especially for the Sculptor to, you know, bounce these statues off and to connect the hits with the survivors. And you mentioned it, very, very right. We have the Entomologist yet again, and Entomologist can buy a lot of time with these bees, slowing down the hunters, beating up herself, and potentially even supporting teammates. Now, since the fort is banned, they wanted to get the harasser, and we have the battle right now. This is what we can expect, kind of expect from round number 3, to see a little bit of an alternative when it comes to the main characters they pick. Because if we look at the fort, who is mainly there to stun and to dash away to buy more time for kites, we have the kind of similar skills when it comes to the battle, who can also stun the hunter to rescue teammates from the balloons, as well as push the hunter back to have a little bit more of distance between the survivor and the hunter himself. And that is definitely something that we can expect. We have the priestess, which is still a very, very good pick on the Red Church, especially if you have a nice setup of portals in the Red Church, or if you utilize the global portal just to overcome a large distance to potentially heal up teammates.
Yeah, for sure. And the priestess, if placing the portal at the exact right spot, it's just gonna buy time when the hunter goes through. That's gonna be a short moment of blind sight. So, but you know what? We're just gonna see how AG survivors are gonna pull off this lineup against B4U's Sprinter, the Galatea Sculptor. All or nothing, game 3, first half, brought to you by Gaming Grizzly and me, Nello Mello. We are in for a big, big action. So guys, if you're still in the chat, much love, Sarah, Heywu, Veronica. Thank you so much, guys, for keeping the chat active and positive. Let's go.
Jumping right into it. Sculptor of Sprinter. He needs to get the 4-man. He wants to get a little bit of a, you know, a start, a head start right here for his team, because the more survivors he can eliminate, the more comfortable the B4U survivor team can go into the second half of round number 2. And we can see that Sprinter is immediately going for the survivors. But you see the rotation? Everyone was rotating away from Sprinter right here, and definitely making it difficult for him to find. He's trying to see where they are, and we can see the priestess running right into the side of Sprinter. Sprinter is trying to connect the statues right here, but that is going to be the first kite.
Oh, God,
the
first
priestess
chip.
already.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice. Like, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but yet he actually showed himself to Sprinter. So I don't know what's going on, Grizzly. Maybe he's confident. Wait, he's not going through the portal. He decides to just destroy it and go through the window. He doesn't want to lose sight of the priestess. But yet, right now, will be the first kiter of Team AG. And this portal definitely helps him. It looks like an Oreo almost, but he's going to get the first hit there. And all he needs is just another chip damage. Looking very good for Sprinter, though, Grizzly.
Looking really good for Sprinter right here. He just needs to get that little bit of chip damage, and the statue hit right here. First survivors down. This okay. This kind of reminds me of the match that we just spectated of AG, where AG was bringing down that survivor really, really fast in the match. And it was also the priestess. Priestess now in the chair. We have the acrobat right here, trying to, was taking the hit. Can't use the statues though, because we have the fireball effect coming in. Now priestess can utilize these mirrors to buy some time and get away, to get some distance in between Sprinter and himself. But Sprinter actually concentrating on both characters. Wants to gets the double tie, but now really knows what to do. You have to focus on this first survivor elimination to slow down the rest of the team.
yeah, don't be too greedy. Don't try to do too many things at once. Like you don't lose sight of the one that you already chat once. I know you're trying to control the Cypher rush, but Priestess is out of portal keys, so getting him right now should be the best. But look at the support coming in. Oh, Ophthalmologist. Oh, but he
Nice dodge.
Nice dodge. Oh my
He
god.
really dodged these bees. Fantastic job. There should be a portal ready. Portal comes through. And we can just see Sprinter going around that church. We have the bees again. We have the better. Look at that. There's almost no chance for Sprinter to go through that window. He knows that. And better not able to buy more time for the priestess. He is still... Is he still having sight of the priestess? That might be
I don't
actually
think so. Yeah, I don't
might...
think he has. But oh my god, he's gonna change target to Roido now, and Priestess will have the ability to get help because now Roido is gonna ping and gonna get that one hit onto Roido, but Sprinter still has a teleport, so he's trying to teleport towards who he thinks is gonna be decoded, and he's gonna find the acrobat. Very unfortunate. He lost the Priestess. Priestess is at the second chair after all, but you know what? He has to stay on the aggressive. He cannot afford to be like, oh no, I lost the Priestess. I need to keep fighting. I can't do anything. And the Terror Shock, beautiful Terror Shock right there.
Terror Shock comes through. Here we have another survivor down and potentially on the chair because I don't see that any survivor is here to rescue the better. It's not here to harass. But the chaos that has been created by AG with the better's skill, with the bees coming around, with the portals of the priestess. Absolutely love to see it, how AG was able to get the attention that Sprinter had for the priestess away from the priestess. And now we can see that the entomologist is getting ready to rescue. Is already staying here, is coming through, not taking the rescue right away, wants to buy as much time as possible, wants to give the rest of the survivors enough time to decode more ciphers. But if she is taking another statue...
He's gonna get it! Oh, unfortunately, no. The batter is gonna be the one to tank. I think it was a chair hit, was it? Because no one was injured at that point. No, the acrobat has been rescued successfully by the entomologist, but it is Nacho's last chair, the second chair, and he is gonna get the tide turner. Is gonna be the last tide. The last effort has been popped. Roido is just trying to keep surveillance onto the middle cipher. Batter is trying to finish. 2 ciphers remaining. 84% on the one cipher. Priestess is the one who's gonna go in for the rescue, though 2 of the remaining survivors are finishing that remaining 2 ciphers. Yeah.
The acrobat.
Yeah.
Acrobat just going down in such a fantastic job. Not only going into a corner where he can, you know, buy more time for the survivors, for the team to decode, because the hunter had to go around, but he was also getting away from the cipher machines now, kind of forcing Sprinter to get back to the cipher machines, but completely leaving him open on the chair for the rescue. And here we can see that he is trying to bring out that entomologist, and he's trying to put pressure on the survivors while they are trying to decode that last cipher. He knows that's the cipher that they want to go for, so we have to protect them. And the thing is, the better is already there. The better will harass, even though he can only take 1 more hit. He might be able to harass enough for the entomologist to get up right here.
Yeah, I mean, they already reached. What a beautiful support by Roido! Oh my god. That beautiful bat right there, and Roido already down to his last chip damage. But realizing this situation...
we're coming again! We're coming again! There's another hit right here at Terror Shock. This entomologist is really eating these hits from the sculptor, but the better just buying so much time. Look at that. They started to decode another cipher machine because we could see that Sprinter was really in the church, was really trying to protect that last cipher machine. Yeah. Therefore, the strategy changed.
The basement.
Sprinter is trying to go into the basement, really securing that one elimination, that one survival elimination at least. And that is where it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the surviving team to rescue. But at the same time, going down there was giving them enough time to almost prime that last cipher that they need. They are about to prime it.
Oh my god,
so Sprinter wants to go for the tie. Sprinter wants to leave that right there, force the priestess down, and potentially get the priestess down in the basement as well. That could be a game changer. If he is able to bring that priestess down, priestess took 1 statue hit, she has 1 statue hit. Ooh, I took another hit right here and brings down the priestess. That cipher pop comes in though, and we don't have tight turn on the priestess. Therefore, the survivor that will take the hit right here, which is the priestess, will go down. Ooh, fantastic job.
Yeah, but
Sprinter
this
is
is the last
securing.
chair though. Yeah.
That is the last chair. Sprinter is securing that priestess right here, and look at that portal. No, it's not. But
Oh my god.
teleport is ready. Teleport is ready.
It is ready, but they're so worried because you know what? Dio is still around. I think he should definitely just go for the.
He's not
he should
having
definitely go for
tinnitus.
he needs to go teleport straight away. He needs to.
He's doing exactly that. Let's see if the priestess gets off that chair, or if they're not able to do that. I don't think they are able to rescue the priestess. So if he's getting that acrobat right here, he really did the best.
Nice. Beautiful.
Fantastic job. He did the best that he could do with the situation that he was in.
Yeah.
Because the survivors, wow, the survivors were doing extremely good against Sprinter right here, especially that very moment where the chaos was created, where we had the beast on the window, where we had the better standing there as well, ready to stun and ready to push around Sprinter, and the priestess with her portal that was allowing her to get into the church and then just basically vanish for Sprinter. That was a game-changing moment that was really in favor of the survivor side. But now Sprinter recollecting himself, knowing, all right, I need to get back at this. I need to understand what I have to do right now, and I need to get at least a tie. And by bringing down the survivor into the basement, he was securing that tie, because even with the rescue of the priestess, they couldn't both get out. Without tie turner activated, they couldn't both get out, and without taking a hit. Priestess went down, Priestess went into the basement again, teleport was coming through. I think that was the best outcome that he could have hoped for, especially that late in the game when the Cypher machines were all primed.
Yeah, but AG has definitely got to be happy with that result, because that's what they need. They just need a draw, and basically, if it comes to point calculation, AG will be taking this game home. Yeah, so literally. So all AG needs right now is just to get a two-player elimination on 2B4U survivors, and that's about it. Things are wrapped up, and AG will be winning. But on the other hand, if B4U wants to win this and turn it around, they need a 3 survivors escape, and for that to happen, they need to pull in their inner Hulk, inner miracle to make it happen. That's what is at stake for both of these teams now. A draw for AG.
These eliminations.
Yeah, a draw for AG
these eliminations at the very end.
So many though. So many rescues, so many heals.
The chaos created again. Chaos created again. That was absolutely fantastic. That was definitely changing the pace again in favor of AG. And here you can see it. Decoders were decoding the Cypher machines, why they were basically sending Sprinter across the entire map with these portals and with the betters and the entomologist's distraction to actually get the attention away from the priestess. So fantastic job right here from AG. Absolutely outstanding job from Sprinter late game to really focus on what was important late game and focus on the best possible outcome after the Cypher machine was popped, which was the tie. Just bringing the priestess down there and not waiting it out. Teleporting to the front gate. The rest of the survivors had no chance to rescue that priestess out of the basement, and therefore a tie is really, really good for Sprinter, considering that he was having so much trouble with the priestess and the entomologist and the better at the same time. But you already highlighted it. This is a very, very clear situation right here, because it's either take home the victory or take the lose. Because if before you ties right now, that would mean that AG wins. If
by points.
If and it literally is only for AG. They are a little bit more comfortable because they only have to tie. They need 2 survivors eliminated, and if B4U is able to get 3 survivors through the exit gate, that would be a whole different story. But we are in round number 3, where it can be a little bit more difficult, a little bit more challenging, especially for the survivor side, to get a 3 survivor escape.
Yeah. I mean, definitely doable for both sides, like AG. But like what you pointed out, AG is definitely more comfortable just taking the draw and winning it ultimately. But regardless of the results, guys, it is undeniable that both teams have been playing to the best of their abilities. They've put up a very, very good fight. I mean, bringing it all the way to BO3 and deciding it based on points, that's already a very, very big statement right there. Like they are competing at global level here, and I'm just interested to see how PP-Cha is going to manage to at least get a draw in game number 3, second half, potentially the last one. Actually, it is the last one.
It is. There's no round number 3 coming in. It is either a win or a lose for both of the teams. So that's what it makes this interesting. That is what this match. This is what makes this match so extremely interesting, because either way we're gonna have the results of the matchup between Before You and AG. And if we are looking at I want to throw that question at you yet again. If we look at the Hunter side, now we have AG hunting, and we saw the Breaking Wheel, we saw the Dream Witch, but I would assume we have a Dream Witch ban. We might expect, I don't know, we might... The question is, they can't go for a tie either, right? So they know if they would leave the Bloody Queen open, who is known for getting ties, that would actually mean that AG would win. So are you banning a Bloody Queen, or would you prefer to ban, you know, the Sculptor of PP-Cha? Because you know PP-Cha's Sculptor is also... Yeah, and
he needs to be banned. He's out there.
At the same time, he knows how to play Nayat. Nayat can be just as scary to, you know, at least secure the tie. Yeah, that's definitely possible. So there are a lot of options for PP-Cha right here to just pull off that tie. And I'm curious to see which Hunter we can expect from him. So that's my question to you. What do you think will we see in this round number 3, second half from PP-Cha?
Yeah. Sorry, Grizzly. I'm just kind of looking at the chat, and I'm just overwhelmed. Everyone is being so nice. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Don't forget to support the teams. You know, they are literally playing for their tournament lives here. And like Grizz, let's just back to this. I think if I were them, this is just my stipulation. I would definitely have to take out Sprinzer's. Take out PP-Cha's Sculptor, because his Sculptor is just phenomenal and he loves playing Sculptor, and Sculptor is definitely the go-to ban. Take out Sculptor, take out Dream Witch. Deal with the Nayat, fine. I'll take Nayat over Sculptor, because his Sculptor is just crazy. In the qualifiers, he has actually been winning a lot with this, and I can't imagine just letting loose a Sculptor. It's gonna diminish their choice. And it's either they deal with the Dream Witch, it's either they deal with the Bloody Queen or the Nayat. Pick your poison. At this point, it's just like pick your poison. You want to deal with the Thai Queen or you deal with the Mermaid Queen. So, but definitely take out Sculptor. Sculptor is just too crazy in this map.
Sculptor can be, yeah. I mean, we saw it. Sculptor can be literally pushed around a little bit on this map. If you're playing your cards right on the Survivor side, you are able to push around the Sculptor and, you know, just make the Sculptor lose track of the target. That is exactly what we saw right here. But even with that, we saw how the late game still turned out into a beautiful tie. And again, that is exactly what B4U needs to prevent if they want to win against AG right now. So, yeah, pick your poison. Who are you going to ban? I am not even sure. I'm thinking about it. I'm not even sure if they will ban the Sculptor at this point, because Sculptor can be just as scary as Nayat, right? Like,
it is.
It can just be as scary as a Bloody Queen, especially just considering AG needs the tie to win. So a 2-survivor escape would be a loss for B4U. And therefore, a Bloody Queen all of a sudden seems way more scary, right? Because a Bloody Queen is just so strong when it comes to ties and therefore to victories in this specific situation right now. But let's check out the bans. We can see very, very typical meta bans. Nothing too out of the norm. We have the Ford, we have the Seer, we have the Priestess being banned. This leaves the Mechanic open. We have seen B4U utilizing the Mechanic in this tournament already, in today's matches already, and that might actually be one of the picks that comes through. But again, you don't want to set yourself up for a tie. How are you going to push that 3-survivor escape before you? How are you going to do that? Show it.
Or 4 rescuer strat. 4 rescuer strat.
Or rescuer strat.
Yeah, make PP-Cha frustrated. Make him frustrated. Go for the Wildling. go for the Wildling, the Gravekeeper, go for the go for the Acrobat, go for the basically anything that keeps your distance from Pipicha. But you know what? Just JK, just kidding. 4 rescuer strats is definitely very hard to pull off, and it's definitely set up for a tie, which is not what they really want. So I would say take all the characters that can set a distance, like Entomologist, Acrobat, anything that can stop normal direct attacks. Even Patient, yep, Patient definitely a very good pick with Psychologist, Wi-Fi Heal. And they've taken out 2 of this though. Pipicha has taken out the Merc, has taken out the Forward, so it makes me feel like feels like a Dream Wish. Let me just have a quick look. It feels like a Dream Wish though. A Dream Wish, or even I don't know, if he feels crazy, he can always go for Pollen if he's comfortable with just getting a draw, right? It's just a draw, so
yeah,
if he's comfortable, he can just go for Pollen.
That's the thing. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what to expect. We said it, right? Bloody Queen just seems so scary because she is such a good hunter when it comes to ties, and that is basically a win for AEG, so it was kind of a good option right here to ban the Bloody Queen. Sculptor, same story with the Sculptor. But now we have the Dream Witch. We still have Nayat. We have to see Nayat. Come on.
Yeah,
don't
come
play
on,
Dream Witch. You
Nayat.
already played Dream Witch today, Pipicha. you already showed us what you can do with the Dream Witch. We want to
Yeah.
see absolutely beautiful match with Nayat. So
why not? Nayat is pretty strong.
that's what I'm
the
talking
wish came
about.
true.
That is what I'm talking about. Listening into our stream and just accepting
Yeah.
our wish. We should just do that. Maybe if I ask people to play Gardener more often, you're gonna see Gardener too. But let's take a look at the team right here. We have the Gravekeeper, the Psychologist with the Patient, as well as the Entomologist. Entomologist, such a character that can really provide everything. Harass the hunter, help teammates, help yourself to, kite better and slow down the hunter while you're going through narrow paths. And that is an absolutely an overall great character to bring. But now we also have Nayat. We have seen Nayat, such a strong hunter. Very, very basically the newest addition to the hunter side that we see in the competitive scene, and I am all in for it. I personally still don't know how to kite a Nayat, so seeing Nayat in action will definitely help me learn. I am taking notes right here, especially if I get to see Pipicha coming in with the Nayat.
Yeah. I mean, creating the puddles of water, forcing the survivors to get out of the puddle water, avoid being wet. It's definitely a skill that only Nayat possesses. Just putting the harpoon in between pallets, so that the survivors couldn't do tight kiting and loop Nayat. Just a sight to behold, especially when you hear the sound of the pop, and then that's the damage going off. Wow, beautiful sound.
That is definitely beautiful, and just the main strategy to kite Nayat, as you said, tight kiting not really happening, and staying in one area to kite as long as you can, not happening, because that area is gonna be underwater in no time, and you really need to transition kite. You need to go from one area to another, to another, to another. You need to create communication in your team as well, because you need to say, hey, listen, I need to get out of this area, I need to transition into this area, I need to transition into the next area, and hopefully you never are in the need to transition into an area where another survivor is decoding. Nayat, an overall very, very dangerous hunter, and we are jumping right into this match. Just to everyone who is watching right now, before you needs to get a 3-survivor escape, or AG needs to get the tie in this match to decide the match for themselves.
Definitely. Let's go. The final match of the day between B4U and AG. Let's go. The beautiful mermaid already making his way. I think he's gonna find Schmidi first. Schmidi is in the back gate area. He will be playing the Patient, and he's gonna spot Pipicha. Pipicha is going to break this pallet. Seems like a fairly fast breaking pallet. Should it be a 3-6-12? But you know what? Schmidi still has yet to use his first hook. And I think I can imagine that he's gonna be in a puddle of water right now. He needs to create distance, and beautiful. It's beautiful, but wow!
Takes
Wow.
that hit right here. Water is already at 60. That's the thing. You can't stay in one area because these puddles are coming through. And now with... Oh, look at that. The sea just... Oh, he was able to cross it. Okay, he's at 88 right now. So it's going to be very dangerous. You don't want to get into a puddle again. You don't want to be circled in.
The pop.
Going to happen. PP Shah has the first target down, which is Schmitty. The patient will be on the chair right here. Schmitty was able to get fairly away from the rest of the team, getting them the chance to decode as much as possible. And now we have the Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue. They need to make that rescue happen, and they need to get a rebound kite that is providing the rest of the team for more decoding time because they
Roland dodging. Okay, the B support. Yes, nice. Okay. Oh, but the blink and Roland tanked it. Roland tanked it. Beautiful body block right there by Roland on the Gravekeeper. But PP gonna dash towards Smitty. Oh my god. He's gonna get it.
We see the hit. No! Not connecting through the window. That was so close. Schmitty buying more time right here, going to the shack. And yeah, use the blink. Blink cooldown 120 seconds. That is definitely good for you. But if you stay in this area, Schmitty, you know what's going to happen. We're gonna have the puddle. You're gonna get the water on yourself. Already at 55. You need to transition out of here. And the thing is, Patient does not have any hooks left, so he needs to really make good use of the timing right here when he is trying to transition into a new area, trying to get away from that puddle, and is able... Look at that. That's what I'm talking about. You need to transition kite, but...
Yeah.
With the transition kite, you usually need a little bit of time to get from one area to another in which you can kite in, and that time was just not provided, and PP Shah bringing Schmitty not into the basement.
Into the basement, Grizz.
Yes, forcing the rest of the players to come in for the rescue. There will... Struggle is not real, okay? So if someone is struggling, it's not gonna happen. Schmitty is on the chair right here in the basement. You can already see Gravekeeper coming in. He was healed. He has a great chance. The thing with the basement and Nayat is, you can see it right here, she is going around all corners, creating the biggest possible puddle that she can create, which means if the Gravekeeper goes down, he will definitely get wet, and there are little chances for the Gravekeeper to actually not take damage in the process.
I think he's gonna give up. Like Grizzly, look, he's already giving up. I don't think that it's worth the risk. Schmitty cannot do a rebound kite. He does not have a hook anymore. So basically, what they're planning to is, okay, fine, the patient is out of the game, but they still have 3 players going on. They finally managed to complete 3 ciphers with 1 cipher at 74%. But the bad thing is, the 5th cipher, the final cipher, is actually it's a new one. So actually, the cipher progress isn't going as fast as before you might have expected. And Pipicha has already eliminated 1. So right now, Pipicha is actually still quite comfortable right here. He's going to circle my legs, trying to find my legs because Pipicha does not have my legs on Nayat. But, the beast slowing down. Amazing.
The beast slowing down. They really had to slow down. And the thing is, Milex has nothing to kite around here. There are not a lot of pellets, and he can't really go into a better area because the entire area was underwater, forcing him to go and take that hit. 1 cipher machine is remaining. They are trying to decode that cipher machine. That is actually a really good situation. Problems taking the attention. Milex is able to get away, and they started to split up ciphers, so that's absolutely fine. Problems not decoding that cipher. Milex now on the new cipher machine that they started over the on the other side of the map, which is bottom broken.
Yeah, it is at the bottom broken, but Pipicha looks like he's ready. He knows what the survivors are trying to do. But Pipicha needs to be careful, even though his aim is to get a draw. But right now, it seems like B4U has a slight advantage because the last cipher is being done, and none of the cipher is done. Yeah.
Roland just transitioning away, taking the attention on purpose, right? Taking the attention, having the rest of the survivors able to...
Yeah,
not happening. I think Pipicha was hoping for that pop, but Gravekeeper needs to stay away. Gravekeeper needs to try and avoid... Yes, look at that. Water is slowly going down, but wasn't enough to avoid the hit right here. Was expecting the Cypher pop, therefore was swinging at Roland just in case Roland would get up right here. Absolutely understandable, but the Cypher machine was only at around 75. We now have problems coming in because Milek is able to decode that Cypher, is able to prime that Cypher. This is a tough situation because B4U needs to get the 3 survivor escape. They need to get basically all survivors that are still in the game out of there. And we have a Patroller, that could be extremely difficult because that would mean that we can potentially see problems going down to the water right here. Yeah. And there comes the pop.
My God.
There comes that Patroller just changed that late game in favor of AG right here because again, if you go down to the water, the attack recovery is not triggered, and therefore as soon as you get up, PP Shah was able to swing, and that is probably going to be a one survivor escape right here. We have the dungeon over there, but Milex might be able to open up that gate, might not even be able to open up that gate in time. Is this going to be another 5-point game on AG's side, or is Milex able to kite around long enough to get to the dungeon? Not happening.
Yeah.
5-point games yet again.
Yeah. Pipicha just being a monster on Nayad. I think in that kind of situation though. But you know what? Before we go into more analysis, congratulations Team AG taking the game 2-1. Amazing work by Pipicha. Look at him smiling, so precious right there. And even the Survivors team, just amazing teamwork in game number 2, like surviving Sprinter's breaking wheel. And just congratulations to both teams, like one for winning and the other for putting up such a good fight. But it's just game 1 of the 3 games. Don't worry, they're definitely gonna come back and surprise us even more.
That is for sure. It's just the start of all of this. But the thing is, that was such an interesting matchup right here because we saw how B4U was having the upper hand in round number 1. There was no doubt that B4U was really putting AG into a tough spot right there. And we already said it after that match, after that round number 1, we already mentioned that if someone can come back, it is AG. They definitely know how to do that. And they are definitely there for a challenge, and they will definitely be a challenge for B4U, and that's exactly what happened. They really changed it around. In round number 2, they really showed B4U what they are made of. Getting 10 points, not giving a single point to B4U in round number 2, and in round number 3, they had to aim for the tie, but they still got the victory. Not only point-wise, but also, round-wise. So fantastic job.
For sure.
As you already said, congratulations to AG for taking the victory against B4U. Absolutely fantastic match. We're gonna jump into the stats for that last match in just a second. But it's just absolutely beautiful to see how, things can change. How the tempo can change in these matches.
Yeah, just look at the stats though. Like the patient actually did a respectable 94 seconds kite. So definitely one of the factors there, being able to contain the hunter for more than 3 ciphers there. And of course, one of the deciding moments right there was the cipher was prime. Problems had a Patroller on the legs. I don't know, Grizzly. I think that he should definitely, when he was bitten by Patroller, one of the things that he could have done was to move away from that part, wait until the Patroller dies out, then only come back in for the rescue. I believe that was what he should do, but you know what? All in all, we can reflect upon it, but still, very valiant effort by both teams. And PP Cha, I believe the MVP for Team AG, just amazing. The second 5-0 of the game. Seriously.
The second 5-0 of the game, and I think honestly, looking at the when you just mentioned MVP, I would say that the first match of round number 2 was basically crowning all survivors of AG the MVPs, because they were just getting the 5 survivor escape against Sprinter. And I don't want to say that B4U didn't do great, but getting a 5 survivor escape against Sprinter on a breaking wheel map, the Ever Sleeping Town, against his breaking wheel, that was absolutely outstanding, fantastic. I would crown that match the MVP for AG's side when it comes to survivors. Sure. But at the end of the day, fantastic job from both sides. We saw both sides performing extremely well. AG was having the upper hand after round number 3. And if we just look at the match that we just spectated, the last match, putting that survivor, the patient, into the basement and then just creating this huge puddle that's why I was so kind of like getting a little bit loud that I saw that it's going into the basement, because Nayat is so dangerous when it comes to protecting basement chairs. With the puddles, you can't really go in, and you can't really go in without taking damage yourself, and this is why the Gravekeeper was avoiding to go in for the rescue and decide to just keep on focusing on other things, which is the decoding. And
even coming out is a problem, right?
Even coming out, exactly. Even coming out, you will eventually take damage through the water, and then you're one hit, and maybe even the survivor that is getting rescued might have a tough situation getting out of the water. And late game, great job. Separating Cypher machines, forcing Nayat to go back and forth between survivors, managing to get that Cypher machine primed, having one survivor on the chair. You just want to go in and rescue that survivor. And the thing is, you said it before, that maybe we could have seen the psychologist moving out of the area a little bit. But then you have to consider, what if Nayat swings at you? Cypher Pop comes up, but you have a long way to get to the chair. Nayat could potentially catch up again. So, and at the same time, if you move out of this area, she's just gonna follow you with her puddles. It was just a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, it was very hard.
And for the psychologist to come in for the rescue anyway was necessary. They had to get the 3-man escape. It didn't really matter if they tied or if they lost. They had to get the 3-man escape, and that was what they were pushing for. Here we can see the best deduction, PP Shah, with almost the entire deduction score of 12,000 points. Has 9 knockdowns. We can see terror shocks were coming in. Survivors eliminated on average 3.33, which is a very, very high number.
Very,
considering
very
you're going against some of the top teams here in the Call of the Abyss 5. So that is definitely, I can only agree. Coming back with these 2 5-point games, good job.
She's congratulating and she's interviewing number 5.
あ、こんばんは。AG 戦隊のナンバー5です。お願いします。
Yeah, he's introducing himself.
大家好，我是 AG 战队的Number 5。
好的。首先第一个问题呢是想问一下 ，AG 战队打到现在这个地步，已经是打败了很多很强的队伍，想问一下你的感想是什么？
Yeah, first question. AG has already defeated many teams and like reaching to this level. How do you feel right now?
いや、一番大事な初戦勝てて。
一番 means very good.
とりあえず気持ちがホッとしたって感じですね。
気持ちいい。That's the only thing I know. 一番気持ちいい。
好的 ，Number 5选手说呢，在拿下了这个非常关键的第一把的胜利，他们非常非常的开心，有一种如释重负的感觉。
They're very happy to win in this very important first match,
在这个深渊，你们
and
确
they're hoping
实
to do
带来了
better.
非常多亮眼的发挥。那么下一个问题是，第一局结束之后，有没有队员之间相互鼓励了一下，聊了一些什么呢？
After this first game, is there any team you want to encourage and why?
第1セットの方は惜しくも負けてしまったんですが、その後チーム内で話し合いなどとか、ありましたか？
まあサバイバーがミスしちゃって4釣りされて、次の試合はもうハンターに時間をかけたくないなと思ったんで、2戦目絶対に勝つっていう勢いでずっともう落ち込むことなく話してました。
好的，Number 5选手呢说，因为第一局他们大比分落后，在这个求生者的地方，出现了很大的失误，所以说在接下来的比赛，不想给自己的队内的这个监管者队友增加负担，所以他们呢就是保持了注意力，然后不要。
It's just saying that in the first game where there was 4 survivors eliminated, they're hoping not to repeat that kind of mistake and just trying to calm down and play better so that it wouldn't repeat in the upcoming
第二
matches.
局呢完成了一个非常大的翻盘，你的前锋也是起到了很重要的作用。在开门战的时候呢，昆虫在门口倒地之后，你们是怎么样沟通和决策的呢？完成了这样一个非常漂亮的4跑。
It's talking about there was a moment in game 2 where they managed that 4 escape. How did you guys even manage that 4 escape, especially in that kind of situation? And how do you guys feel?
I asked myself that. 昆虫学者がダウンしたといったタイミングでチーム内ではどういった意思疎通が行われてましたか？
昆虫学者がダウンした時点で もうチェイスがすごい稼いでたんで、ここはオフェンス攻めていいっていう勢いで傭兵救助行った後にオフェンスが攻めて、でもうそこからサバイバーは無理することなく暗号機を遠いところ回して絶対にハンターに守らせないっていう動きをしてました。
然后ありがとうございます。好的，Number Five 选手说呢，在昆虫学家倒地之后，因为他也足够为我们争取了很长的一个时间，所以呢，我们当时佣兵前去救援，然后尽可能在远离监管者的位置去破译，然后尽量不要让他们不要让这个监管者碰到自己队伍的求生者。谢谢。
是的，最后也是非常漂亮的完成这样一个四跑。
Basically just saying how, like, letting the mercenary to go first and rescue, and then once they open the door, basically it's just covering the survivor all the way up to the exit gate. At least that's what I can kind of catch from what they're saying.
That is exactly what happened too, right? So basically, great strategy.
はい、第4問目です。まあ、無事に B4 よに勝ったということで、その後、こう自分たち、自分へのご褒美みたいなのは考えてますでしょうか？
ご褒美ですか？とりあえず、もう、ハンターがすごい頑張ってくれたんで、もう、自分たちってよりハンターをすごい称えたいなって思うんで、
Oh yeah, number 5. The chat is asking, why are you so handsome?
ありがとうございます。好的，Number Five 选手说呢，因为这一次他们队伍的这个监管者队友的功劳非常关键，所以他们也希望在之后有机会去请他吃一顿烤肉这样子的。对的。
Nani?
好的好的，希望就是。
I didn't hear the question, so I don't know why he's saying this. He's saying that hope to meet him and then try and treat him to some pork belly, some pork dish. I don't know who he's talking about though.
针对呀，或者是准备呀，有没有了解到微博战队？
はい、最後の質問になります。次はついにこうウェイボーゲーミングとの戦いになりますが、こう事前にウェイボーゲーミングを想定した練習など、もしくはこう言える範囲でいいので秘策などとか準備していますでしょうか？
I'm preparing for Weibo gaming, I think.
僕たちの戦隊はすごいキャラピックの幅が広いんで、相手も多分読みづらいと思ってて、でそこを柔軟に相手の策をかいくぐれたらなっていうのはそうです。
ありがとうございます。好的，Number Five 选手说呢，因为他们 AG 战队呢，每一个求生者他们的这个英雄池，对求生者的这个池非常的深，可以用很多很多的角色，所以说希望去扰乱一下微博 gaming 的这个套路，对吧？他们的这个套路。
Okay, so they're saying that they have a very deep survivor pool, so they can practically use a lot of survivors. So they're hoping to use this strategy to hopefully break through to Weibo gaming when they meet
非常
them.
精彩的操作。好的，那么也是非常感谢两位，谢谢两位。
And the Miss Announcer is saying, "Thank you so much. You're so handsome, Nello, Grizzly. You're so handsome."
马上回来。
Yeah, we're coming back after this. Thank you, Miss Announcer from China.
Miss Kyo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
大家好，我们是FPX战队。
预判
对，能不能预判一下一线生机？
他说也要牵制好久啊，这边还是没有躲掉这个闪现。
续了一个白球，想去预判一下闪，给到一刀，
好了，
过来，躲掉了。 骗到了！抽一下！我的天呐，小迪奇卡害羞了 ！MRC 最后不能做到，门开了这个闪现，但手里有闪现，打出去了，但是那个反应。
我们有约定，定一个目标，就是求生者8把4跑，然后呢，我们的这关的刘哥就赢。反正就这么简单的目标，就是我们狠人做到并想拿到这个冠军。我们这次信心满满，请为我们加油吧！好。
大家好，我是来自港澳台赛区的 BC 战队99。
你不如说你上2楼把这个翻转加速留着一下。
对，先暂定，然后躲了一个2连，
一个3连，哎，
还是躲掉了 A 了一刀上2楼。
但是这边是个满状态有动的祭司，
是的，
你不太好追呀、但这个镜像应该是能。
哦呦，
打动过去还是吃了一刀。其实
我们很期待能带给大家精彩的表现，我们也会拼尽全部的力气，跟发挥我们所有的实力，跟展现出不同以往的打法，也请大家拭目以待。
You want to come back? Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. I'm very, very excited because we are now jumping into our next matchup of the day, which is BC versus MRC, and this will also be our final matchup for the day. We already saw just right now B4U going against AG. AG was really taking that victory by coming back after having a little bit of a deficit in the very, very early matches when we saw round 1 going to B4U. We saw HG coming back from that round number 1, and then we also saw which was GR going versus BL. GR took the victory in that matchup, and we also saw
MS going against FPX, where we saw, I think,
FPX.ZQ,
FPX winning, taking the victory. So I'm very curious to see BC now going against MRC, because these teams are also top-notch. Some of the best teams on the game. Some of the best, some of the 16 best teams. So it's always going to be interesting during this tournament. And yeah, we are all in for that. Very, very excited to see them go against each other.
Yeah, I mean, BZ is representing Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. So that's the only team from that region. Definitely one of the best teams in Taiwan, Macau. Sorry, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. And definitely they are facing, but they are going to be facing a Goliath in the form of MRC. MRC has been outstanding. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to how BZ will be dealing with MRC, because MRC, during the qualifiers, not only did they defeated Team ACT, they also defeated GR. Wow, in the Chinese qualifiers. So definitely one of the teams they need to watch out for. So if there's like a percentage going on here, I would say slightly in favor of MRC, simply because of how strong they are. But let's have a look at the lineups of BZ. Well, very dashing looking young men, definitely with skills to par with, and of course MRC looking so cool right there. And you have to watch out XC, Zheng M. Yeah, definitely two of the hunters that are carrying XC, especially though with his Spider. He's been playing Spider. He's been playing Dream Witch, Pollen, and he has been carrying the team to a win, if not a tie, most of the time. So yeah, we're gonna be.
That's for sure. And you already mentioned XC on MRC's side. Probably one of the best Dream Witch players out there for Identify. So definitely a very, very strong hunter, and I'm very, very excited to see what he will come out with. I'm pretty sure, since he is one of the best Dream Witch players, that we can expect a round 1 Dream Witch right here. Doesn't matter which map we are facing, it will most likely be a round 1 Dream Witch. But MRC is starting out on the surviving side right now. We have Xiaodi. Xiaodi, very well known for Priestess as well as Barmaid, but also Seer, Psychologist, and Embalmer. And Xiaodi, also one of the best survivor players in Identify. Very, very well known. So very, very excited to see him here on MRC's side. We are now coming to the next player from MRC. We are just going through all the survivors right now. Weirdo. Lucky Guy. Yes, that is the information that I have on my papers as well.
He's new though. Yeah, maybe that's why.
That he's new. We don't have any insight on that player. So what we can see here on screen, favorite survivor. So Lucky Guy might not be accurate, but at the end of the day, I would love to see a Lucky Guy.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, he's probably the substitute for the team, and which is why we did not see that. See that he has any data first, but Hang H, definitely one of the regular startups. He plays an impressive acrobat, as you can see in his survival pool, and an enchantress. So I'm really excited if he will pull out an enchantress out of his hat and gonna show us how things are gonna be done with the 3 stacks. And yeah, Hang H definitely showing a lot of containment time as well. Very respectable at 69.88. So that's basically almost 3 Cypher kites. So yeah, looking forward to how Hang H will be contributing to his team MRC.
And we have also seen him playing Coordinator, which I always love to see.
We also have, yep, go ahead.
Xing H, known for the Mercenary and Forward, but we also might expect other characters. That's the thing. Most of these players that we see in this tournament in Call of the Abyss 5, they have these 2, kind of like preset characters that we see right here, the 2 main survivors, but they are usually maining around 5 to 10 different characters, because we also see a huge set of bans. For example, 4 survivor bans in round number 3. You definitely have to go around that. You can't just main 2 survivors. For example, let's say Forward Mercenary. If you would main these 2 characters and you couldn't play any other characters, these 2 survivors will be banned frequently, so it's gonna be very, very difficult for you. Now we're gonna see UKG right here on the hunting side. Who is the main hunter. We also have Maitake on BC's Hunter side, but I would assume that we see most of the gameplay from the Hunters of UKG, known for the Bloody Queen, as well as Photograph.
Joseph? Are we gonna see Jojo? Whoa.
And look at that, Terror Shock's almost at 1, which means very, very good when it comes to either Bloody Queen mirrors that hit on the survivors, or, which I would assume gives him that high stats when it comes to Terror Shocks, the Photographer, who just comes out of the photo world and Terror Shocks the survivors on the Cypher machines.
Yeah. Just some infos here, like from Chiu Zibin here in the chat. MRC is also known as a team full of tactics and strategy, so definitely looking forward to how they are gonna handle. Definitely looking forward to how BZ UKG is gonna handle this team full of strategy, MRC. Definitely one of the teams to watch out for. Going up against, we can see UKG right now is looking so focused. I can't imagine the feeling of being up on this global stage. I believe BZ this is the first appearance. Is this their first appearance in COA Global Finals?
I cannot tell you that. I don't. Out of the top of my head, I don't really know. But yeah, just to elaborate on that, MRC definitely, as far as I see it, one of the best 3 teams in Identity 5. Like, one of the best 3 teams. The teamwork, as you mentioned, as in tactics and strategy, the teamwork is absolutely outstanding. And on top of that, they also have a very, very strong hunter with XC, who is, again, arguably one of the best Dream Witch players in the entire game. So that is definitely a deadly combination, and for them, a combination that worked out and that brought them to the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament by winning the Chinese mainland qualifiers, winning a spot during the qualifiers. But again, you mentioned it already, BC also won the qualifiers in their region, and therefore they are the best team from their region, and it's definitely going to be a tough match. What I think we will see on BC's side when it comes to the Hunter, as you already said it, UKG, Bloody Queen Photographer, usually brings out around 1 Bloody Queen. So I am kind of placing my bets on that we will see around 1 Bloody Queen, even though Bloody Queen is known as Thai Hunter and might be a better pick for later rounds when you just want to secure that tie. Bloody Queen can still be very scary, especially if you come out with the Bloody Queen in the first round where the opponent's survivor team may not necessarily expect it.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, if we've learned anything from today's matchups, non-meta is catching the Chinese mainland teams off guard. So I won't be surprised if UKG decides to, if they get a small map, for example, Red Church or even Factory, I won't be surprised if UKG pulls out a photographer. And this is gonna be the Sacred Heart Hospital. Interesting, considering that this map is survivor-sided.
Yes, it's a little bit smaller, so yeah, very interesting. Definitely interesting. We have 2 bands coming in, starting with the Seer right here, which allows the Forward to come to play, and also the Priest is a strong character, especially if we look at the building. If we look at the Sacred Heart Hospital main building that is in the middle of the map, you have so many chances to place portals in a very strategic way. The second ban will be the Patient, and that is it for the bans. We have all characters open for the hunting side. Again, I'm kind of expecting the Dream Witch to come out, not the Dream Witch, excuse me, the Bloody Queen to come out and play. But we have Mercenary and Psychologist coming into the Survivor team.
Yeah. We're seeing
it's Photographer. All right, okay. You said that smaller map might be the Photographer. You said it. All right, okay. Excited about that though. Photographer, not a character that we see too often.
Yeah, I mean, off meta, sometimes it is a surprise. And you know what? Looking at MRC's lineup, I bet they weren't even expecting a Joseph. They're probably expecting, like what you said, Grizzly, a Bloody Queen. But right now, look, there is a Psychologist, there is a Forward, there is a Mercenary. Just having 2 of this rescue heavy lineup is already like, it's not gonna be the best Cypher Rush. Let's just get to it. Like, it's not gonna be the fastest Cypher Rush. In order for MRC to deal with Joseph, they have the communication. That's one thing that Joseph players are afraid of, the communication. Just highlighting, being in the mirror world, just constantly reporting where the photographer is, and just giving tinnitus at places so they won't find the fallen mirror images, or even the fallen survivors in real world. So I'm very interested to see how UKG is going to pull this off. I don't know if this is his 4K hunter or if he is just simply trying to test the waters and eventually get a 2K first. A draw.
I mean, as you said, the team might not necessarily have expected the photographer, so maybe just throwing MRC off right here might be the right game plan. And, you know, with the psychologist on the field, what are you gonna do? Like, are you going to use your whistle to heal someone who has 0.75 damage? That's not gonna do anything, because photographer can just deal another 0.75 damage while the other survivor has the 0.2 damage. 0.25 damage, and on top of that, if you hit the psychologist twice, usually she's still up and running. Not with the photographer. The photographer will bring her down after 2 hits, so that is definitely something to keep in mind. Countering the psychologist right here and her ability to not only heal herself up but also teammates. But we are getting ready for this match. We are jumping right into it. We can see the photo world is getting started right now to just slow down the Cypher machine progress. You really don't want to have these survivors decode too fast. And we have Weirdo, who is coming in as mercenary, transitioning away from this area, getting found in the mirror world.
Yeah, he's gonna find him and he's gonna carry him around. But fortunately, the priestess is hiding on the second floor. I doubt that UKG will be going to the second floor unless, he's not going to the second floor. He's probably trying to look for another, a survivor who's standing, and there's the psychologist standing in the middle of nowhere. I think they didn't expect it, and look, it's down. Oh my goodness!
And there's another survivor right there. Another survivor that will be down. And I am not even sure if he will actually, will he chair? No, he will chair the mercenary right away.
For sure. Oh
but
my goodness.
That is already a really, really good start for Joseph. He only hit the fort once, so he takes the small damage, because that would mean that he could bring him down, and the psychologist will heal up right here, which means psychologist can still take another hit.
Yeah, but like as what you can see now, one teammate is gonna take the attention away from Joseph, and that's exactly what's happening. But UKG with the blink, beautiful, especially with the chip damage, getting down the first survivor down. But as you can see, the psychologist is already trying to heal the machinery to full. That's the problem, especially when you're playing a Joseph. Like, you cannot tell exactly where the fallen survivor is, and in this case, look, even though the fort is down, everyone else is at full health. Everyone else is at full health. Nothing...
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
That's true, but also look at the Cypher machine progress. The photo world is getting started again. The Cypher machines are barely touched, and that was such an early game pressure. Bring down the fort right here. We had the mercenary on the ground who's just needing forever to get up again, and that is just really buying time for the photographer and trying to get him tricked into...
My goodness, Grace, the discipline though, trying to get it over 51, but that's the thing though, I think I was trying to go for the Terror Shock, and you see like the Messina was trying to crouch down over and over again. It's like an animation trying to trick Joseph into, like trying to trick him into thinking he's going for the rescue and trying to Terror Shock, but UKG is buying none of that. He even knows where Sing H is. Oh my goodness, Sing H is at the very corner, and UKG has found him straight away. Second chair.
That is going to be the second chair right here for the fort. That is true, and it's gonna be the same chair, just because that chair, great position, because you can see that, there he comes again, you can see that Weirdo is trying to decode that Cypher, so now bringing the fort on that chair will allow UKG to not only protect the Cypher machine that is being decoded, but also the Cypher machine that is right next to it. So a very, very good chair for the Hunter. 4 Cypher machines remaining. Still, the decoding progress is going a little bit slow, just because you can slow it down with the photo world so much, and also by just bringing down the right survivors. Here we have the priestess.
I see.
And the mercenary.
My goodness. I see what he's trying to do. Now I realize he might not even be trying to go for the Terror Shock, because he's like, yeah, if I hit someone, if I hit the machinery first, the forward will be free to use the football and run away. So basically what he's doing is, okay, fine, just rescue. And I'll just hit the forward as soon as you rescue him. Which is why the second time, they actually brought 2 people to come and rescue. Just so that the priestess will body block and allows the forward to run away. I think that's his game plan. Just trying to eliminate... because basically Joseph without the blink, it's... Oh, nice!
That connected! I am sorry, but excuse me, that should be illegal. What a perfect blink into the hole, into the drop-down attack animation. What? Alright, that is it. First survivor out of the game. 3 Cypher machines still up and running, but these 3 Cypher machines are quite decoded. Taking the terror shock on the priestess mirror image right here. That did not just happen. That would have been fantastic for the forward to just buy more time. Being inside the hospital can buy you more time because that Cypher machine just
popped.
That popped,
he's
right?
gonna check the machinery first. Yeah, he wants to check the machinery first. Gee, oh my goodness. But again, 2 of the last remaining ciphers are at 84% and 65%. It does look like a potential tie as long as the last cipher is remaining. Psychologist should be the one to decode the last cipher. Priestess, I'm not really sure. She's still running around trying to finish that second last cipher, but no, she's actually starting a new cipher.
Man, that priestess is still up and running, having so much damage attached to her. That's definitely going to be a cipher pop right here from the psychologist, who will be able to... Wait, is the psychologist... She didn't pop that cipher. She has it at...
She did pop.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's because the priestess has to start a new cipher. The previous one is at the statue, so he couldn't do much there. But right now, UKG all the way back from the priestess. He's gonna start
all the way back, taking that picture right here, and we can see that Hang H is right there for the rescue, getting ready. This is definitely going to give the survivor side a lot of time to decode that cipher, but you also have to keep in mind...
Oh! Coming back
when
to
the photo world going back and forth right here.
Coming back
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Taking that stun, that is allowing the rescue to happen for sure. And I'm not sure if UKG will go back. Will he go back?
I don't think so.
Definitely
he's going.
trying.
Yeah, he has to. The thing is, that pallet from Xiao Di was so in time. Like, if he didn't get the pallet there and the priestess went down, that's it. Because the last cipher is actually at where Xiao Di is decoding, and he's just gonna chair. My goodness, he's gonna chair in time, and then when the machinery goes down, he's just gonna pick him up and put him in again, and he's bringing the mirror image towards where Xiao Di is. He's anticipating that Xiao Di should be decoding at the last cipher, and he's gonna chair. And once the mirror image is over, that's gonna be it.
Yeah, we're gonna see Weirdos going down. We have the Cypher Machine progress being deducted again. 80, it's at 65. Both of them are around 65, and that is still kind of a long way to go, but at the same time, they are able to push these ciphers because they split up 2 ciphers at the same time, forcing UKG to go back and forth. And even though it looks quite good with the mercenary on the floor, the priest is pretty much a one hit. Just like a little bit of a touch right there is what she needs to go down. It's still on the field that there is a cipher pop coming in, because we have another cipher machine that is at 65 that could potentially be decoded. But they're heating up the mercenary right here. They're going to extend that game a little bit longer, just playing the long game, healing up the mercenary completely, because that is always something that you have to keep in mind, even with the cipher pop. You just want to be ready to kite. You just want to be ready for UKG to get into late game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see UKG doesn't want to expand his blink yet. He's still persisting on Hang H. Weirdo has already been... My goodness, no! Wow.
Connect, but it comes in right here. Psychologist is now injured as well, but again, the last cipher machine is being worked on again, and Xiaodi needs to really hurry up, because if the psychologist goes down before that cipher machine is primed, it's gonna be a tough situation for them. Will that ability pop him up right in front of her? Not exactly. That gives enough time for the cipher machine to be getting primed.
Oh, and he's gonna prime straight away. Yeah, they realize that Joseph players usually do not bring 6, but UKG, considering how he's still saving his blink, I think he definitely went for 6-12 detention and fast breaking pallets skill. wish is, yeah, he's definitely gonna be able to at least get a draw right here as long as he times it right with the blink. Yep, the detention definitely helping him a lot right there. He's gonna force the two other survivors to go out. And UKG has done it. A draw on Joseph. I think that was his game plan all along. Draw at the very best. Even better if they could get a 3K, but
Draw
still.
at the very best. That is what you say after this match. The way he was able to utilize his skill to go back and forth between the two last Cypher machines. I think that the photographer UKG would have had a really good chance to get more than a tie right here. But the Priestess, who was stunning him with the pellet once he was trying to hit her, that was definitely a game-changing moment because he had to go back all the way over there. If that Priestess was on the ground and couldn't have decoded more and couldn't have stunned him, that might be a very... I think that was a game-changing moment. That would have been a very difficult match for the survivors. But it ended out in not necessarily the favor because, you know, a tie is kind of like in favor of both sides, but still, I think there was a lot of potential for that photographer to get more than a tie. But on the other side, you are going against MRC, very well coordinated team, arguably one of the best teams in the world. So therefore, a tie, taking a tie, not too bad. Not too bad to begin with.
Yeah, not too bad. Especially since they caught MRC off guard and definitely stealing 2 points out of them, getting a draw. Just extremely intrigued to see what MRC will be playing, what CLC will be playing in the hospital, because I believe that that's the reason why they are choosing this map. Maybe setting up XC towards a, let's have a look, setting XC up towards a Spider or even a Dream Witch. Yeah, like Spider is really good here as well. Dream Witch, yeah.
It's gonna be, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be a first round Dream Witch. XC is known for his first round Dream Witch. And I mean, I would be excited to see that Spider, but I think we might see, we definitely might expect the round 2 respect ban of Dream Witch when it comes to MRC's play, when he's on the hunt. So I think he will bring out that Dream Witch here on the Sacred Heart. That's at least my guess. I'm very convinced about this guess, but it could obviously be wrong. We could see something else. So really looking forward to that. But let's take a look at the stats for this match here. We can really see how long this took. 9 minutes. It was a really intense match because we had the Cypher machines slowed down with the photo world so many times, and the first survivor eliminated before the third Cypher machine already popped. That is extremely good for Joseph, but then we saw the teamwork of MRC really splitting up Cypher machines, going back and forth, or forcing the photographer to go back and forth, and therefore being able to get a really good tie out of this.
Yeah, just it's always a pleasure to see a player utilizing a non-meta character, especially like Joseph in this map.
In round 1.
Yeah, in round 1, BO1, and just pulling it out of nowhere. But right now we are going to be seeing, and I'm starting to believe that it's going to be a very high possibility that XC is going to be bringing in the Dream Witch, because he, like what you said, he is very good at Dream Witch regardless of the map. I dare say that it's probably like they might probably have to respect ban his Dream Witch in the second round, especially since they know how dangerous he is there. So it really depends on how XC is going to play this. Will he have? He definitely has to ban out the Seer first. But that leaves room for Priestess, and Priestess is annoying in the hospital.
That's true. But I mean, it's round number 1. Round number 1 is always going to be a little bit more annoying because you don't have too many bans when it comes to the survivor side. It's going to be tough for the Hunter players, but at the same time, you're getting the chance to play your favorite Hunter, which is in this case, I would assume, even on Sacred Heart Hospital, it's going to be the Dream Witch. But let's take a look at the players right here. We have 87YT. 87YT, known for the mercenary and the psychologist. You can see escape probability 100%. That is extremely high. Let's see if he can keep that up. We have Lo-Fi right here, who is
Lo-Fi.
Having
isn't that a genre?
What is it? Yeah. It is. Containment time 60 seconds. As long as you see a 60 seconds containment time on these survivors, you know they are good, because keeping up a 60-second kite against these top hunters from the top 16 teams from all around the world, or even from the qualifying matches for the Call of the Abyss 5 is extremely difficult. So 60 seconds, very good number. You can see AN known for the better and the patient.
The better and patient, another harasser who looks really innocent, but plays such a dangerous character. You can see that the containment time is more than the decoding, which is supposed to be decoding 93%. So definitely have to watch out for his batter. But now we have Ola.
I see what? Wait. What's
that?
And Gardner.
What's that? Is that head?
Wait. Ola, I want to see a Gardner. Listen.
I knew it.
He has his AirPods in right now. I am talking to him directly and I'm telling him to use the Gardner. We need to see that happen. I absolutely want to see that. Just talking back, going back to N, who was having a better in his lineup and 75 seconds of containment time. As better, you just want to be around the hunter. You just want to be there, and you want to be there for your teammates. So I'm very, very curious to see if N is coming out with the better right away, or if we might see a different survivor pick in round number 1, where you have more chances to pick from other characters. But now coming to MRC's hunter side, XC is coming in. Round number 1, we are expecting a dream match just because MRC's XC is one of the best, if not the best rematch players in the entire world. So that is highly anticipated. Could also see a Soul Weaver, but I just think it's going to be
DW, too strong. DW, Daniel Wellington, my name. But you know what? Dreamwish definitely has to be the pick for it. Like, the more you talk about it, the more I feel like, yeah, why not? It's his best character. It's his 4K character. Just go ahead. I mean, he has beaten MRC, has beaten GR, has beaten ACT in the qualifiers, and definitely one of the top 3 teams right now in China. So I'm interested to see how BZ will be dealing with XC. Like, I'm seriously worrying right now what kind of build. Maybe a Gardener? Like, if we see a Gardener, like what you want? Hola!
Round 1 Gardener. I'm telling you right now, round 1 Gardener. We are going to see it.
It does counter Dreamwish to a certain degree, like just stand there with the bubble. If you get beaten by the patroller, it's fine. I have a bubble protecting me, you know? Like, yeah.
Gardener is countering every single hunter by destroying rock. It's like the best. I don't know why we haven't seen the Gardener yet in the survivor lineup. The best survivor that I could ever think of.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if we're looking at the numbers right now, we had a tie in the first round, first half. So in this round number 1, second half, what we can look forward to is that MRC on the hunting side is definitely pushing the team of BC to get that 3 survival elimination, and at the same time BC knows, all right, let's at least tie this round number 1 so we are getting into round number 3 and we can turn it around right there. And that is basically the mindset right here. BC wants to at least tie, maybe get more than 2 survivors out of the gate, and on the other side MRC just wants to get a little bit of a head start right here, wants to get the 3 survivor elimination to win that round number 1 for themselves.
Yeah, and I have to say, just loving those face masks on XC right now. The smiley. Please, anyone in the chat, if you guys know where we can get those face masks, please let us know, because
I can tell you.
So cute.
I can tell you right now. All you have to do is you have to be one of the top 16 teams in the game from all around the world, and then you're gonna be there and you're gonna get them.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can subscribe to Gaming Grizzly and he'll give you all the info right now.
I mean, I gave the info already for free. You just have to be one of the best players in the world, and then you automatically get that face mask.
And Grizzly's gonna give it to you, maybe with a signature. But you know what? Back to the game. Miracle Gaming. I just have to look at how XC is going to handle BZ right here in game number 1, and then we can have a rough idea of how things are going to be in game number 2. Simply because I have a lot of respect for both teams, and especially teams that use non-meta characters like Gardener. So that's my respect for BZ right here. And as for XC, Dreamwitch, out of this world. Hope to see BZ putting up a fierce fight, forcing XC, make XC sweat, like state the presence in game number 1. You know, like you want to take off that comfort zone out of XC. Like, don't let him have his way. At the very least. So even if you manage a draw or even a win against XC, that's already a moral victory. Even a draw is already a moral victory, I would say, against XC's Dream Witch.
That is for sure. We can see the mechanic coming into play just to promote that Cypher rush right here, to push the Cyphers, having a 5th decoder on the ground. The Dream Witch is coming in. Again, not really a big surprise, but definitely exciting to see MRC in action right here with the Dream Witch. And as you said, like, BC is kind of put on the spot right there. They need to secure the tie, at least the tie, to have the tie in round number 1, and getting 3 survivors out of the game against the Dream Witch, against XC's Dream Witch. That is, that would be
victory,
kind of like climbing Mount Everest. Let's see if BC can climb Mount Everest right here and take the victory, or at least, you know, take that tie to secure the tie for round number 1. On the other side, MRC will not make it easy for them. MRC will most likely go for the 3 survivor elimination at least. And yeah, I'm really, really curious to see how that game evolves, especially curious about the late game of this match.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And you can see, like, there's even a symbol there, the symbol of dominance, Dream Witch. Hospital is a little bit tricky though because of the 2 layers in the hospital, so it might work in favor of the survivors just a little. But right now we are seeing a lot of meta characters here, and mechanic being the tie, the character that sets up the team for a draw. Yeah, so if BZ, like what you said, if they get a win, great for BZ. But if they even if they get a draw, or even if they make XC sweat, that's already a statement in itself. And it's gonna, they're gonna carry that morale boost into game number 2.
That is for sure. That is for sure. If they can, I agree. If they can tie MRC's Dream Witch right here, XC's Dream Witch right here, that is almost like a victory. That is almost like a statement, because that is such a scary Dream Witch. But at the end of the day, BC can definitely do it. BC is not to be underestimated, can definitely pull off a tie, maybe even better. But let's jump right into it. We can see the Dream Witch lane buddy just rotating across the map, trying to find the first target, trying to sneak in with the spawn follower that is just following around the main body. But BC spreading out, making it really work. We have the doll right here, which is giving away the location of the mechanic, which is definitely going to be the best find that early in the match.
Yeah, I think the thing is, the robot definitely could have, if he's deciding to just decode there, I think it would be best if he just puts down the pallet. At least it would deter the Dream Witch from destroying the robot. I think just sacrifice that pallet right there. But right now, Anne on the psychologist, so beautiful right there. It's gonna pallet stun, but it doesn't matter because the spawn follower is gonna be following Anne right there. Just gonna take off the stress out of psychologist. Even the leech is already on standby outside the window. So Anne is actually being pincered right here. Just take the damage. Yeah, it's okay. But the leech cooldown is already ready. XC is ready with the leech cooldown. And just like that, psychologist is just 1 hit away from being down. And not without the patroller. This is just the first patroller, Chris. My God.
Psychologist is definitely in a tough spot right here, but was playing it really, really smart. Is playing it really, really smart right now, trying to mind game the patroller right here. And as she watch, she is gonna watch. She's gonna get that patroller attached, and that is potentially the down of the psychologist, because she can't really walk, can't really move again. And yeah, that was a really, really good play from the psychologist, predicting that the second patroller would come in and took it right there instead of vaulting right in front of the patroller, which we saw. Not patroller, sorry, the second leech. And now we have the psychologist going to be on the chair for the first time. We can already see that the forward is in the area, getting ready to rescue.
Yeah, getting ready to rescue, but he has to rescue, and the psychologist has to run as far away as possible, because this cipher is already at 76%. So it's actually disrupting his cipher. He needs to get that stun over. Boom! Oh my God, missing just by a hair's breadth. Ola making it work. Making it work, Ola. He's trying to wait at the very, very last moment right there. Yep. He's gonna rescue at 49%. Beautiful rescue. Beautiful delay of the time right there. Even if he gets the hit right there by the Dream Witch, and just has to keep running away from this area because this Cypher is almost popped.
And it's buying more time. It's buying more time. Was rescuing before halfway, which means Anne can get on the chair yet again, which is absolutely fine, which is absolutely what they want to do, because now you not only have the 20 seconds that she can use to get as far away from this Cypher machine as possible, but it's also in general buying more time, because now Anne on the rocket chair is waiting there. You can't really leave the leech, or you can't really leave the rocket chair, so you have a leech right there, and that is buying more time for the Cyphers to being the for the survivors to decode the Cyphers. And if we look at the Cyphers overall stats, they look really good. It only says 4 Cypher machines decoded, but at the remaining, but at the end of the day, there are already 2, almost 3, almost done. So the late game is about to be introduced in just a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very unfortunate that Anne is dying. Anne is actually the juke, the double.
No way!
God, no way! 2 times, 3 times. Is it gonna be the 4th time? Oh, he's currently gonna get it. The last Cypher is gonna be popped. That's the thing though, Anne is dying very close, extremely close to the first Cypher, which the forward rescued from. And now at the statue, that's the second Cypher. Feels like BZ is not really taking the time to remove their leech, and that's the problem, because it was 3 leeches before. And the leeches, if you don't remove the leech followers, it's just gonna come back to haunt you, like what it's doing now, Grizzly.
The more leeches on the map, the more pressure on the survivor side, because they can protect not only rocket chairs and Cypher machines, but they can also chase you down. And we can see the Mercenary is going down eventually right here. The Cypher machines slowly are getting popped. There are 3 Cypher machines remaining, and you can see that they already start splitting up these Cypher machines, because that's what you have to do against the Dream Witch late game, which can just place 1 leech on the Cypher machine, and you have to split up anyway. So therefore, starting the separation of 2 Cypher machines before the late game is introduced is definitely a smart play. We have 3 Cypher machines being touched, 2 Cypher machines remaining. We have the mechanic taking that hit, and now she needs to just buy as much time as she can for the forward and the Mercenary to decode the Cypher machines.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good progress for BZ right here. BZ is not exactly making any mistakes. It's just very unfortunate that the Psychologist was very near the Cyphers that are being decoded. Otherwise, I believe the 2 Cyphers would have been done very soon. Now the leech is already going towards the mechanic right here. And is he going to get that hit? He's going to get that hit straight away. Going to release from the leech. Yeah, but it doesn't matter to XC, because his leech is already on cooldown. It's already ready to be used right away, and this is the most dangerous, the hardest place to rescue from the very corner. There's just 1 window here, Grizz, and 1 Cypher remaining though at 51%, but only forward is at full health. So Machinery has to be the last one to pop the Cypher. Forward has to come as soon as possible, just so that XC will be focusing so much. But wow, what a monster. XC is already camping with the spawn leash there.
Yeah, and they're getting pushed away from that 1 Cypher machine. Obviously, they already split the Cypher machines, but they are getting pushed away from the Cypher machine that is almost at 70, or is already at 70%. Now we have the mechanic rescue, but also down again. Mercenary is in a little bit of a tough situation, because yes, he can take the hit and have a delayed damage, but he will go down eventually, and I think he self-healed himself up already. So this is a tough spot. You need to concentrate on the Cypher machines, but you also need to understand that the Dream Witch is going to give you a really hard time right here late game with all these leeches on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a wise choice, going for the forward, making sure that he gets half a damage, like getting 1 damage at least. Yep. Oh! Using the ball there, but you know what? Mechanic is still on the ground. Mercenary is already healing, and look, the pressure is actually on XC. BZ is making XC sweat right now. It's just that the Patroller, the attack of the Dogos is, wow, bringing so much trouble to the survivors of BZ. That's like the 4th, 5th Patroller right there, and then another leech right there. Mechanic has been Machinery has been leeched. Oh my god, this is like the battle of attrition, like between left and right, the Shack Cypher and the middle Cypher. They're just, the front gate Cypher, they're just pushing in between them. They're playing the long game, trying to deleach, trying to heal each other up, and that's what they're doing now with the mechanic.
That is for sure. And the thing is about this entire situation is, yes, there is a lot of a lot going on, and the survivors are doing great, keeping themselves alive and keeping their teammates alive and healing up, but at the same time, the Cypher machines are not doing anything. There's no progress. It looks really, really good to the last Cypher machines being at 70 and 61% already, but they need to focus on one Cypher. They need to get a little bit of the decoding going. I know that they most likely want to deleach. I know that they most likely want to heal as well, because that's going to give them a little bit of an advantage when it comes to decoding the Cypher machines if they are, you know, all properly up and running. But it is just such a difficult task to get away from these leeches, and we can see over there that they are currently healing up the mercenary or the fort it is. So again, playing the long game right here, that is a good decision, but you need to pop one of these Cyphers.
Yeah, I mean, Mechanic, she shouldn't be too worried. Like, Mechanic should definitely go towards the Cypher and try to pop. Forward, as you can see, is already going towards the shack. Mercenary will be the one trying to kite right there, but Lofi is just so good. Like, he knows, like, the Dreamwish host is vaulting towards the windows. He cannot go through the window. He knows something's up, so he just decides to go through the pallet. And right now, XC has to give up on the Mercenary in the runes area, going for Ola instead. Ola is almost priming the Cypher, 95%. He can take a hit. Both Mechanic and the forward can take a hit. Both Cyphers are at almost prime. It doesn't matter if there's an abnormal. If XC changes to abnormal here, the other Cypher's gonna be popped. That's it. That's it. Oh.
There comes to it, there comes to it. The Cypher pop should pop up right there, or are they waiting it out? No, they are popping the Cypher machine. Fantastic teamwork.
Wow.
Really healing up, trying to buy as much time as possible, priming the two Cypher machines at the same time, setting themselves up for a beautiful tie right here. Let's see what they can do. We have XC coming in again with the Patroller on the Mercenary. Mercenary on the other side could potentially, dash away right here, could potentially go down because he has the delayed hit. Like, he can take one hit and can still make a lot of distance right here to buy more time for the rest of the team. But teleportation is coming through. The survivors already predicted that, went out of the area, and therefore the leech will have to come back. Will the Mercenary be able to open that gate? Will the Mercenary be
I mean, I don't think he will be able to do it in time. I think he has to spend time trying to heal up again. Very, very close, but there's the survivor there. The leash is already there. And look, XC doesn't even care. Yeah.
He was able to open it.
Yeah, he was able to, but he's like, yeah, I don't care because I know that it's good. The moment you open it, the gate, you are already down. You're already down. You cannot crawl out in time. And XC, I really love how his patience, he's so calm. Like, he saved Patroller until the very end. He didn't even bother to change it into a blink or anything. Like, he uses it at the very last moment, uses the Patroller onto the Mercenary, and then and then once the Mercenary has been beaten, changes to the teleport, is ready straight away. And that's what he's doing now.
Look at the Mechanic. Wow, the Mechanic is just... That is absolutely fantastic right here. Was really, really predicting how the Dreamwitch, how XC would work right here, but is not able to kite it out. We have the forward still standing there. Was making his way towards the Mercenary a little bit, because again, Mercenary opened that gate. If forward can rescue the Mercenary at some point, that might be a potential two survivor escape. The tie that BC is looking for. But
over the
detention.
Can he make it?
Mercenary can be rescued. The thing is, if the Mercenary can body block, if the Mercenary can body block, then this is the tie that BC is looking for.
Wow, yes, exactly. Like, kiting all the way, just keeping him occupied until detention runs out. That's amazing on the part of BZ. Like, but XC was a monster though. Like, his calmness, his patience, like leaving Patroller all the way until the end and using teleport at the very last second. Both teams are just amazing. It's no longer which region they are from anymore. It's just like they are the best of the best, and it shows. It's such a clutch, like 2-2, game 1, bound to be a game number 3. Bound to be a game.
That is for sure against XC's Dreamwitch. XC's Dreamwitch in the first match of the day right here, where they face that Hunter. Pulling off the tie and actually tying that first round right here, that is an absolutely fantastic result. BC should definitely be proud of themselves. And as you said, it's already a victory if they can pull off a tie, because it's making the Hunter sweat right here. Even You mentioned it, even if it looked really, really calm right here on XC's part, late game, being, you know, focused, being calm, being concentrated on what is going on in the match and trying to get the best result. That was an absolutely fantastic job from the Survivor side of BC right here, pulling off that tie, especially with the rescue. It looked almost very, very difficult for the Survivors, but again, with the tension running out, taking that hit, tanking the hit, that only the mercenary could tank. Absolutely fantastic escape. That is exactly what I was looking for when it came to the Dream Match, because the late game of the Dream Match is always the most intense time, because the late game is a very, very long process, just because the Dream Match can protect basically everything with all the leeches at the same time. And we saw that BC took their time and they made the perfect moves, the perfect steps right there to secure that tie against XC. So fantastic job tying round number 1. So we will definitely see a round number 3 in the matchup between these two giants.
Yeah, 2 giants for sure. Like one from mainland China, another one from Hong Kong, Macau, Thailand, Taiwan. Just amazing. Like I can't imagine the level of calmness you have to have by both survivors and hunters. You're panicking. What? Cypher's primed. You're panicking. On the other hand, survivors, oh my goodness, red eye, detention, leeches chasing after you. That's gotta be a nightmare. But you know what? All in all, they made XC sweat. It's a draw for both teams. None of them has won yet, but morally, a moral victory definitely goes to BZ right here.
That is an almost 12-minute match right here, and you have to see the distance between the 4th Cypher and the 5th Cypher. That is around 4 minutes and 30 seconds, where that last Cypher was not happening, where this last Cypher was just not being popped, and where the survivors were just trying to figure out how to outplay the Dream Match and all the leeches of the Dream Match, how to heal up, who to heal up, and who is going in for, you know, the kite, who is going in for the decoding of the Cypher machines. So fantastic coordination on BC. I'm really, really curious to see how that plays out in round number 2 and in round number 3, because these 2 rounds are now the rounds where they can get points. And potentially, if this stays the way it is, which is very, very head-to-head, we might see a round number 4 as well. So really, really curious to see what we can expect. Honestly, round number 4, I would absolutely love to see, just because it's going to put the survivors as well as the hunter side into a position where they have to, where they literally have to pick the gardener.
They have to. And I think Ola will be definitely heard you and he'll be so happy to pick it up. But before we talk about BO4, which might be a possibility, BO2, where you can ban one hunter, in your opinion, do you think that MRC should ban Joseph? That's the question here.
That's the thing. It's even this question goes in both directions, because both teams were able to pull off a tie against one of the strongest hunters of the opponent's team, right? They were able to tie Joseph, and on the other side, BC was able to tie against Bloody Queen. So now the Dream Match. So now the question is, are we just going to ban the Dream Match if we know we can get a tie? I think it depends. Let's just check out that blink again. That blink.
Oh
I
my
saw
God,
that and
beautiful.
I was speechless. But let's just enjoy the highlights quickly.
我先去小屋本体。
好，要赶快修本体，要赶快修。
到了吗？
现在。可以。
Nice。OK。
doing a peace sign first before we jump right back in from Guangzhou. Anyway, back to the game. We were just talking behind the scenes just now. We're actually still thinking about it though. Like Joseph, like what could we expect in game number 2? If it ever goes into BO3 or BO4. And Grizzly here, he's opting for a gardener. He's opting for a gardener. I know it.
That would be absolutely fantastic to see. Not gonna lie, just because I want to see someone in these competitive scenes utilizing a character that you just don't get to see that. And I mean, I am as optimistic as I sound. I don't think that we're actually gonna see a gardener. But talking about the hunters again, I think it's a really, really good question. First of all, I'm curious to see who is hunting first now. We had BC hunting first in round number 1, so I assume that MRC is going to hunt first in round number 2. And if we have MRC hunting in round number 2, are they going to ban the photographer? That is...
Yeah, I know. I feel your pain. Like if
I mean, they also know how to play... They also know how to play Bloody Queen, and it depends on if they bring out the other hunter who plays Dreamwitch and Sculptor. Bloody Queen. I genuinely cannot answer you that. I cannot answer you if we can expect the photographer ban. What do you think?
Well, I would love to see a Joseph again. But looking at the chat, I think everyone's like, please disrespect the Joseph, so that it won't get respect banned. I think they all wants to see more non-meta characters, especially Joseph, because like UKG, he actually almost got a 3K. He had the potential to get a 3K in the very first game. So if I was MRC, if I don't respect ban his Joseph, does it mean I'm going to build a team that counters Joseph? Doesn't really make sense, right? Because if you get things like barmaid or doctor, then the next thing you know, he's just gonna change to something else. He's not gonna play Joseph, and that's the thing. Though.
Yeah, you're right. That makes a lot of sense. That sounds reasonable. And as you said, yeah, you're right. They were able to pull off a tie, but it was a tie that was very, very close for the photographer to potentially have like more than just 2 survivors eliminated. So definitely a scary photographer, and as you mentioned, we all want to see more of meta characters, especially a photographer who is a strong character. We just don't get to see him that often. We see him every now and then. He's not a character that is new to the competitive side, but it's also not a character that is always being used. So therefore, a photographer would be absolutely spectacular to see again. I would be down for it, but you're right. We could also see the ban just because he was doing extremely well. It's open either way. If we are having the photographer ban, what are we going to see from BC side, from UKG on the hunting side? Are we going to see a Bloody Queen? I think that also depends on the map, and we have the Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah. Wow. So MRC picked Ever Sleeping Town. I think they're gearing up towards like, you can take my Dream Witch, but I can play Breaking Will. So this is gonna be a slightly different. It's gonna be quite a pinch for BZ. UKG has stepped down Maitake.
Yes, that's what I was expecting that. I was expecting that because if you look at UKG's characters, Photographer and Bloody Queen, but then they have Maitake, who is known for bringing out the meta characters. So now everything that we talked about is just thrown off the window. We will not see a Photographer ban because Maitake will bring out these meta characters. So now what are you going to ban on the Ever Sleeping Town? You're most likely going to ban, Breaking Wheel, potentially the Dream Witch, since Maitake is known for Dream Witch. Sculptor, I would assume not so much. If you have the chance to ban either Dream Witch or Sculptor, Dream Witch or Sculptor or Breaking Wheel, I think that the Sculptor would be the last pick when it comes to the bans.
Ooh, nice glasses. But you know what? I definitely look forward to it. I just feel kinda down just a little bit because UKG has been doing so well on his Joseph, and Wish we could see a second round of it, especially since like I really miss the era when we get to see more of like Yue Lan's photographer, arguably one of the best photographer players in mainland China, and even in Southeast Asia we have Devastry, and we have just so many amazing plays, mind games coming in. But right now, Maitake, he is gonna be the one doing the hunting for BZ. I am really excited to see what he will be pulling out in Ever Sleeping Town. But since they pulled out UKG, who is a non-meta hunter picker, they definitely be bringing in the meta hunters right here, like what you said, and. If they bring out the meta hunters, you can expect MRC to be ready for it because they are built, they are trained to face these kind of meta hunters, right?
That is for sure. That is what they are like. They definitely, I would say, they train against all like possibilities about every single possible outcome that could come into play. Like every hunter, every survivor, they are training, but at the same time, it is just kind of obvious that there will be a higher chance of facing a breaking wheel on the Ever Sleeping Town, so they definitely put more practice into going against these meta characters, especially on the maps that they are good on. But we are jumping right into the match. We can see that the fort is open because Seer and Priestess was picked, and we can also see that the forward is taken, and the Acrobat Streamage, as we already said, you don't want to go against Maitake Streamage. He's known for that. So that leaves him still with the Breaking Wheel or potentially the Sculptor on Ever Sleeping Town. We will have to see. The next ban was the Mercenary, so therefore we can see, yet again, the Entomologist, as well as the Patient. Always excited to see the Entomologist, especially on Ever Sleeping Town. We already saw the Entomologist on Ever Sleeping Town today. She is such an interesting character and can really do a lot for the team. Curious to see what's happening here. And Maitake actually coming in with the Guard 26. Very, very excited to see that. Another, I would say, really, really good hunter on BC's side, but also not necessarily the meta hunter that we were expecting.
Yeah, not the meta hunter we were expecting to get a 4K at the very least in this town. You know what? There must be a reason why Maitake is insisting on this instead of Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, even the Bloody Queen, right? Basically, there's an entomologist, there's an acrobat, and Bloody Queen does counter to a certain degree the survivors, even Patient. So, but having a Bonbon though, I can't imagine the chase he has to go through, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. The Beast is gonna stop Bonbon. The Patient can just use the hook to run far away. Acrobat bombing away from the bombs. The bomb countering the bombs. So I would imagine this is gonna be an uphill battle for Maitake, right there.
Definitely is going to be a challenge for BC right here. But at the end of the day, round number 1 photographer doing such a fantastic job. I wouldn't be surprised if BC is taking home the victory of this first half of round number 2. But at the same time, the survival composition seems really, really strong, especially on the Ever Sleeping Town. You have the Entomologist, who is basically accelerating in every single map. You can't really pin down where the Entomologist would be the best, because she's just so good in all situations. At the same time, you have the Harasser, which is the forward, who can just buy so much time for the team. You have the Acrobat with the different kind of balls that he can utilize to just prolong a kite for so long. And you also have Weirdo, who's coming in as Patient, who can also use his grappling hooks to prolong a kite for enough to decode more ciphers on the survivors. I am just very curious to see how this plays out, because Guard 26, another character we haven't seen too many times, especially on the Ever Sleeping Town map.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, first half between BZ versus MRC. Commentary is brought to you live by Gaming Grizzly and me, Nello Mello.
And here we are. We have the Guard 26 coming in and already going into the direction of the fort, I think. But direction of fort and Entomologist, we can see that that is not necessarily the best pick. But at the same time, if you look at the survival composition, who are you going to chase first, right? Like, who do you want to get down first. They are all very, very good when it comes to fighting. It's gonna be a difficult task. He sees the fort right here, and he tries to spot out different survivors.
Yeah.
But he is committing. Is he committing?
I don't know.
No, he's not. He kind of spotted the entomologist over there.
Yeah, I think he wants the entomologist better. Like, but again, it's Xiao Di. Xiao Di is so sneaky with the entomologist, and I don't know. Maitake, I think Xiao Di is gonna buy a lot of time. Look at how far he's distancing himself from Maitake right now, and I don't know. Like, he's moving on towards the second floor. Like, what? Literally, this is like the strongest kiting area, and Maitake, oh my goodness, chasing a bee, dealing with the slow of the bees, and I can imagine Xiao Di doing a 3 cipher kite at the very least here, especially because of how strong this area is, and Xiao Di with the entomologist. But we'll have to see, because ciphers right now, one has been popped, 2 of them are at 32%.
Look at the constant distance that the entomologist is having, and now we can see the forward is getting found again, and it's kind of like switching attention between forward and the entomologist. But the thing is, you don't really want to go for either of these characters. They can both kite for very, very long. With the football right here, the forward is able to avoid these bombs. If he's taking another bomb, he is a one-hit down. But look at that, just buying the time for the team. We are already down to 4 cipher machines. Will that bomb connect? No, again with the football, with the quick football, just avoiding that, and the entomologist coming in for the help to, again, establish distance between Maitake and the survivors. Fantastic job right here. Ooh, that is, definitely a great job from MRC.
Nice. That bomb hit him that time there. And
Blink is coming through.
Beautiful. Yeah. I mean, they've definitely, even though MRC managed to do a great job, like, it's basically 2 3 ciphers done at this point. Even though you see that it's 3 ciphers remaining, but the 3rd and 4th cipher is being done at the moment. And look at Hank H, he's already trying to go. And nice, I like what he's doing here. Like, you know Bonbon is scary, right? Because of his camping abilities. But right now, he just used the firebomb, cancels it out, and there you have it. Maitake is dealing with another nightmare. He has to chase the forward again. Oh my goodness.
Yes, to chase the forward again, and I can only agree, that was a great usage of the fireballs, because the rescue was happening very, very quick, but at least it was happening without anyone going down. And wow, that might be, yes, didn't connect. MRC is building more distance right here, avoiding these bombs. It's only 1 bomb that the forward needs to go down, but it's just avoiding it. He's like an acrobat, just dodging it all, and taking the hit right here. 1 cipher machine remaining, that is at 60%. Such a fantastic setup for MRC to get the 3 survivor escape. Maitake is now having the forward on the chair for the 2nd time, is trying to protect them by utilizing the bombs, and...
the steal? Chris, the steal! He manages to save without going down. And he's gonna perp straight away!
Look at that, the cipher machine popped right away. Fantastic job right here from the survivor side, just reading the situation. But
what? I don't know. I thought he was. Oh my goodness! I thought he was definitely hit by the tram just now, but I guess the bomb actually cancelled. it cancelled his stun. But look, the gate is already opening, and the dungeon is actually in the middle.
No way,
is already running. That's a portal.
That's not. That is not. Wait, there's a portal.
No, that's not. Wait, did he take an item and dash out? I think they left a pet in there and dash out. Is that what happened?
I need a replay right now. I'm sorry. I need that. The only explanation that I was having is there's a portal. There wasn't even a priestess on this map. What exactly was happening right here? That was
explanation.
Scary good. Yeah, most likely there was a mercenary item. Had to be. The action is just going on so fast. It's a fantastic match. Again, let's just break down what happened. We had the forward kiting for a little bit, entomologist kiting for quite some time, forward again kiting for quite some time. The rescue of the acrobat was a little bit early, but at the same time was on point with the firebomb, right? And it wasn't even early because they knew, all right, we already have this 1 cipher machine ready at 60. We're gonna push it. We have the forward who can buy enough time either way. So we're gonna pop that cipher as soon as it's needed. And overall, fantastic communication on the survivor side. As you already mentioned, the techniques that these survivors have, and obviously MRC, one of the best, literally one of the best survivor side team compositions in the game. They have shown us why they are the best. Like that, I want a replay of that last escape of the.
Yeah.
This must have been planned. This must have been planned from the very beginning, to have an item laying inside there to pick up and then to dash towards the dungeon. That is absolutely incredible. And I am requesting a replay for us.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely can see in the highlights later, but the only explanation, there are only two explanations. One, probably magic. The second one, like what we guessed. A pad left there by the teammates, like, hey, there's a pad there. Just go in, break the line of sight, take the pad, dash out. And that's exactly what he did, securing the 4 wins. Like, Grizz, it's a 4-man escape. That's why I was saying, like, off meta is the only way to catch these MRC survivors off guard, because look, they are used to dealing with meta hunters. Bon, no threat. Like, I mean, it shows, like, they know how to deal with meta hunters. So I would say maybe bring in more unconventional hunters. Like, we have to bring in more unconventional hunters to face these mainland China teams. What do you think though?
I genuinely either way, a 4 survivor escape is always absolutely spectacular. Getting a 4 survivor escape is extremely difficult, and to have that happen against BC's Hunter right here, you can really see it. Like, the cipher machines are being decoded. We have a really long early game kite from the forward, and we can't even see. Look at the containment time of the entomologist. These numbers, 24 seconds, they do not reflect what actually happened. The thing is, the distance between the entomologist and the guard 26 was so high that it didn't count as, containing the hunter. Absolutely incredible. And then overall, you can see the decoding of the rest of the team just on point, pushing and having the great strategy to just get away right there. And you also have to see that hit survivors were 11 on guard 26, who has a hit count for every bomb that he lands. This is an extremely low number, which only shows how great the survivor team was at dodging the bombs of guard 26 mid-kite.
Yeah, and even the distance though, I think the distance also affected the ability of Maitake to land the bombs. Yeah, because the moment he sees someone, they're already like a considerable distance far away, and that created so much space and trouble for Maitake, which is why I would say Bon definitely gonna face a lot of trouble. He meets the entomologist, the bee is gonna harm him, gonna slow him. The forward, I don't care. I'll just use up all my balls and run far away. And I have support from the bees, I have support from the acrobat. Like, look, no one can rescue? Fine, we don't have the merc, but fine, it's okay. Acrobat has tide, Acrobat has the fire bombs to cancel off your ability to camp. So yeah, I'm safe, I can just rescue like that. Amazing use of the acrobat, by the way. That's just amazing.
Yeah, I agree. It's crazy. They really used all of the survivors to their full potential, and as you mentioned, it's really pick your poison. Which survivor are you going for? And that's what we saw when BC was trying to go for the first survivor, which was the forward. Definitely not the survivor that you want to go for, but at the same time, pick your poison. All the other characters are not necessarily better. Switch to the entomologist at one point, and I already said that before. I absolutely love to see the entomologist in these high competitive gameplay moments, because the way that these players utilize an entomologist is absolutely outstanding. Again, very well deserved 5-point game for survivor escape from MRC right here. But this is just the first half of this round number 2. We are jumping into the second half of round number 2 right now, where we can see BC on the hunter side, and they now need, if they want to keep up the tie, we have a switch right here. We have 87 YT stepping down, and 99 is coming in, which is very well known for the mechanic and priestess gameplay.
Yeah, higher number.
just to point that out again, currently we have a tie situation. If BC can get a 5-point game, a 4 survivor escape, which is quite difficult, they will maintain the tie situation as we see a little bit of a shift in favor of MRC.
Yeah. The 5-0 definitely didn't work in favor of BZ MRC securing because game number 1 is a draw. So basically, if they have a point advantage in game number 2, basically MRC just needs a draw in game number 3. That's it. They can call it a day. They've already won. GG. And right now, just like that, in the turn of a twist, like in the twist of a turn, MRC advantageous position right now. Because why? They secured the 5-0 first. So BZ survivors are the ones with the stress, with the pressure, and I can't imagine what they are gonna pick in order to counter the meta hunter that XC can play in Ever Sleeping Town. What more to say?
That is for sure. And again, thinking of the bans, Dreamwitch, very, very scary. We might see the Dreamwitch respect ban. And that leaves the Breaking Wheel open, that XC also knows how to play, and the Breaking Wheel, Ever Sleeping Town, what a combination. That is just the dream combination. I think that is exactly why MRC was picking this map, because they definitely think that, you know, Dreamwitch will be banned. This is the playground of the Breaking Wheel. Let's go, let's do it. And we are jumping right into this second half. We are starting with the bans. Here we have the team survivor side of BC right now, getting ready to defend the tie that they are sitting on right now, which will which means for them to get the 4 survivor escape, which is, it is possible. We actually have seen it twice today already. Not twice in the entire tournament, no, just today we have seen it twice on how the survivors can escape with 4 survivors against these top hunters. But that still does not mean that it's not difficult. Alright, jumping right into it, we are starting with the bans on the survivor side. We might expect to see a Seer as well as a forward ban, which leaves the Priestess open. And that is giving us a good hint that we might see the Breaking Wheel.
Breaking Wheel, like, because respect ban, Dreamwitch for sure. Breaking Wheel, now what can they choose in order to counter Breaking Wheel? First kite has to be really good. But they're gonna pick up the Priestess and the Mercenary first. That's a little bit of mobility right there. But again, XC is gonna ban the Acrobat as the last one. You're really seeing the power of Mikey in this kind of map. Whether it's a kiting or rescuing, just so annoying going up against an Acrobat. So very wise choice banning the Acrobat, which leaves An and Ola. What would the last 2 survivors be? Go with a very standard, mechanic and a batter. Wow. So they want to have a harasser. They want to have a harasser in this team.
Yeah. Forward is out of the equation. So here we have Ola coming in as batter, which we probably not necessarily Ola. Probably it's going to be Anne who is playing the batter. Sometimes the characters are not. Yeah, there we go. Anne as batter. Sometimes the characters are a little bit mixed up when it comes to the survivors. But XC is actually coming in as Dreamwitch, but at the end of the day, you know, you just have to understand MRC needs to get 1 elimination, and that's it, to secure the victory for round number 2. So therefore, coming in with a hunter that brings basically a secure tie, a very, very high probability and chance for the tie. That is just as we saw it earlier in the game, in the last round when we had Before You versus AG, where you just want to go for a character that secures you that 1 point or tie or 1 elimination that you need, and the Bloody Queen is definitely one of the right choices for that job.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Like, he can go fancy and try and get the 4K, but at the end of the day, what MRC really needs is just a 1 kill, 1 elimination, or even a draw. Like a Thai Queen, getting a 7-2 in game number 2 is not too bad. Like, at least you extend your lead. In case it comes to a win in round number 3 in favor of BZ, somehow a miracle win by BZ in game number 3. At least they have the points lead. So I like this pick. Yep. So definitely makes sense why he wants the Acrobat out of the way. Just a matter of hide and seek though.
Yeah, that's for sure. And definitely something that we did not expect. We were all in for the Breaking Wheel. And that might also be the situation for BC right now. That could definitely throw them off as well. Not seeing the Breaking Wheel that they were potentially expecting, but seeing the Bloody Queen here on Ever Sleeping Town. Still a good character. Bloody Queen can still accelerate on the Ever Sleeping Town, even though it is a big map with the mirrors. You can travel a long distance, and we will just see how this will turn out. We are jumping right into match number 2, the second half. We are jumping into the action.
All right, Isabella, Madam Isabella XC is going to be at the 2 floor, and he's going to be seeing 99 first, but paying respects to the tram first. He doesn't want to get run over by the tram. Gonna be finding 99 on the mechanic. Fortunately, 99 has already left his robot. Gonna expand the first mirror of the game. 99 has no choice. He has to take that hit. He has to take that hit and run away on the opposite direction. XC, just trying to box out 99. Like he just wants 99 to stay around this area. Breaks the pallet that separates them. Robot is still safe at the point. Ola, yeah, he's just running towards the middle. I think, but the bot though, XC is gonna eliminate the bot straight away. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna deal with this. I want the mechanic down, but the bot is more valuable than the than the mechanic itself, simply because of the coding you can do while you're on the chair.
It seems like, yeah, 99 is still running towards Anne, who is the better, hoping for the support right here for the harassment. In case 99 goes down, or in case the Bloody Queen is coming too close. We have the blink coming in, but now that is actually not the worst location for the better right here, but XC is bringing the mechanic right to the chair. And the good thing, as you already said, the doll is down. The doll can't be used right now, which is definitely putting XC into a good position, because that doll can always be a very difficult challenge, since it's just bringing another character to the ground that can decode at the same time. We can now see that the strength of Bloody Queen forcing away Survivor. Nice push.
Yeah, I mean, wow, so brutal. Look at the disrespect of Anne right there. He, oh my god, he used the robot to body block as well. Beautiful play right there. Right, one beautiful play after the other. Look at the batter. The batter is nearby, just trying to buy more time, but the mechanic, I imagine, is going to be down really soon. XC has run out of the mirror after all, so basically it's just going to chase Anne on the foot. Almost getting that hit right there, but you know, Anne is just standing there decoding like a boss, and when the time comes for the rescue, sends the Mary flown back all the way, and now just buying time right now. Mechanic probably just trying to heal, and XC realizing what the hunter can do, just gonna use the mirror and come back to chair.
Yeah, that was already good. We have the... Oh, taking the hit though. Extremely good for XC right now, hitting that better. Look at the Cypher Machine progress. It is going really well, but at the same time, Mechanic exhausted the entire robot already. Wasn't able to really utilize that robot to decode and to support the Cypher Machine progress, the Cypher Rush. So therefore, they are right now still in need of 3 more Cypher Machines coming in for the rescue of the Mercenary. We have XC now concentrating on that Mechanic, because Mechanic will go down eventually with the last effort, and as soon as that happens, as soon as that Mechanic hits another chair, that Survivor is out of the game, and she can, or XC can concentrate on the rest of the team. But the better got healed. The better got healed for one reason, to get in for the rescue, the potential rescue, but is quite far away, so that might not actually happen.
Yeah, it's just too far. I think they're ready to sacrifice 99 on the chair, but you know what? I would say the slight advantage is in the favor of XC, simply because 2 ciphers are being done at halfway mark, but the last cipher is fairly new. It's only at 16%, and they are further wasting time, using up the time to heal up the machinery. So it's going to put the cipher progress a little bit slower than expected, but again, XC, all he really needs is just 1 kill to win game number 2. Oh my god, that was so brave. Imagine if he used the blink there. That would have been a Terra Shock right there, but Lo-Fi just risking it. What a baller. And Anne, look at Anne with the balls. Oh my god, he's gonna tank that 1 hit, run straight away for the graveyard. He's like, nope, not gonna take this. I'm gonna keep my balls. Thank you. He still has
not
2 balls
really
remaining,
anything. Yeah, not really anything that the better could do right there, except of taking that hit. And yeah, they are taking their time to heal up, which might be a really good strategy, especially for late game. They are slowly but surely decoding these Cypher machines. But we also have to point out one survivor is eliminated, and that is XC's plan, right? XC's plan was to get at least one survivor eliminated, because now they already won round number 2, which is giving them the advantage in round number 3. But obviously, XT still on the hunt, is already having a hit on the Priestess, who has no 2 portals left, so that could be a little bit of a difficult challenge, because she can escape the mirrors if she is doing it right, and she can escape the the Bloody Queen if she's doing it right. Let's see if that will connect. It will connect. The Terror Shock is bringing down the Priestess right here. 2 Cypher machines are at 50%, and now either the Mercenary or the Batter needs to stop the decoding and needs to go in for the rescue. They really need to focus on these last Cypher machines.
But does she not know? Like Gris, does the Priestess not know that even if you're in the tram, the mirror actually hits you through it? So that was actually very risky. Like, I think she could have.
I am sure that they know that. I am sure that they know that. I am like 100% certain that they know that could happen. But it was just a risky move. Sometimes high risk, high reward. But obviously high risk also means a high chance of taking a hit, for example, and not getting the expected result, the hoped for result. We have the portal right here coming through. XC destroying that portal, giving Ola enough time to actually escape right here. Mercenary taking that in with Blink. But the Mercenary is having that delayed effect, is now trying to get away, not only from the Hunter, but also from the Cypher machines, buying time. We have 1 Cypher machine remaining, and we can see that the Mercenary will be left on the floor, which is, I would say, a good situation for the survivors, because now 1 survivor can kite while the other one is decoding, and the Batter is actually getting the attention, who can potentially take another hit right here, which he already did. So now it's gonna be very interesting, intense late game right here for BC.
Yeah, but on the bright side, Priestess is still alive, and they're probably like, they already called the global portal, trying to save right there. Not gonna make it in time. Yeah, he's just gonna go up right there, and that was a pretty good move. But however, XC has caught sight of it and just decides to come back as soon as possible. Right there, right now, Batter is trying to do the last cipher, but XC, what a monster on Mary. He's like, okay, where's this last cipher? I know you're trying to do something there. He's watching the cipher and cannot touch the cipher. And if he cannot touch the cipher, Ola cannot risk coming. Ola cannot risk coming to save. It has to be a full blood rescue. He has to wait until the mirror image is gone before Anne can go back and save. Lofi is already pinging for the help, but no, nothing can be done at this point. They have to rescue at 99%.
So they have the survivors already set up in the exact locations where they need to be. So the question now is, what happens with the mirror image? Will the mirror image be enough to scare off the survivor the entire time and to disable basically the Batter to come in for the rescue? Because the Mercenary needs a long time on that chair. So potentially we might see the rescue coming in. We have Ola coming down right here. Priestess is trying to make her way around and is trying to utilize that mirror. Is the Cypher machine primed? It is at 93. It's not yet ready. The Cypher is getting popped right now. That might be a difficult situation. The Batter is transitioning away. The dungeon is right there, but at the end of the day, we have detention and we have the eyes on Anne right here. If that hit connects, that is a 4 survival elimination. Another 5-point game for MRC. Trying to use the ball. That's the thing. As Batter, you can't do anything against the mirror image. It's just the same with the Prospector. You cannot use your skill against the mirror image, which is just giving a huge advantage to the Bloody Queen. And we saw an absolutely fantastic 5-point game, and that is putting MRC into such a fantastic position, because now when we look at the points, they have a 10-point round right here. The second round right here turned into a 10-point game. Now if we look at round number 3, if BC wants to get into a round number 4, they need to get a 10-point game. Even if they win this round, we will look at the points, and the points will decide that MRC will win, because they have a solid 10 in this round number 2. So right now, for BC to prolong this match into a round number 4, they need to get a 10-point game as well.
Like, I mean, let's just call it for what it is. Like, getting that 10-0, he's not even considering a 1K. He's not considering a draw. He gets a 4K. That's the monster XC is. And let's face it, BZ has to fight through, has to work out a miracle if they want to go to game 4, which is a 10-0, which at this point feels like it's almost impossible because it seems like something has awakened in XC in BO2. That's a 4K. Something has awakened in MRC Survivor for Escape. What an amazing display. Like, they are truly deserving of the top 3, one of the best teams in China at this moment. Yeah.
That is for sure. If anyone can come back, I don't want to underestimate anyone of BC. They can definitely do it. We have seen comebacks today that were absolutely fantastic. So there is still, you know, the chance that we will see BC getting out of this fight against MRC and BC as winners. So we don't even have to argue about that.
Yeah.
We also have to acknowledge that it is going to be a difficult task for BC because a 10-0 is just such a statement. All right, let's look into this match real quick. We have the Bloody Queen right here. Again, Bloody Queen, who usually ties the matches, is getting the victory, has a total of 16 hits. We can see the Cypher Machine progress was going on fairly decent, but at the end, you can see that the last Cypher Machine took a little bit longer because the Bloody Queen was really protecting it with the mirror. Fantastic job from the Bloody Queen. And I just want to say that Bloody Queen had 16 hits. Meanwhile, Guard 26 from BC's side in the match before was only having 11. And there you can see again the strength of MRC's Survivor side because they were able to completely dodge literally every single bomb of the Guard 26. Okay, they took a few hits, but you know what I mean. Like, it was very, very strong avoiding these bombs. And yeah, again, here we see the stats down there. The first round was a tie. The second round completely goes to MRC, and therefore the third round, if we want to see a fourth round, needs to completely go to BC. Anything else than a 10-point game for BC means that MRC will win this matchup.
Yeah, at this point, it really depends as well. Like, if they want to pull off a 10-0, go for something more unconventional, I would say. I don't know, what can they do to pull out a 4K?
What can you do? That's a good question, because yes, maybe try to surprise your opponents, but at the same time, it's MRC that we are talking about.
Yeah, it is.
What exactly can they do? It's very, very difficult. If just looking at the lineup right here, Ola could bring out the Gardener. That could be advantageous for, you know, BC. Gardener. That could throw off, not gonna lie, that could throw off XC, and, you know, just saying.
Bring out the whole OG team. The lawyer, the
lawyer, thief, Gardener, doctor. Let's go.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure, it's definitely an uphill battle. Not taking anything away from BZ, like what you said. But fighting perfection with perfection, especially when MRC is the first one to get the 10-0, BZ is definitely gonna feel the pressure, especially after Maitake's Bon. But we'll see.
That's the thing, as you. No, go ahead. Oh, let's see the moment of the forward dashing out of this corner. I'm gonna talk over this highlight. I need to see that. There it is. He is having elbow pad. There was an elbow pad hidden in there. I just looked at the item and it was just what?
Beautiful dash though.
Absolutely beautiful.
Can't see anything.
Incredible.
Beautiful battle too. The first successful battle I see today.
I just want to mention this again. You said it. The first 10-point match was on MRC side, and that is changing a lot of strategy for both sides, because now BC, they need to get a 10-point game, so they need to play way more risky if they want to.
Wow, such a beautiful place. Like, can't imagine going to the main stage with you and the rest of the team, Grizzly. But
That
speaking
would have
of the
been
main
beautiful.
stage, though, yeah, it would have been. But speaking of the main stage, right now the players are gathered. We are all gathered right here, guys. If you're at home, don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to take your snacks, eat something, enjoy the show, because this is gonna be the last game of the night, game number 3. Pick it or
Potentially
officially.
again. Yes, it is an uphill.
Don't
it is
jinx
an
it.
uphill battle.
Don't
It
jinx
is an uphill battle. I agree, but BC definitely has the chance. But again, just highlighting that, I was saying it before. The strategy can change and has to change. If we look at BC needs a 10-point game. So that means they have to adjust their strategy. They can't just say, okay, a tie is enough. No, they need to be aggressive. They need to push the survivors. And on the other side, if they are on the survivor side, they need to push the Cypher machines and they need to survive. That means that as one survivor is on the chair for the last time, they can't just say, all right, let's leave this survivor on the chair and let's focus on decoding. They need to make that rescue happen. So the strategy throughout the entire matches will change for BC. They need to play a higher risk match when it comes to the Hunter side and a more, let's say, secure approach on the survivor side so they can actually get all survivors out. Depending on the situation, it also has to be a really, really high risky play on the survivor side. And now you're looking at MRC, who on the Hunter side knows, all right, at the end of the day, I need to eliminate one survivor and that's it. So they can really focus all energy on that one survivor instead of, going around the map trying to find someone else. They could just say that one survivor is enough and, then relax. And on the other side, same with the survivor side, if they are playing on the survivors, hey, we only need to have one survivor escaping either through the exit gate or through the dungeon. So let's play it safe. Let's play it maybe, have a little bit of a longer game. As long as we are getting that one survivor out, that's all we need.
Yeah, as you can see right there, Maitake with the iPad supremacy. I don't know, like, I think this can be discussed just a little bit, just pointing it out. What do you think, Grizz? Have you ever used like an iPad to play games, especially Identity 5? Like, which one is better actually? A handheld device, like a smaller one, or an iPad? I'm not really sure which one is much
that is a really
more
good
efficient.
question. I think that's a really good question, and at the end of the day, I think it comes down to your preference, because I personally think I would not perform as well on an iPad than I would on a smartphone, because the way I hold my smartphone in my hands is, I feel like very convenient, and the iPad would be too big for me to hold, or the controls would be a little bit difficult for me, and I think other players have a similar look at that, and other players say, hey, I can play better on my iPad. You have players that say I can play better on my PC, and the only thing that I can see is, okay, you have a bigger screen and you may see more details, let's just say in the distance. But at the same time, when I play the game, I hold my phone straight up into my face, so I see everything. So I don't really have that problem.
Yeah, I saw you on your streams. Yeah, like when you're concentrating. Oh my god, perfumer, please.
But the game, the phone is literally in my face, so I can see everything. So I don't necessarily need an iPad, though. I agree. There are some differences between the devices, and if you want, I personally think it's important to separate when it comes to a tournament situation, PC players and mobile device players. That is important to me. Do I think that it's super important to have, someone playing on an iPad, someone playing on a phone, or having them all play on the same device? To have the perfect tournament situation, everyone should play on the same device, but in my opinion, it doesn't really make too much of a difference.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
That's my opinion. What about you?
Yeah, I'm a PC player, and I find myself playing so bad on the mobile. But yeah, it's like what you said, it's up to everyone's preference. And like for Maitake, it's definitely got to be the iPad Pro, and he's using it comfortably now. And Speaking of which, we are going to game number 3, first half. As you can see, MRC has actually banned Arms Factory, and BZ has taken that opportunity to take up Lakeside Village. So this is the first time we're going to see Lakeside Village today, and I'm excited to see what is going on. What are they going to pick in this map? I mean, there has to be a strategy, right? Like for BZ to pick Lakeside Village. Like maybe Embalmer? Toy Merchant? Embalmer? Toy Merchant? Oh my god, all these
That is actually an interesting thing that you're mentioning, Toy Merchant. If we look at MRC is actually kind of known to utilize that Toy Merchant every now and then. We haven't seen it yet. Maybe now with the more bans on the surviving side, we might see MRC coming in as Toy Merchant. But yeah, I know what you were talking about. We were actually talking about BC needing the advantage right here. So what can we expect from BC on the Lakeside River map? That is Lakeside Village map. That is actually a really, really good question, and honestly, I just want to spectate it and find out.
Yeah, me too.
I just can't give you the answer because that I wish I could. I wish I could make a really, really solid strategy up right now. But what I can say is maybe we see a Gardener, maybe we can see a Feaster. But that's only because I wish for it.
Yeah, I definitely wish for it too. But I don't think on the side of MRC they're gonna try something unconventional like that. But since they're in a point advantage anyway, I mean it doesn't harm them to try something fun, to try something more high risk, high reward. Like, you know, and Gardener can be one of them. But what I'm more interested to see right now is Maitake has played Bon Bon. What can he possibly play in Lakeside Village?
Sculptor could be on the list as well. Sculptor might not be the best pick for this map, and in general, I like for the situation where he has to get the 5-point game for survival elimination. But at the end of the day, you can see that Dreamage is banned. Dreamage as well as the Breaking Wheel. So what are you going to pick? And I think Sculptor, aggressively playing the Sculptor could be an interesting idea, right? Or not interesting idea, but a good idea for Maitake right here. And I hear you when you're looking at the Wildling right here. Very exciting. Very excited to see that.
Yeah, and the Postman as well. Thank you. Victor has not seen the light today at all. Maitake! Oh yeah.
All right, okay.
How
could we forget?
Queen.
That is very true. How could we forget about Nayat? Very, very interesting lineup right now. This is getting me really excited for this match. Again, this could be potentially the last match between these two teams, but BC has still the chance to just rock this entire round number 3, starting off on the Hunter side with the Nayat. Mermaid.
Yeah, I can see this happening. Like, makes sense that they pick Victor, like just to give the tranquility letter to the Wildling to just speed up the decoding, right? So yeah, I really love this pick. As for Maitake though, I don't know. Like, the ideal target, Hang H on Psychologist. Whoever's playing Psychologist, I think Maitake should focus on that one first. Otherwise, the remote heal is just gonna be so annoying. Like, you know, like if someone's down, for example, the Postman, for example, the Acrobat, like Wildling can save, and the moment he saves, even if he gets one hit, Psychologist can always heal him back up. So that's definitely something to watch out for. And yeah, we're gonna have to see how it is gonna happen.
What happens if you use Wick, which is Victor's dog, to slow down the Nayat while she is dashing towards you?
You get slowed.
Is she just getting? She's just getting slowed. She's not like stopping the dash completely, right?
Yeah, she gets slowed. Something like
that is. That is the good thing about the.
It is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Something like when we saw the Geisha dashing towards, like, from the 2th floor, like dashing, and then the bees actually slowed the dash. The dash is still happening, but it's still slowed. So same thing for the Victor. Yeah. Okay. When the dog bites you, you can't.
Because I know that talking about Geisha, if Geisha dashes, for example, about the fireball of the Acrobat, that is cancelling out the dash. And I would assume that that's the same with Nayat right here. But yeah, Victor could slow down. And I'm just trying to see how
how BC now on the hunting side can pull off the perfect match, the perfect round number 3 right here for themselves with a 5-point game on both sides, survivor and hunting side. Right now, starting off on the hunter side, Lakeside Village as Nayat, and already going into the direction of Xiao Di, which is the psychologist, as you said, could be the perfect find.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaodi on the postman, Xiaodi is such a good character, but he's not gonna find the postman after all. He knows someone's here, but the moment he leaves, he just saw the psychologist, but he decides to leave. I'm not really sure what his game plan is. Who is he planning to rush for? I think he was trying to look for Xiaodi, and he thought that it was only the psychologist there. He's just looking for moving ciphers now, and unfortunately, he's gonna run into... Wait, sorry? He's... Oh, Sing H and Hang H, sorry, the names are so similar. He's gonna find psychologist. Yep, that's the one that he wants. He wants to take out the remote heal. He doesn't want the remote heal to happen. And that's exactly what he's doing now. But he's walking on foot now, though. Throwing the harpoon,
That is
he has to surround.
That is for sure. We can really see what they... Nice stun, but that connects the hit with the water. The stun animation and the... need to actually ward over that pallet was really giving enough time to the water to come to the psychologist and give that first hit right here. Really, really good. And that's just the danger if you're kiting a Nayat. You need to transition kite. You need to get from one area to another area, because if you're staying in the same area for too long, you're gonna fall. You're gonna take the damage. And we can see that Nayat might actually wait out, might actually go through. And look at that. The damage was actually taken just in time. She still has her heal ready, which is extremely good for the survivor side right now, because if she's getting rescued by someone who is not bringing Tide Turner, she will immediately heal up. The psychologist will immediately heal up just a little bit, but just enough to take an additional hit, which is extremely good, extremely strong for the psychologist right now. She went down, or she took these 2 hits quite quickly, but the rescue is gonna be absolutely fantastic for the survivors. And again, they only need to get 1 survivor out of this game. I always want to remind you guys that they only need to get 1 survivor out of the game, and that's gonna be very, very tough for my Taka right here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. He's actually going for the wilding. Wow, what? He actually bursted the wilding with the puddle water. Pop, it goes. But Hankesh is already gaining distance, and that's the thing though, Grizzly. As soon as the Titan is gone, Psychologist will be able to tank 2 hits. Look. It's not apparent, but it's 2 hits. He needs 2 hits.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, that is a fantastic situation for the psychologist, because now she basically took 4 hits, or was able to tank an additional 2 hits, or is still able to tank another hit. But besides that, we also have a really, really good situation right here for MRC, because Cypher machines are already down to 2. The attention of the hunter is divided by several survivors, which is definitely a good thing, because that is giving them more time on the rocket shares, right?
Yeah,
and at the same time, BC, they have to push. They have to push. They can't really spend too much time on 1 survivor. They have to push all of them at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, what the? He's soaring through the skies, weirdo. But you know what?
That looked like a flare gun.
It does. I have to remember this trick. It actually pushed him much, much further. And that's the thing, though. I'm not really sure what Maitake's game plan is. Even the Walling is fully healed. And let's face it, even the 6th cipher is being worked at the moment.
And they split up the ciphers. That's just what I want to say. Yeah, that's crazy.
I really think at this time, Maitake is at a very, very tough spot. Basically, if you don't get the first down early, it's not gonna be a 4K anymore. That much we can tell at the very least. And Cypher almost being primed. Xiaodi is still kiting. He's just trying to leave, and he's gonna get that hit. I think Maitake is just trying to drown
water, because the water is building up. Look at that, it's at 80. So because the Cypher machine is almost primed, Maitake thinks that, hey, if it's primed, I need to be able to bring them down with my skill.
Wow, it's not hit.
It's primed, and he actually swung at him? Oh!
Yeah, he did. Oh my god, it does look like a 3-man escape here at the very least. And Hang H might be the one to be chased. I mean, Hang H does have the last. It is a second chair for Hang H, but right now Maitake has already changed his skill to teleport, so you're not gonna get that surprise anymore. Like, what can you do here? If you're
difficult, but the
Maitake,
psychologist
yeah.
will take that hit. That's fine. That's still fine. You know, staying in that area, you can't really transition away, but taking that hit is still fine because you won't go down. You buy more time for the rest of the team. Don't think that the plan right now for the psychologist is to actually make it to the other gate. There we go. Goes down with the water, but just to sacrifice. Buy enough time for the rest of the team to open that gate, and you already mentioned it. Teleport has been exhausted, would be ready in 1 second, but that 1 second won't be enough because the survivors are already out of the game, already at the gate, and they will be leaving. They will take that 3 survivor escape because that's giving them the points that they need to just decide that entire matchup between BC and MRC for themselves. Fantastic job.
Fantastic.
Now we're gonna see BC on the surviving side, but as we already said, it is already decided. So congratulations to MRC, and now I'm curious to see what we can expect from round number 3, second half.
Yeah, I mean, even though we already know that this is going to be a win for MRC. Correct me if I'm wrong though. Like in points.
No, it is. MRC will win because they have either way point wise they won.
Yeah, even round wise they could, unless if they get a 4-man escape, but which will translate to calculations of points, and ultimately it will still be the same. So yeah, I guess they are still going to play this out. Well, it's the last game of the day. Why not be fun? Please make Grizzly's wish come true.
Listen, I'm looking at my notes.
Okay.
And right here, it says Ola, forward, and Gardner. This is what I'm looking at the entire time. I'm looking at these notes, and I read the word Gardner, and that this is like it's in my brain right now. It's just there, and I please. Now you have the chance to bring out that Gardner. I want to see it. I genuinely want to see it.
Yeah, please. If you do it, we're gonna say Hola, obrigado, hola, and Grizzly is gonna be so happy with that.
Gonna be very excited.
For sure. That's right now. I think they can basically just play anything and just have fun at this point. Be more creative with their picks and go off meta if they really want to. But looking at the stats though, it's basically one-man kite. One-man kiting the whole game, which is Hang H. Xiaodi did manage a kite at the very last game without getting chaired. 70 seconds kite before going down. And that was amazing. Not too bad, not too shabby. And what am I saying? Everyone has been decoding more than 150% except for Hang H. Even yeah, the Nayat definitely has a little bit of trouble right there.
That is for sure. I mean, the entire match was great. You have to understand that this match, you had to kind of push it. On BC's side, you had to push it. You couldn't concentrate on one survivor the entire time, right? It was just like, that survivor is down, that survivor's on the chair. You can't sit there. You have to leave. You have to search another survivor, and you have to push the survivors of the Cypher machines. You have to pressure the survivors. And that's something you usually don't see to that extent, to have hunters switch the attention between several survivors, because that usually means that it's going to be the downfall of the hunter. Because if you're switching survivors the entire time, the first one is sitting on the rocket chair, second one is sitting on the rocket chair, third one is sitting on the rocket chair, and they rescue each of these, and you still have all survivors on the game. If you would concentrate on one survivor, first time, second time, third time, that survivor would be out of the game. But again, you have to adjust your strategy, especially when you have to have that victory. And therefore, you just push a little bit harder. You try to split your attention to everyone. And that is definitely high risk, high reward. But again, also high risk, high chance of having a little bit more trouble.
Yeah, for sure. Just going back into... I mean, this is potentially the last... not potentially, this is the last game between MRC and BZ. So if XC, come on XC. If Grizzly wants to see a Gardener, then XC, I want to see you play something fun like Lucino. Let's go Lucino in this big map.
That would be absolutely fantastic. I would love to see that. Also, talking about Lucchino coming up is the survivor side of that character. I'm really looking forward to that. We still don't know the abilities, but definitely curious to see that new survivor coming into the game, and curious to see if he will make it eventually into the meta of maybe Call of the Abyss 6.
Yeah, Call of the Abyss 6. If he's gonna be meta, I think the thing about Lucchino is it's just so hard to control though. Like, you know, the camera angles. Like if in PC you can just adjust his jumps left and right easily, but yeah, on mobile it's just so hard to adjust the jumps. I think a lot of the Lucchino players in mobile can understand the situation. But you know what? Let's just have fun. Let's just look at this one, and we are gonna have to see what is going to be happening here. Wow, look at this. BZ, like they're feeling it. They're still calm. They're still collected. I mean, they know that the game is already over, but you know what? Just do their best. It's like within them. They're trying their best not to give up. Hello guys. Hello. Thank you so much, Dim Dim. I'm just teasing you, Dim Dim. When you mentioned that, Grizzly is so cute. Yep. I know. And I teased you. Thank you for saying that I'm cute too. Thank you very much. But heading back to the game though, I think everyone would want to see something fun. Yeah, just say, if you guys want to see something fun, played by XC, just say, like, what do you think XC should play in this last game? Like, it is a creative, it can be a creative pick. What would you like to see there? Just share with us your comments, your thoughts in the chat. We're just chilling right here, guys. Don't forget to be with your trusty little bottle drinks and stay hydrated and pull through. Let's just pull through a little bit more because this is the last game. Stay with us a little longer. And hello, Grizzly. We were talking.
The last game of today. Man, just looking back, let's just take a look back at all the matches that we have seen today, because they were all absolutely fantastic. We are still waiting for that last match, round number 3, match 3, or the not match 3, second half to wait. But if we look back at what we have already seen, BL versus GR, GR just really showing why they are one of the best teams from mainland China. They really put out these perfect round number 1 as well, with 5 points on Survivor and Hunter side, and coming in with Guard 26 Bloody Queen. Later on we saw MS versus FPX.ZQ, and MS surprised us. Yes, first round, and that was kind of expected because we know MS is doing that, first round and at all costs, no matter the map. But second round, Mad Eyes. Mad Eyes. Can we talk about that? What do you think about that? Mad Eyes, absolutely fantastic. I love to see it. They were able to tie the Mad Eyes, but still, that is the off-meta pick that I want to see.
Yeah, I would love to see it too. Like, I don't know why, but when I stream, when I say, yeah guys, I can play, I will play any hunter you guys choose, and surprisingly they just like to pick Berk, and and I can see why, because when I picked Berk, it was just so hard. You just end up getting frustrated pulling your hair. That's why I'm so amazed when you pulled out the Mad Eyes out of nowhere and managing to go give so much pressure to FPX.ZQ. Yeah, that's gotta be.
It was a really beautiful match. But we are about to see what we can expect from the Hunter and Survivor side. We have the main meta characters being banned, which is still leaving characters like the Priestess, Psychologist, which is leaving characters like the Mechanic, the Patient, the Acrobat. Yes, there are a lot of options, but there are also, Cowboy, what you wanted to see, Gardener, Lawyer, Thief, maybe characters that we haven't seen yet at all. There are so many of them, but we also saw, for example, a female dancer earlier today. We saw a barmaid earlier today, so there is definitely a lot to pick from, but we have the batter who comes in for harassing. We have the patient, and that was leaving the acrobat to ban. Now we are jumping into the last two picks, and then we are looking at MRC's Hunter side.
Exactly. Like, it looks like another. It looks like another potential mirror match. Maybe XC wants to show us what he can do with the mermaid. Like, I mean, Nayade is good in this map, and he did ban all those harassers like Machinery, Eli forward, and even the acrobat. So maybe like, or it might be something that you have talked about earlier. Like he might be picking up the sculptor. But whatever it is, we'll just have to see what the last two survivors are gonna be.
No way! No way! We gonna have the Gardener. This is not. Okay. This is what I was waiting for all day, and honestly, even when I said it, I didn't believe myself. Right? It was more of a like Gardener. That would be. Gardener is coming to play right here, and we're gonna see a Soul Weaver on MRC's side. I am beyond excited to see what we are going to witness right here with Ola's Gardener. Excuse me?
He heard you, Grizzly. He heard you.
Of course he did.
Of course he did. Oh my god, Emma. Going up against XC. XC is gonna bring out the Soul Weaver. I can imagine the spit shot taking off the shield. But you know what? All in good fun. You know what, Ola? I dare you. I challenge you. Break the chair that XC is trying to chair your teammates at. Do it. Break it.
And I mean, you have immediately. XC
immediately
shivers in fear, utilizing now the Soul Weaver, because the Soul Weaver doesn't necessarily need the rocket chair. That is the only reason why the Soul Weaver is being played, because that is a counter to the Gardener right here. So obviously you want to go with the Soul Weaver. It only makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so excited actually. I'm actually so excited, just as excited as you, just to see the Gardener even. So you know what? Whatever it goes, I want to see the Gardener kite first. At the very least, please. XC, find the Gardener, find Ola, make her kite first.
5 Cypher Kite is what I expect to see. Genuinely, now coming back to the game, taking this a little bit more serious, because yes, we are hyped because we know Gardener is usually a character we don't see, but honestly, the lineup on the Survivors with Batter, Patient, Enchantress, Gardener doesn't necessarily seem like they are not taking this seriously, right? They are taking this very seriously, and I'm really curious to see. I'm genuinely curious to see how the Gardener will be utilized in this team composition and what they can do with the Gardener skill overall, being able to destroy the chairs. Yes, we have the Soul Weaver right here, which can counter that, which can just use the cobwebs to web up a survivor. But if that could potentially lead to survivors struggling free, I want to see it. I'm all in for it.
Yeah, and Ola, look at Ola. Ola is actually running towards the middle boat. He's like, yeah, I dare you to chase me first. It's already going to trigger XC's Tinnitus, but I think XC is going to move forward towards the shack. He's going to spot the Batter first. Batter is going to put it down, trying to hit at that very moment, but just slightly missing. In case, I mean, I don't know, Grizzly, do you play Soul Weaver? Because there is something about Soul Weaver. For me, when I play Soul Weaver, it's just, you look at the feel, the vision, the feel of vision, and it's really annoying. It's really hard to play such a short character. I don't know, Grizzly.
Personally, I think Spider can be very dangerous. I don't necessarily play too much of a Hunter, but here we can see the potential of the webs. Very nice prediction, very nice stun right here, because she was getting fast. XC was getting fast with the Spider, and that is exactly why the Spider is so dangerous. She is extremely speedy as soon as she has 1, 2, or even 3 cobwebs to go through. And look at that. With Ant's balls right there, this is really pushing XC away. And the Cypher machines, not too bad. 2 Cypher machines almost popping. The third one is on the way as well. So that is actually a great job from Ant so far. Curious to see how long he can keep that up and if that might potentially be the 4th Survivor escape that we were looking for. I would absolutely love it. Blink is coming through, making that kite a little bit shorter and bring the 1st Survivor on the rocket chair, which will be in the basement thanks to the speedy webs that are all over the place. Ooh.
Can they make it in time though? Oh my god, I think he will be able to make it in time. Wow, the speed definitely put in. Yeah, he managed it. But however, 3 ciphers have been done. 2 new ciphers though, which is being done at the very moment. And look at who's hiding outside.
Hey, Patient is waiting right there, trying to go in for the rescue, because at the end of the day, they want to go for the rescue. They want to get the best outcome. Look at that, jumping in there. But again, you have to remember, drop down. Oh, the drop down is coming through. He's fast, but the spider is faster. Connecting that hit, we now have 2 survivors in the basement, and this is definitely making the situation for the survivor side a little bit more difficult, because again, they have 2 Cypher machines that they need to decode, and only 1 survivor can actively decode on the Cypher machine. Now we have the Gardener coming through. Beautiful skin, my skin, that's the skin I'm rocking as well, but that's beside the point. We are seeing that he's using the Patient as a weapon. He wants the Gardener to come in, and now with the attack recovery being so short, you can't really do anything
This is hard.
Get the rescue going. The bubble was popped. We also have 1 hit already, and this is going to be a huge basement party for MRC's XC right here, protecting the better in the basement and getting so many survivors down. Now, just putting the Gardener right here, just in case, and looking into the direction of the last Cypher machine that is wiggling right now, because he knows if I'm taking that survivor to the chair, well, the dungeon might open up and we might have a only 3-point game, and obviously XC wants to get the 4 survivor elimination in this match as well, wants to get the 5-point game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Big Boss in the chat is actually pointing out that XC is the server 1, a server China in China servers S1 fighter at one point, and it shows. Like, everyone's having a basement party right here. Look, my goodness, Gardener has actually used up the self-heal, trying to save the Patient, but unfortunately, Patient is going to be joining the batter as the 2nd survivor, being sent back to the manor. BZ99 right there. I think he's just, he's just chilling there. He's just waiting for Ola to bleed out. I'm not really sure what the game plan is, but it does seem like BZ99 is just waiting for the dungeon to open at this point.
It's gonna be a back and forth. I mean, for XC at least, that's the game plan. It's gonna be a back and forth. We saw the Gardener was down, wasn't chaired because you want to get the 4 survivor elimination. If you chair that survivor, that chance of getting the 4 survivor elimination will be slimmed because the dungeon will open up. So now the Gardener is down right in the basement. We saw where XC was bringing the Gardener into an area where XC could potentially bring down the Gardener right away. We have the Gardener being healed. XC did not expect that to happen, but at the same time, with all these speedy webs right here, it's just there in time. There in time when the survivors come out of the basement and will now be able to just concentrate on the Enchantress right here. And with that being said, Gardener can't heal up again. As soon as the Enchantress is down, this will be another 5-point game for the Hunter side of MRC.
Yeah, XC is not letting up. Even though he knows that his team has already won, especially. But look, he's just changed the excitement straight away. He's just gonna shoot another web shot, and there you have it. 4K again by XC. Wow. I think getting that draw in the first game definitely awoken something to him, and in game 2 and game 3, it's just a vicious 4K elimination, one after the other. But congratulations MRC, they are the winners in between the battle between MRC and BZ. But congratulations also to BZ, because they have put up such an amazing fight against one of the best teams in mainland China. So
that is
I'm
for
just
sure.
speechless.
That is for sure.
That's for sure. Generally speaking, if you look at all these teams, those are the top 16 teams, and they are all performing extremely well. And it is always a difficult task for all of the teams to compete against the other teams, because you obviously want to get the victory, and there are always so many factors. Not only the pressure that you experience in such a tournament, into such a high competitive situation, but also the situation that you're getting put in like right after round 1. Imagine you win round 1, which we saw, for example, earlier with B4U. Round 1 was extremely going extremely poor B4U, but then AG came back. So now, where exactly is the pressure shifting to, right? And here, for example, we saw the first round tie, and then you don't really know where this will go to, and all of a sudden, bam, perfect 10-point round on MRC's side. It's really crazy, and you never know what you can expect from these matches, and that is exactly what I am here for. I want to see these top teams go against each other, really show what they can do, and this is exactly what they did so far. Congratulations to all of the teams that have been competing today. We were definitely in for a treat. We were definitely enjoying all of these matches, and we also want to congratulate to the teams that were actually taking the victories against their opponents. That was in all cases definitely well deserved, so congratulations to that. And I think we're gonna have a little bit of a recap of the last match. I definitely want to see that, but at the end of the day, we saw the Spider not letting anyone decode Cypher machines properly, because the basement, the permanent basement party that was going on was just very, very strong, and just protecting these survivors and putting them down there. Great job.
Yeah, good job. And actually kiting for the longest time ever, 83 seconds there, actually carrying almost to the point of, like, you know, potentially winning the game. Ola...
That was a really good early game.
It was a very, very good one. Look at how much they've actually decoded, almost prime actually. It's just very unfortunate that the basement party is just too powerful, sucking in all of the teammates, having a party against their own will. And Ola decided to join. I like what Rini in the chat is saying. Emma didn't carry this match, but she carried my heart. And I'm sure it relates to you, Chris, because I think we're just happy to see Emma in this game, even
yes, for sure.
She didn't win it. Yeah. Sure.
Always excited to see characters that are not being utilized that often. It doesn't really matter if it's the survivor or the hunter side, as long as those are new characters that we don't get to see that often. It's always exciting. It's always exciting because sometimes you definitely learn something from these matches. You learn that a character that is not being utilized too often might bring something to the match that you have never thought about. So there's definitely a good chance to learn something when we see characters that are out of the meta. But for today's match, we definitely saw that the Soul Weaver on MRC's side was merciless, bringing down all the survivors, getting the 5-point game right here in this last round that we were spectating. Congratulations again to MRC.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a fantastic match. Here we can see the stats. Down there we can see the stats yet again. Really performing extremely well, MRC right here, and I'm curious to see more of them. I'm curious to see more of all the teams that we have seen today, because this is far from being over.
Yeah, definitely is. And it's just day number 2. We still have 4 more days to go, and as days goes by, we can only expect to see more and more action. And just like Grizzly, if Emma is possible in this game, if Kevin is possible in this game, who knows what else we will see? Who knows? And that's what's fun about Identity 5, full of possibilities. Win or lose, we still have that big heart, big passion for this game. So hope that you all shared this. Really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. And guys, yes, Grizzly and I, we might join COA 6. Thank you for the guys in the chat who believe that we can go for COA 6, but probably as casters. That's probably as casters. I can't imagine going as a team.
I think for me, I think that's the only hope that I personally have for myself, going in as caster. As you said, sometimes you see wins, sometimes you don't see the wins, and how I like to put it, sometimes you win, sometimes you learn, right? Like, even if you have a match that is not going your way, you usually
will be able to learn something from these matches. And if it is how the opponent is moving, if it is how the hunter is performing, how the hunter can be scary in certain ways when they are using certain strategies that you may have not thought of. For example, in this match, when the Soviet was putting the gardener closer to the stairs and was dropping down to hit that, because, you know, you don't want her to rescue the teammate, but you also don't want her to chair, and you don't want to chair her because then you are ruining your chances of getting the 4 survival elimination. So there's always something you can learn, and that I think is the most important. If we can always learn, appreciate the game either way, and improve, it's always gonna be fun.
Sure. It's the passion that makes us come back to this game all over and over again. And there you have it. Just to recap everything, the final score today, the winners actually B4U. Sorry, starting off with GR versus BL. GR has taken the victory, and for game number 2, matchup number 2, which is between
MS versus FPX.ZQ.
MS versus FPX.ZQ. Yes, FPX.ZQ has taken the game. And for matchup number 3, B4U and AG fighting neck and neck, and ultimately AG taking the games. And finally, BZ versus MRC taking it all the way to best of 3s, and MRC, yeah, just amazing. And can't wait to see what is in store for more. And guys, in the chat, thank you so much for those people who have joined us from the very start of the stream, which was, what, 10 hours ago? Was that 10 hours ago?
It should be approximately 10 hours ago. Very, very eventful day today with all these teams going against each other, and you were already winning, pointing out the winners. I can only agree. It was always a very, very intense matchup between all of the teams. I genuinely enjoyed spectating them. And yeah, thank you all for being here with us. If you were here all the way for the entire day, if you were just here to watch one match between, you know, maybe your favorite teams, that's absolutely fine, as long as you can share the love for the teams and support the teams that you want to see winning in the Call of the Abyss 5. That is absolutely fine, and in general, just the support for all players is always appreciated. Let's get right into the MVP, which is the Bloody Queen, who was coming through, or in general, not only the Bloody Queen, but also MRC's XC Hunter. Just very, very scary.
Yeah, very, very scary indeed. XC, otherwise in China, I didn't want to point out the name, but it's Xiao Chan. So XC, that's the short for him. Very impressive, very deserving of the MVP as well. But if there's a Survivor MVP, who do you pick though, Grizzly? Like, who do you think is the most outstanding in terms of, you know, some outstanding plays you see?
Survivors.
So many.
I mean, in general, last match, for example, Beta was doing an absolutely fantastic early game fight. But we also had the Entomologist who was coming through. And I would say Forward and Entomologist in the game where we were on the Ever Sleeping Town map, they were just buying way too much time, in my opinion.
That's so cute. Look at the female announcer, like, yeah, come stand next to me.
We're getting right into the interview. I will leave the stage to you because you can translate.
Hello, 大家好，我是小陈大爹小迪。Hello， 大家好。
Hello, I'm 小迪。
台上表面上有3个人，实则带了4个人上来，是吧？好的，也是欢迎2位，好久不见，也是到了大家非常喜闻乐见的 MRC 赛后采访环节。首先，先分享一下心情吧。
What do you feel first, like after this matchup? How do you feel?
我再次震惊，怎么大家变沉稳了？这么久不见，已经更加
haven't seen you guys for such a long time. You don't have anything you want to say?
好的，那么今天也是 MRC 和 BZ 战队之前其实是打过了一次训练赛的。你们觉得跟这次相比，就有没有什么双方的一些进步啊和不同？
Is there anything different with what you experience
这个
now
我
in
感
this
觉主要
tournament?
是看自己吧，感觉就是自己打的比以前更加就是沉稳了吧，就是。
成长了。
He's saying that their game style has evolved, like more mature now. Feels like they.
好像其实就像我前面说的，就是就那样吧，就是其实就感觉今天比赛打的没以前那种，你知道感觉可能就是打的稳定一点吧，就是感觉就是更放松了，应该。
It feels like they're playing more stable now. That's what they say.
打得更好了。那星河呢？
感觉这次比赛，就是对手的那个约瑟夫给我比较大的压迫感，就是。
Wow, they're actually giving praise to the Joseph plays, like actually gave them pressure,
当时
stress.
他那个开局，哇，天胡刷点，一个镜像打了3个人。我想问一下，你们当时心里是怎么想的？
Tianhu is like an expression in China where like you manage to get a clean sweep. How do you feel?
我感觉还好，因为我感觉这种场面我好像在平时在排位赛中见的太多了。
哦，排位照进了比赛是吗？
Yeah, he's just saying it doesn't feel. I don't feel so stressed, especially since I've already just got off rank, so I've already warmed up through rank matches.
我很淡定，我在想着接下来这个局好像有没有3局，能不能3跑？
已经开始想着说怎么样待会儿运营一个3跑了。确实，你们在中期的时候看到你们有一个在运营和操作，特别是你当时那一个板。 非常的关键，能不能给我们讲一下你当时是怎么去跟他博弈到的？因为如果那个板没有博到的话，可能那个结局就是完全不一样的了。
就是首先嘛，就是当时其实我一整局我就比较放松嘛，就当然那波我觉得也还好，就是我觉得就是进板前我当时看就是比较冷静嘛，就主要是我还是那个点嘛，不能慌。 然后当时我这次就回头看着他就是看着他追击我的过程中，他好像出刀，我看到他出刀比较早，于是我就是。
He is just describing a match that he has in between.
他的刀气过不了这个板，因为他出刀出早了一点点，我就感觉，所以就等他进到那个板子就好了。如果说他不过板的话，他会停在板子的另外一边，我把板子一下，我还是就是我。
Yeah, he's just describing too many things at once in that's going on in the match.
都是细节，就你预判我的预判，我也在观察你，是这样吗？那想问一下星河，你怎么评价当时小迪老师那一波操作呢？
我当时没太注意，因为我当时已经飞天了。
你飞天了之后不关注这个队友。
He's asking what happens in the team after that. He said, "Oh, I'm not really paying attention because I've already been sent back to the manor in the first game, so he didn't really pay attention to his surroundings."
双方的一个互秀，开局的时候小迪老师牵制了很久，然后到开门战那个地方，不得不提，确实盒子哥让我们那个心情过山车一样。 我们想问一下，你当时那个护腕，你们是什么时候交流给的？你又是怎么弹的？就完全没有注意到，就一个人就到了地窖那个地方去了。
He's just saying that it feels like a roller coaster in this area. He's just saying, especially during that part where in Ever Sleeping Town, where you just disappeared from the line of sight and just used the pad and dashed towards the dungeon. What's going on there?
就是加密交流是吗？你们当时什么
saying that a teammate has already placed there, exchanged the items there, and just leave the pad there. So it's just communication.
救人的救人，但是一考虑到前锋当时手里没有道具了，所以翻了个道具给他，很快他就翻了个箱子给他，然后前锋就给队友包清洗嘛就。
而且星河那个护
Yeah, he's just saying like, yeah, since we're already sticking towards the exit gate, and we already left the item there, so basically we just have confidence for him to pull it off, and he did.
今天也非常不错的跑到那样一个地窖嘛，那确实今天不管是说求生者发挥还有监管者发挥都非常不错。那你们觉得今天的最佳演绎会给到谁？因为我们现在在台上还不知道今天的最佳演绎到底是给到谁。
我觉得只要不是小陈就行了，他明明 BO1可以求稳4抓的，结果害得我们。 打了个 BO3，按道理早该回家休息了。
哦，我懂了，今天果然是一个3个人的采访。好，那星河呢？觉得？
我觉得给咖哥吧，我觉得咖哥给我的那个护腕特别的关键。
天哪，今天大家
Yeah, it's been a long day. Fighting, we're already giving our best. So, well, basically, we're just gonna rest up and wait for the next matchup to commence.
而且你们最近的厨艺也非常卷，就听说你们也在就是切磋你们的做菜，想问一下星河，你怎么评价当时小迪老师的那一道辣椒炒肉呢？
那道辣椒炒肉，我吃了很。
They're just talking about Xiaoti's one of the teammates Xiaoti like cooking 辣椒小肉, which I'm not really sure what that means, but it's a kind of dish, a chili dish. So, how do you feel about that? Yeah, so they're just talking about the dishes now, which makes me hungry now.
主要是我们那个其他的佐料就不算了，主要就是健康又好吃，干净又卫生，是吧
？As long as it's healthy and delicious, that's enough, right?
我们看到了我们标战队的选手也是对我们的小迪老师
No problem,
表达了他的欣赏之情，想问一下小迪老师要不要做个回应？
就是对于就是 BR 的这个选手，就是表示感谢吧，因为我去年也看到了他对我说的话，然后没想到1年过去了，就是还是保持就很开心，谢谢你。
非常开心，两个人都是哇，
expressing gratitude. I'm not really sure
而且今天大家非常关心
for
的是小迪
what
老师的
though.
定妆照，你能不能今天在我们的赛后采访模仿一下？因为那个定妆照很犀利，就是你给我们模仿一下，再次重现。
就是当时就是这个动作嘛，就是。
可以，现在待会可以开始那个配
Saying that the photo in your group photo looks like really cool. How do you actually take it? Well, basically I just use like like
越来越好，那是感谢来到我们的赛
taking a selfie style.
我们的
That's
MRC
it.
获得了本场比赛胜利。最后，让我们再次恭喜今天获胜的4支队伍 GR、FPX、朱雀、AG 和 MRC。现在让我们把镜头交还给解说席。
Okay, so that's it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Miss Announcer.
All right, and now we are basically waiting for the wrap up of today's stream. We are looking forward to see today's results when it comes to these matches that we were spectating today. And then we will also go quickly and briefly over the schedule for tomorrow, so you guys know which teams you can expect to spectate tomorrow. I'm very, very excited to see tomorrow's stream to see which teams will take the victories, because again, this is what I also said today, and this is what I said yesterday, and this is what I will always say. Those are the top 16 teams from all around the world that are competing against each other. And every single match, even though you are not necessarily a fan of the teams, they are always extremely impressive and interesting to watch. And here we have it. You already mentioned it earlier. I will just go through it. We have the matchup between GR and BL. They were able to decide that for themselves. GR was able to decide them for themselves within 2 rounds, really coming in with a 10 and an 8-point round. Then we had FPX.ZQ versus MS. Coming in as winner was FPX and ZQ. And yeah, just going quickly over it. We have, that is
the top 2 teams of every group.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So Wolves and AG are the top 2 in A group. B group, we have SST and MRC, well deserved. C group, GG and GR. And the D group, Dou and FPX.ZQ. So basically, these are the 8 teams that have gotten 1 win out of the 3 games that they're supposed to be playing. And they are currently on the top of the leaderboard. So yeah, more to come.
But that can still change. It can all change. It's all determined by 1 match so far. And here we have the lineup for tomorrow. We have SZ versus GR, GH versus MS, SST versus BC, and Wolves versus B4U. They're very excited for these matches. The lineup already looks very impressive as always, just because all of these names are so impressive. All of these teams are so impressive. So really, really excited for that, and I would highly recommend everyone who is sitting at home watching the Call of the Abyss 5 so far to tune in tomorrow for the upcoming matches.
Yeah, definitely. And please do drop your support. Just a little bit self-promoting. Subscribe to Gaming Grizzly YouTube. He does a lot of amazing contents, and he's currently doing live streams, rushing towards Titan before season ends. And of course, I'll be very humbled if you subscribe to Nello YouTube. I'm just starting out. Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, let's wrap it up. It's me, Nell. Thank you so much for your support, and of course for the positiveness in the chat. Let's make Identity 5 even greater than before. So what about you, Posh? Any last words?
I don't know what Poch's last words would be, but yes, I can only agree. I absolutely love to see.
Sorry, Chris.
It's okay. Absolutely love to see the support for all the teams, for us as casters, and for the entire Call of the Abyss 5 as, you know, tournament from you guys in the chat. Always keep up the positivity. That's all I can say. And I'm really, really looking forward to the upcoming matches. Thank you all for being here with us today, and we will see each other in tomorrow's tournament day and the following upcoming days.
Yeah, for sure. While we're
I'm not
waiting,
sure if we are actually. I'm not actually sure if we are leaving already.
Yeah, but it's okay. You know what? Let's just chill. And I'm just looking at the chat. Thank you, guys. And see ya.
走了是吧？
切锋，你跟着，我去救一台机。你现在可以装救。
这个五码要死，没办法了。我鸟好了，我鸟刚好了，快看着，不要变秒，很不被秒呀！我操！
跳跳。
不打不中。
不要一被人。
走了一半了，就给他。
这个箱子给你了。
闪现了。
没技能了，开门战没技能了。
闪现交了。我要死了，我要死了，我进去走不掉。我少你
不用走，可以撞你看看。
谢谢。到了，就是那个。给我再一点，我再一点。
闪现，拉球走，拉球走。收了。闪现了。3、2，
要走吗？
走，走吧。走一下了。
塞单都没有。
後で。リージョン強。
Go. Separate. Go. Someone gotta go middle.
これ持つな。
はい、決まります。
ナイス。
Alright. Nice corner has a pop.
This is a phenomenal.
Oh my god.
下呗。OK。他感觉一会儿要回镜下回来砍这里。飞雪有一上。
到了吗？现在。可以。Nice。OK。
叫。能走吗？走。四宝吗？6、5、4，闪好了，我觉得闪好了，我也觉得好了。能6吗？我给你弹射了，然后6。
没事。闪现。
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end of the road. This is your time, you're standing tall, you're electrified. You seize the moment, feel it coming, we are unified. When you believe you win this fight, let this moment shine, it's time to rise. Do you feel